Shen Yan found herself transmigrated into a novel about a captivating star in the entertainment industry, wherein she was the much-maligned female celebrity. In the narrative, the characters mindlessly followed the misguided principles of the enchanting protagonist, with even the original character sacrificing herself for the sake of the protagonist's love. Shen Yan, undoubtedly foolish. In a bid to secure her own survival, Shen Yan seized the spotlight during a live variety show, ascending to the top of trending searches. Protagonist. By employing black tactics against black, she overshadowed the male lead, once again claiming the #1 spot. Male lead? Haters? It turned out they had been repurposed for her gain. While the main couple flaunted their affection, Shen Yan took her morose-faced husband for a stroll, successfully dominating the charts. Main couple. Wide-eyed haters. We have work to do. Some haters criticized Shen Yan's educational background. Shen Yan turned and flaunted her credentials as a research institute scholar. Haters. Unyielding, they targeted Shen Yan's family background. Shen Yan shot a deathly smile at the camera, and upon revealing her lineage, she remained on trending searches for 30 days. Haters. Suddenly realizing that Shen Yan possesses a hint of the alluringly deranged, how should we transition from hating to supporting her without risking our jobs? Shen Yan, don't question my fervent pursuit of popularity. My ascension to international fame is simply a matter of fate. A liberated heroine versus a hapless male lead. Since you were so obstinate, send her over. It was a cold, unfeeling voice. Sir, Miss Shen is still unwell. This is her choice. The voice grew colder. Was the torment of illness returning? Shen Yan self-deprecatingly mused. The fact that these mad scientists haven't discarded this broken body signifies that it still holds some worth. As her breathing eased, Shen Yan abruptly opened her eyes. This wasn't the sterile, frigid laboratory. Where was she? Had those lunatics changed their approach to studying her? In this ordinary room, there were curtains, a proper door, and a wardrobe, with the walls adorned with posters and various memorabilia of a man. Shen Yan felt a bit dazed, then smirked mockingly. Are they testing my reaction? She noticed her body felt lighter than before, much less burdened. Had her brief outburst somehow facilitated her healing? Shen Yan surveyed the room with suspicion, relieved to find no surveillance cameras. Knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door startled her. Shen Yan, are you awake? The impatient voice came from outside. If you're awake, hurry up. The penalty for breach of contract is steep. Regardless of how much you've been blackened, you must complete these episodes. Penalty? Show. Shen Yan approached the vanity, staring at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face in the mirror. This was undoubtedly her face, yet it radiated a health and vitality that seemed impossible. In her later days, she had been plagued by numerous ailments, her demeanor shadowed by a pallor that spoke of suffering. Like a ghost, the vibrant visage before her resembled her earlier self. Could it be? Suddenly, her mind was flooded with memories that did not belong to her. She had transmigrated into the story. She became a foolish supporting character in The Best Actress, sharing her name. She recalled a particularly malevolent researcher who had mocked her with a foolish character's antics. Little did she know, she would find herself in this predicament after her demise. The protagonist of The Best Actress was a global darling, surrounded by mindless fans. Though her family background was mediocre, her life unfolded as if enchanted. She excelled academically and possessed a fortuitous charm that attracted benefactors. The male lead, a scion of wealth in the city, was both handsome and talented, yet chose to endure the trials of the entertainment industry for the sake of the female lead. Even the original character, whom she now inhabited, consistently acted foolishly in service of the main couple. For instance, she was willing to languish in prison for the female lead, who later caused a fatal accident, even sacrificing herself for their love. Upon reaching this point in the story, Shen Yan had yearned to slay the original author. The original character forsook a promising future for the male lead, verbally assaulting her betrothed. After marriage, she remained fixated on the male lead, ultimately becoming the female lead scapegoat. Meanwhile, the female lead, devoid of remorse, blissfully ascended to the pinnacle of success alongside the male lead, becoming a celebrated tale. Shen Yan curled her cold lips into a smirk. Since it was now her turn, the plot would no longer unfold as scripted. Shen Yan, Shen Yan. As the door opened, the voice outside abruptly halted. Her manager, Zhang Lu, upon seeing Shen Yan, wore a displeased expression, scrutinizing her with disdain. Hurry up and get ready. Wear this outfit. Zhang Lu thrust a bag into Shen Yan's hands and turned to wait in the living room. Shen Yan cast a cool glance at Zhang Lu. She had been unceremoniously assigned to Zhang Lu, whose reputation within the company was abysmal. Her treatment of artists was notoriously poor, coupled with a twisted sense of control. The original character had been mercilessly vilified from the outset, and Zhang Lu bore a significant portion of the blame. Upon opening the bag, Shen Yan discovered an excessively revealing purple dress. The variety show she was participating in focused on wilderness survival. Not a beauty pageant, this dress was undoubtedly a ploy to draw attention, revealing Zhang Lu's true intentions to tarnish the original character's reputation. The original character's makeup was consistently outlandish, paired with bizarre outfits, rendering her distinctly unconventional. No wonder she made headlines for all the wrong reasons. The original character was indeed peculiar, dutifully complying with Zhang Lu, only to fall gravely ill during the first episode of Wilderness Survival, subsequently returning to her fiancé to unleash a torrent of violence and insults. Had she been in the fiancé's position, Shen Yan would have long since lost patience and retaliated, rather than kindly escorting her back. The only redeeming quality Shen Yan saw in the original character was that she never revealed her true background to the end. No one knew her origins. Such self-destructive behavior was tragic. No matter how powerful her family was, they could not withstand her recklessness. Shen Yan gazed at her slightly sickly yet beautiful reflection in the mirror, curling her lips into a smile that was both captivating and chilling. The previously delicate visage transformed into one of cold elegance. It was a swift transition between the innocent flower and the dark lotus. "Why aren't you wearing that dress?" Zhang Lu sprang to her feet, glaring at Shen Yan's casual yet sharp attire with discontent. Shen Yan tossed the bag back to her. "The quality was too poor. I accidentally tore it." Zhang Lu quickly inspected the contents, her expression darkening instantly. The dress had split down the seam, clearly not an accident but a deliberate act of sabotage. Fortunately, the dress wasn't particularly expensive. Upon seeing Shen Yan's natural beauty, Zhang Lu's controlling tendencies surged anew. "Why haven't you applied the makeup I designed for you? I told you, your features are too plain, not what the audience desires. You must wear makeup to highlight your charm. If you want to succeed, you must follow my directives." Shen Yan brushed her voluminous curls aside, retorting mockingly, "If being infamous is still fame, then you've succeeded." Zhang Lu stared at Shen Yan in disbelief, her anger flaring. "What's with your attitude? Do you still want to remain in the entertainment industry?" She was genuinely contemplating quitting. Popularity system activated, detecting that the host's soul suffers from multiple ailments. To achieve complete healing, it is imperative to ascend in popularity. Shen Yan? What nonsense is this? Host, reiterating, this rebirth requires maintaining peak popularity as a form of exchange. Your life is at stake. Shen Yan thought, what if I don't? Without the support of popularity, your soul will return to its original state. Shen Yan's expression darkened instantly. Her body had completely perished, likely discarded in the primitive forest beyond the base. Was she destined to return as a wandering spirit? No, she would not become a wandering spirit. Isn't popularity what she earns? Negative popularity is still popularity, right? Given my current standing, isn't it sufficient to cure one of the soul's dire afflictions? Please do not exploit loopholes, as there will be punitive measures for increasing afflictions. Popularity must be genuine. Toxic popularity will only yield adverse effects. Within a month, lacking the support of substantial popularity, one of the soul's afflictions will transfer to the physical body. Please take heed. This is a robot customer service explanation with no after-sales support. Shen Yan. Shen Yan's residence was over 30 kilometers from her current live streaming location. In the car, Zhang Lu was impatiently on the phone. On the other end, Shen Yan was uncooperative, and the company was berating Zhang Lu for Shen Yan's negative publicity. Zhang Lu responded with a subdued tone, hanging up to glare at Shen Yan, who was engrossed in her phone. What's the use of looking? The haters will still hate. Shen Yan ignored her. Her personal Weibo had been overrun. The influx of haters had caused her phone screen to freeze. Her Weibo homepage was flooded with the hashtag Shen Yan get out of the entertainment industry. Her profile was filled with mindless vitriol from the haters. The original host had made a spectacular blunder during the first live broadcast, inherently attracting negativity. For a time, she had been a black red figure, and the production team had invited a new rising star to bring along a controversial celebrity. Thus, the original host, a newcomer with less than a year in the industry, was included. The director's intention was clear. No conflict, no discourse. They had grasped the new flow of traffic. As expected, once the original host appeared on the show, a surge of haters flooded the live stream, generating a wave of new traffic. The trending topic of disparaging the original host lingered for 2 days. Shen Yan apathetically scrolled through the insults. She understood that with her current status, the company would not lift a finger to clean up this mess. The company was only concerned with the profits generated by their stars, utterly disregarding the stars themselves. In truth, Shen Yan could not comprehend why the original host concealed her family background. Merely flaunting her fiancé, with whom she was to register her marriage in a few months, would cause even the big shots of the entertainment industry to lower their voices, let alone a modest entertainment company. Look at how the haters had vilified her. Accusations of relying on wealthy benefactors, possessing a princess syndrome without the life of a princess, and being a green tea both pretentious and repulsive. During the first episode, she frequently sought the male lead's attention, drawing ire from his fans for being overly clingy. Various green tea tactics were employed against the female lead, propelling her onto the black trending list. Shen Yan had not forgotten the warning from the popularity system. She scrolled again and found no fans speaking up for her. The number of followers on Weibo was filled with purchased bots. Not a single genuine fan existed. This was the original host's failure as a person. She thought to herself that no matter how much she was criticized, surely there must be one or two fans supporting her. Daily check-in to see when Shen Yan will exit the entertainment industry. The second episode lacked any green tea flavor, the entire time watching my male and female gods basking in pink bubbles, curing my entire existence. Though it isn't a romance variety, it's sweeter than one I adore wilderness romance. Without the green tea pretense, the fake princess enjoyed a few days of leisure, and her entire life became clear. Another day of not having to work. Since the emergence of the original host, the haters had begun to view disparaging her as working. Shen Yan was certain that the original host had truly failed, lacking even a single fan, and decisively turned off her phone. Zhang Lu, observing, rolled her eyes in exasperation. The new assistant is ready for you. She's waiting over there and has already spoken with Director Li. Don't create any more trouble. The explanation everyone has been given is that you're seriously ill, so when you face the camera, act a bit more presentable. When she first entered the entertainment industry, Zhang Lu had secured her a role as the third female lead in a web drama, only to discover that Shen Yan's acting skills were disastrous. Fortunately, the web drama did not demand high standards. Being silly and sweet was all that was required. Yet, upon its release, Shen Yan was mercilessly torn apart by the haters. This time, the backlash was even more severe due to the current variety show. At noon, Shen Yan arrived at the makeshift resting area set up by the production team, which was separated by a river with an uninhabited island in the center. The guests invited by the production team were recording their show on the island. As soon as Shen Yan stepped out of the car, she spotted a round-faced girl with a dodging gaze. Shen Yan. The round-faced girl called out, only to see Zhang Lu getting out of the car behind her. Sister Lu. Zhang Lu pointed at Shen Yan. She's in your care now. This is Xiao Zhao. With that, she got back into the car and left. No further instructions were given. Xiao Zhao smiled awkwardly. Director Li has instructed that as soon as you arrive, we should take a boat to the island. All right, lead the way. Shen Yan had nothing to prepare since it was a wilderness survival live broadcast. Guests were not allowed to bring their own survival tools. Xiao Zhao observed Shen Yan walking ahead, feeling a bit puzzled. Wasn't Shen Yan supposed to be difficult to manage? She had watched the previous live broadcasts and had a poor impression of Shen Yan, but for the sake of survival, Xiao Zhao endured it. Once on the ferry, Xiao Zhao covertly glanced at Shen Yan again. Instantly, her eyes widened. She hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, Xiao Zhao doubted whether the person she saw during the live broadcast was indeed the same individual. Is she really Shen Yan? Xiao Zhao discovered that Shen Yan, standing at the front of the boat, appeared exceptionally tall and elegant in profile. The shimmering water reflected light on her exquisite face, resembling diamonds scattered, devoid of any overly dramatic makeup, pure and refined like a solitary plum blossom, its cold beauty accentuated by an air of pride. Noticing Xiao Zhao's gaze, Shen Yan turned her head slightly, her own dark eyes, equally cool, locking onto Xiao Zhao's. Startled, Xiao Zhao quickly averted her gaze. For some reason, her face flushed momentarily. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Shen Yan was actually barefaced today, even more beautiful than Chu Jing. Xiao Zhao acknowledged that she had been rather vocal about criticizing Shen Yan's appearance online. The production team had set up a makeshift dock on the island, and after a 10-minute boat ride, they arrived at the shore. A camera was positioned at the dock, and as the boat approached, entered the filming area immediately. The assistant director in charge of filming the water segment, upon seeing the ethereal beauty emerging from a mist, was momentarily speechless before nudging a nearby crew member. "Who is that?" The crew member stood on tiptoe to look ahead, shaking his head. "I don't know. Maybe a new guest the production team invited to fill a gap? A new guest? How could I not know?" The assistant director shot a glare at the crew member. Director Lee said Shen Yan would be back today. Crew member: "Could it be Shen Yan?" Assistant director: "Am I blind or forgetful? How could he not know what Shen Yan looked like?" As the boat docked, Shen Yan's true visage was revealed to the camera. Viewers browsing the live stream were suddenly captivated by the unexpected sight of the bare-faced beauty, flooding the screen with comments. "Wow, which newcomer is this? She's stunning. I feel rejuvenated. Is this the mysterious guest designed by the production team? Could she be here to replace the green tea fake princess?" Brothers and sisters, our extra treat has arrived. I'm in love for the next live episode. We'll be rooting for this beauty. With such a presence, even as an act, I'm willing to wholeheartedly adore her. Shen Yan met the bewildered gaze of the assistant director and suddenly smiled softly at the camera. The live stream chat erupted with comments like "I'm dying," and a bow tie smile steals my heart. The assistant director felt as if he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. "Director G, I apologize, but I have to trouble everyone once more." As Shen Yan spoke, the assistant director recognized the voice, feeling an odd familiarity. It was the crew member who reacted first, eyes wide with astonishment. "You are Shen Yan." Director G, sitting in a chair, nearly jumped up in shock. "What? You are Shen Yan? Had Shen Yan undergone plastic surgery?" Shen Yan smiled faintly. "I am Shen Yan." BL. Chapter 003. The impact of beauty. The barrage of comments grew increasingly dense as the haters began to flood in. Of course, Shen Yan could not see the insults directed at her on the screen. Instead, she offered a friendly smile to Director G. It took a while for Director G and the staff to regain their composure, and they hurriedly contacted Director Lee to explain the situation. Soon, a dedicated staff member arrived. His expression far from pleasant. He scanned the area several times, but could not find the infamous Shen Yan. He blinked in confusion, wondering if Director G was playing a prank on him. "Director G, didn't you say Shen Yan was coming?" "Director Lee sent me to fetch her." "Where is she?" Director G could only gesture helplessly, indicating for the staff to look for Shen Yan. Upon seeing her face, the staff member's pupils widened in surprise. Whose artist is this? With such beauty, even as a mere decoration, she would certainly attract fans. "Hello, I've recovered and am ready to continue filming." Shen Yan stepped forward and informed the staff member. The staff member stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Shen Yan, how have you transformed?" Shen Yan, despite the repeated questioning of her identity, maintained her good temper, replying, "I have always looked like this." The contrast to Shen Yan's previous heavily made-up appearance left everyone speechless. Why would you choose to disguise yourself in such an unflattering manner? As the staff led Shen Yan away, Director G quickly reacted, adjusting the camera to follow them. Once the long shot concluded, the camera transitioned smoothly into Shen Yan's dedicated live broadcast room. Everyone had assumed that Shen Yan would not appear in this episode, so her dedicated live room had been stagnant, with only a couple of lurking haters present. The moment Shen Yan's live room came to life, the few black fans instantly became agitated. "What? She's here. I thought the green tea princess wouldn't show up. Her audacity exceeds my expectations. Hey, everyone, let's get moving. Ha ha, more work for us." Is the green tea princess wearing 10-centimeter heels and a revealing dress again? As the screen displayed her exquisitely beautiful face, the barrage of comments suddenly fell silent, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. "Who is this divine goddess?" "I apologize, fairy, I wasn't insulting you. I was merely criticizing myself." "Wait a minute, isn't this the live room of the faux princess?" The haters began to exit, replaying the scene over and over, confirming that it was indeed Shen Yan's dedicated live room. They scrutinized her face again and again. No matter how many times they looked, it remained that elegant and extraordinary visage. The haters finally realized, this is the unadorned Shen Yan. They immediately erupted into a new wave of insults, even more fervent than before. "Director Lee, look at Shen Yan's live room. Our viewership has skyrocketed." Someone presented the live situation to Director Lee. Upon seeing the numbers, Director Lee's face broke into a radiant smile. "The tide has turned. Viewership is stable. The program is set to make another splash on trending topics. Send Shen Yan survival tools. No need for her to greet us. Just deliver them directly. Directorly instructed, eager not to miss a moment of the rising heat. Meanwhile, Shen Yan, who was just about to greet directorly, received her allocated survival tools and was escorted away. This Wilderness Live broadcast had invited 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women, paired for survival challenges. Without Shen Yan, 1 male guest had been completing the task solo. The male lead, Mu Jincheng, and the female lead, Chu Jing, were naturally paired together. Wen Yan, who had partnered with Shen Yan in the previous episode, was a singer who had gained some recognition after starring in a film last year. Zhou Jingming, who rose to fame through the program Dancing Storm, was also well known. Paired with the actress Lu Chang, Su Zixin, a trainee who had debuted, was the only one with a partially public background, being the son of a wealthy family from Certain Province. He chose to pursue a career in entertainment instead of following in his family's footsteps. His partner, Qin Dinghua, was adventurous and had joined the survival show for thrills. In fact, the experience of survival was not as engaging as she had hoped. She had even considered quitting at one point. Were it not for the binding contract, she might have left long ago. Shen Yan's arrival not only ignited a commotion among the haters in the live room, but also left the participants on the deserted island bewildered. Lu Chang blinked, wondering if a new guest had arrived. Should we go and welcome her? It was the same pairing as the first episode, with Zhou Jingming still teamed with Lu Chang. Zhou Jingming was busy trying to start a fire with sticks, and their day's rations consisted of a small fish and a few wild fruits, all deemed edible by the production team. They had also gathered some wild vegetables, though their knowledge of such food was limited due to their non-rural backgrounds. Hearing Lu Chang's comment, he looked up and saw a graceful girl in casual attire approaching from a distance. Judging solely by her aura, she certainly appeared to be a beauty. However, Zhou Jingming quickly returned to his task, saying, "I'll finish cooking dinner before going over." "Wow, the new female guest is really pretty," Lu Chang exclaimed. "Chang, wipe your eyes. That's the green tea princess. Don't be deceived by her facade. Just returned from next door, and I can confirm she is a faux princess. Only you, Chang, with your beauty and kind heart, would be so blind as to praise her." Shen Yan approached Wen Yan, who was diligently drilling wood. She held a tent and a small shovel, announcing, "I've returned. Please take care of me." She glanced at the wild vegetables he had gathered, which were uneven, and the 2 small fish he had caught. Wen Yan's eyes widened. "You are Shen Yan." The momentary hope he had for a new partner quickly faded as his expression turned sour, instinctively retreating while shielding the hard-earned food with both hands. "Ha ha ha, you're so adorable, Wen Yan." The barrage of comments exploded in anger. Why should the faux princess enjoy Wen Yan's hard-earned food? Does she know how much effort he put into finding this? Why does she choose to come at this moment? Is it deliberate? No matter how beautiful she is, she's still a green tea princess. How dare she touch my Wen Yan's food? Faux princess, have some dignity. That is Wen Yan's dinner. Poor Wen Yan. Shen Yan had grown numb to this reaction. "I'm here to join your team, not to steal your food, so please don't look at me like that." The audience seemed to hear her unspoken words. "I am here to join this family, not to tear it apart." Chapter 004. It's always her fault. I don't have a partner. This was decided from start. Wen Yan was adamant about not wanting to team up with Shen Yan. She tossed the small shovel to the ground and sat on its handle. "I don't wish to partner with anyone either, but the production team has rules." Shen Yan felt the production team was utterly unprofessional, relying solely on top stars and haters to boost ratings. Despite this, the wilderness survival show had failed to gain traction, especially when compared to the neighboring romance variety show, which was leagues ahead. How could a survival show be conducted so lazily? It felt more like children playing house, devoid of any real substance. No wonder the adventure-seeking Qin Dinghua contemplated quitting. Throughout the day, these pampered stars merely splashed in the water to catch fish and shrimp, picked a few wild fruits or vegetables, and attempted to create a romantic atmosphere like the neighboring love show, resulting in a complete mess. Were it not for the participation of these top stars, the show would have long been canceled. While the wilderness aspect was executed well, the survival element fell woefully short. In front of the camera, they feigned composure, while behind it, they indulged in food and drink, utterly performing. Shen Yan contemplated whether to offer the director a suggestion when she noticed Wen Yan opposite her, his face flushed and unable to spark a flame. Shen Yan felt a tinge of disdain. He lacked any semblance of masculinity, being utterly weak and ineffectual. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that this man had even applied makeup, causing her lips to twitch in silent dismay. He was already devoid of virility, and yet he adorned himself with cosmetics. Wasn't that rather effeminate? Enough with the green tea princess act. Stop gazing at my Wenyan. It's nauseating. I bet the faux princess has developed feelings for Wenyan. What right does that self-deluded green tea girl have to fancy Wenyan? She isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. That green tea imposter should exit the entertainment industry. We don't need her disgusting presence. Do not think that a barefaced makeup can erase her previous antics. Oh no, my Wenyan has been sullied by that green tea princess. How repulsive. Shen Yan could no longer tolerate it and abruptly approached Wenyan. He was sweating profusely from his attempts at starting a fire, but had yet to succeed. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing the production team would ensure they wouldn't go hungry. Thus, he merely played along, not taking it seriously. Aside from Qin Dinghua, who initially thought it would be an adventure, the others had joined with a carefree attitude. They couldn't possibly be expected to survive like savages, could they? Such a scenario would hardly make for engaging viewing. Shen Yan placed her hand on his shoulder, intending to push him back. However, the moment she touched him, Wenyan leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." His voice was loud and laced with disgust. He stumbled backward, landing painfully on the ground, gasping as the sharp stones pricked at him, leaving his face pale. "What are you doing, fake princess? Let go of my Yen." That is so disgusting. The faux princess is openly pushing Wenyan. This is utterly unfair. Does the production team not intervene? What a terrible show. If it weren't for my Wenyan, I would have left long ago. How could they allow such a person in? I feel sick just thinking about it. Shen Yan was taken aback by how fragile Wenyan, a man, appeared. She had merely given him a gentle push. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so delicate," she thought, slightly exasperated. Wenyan gritted his teeth, determined to prove he was no weakling. He forced a smile, saying, "I might have overreacted. It's not your fault." "Wah, my dear Yin is simply too kind. Even when that green tea girl pushes him, he still takes the blame. In my opinion, the production team should kick the faux princess out." Seeing a hint of masculinity in him, Shen Yan took his place and picked up a wooden stick. Then, her hands began to move rapidly. The audience was left in awe as they struggled to follow her swift actions. Within mere seconds, a fire ignited. Wenyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the same person who had been unable to move a few twigs in the last episode? Shen Yan noticed the makeshift structure he had created was crooked and, unable to bear it, she deftly tied a sturdy knot, placing the pot provided by the production team atop it. Her movements were fluid and astonishing. All of this was merely to salvage some dignity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. What do they expect? Did they want her to cook and feed him? After completing these tasks, Shen Yan sought out a suitable spot to pitch her tent, realizing the fish they hadn't cooked yet. Yan hurriedly placed them in the frying pan. What is up with the green tea princess? She's so peculiar. Those last few moves looked remarkably convincing. Perhaps she practiced hundreds of times beforehand. She's just a green tea girl trying to deceive us with such inferior tricks. She should give up that hope. Shen Yan caught a whiff of something burning and shook her head, continuing her search for a safer place to set up camp. The previous occupant had fallen ill after a cold night due to a poorly pitched tent, and a staff member had been bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it wasn't a venomous one. They had received timely medical attention, and now they were back to work for this episode. Shen Yan finally discovered a relatively safe spot and was about to set down her tent when a figure approached her. "Jin Shun and I just agreed to settle here. Could you possibly let us have this spot?" A gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Shen Yan looked up to meet the innocent and gentle gaze of the female lead, Chu Jinghe. At that moment, Shen Yan realized that the portrayal of the female lead in books often depicted a being of extraordinary beauty, capable of inciting madness in those around her. Clad in a ginger-colored long shirt, black trousers, and soft-soled hiking boots, Chu Jinghe appeared appropriately attired for survival, leaving no room for critique. Her flowing hair framed her face, and her lightly made-up brows accentuated her soft, glistening eyes, radiating warmth that instantly endeared her to others. The original author had crafted a captivating image of the female lead. "Oh my, Jinghe is simply too gentle. As a woman, I am utterly enchanted." "Jinghe, ignore that green tea princess. She's deliberately trying to ingratiate herself. How shameless. I'll repeat it 100 times. The faux princess should leave the entertainment industry. I genuinely want to see the faux princess meet her downfall." How did that venomous snake not bite her, but instead struck a staff member nearby? Heaven is certainly blind. This spot was clearly claimed by Jinghe and her group first. How shameless of Shen Yan to come and try to take it from them. Just the sight of that green tea girl irritates me. Shen Yan recognized that this location belonged to the male and female leads, and, without a second thought, turned to leave. The original character had faced dire consequences due to the female lead, and this left Shen Yan feeling quite resentful. Though the original character had brought this upon herself, now that she had assumed that role, it represented her own identity. Chu Jinghe was left speechless, watching Shen Yan's retreating figure, while Mu Jincheng, who had been gathering stakes for the tent, returned just in time to witness Shen Yan leaving. He furrowed his brow in concern. What happened? Chu Jinghe shook her head, feeling slightly regretful. I might have inadvertently said something wrong. The new guest didn't seem want to talk to me. She assumed the newcomer might simply be shy. Mu Jincheng dismissed her worries, continuing to pull the ropes for the tent. Chu Jinghe quickly chimed in. Jincheng, let me help you with that. He smiled in response. All right. Hey, that's not the new guest. She asked the green tea girl, trying to ruin your relationship. ISNT Mu Jincheng, just too handsome? He and Jinghe are the perfect match. For those who recognize Chu Jinghe, I still need to remind you that this isn't a dating show. It's a survival challenge. Don't force the CP. I ship the Jincheng and Jinghe pairing. I just love it. Who cares if it's a survival show? Did you not see the pink bubbles surrounding them when they shared a glance? It's sweeter than the couples on dating shows. The barrage of comments flew by, unnoticed by those participating in the show. Shen Yan found a spot to pitch her tent. Unlike in the last episode, where she had gone to Mu Jincheng to feign helplessness and insisted he help her, the audience was genuinely surprised. Did the green tea princess change her tactics? Upon setting up the tent, Shen Yan realized she was missing a stake and sought a knife from the production team. She walked into the nearby woods. Just as Mu Jincheng was coming from the other side, carrying the stakes he hadn't yet finished gathering. Coincidentally, Shen Yan approached the very spot where he had temporarily stored them. I knew the green tea princess was up to no good. She was just waiting here. Here she comes again, trying to annoy Mu Jincheng. How shameless can she be, attempting to take the stakes he worked hard to gather? It's infuriating. Why was she even invited to participate in this show? Just when I thought I could view her differently, her true nature shines through. She is clearly seeking opportunities to be alone with Mu Jincheng, taking shamelessness to new heights. The mindless fans didn't care whether Shen Yan actually took anything. Simply walking past was enough for them to blame her. Mu Jincheng, sensing her intentions, was ready to confront Shen Yan. In any case, Shen Yan would be criticized no matter her actions. Chapter 005. An awkward encounter, seeing Shen Yan reach for the stakes he had set aside. Mu Jincheng's brow furrowed in an instant. The atmosphere was fraught with discontent. That is my cut log. If you want it, please chop it yourself. With these words, Shen Yan took a knife and struck a medium-sized branch twice. Hearing Mu Jincheng's comment, she looked up in confusion. A sense of unprecedented embarrassment washed over Mu Jincheng's face. I know it's yours, Shen Yan remarked, continuing with her task. This patch of mixed trees was the only one abundant enough for her to use. She had not felled any pine trees, only the miscellaneous ones for her makeshift stakes. Mu Jincheng felt increasingly awkward, his expression darkening. He suspected Shen Yan was being deliberately provocative. In such a vast area, why had she chosen this particular spot? It was then that Mu Jincheng noticed the new female guest was remarkably beautiful, possessing a breathtaking allure. He wondered from which agency she had recently signed. Her immediate entrance into the program was understandable given her striking appearance. Yet, Mu Jincheng's mind was clouded with suspicion. It was not uncommon in the entertainment industry for attractive female artists to receive preferential treatment without merit. In his heart, only Chu Jing, whom he had always protected, remained pure among the beautiful women of the industry. With a solemn demeanor, Mu Jincheng lifted the log and departed. That pretentious princess is clearly acting deliberately. How dare she treat Brother Mu like this? Her previous feigned actions were intended to mislead Brother Mu and draw closer to him. It's disgusting. She should be removed from his program. She tarnishes my Brother Mu's reputation. In such a large area, why did she have to choose the spot Brother Mu was working in? Shen Yan's actions are becoming increasingly detestable. Negative comments began to flood in from the online critics. Yet, some rational fans defended Shen Yan. Why do I feel Shen Yan's actions are justified? That patch of small trees was the most abundant, and both Zhou Jingming and Su Zixin were also there chopping their steaks. Did they intend to ride on Mu Jinsheng's popularity as well? Furthermore, I noticed Shen Yan was only cutting mixed trees, while Mu Jinsheng was felling small pines. To the naysayer, is a vile green tea princess worth your defense? The audience's eyes are discerning. Your attempts to absolve her are futile. She must have brought in outside help for her defense. The supporter of Shen Yan quietly retreated. Regardless of the criticisms, Shen Yan completed her steaks and returned to set up her tent. The online critics eagerly anticipated her seeking out the male stars for attention. In the previous episode, she had flirted with either Mu Jinsheng or Zhou Jingming. Su Zixin, being a semi-public wealthy heir, would certainly not lend a hand to a female star. The original character still possessed some self-awareness, realizing she could not rely on Mu Jinsheng for assistance, and thus turned her attention to Zhou Jingming. Since an earlier incident had soured Zhou Jingming's feelings toward Shen Yan, he now regarded her with indifference. "What are you doing?" he asked, noticing her discarding half-cooked fish and wild vegetables. Curiously, he observed her rubbing grass leaves in her palm and asked a question he soon regretted. He should have distanced himself from her rather than approach. However, as her partner, they were required to work together. Shen Yan succinctly replied, placing the prepared herbs aside before shaking out the tent, securing the ropes, inserting the stakes, and arranging basic living items with an impressive efficiency that surpassed even seasoned campers. This left Wen Yin astonished. Was this truly the same delicate Shen Yan from before? He began to suspect she had fabricated her identity. "Have you practiced at home?" "No," Shen Yan responded, noticing him still lingering nearby. "What about you?" She was unaccustomed to someone lying close to her, but the program's rules dictated they must be partners. Wen Yin pointed at a large bundle. "I'll set up over there. There's too many bugs and ants that way," Shen Yan remarked, aware of Wen Yan's ineptitude. She effortlessly lifted the not-so-light tent and carried it over with surprising strength. Maintaining a distance, she proceeded to set it up for him, completing the task in just a few swift motions. Is Shen Yan unhinged? I don't want to be near her. Unable to ride on Mu Jinsheng's coattails, is she now attempting to latch onto Wen Yan? How dare she covet my Wen Yan? May that green tea princess be bitten by a snake or crawled over by a centipede tonight. Are the fans becoming excessively aggressive? Did Shen Yan do anything wrong by helping Wen Yan? I personally enjoy camping, and from a professional perspective, her actions were quite skilled. Even men might struggle to set up a tent at her pace. What is wrong with setting up a tent? It's not as if it's something everyone knows how to do. Please, those seeking to defend her only tarnish her image further. Wen Yan regarded Shen Yan with a wary expression. Her sudden change in demeanor raised his suspicions. He was not inclined to believe anyone could transform so drastically. Shen Yan, however, paid no heed to his thoughts and crawled into the tent to rest, feeling fatigued after her exertions since waking. The critics in Shen Yan's live stream could no longer see her and began to accuse her of pretending to be absent or cowardly. In a high-rise apartment in the city, a handsome but cold man faced the live stream camera, his gaze deep and contemplative. His long fingers rested lightly on the desk, pressing a steel pen. The reflection of the silver band on the black pen cap glinted off his elegant fingers, creating an illusion that they resembled exquisite jade rather than human hands. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression, yet the half-visible revealed sharp features, tinged with fatigue. Two figures appeared at the door. One wore a white coat, while the other appeared somewhat older. "Sir, Dr. Fei has arrived." "Mr. Qi, your condition is quite concerning. It is advisable to cease your current work and seek treatment," the older man's voice followed, urging Qi Si to prioritize his health. Qi Si turned off the live stream and stood, striding past the two men toward the living room. "Handle matters with the production team," he instructed, settling into the sofa. The middle-aged man glanced at Qi Si in surprise, but chose not to inquire further. He understood that Qi Si still cared deeply for Miss Shan, otherwise he would not have allowed his old injuries to resurface while attempting to manage things for her. The program in which she participated was also an investment of theirs, aimed at keeping a closer watch on its developments. Previously, he had refrained from involvement to compel Miss Shun to return, yet this had only exacerbated her health issues. Perhaps urgency had prompted him to alter his approach. The middle-aged man recognized that Qi Si's strong sense of responsibility compelled him to comply with his family's wishes, bringing Miss Shun closer to adapt to life together. They awaited the day when she would turn 20 and they could legally wed. Unfortunately, Miss Shun harbored feelings for another man, choosing instead to pursue a career as a controversial minor star in the entertainment industry. Chapter 006. Has Shen Yan again become a trending topic for criticism? In the dead of night, the stillness of the live stream was occasionally interrupted by a few scattered comments from night owls. While the production team engaged in frivolities elsewhere, the reality of camping under the stars was being sincerely experienced. Regardless of their status, every participant was required to retire to their tents at night. Among the various live streams, Shen Yan's was the quietest. Few critics were inclined to stay up late, and her true fans had yet to appear. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the live stream, causing everyone to jump. The commotion quickly attracted the staff, rushing toward the source of the scream, which seemed to emanate from Lu Chang's direction. What happened? What happened? I heard Chang's voice. Is there an emergency? What on earth is going on? This is so stressful. Wan Yin, next to Shen Yan, also scrambled out of his tent, searching for the source of the disturbance. It appeared something was amiss near Lu Chang's area. Just as Shen Yan emerged, another scream echoed nearby, this time from Chu Jing, indicating a situation was unfolding there as well. The staff hurried over once more, inquiring about the trouble. As the camera shifted, it revealed Chu Jing hanging onto Mu Jinsheng, creating a scene of chaos. Mu Jinsheng held Chu Jinghe tightly. A look of concern etched on his face, as if afraid she might fall. His heart raced with excitement when his beloved rushed towards him. There's a centipede. It crawled past my feet. Chu Jinghe's voice trembled, her body shaking against Mu Jinsheng, clearly terrified. The mention of the centipede sent a wave of alarm through the staff. These two were top-tier celebrities invited by the production team, and any mishap would be disastrous. The bright lights illuminated the once quiet forest, turning it into a flurry of activity. Where's the centipede? Qin Dingyue's excited voice cut through the chaos, drawing the ire of Lu Chang. Lu Chang was nearly paralyzed with fear, while Qin Dingyue reveled in the misfortune. Can you be quiet? Just thinking about the centipede crawling over my hand gives me chills, Lu Chang thought, wishing she could sever the hand that had been touched. It was disgusting. If not for the cameras, she would have cried on the spot. The thought of being bitten by a centipede filled her with dread. She regretted participating in this absurd survival show. With a grim expression, Mu Jinsheng instructed the staff, "We can't sleep in the tent anymore. It's too dangerous." However, the staff hesitated. "I'll contact Director Li first. We didn't encounter anything like this in the previous episode. The appearance of such a poisonous creature nearby was no joke." So they quickly reached out to Director Li, who was sound asleep. Upon hearing there was a problem, he rushed to wakefulness. "Jinsheng, let me down." Chu Jinghe finally realized she had been in Mu Jinsheng's princess carry, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly. Reluctantly, he set her down. "Can you stand?" "Yes," she replied, lowering her gaze. The bright lights caught her blushing face, which Mu Jinsheng found mesmerizing, captivated by her beauty. Chu Jinghe bit her lip, aware that Mu Jinsheng was watching her intently. Though her heart was devoid of bashful delight, she relished the sensation of being pursued by his gaze. Being fed a bowl of dog food at night is overwhelming. I told you, the Jinchanging couple is real. Everyone, hold your horses. The production team is negligent for placing us in such a dangerous location. Aren't they afraid of casualties? Exactly. I suspect they intentionally released poisonous insects for publicity. The production team is irresponsible. Why is the fake princess unharmed? Yet, my Jinghe suffers. It's so unfair. Upon hearing of the centipede's presence, Director Li's expression darkened. If anything happened to them, the production team would be in serious trouble. He ordered everyone to vacate the area and find a safe place for the night. However, Qin Dingyue found the thrill exhilarating and refused to leave. "Director, I'm fine here. You don't need to worry about me." Among all the guests, only Qin Dingyue was genuinely engaged in the survival show, as she had been in the last episode. Director Li attempted to persuade her, but she stubbornly returned to the tent. Shen Yan merely glanced at her and followed suit. "I can't sleep here. It's too terrifying." Lu Chang was the first to head toward the safe area. Zhou Jingming contemplated for a moment, but also chose to leave. Wen Yin, noticing Shen Yan retreating, swallowed hard and called out from outside the tent. "Aren't you leaving? It's quite safe here. I've sprinkled herbs around the tent to deter snakes and insects. No need to worry." Wen Yin stammered. "Is that really reliable?" Shen Yan remained silent, seeing that both Mu Jinsheng and Zhou Jingming had left together. He felt it wouldn't be shameful to follow. He decisively ran after them. "Wait for me." Shen Yan turned over and continued resting. Su Zixin walked a few steps outside, but eventually returned to the tent. Director Li swallowed his words, choosing not to argue. What is the fake princess trying to prove? Clearly terrified, yet putting on a brave front. Just wait. She'll sneak away eventually. I'm determined to stay up all night to see her make a fool of herself. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in Shen Yan's live stream. The departing guests shut down their streams, while fans from various groups and Shen Yan's detractors flooded into her room. The barrage of comments grew denser. Fans and detractors engaged in a surreal conversation across the comment section. Ultimately, Shen Yan managed to stay awake until dawn. Fans and critics alike were left with panda eyes. Returning to their daily routines, some go to work, others to school, and some calling in sick. After a night of adjustment, the fright from the previous evening was merely a minor hiccup. However, Director G approached Director Li with astonishing overnight statistics. Old Li, our data skyrocketed to an unbelievable level last night. Director Li's eyes lit up. Is it because of Chu Jinghe trending over the centipede incident? Director G's expression turned peculiar. No, it's Shen Yan. What? Director Li quickly checked his phone, and his eyes widened at the trending topic, fake princess live stream magic event. Shen Yan had become a trending topic again? Well, not exactly in a negative light, but with a hint of controversy. As Director Li pieced together the story, a broad smile spread across his face. Previously, he had always been overshadowed by Director Du, who produced dating shows. It turned out that bringing the controversial Shen Yan onto the team was a wise decision. Just thinking of Director Du's dark expression made him want to laugh out loud. When Shen Yan emerged to pack up the tent the next morning, she sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Attempting to check her phone, she remembered that in pursuit of an authentic survival experience, the production team had only provided a single-button phone for emergency contact, devoid of internet access. The guests returned from their respective areas, and when Qin Dingwei saw Shen Yan alone in her spot after a night of solitude, she felt a newfound respect for the newcomer. Hello, I'm Qin Dingwei. With a bright smile, she approached. Shen Yan touched her face, realizing her makeup hadn't transformed her into a ghost. So why couldn't they recognize her? I'm Shen Yan. Oh, Shen Yan, hello. Qin Dingyue's smile faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief. You're Shen Yan. The approaching guests looked up in surprise, their expressions a mix of astonishment. The scene was somewhat comical. Chapter 007. You're too delusional. Gazing at Shen Yan's flawless visage, Chu Jinghe's eyes flashed with jealousy before she quickly averted her gaze to hide her emotions. Part of the reason for Chu Jinghe's rise to stardom was her striking beauty. This was her first encounter with Shen Yan's true face, and she had to admit it was captivating. She immediately glanced at Mu Jincheng, noticing the glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Chu Jinghe's gaze dimmed, struggling to maintain her smile. So it's Shen Yan. We didn't notice and thought there was a new guest. I wanted to greet you when I arrived, but I was afraid of being too forward. Mu Jincheng snapped back to reality, a flicker of disdain crossing his face upon realizing it was Shen Yan. Remembering her previous attempts to latch onto him for attention, he felt even more repulsed. Yet, in public, he maintained a courteous demeanor, appearing tolerant of her presence. Unbeknownst to her, he had been subtly sabotaging her. After the last episode, she had fallen ill, and he had naively expected her to withdraw from the show. Yet, she returned unabashedly. The expressions directed at Shen Yan were complicated, to say the least. Qin Dingwei felt quite embarrassed. So, what is our task for today? Isn't Director Li going to announce it? Director Li waited until everyone had finished reminiscing before clearing his throat and declaring the day's mission. The task was straightforward. Follow the route on the map to reach a designated location and retrieve a box containing the dinner menu. The first place winner could request a dish with 1 meat and 2 vegetables from the menu. The second place would receive a vegetable dish, while the third and fourth places would have to fend for themselves. The program team had already surveyed the area surrounding the route and confirmed it was safe, allowing the 4 groups to proceed with confidence. For realism, the program team had made alterations to the route. Out of 10 paths depicted, only 1 was correct, making the map quite convoluted. Upon examining the map, Lu Chong furrowed her brow, finding it overly complicated. Was this some sort of game? Qin Dingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she studied the map, eager to embark on this true survival challenge on a deserted island. What about our lunch? Wen Yin inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Director Li smiled mysteriously. That will depend on all of you. Lu Chong and Wen Yin voiced their complaints, while the others appeared slightly anxious. Mu Jincheng, holding the map, flashed a reassuring smile at Chu Jing and Wenro. With me around, you won't go hungry. Hearing his words, Chu Jing smiled gratefully. Thank you. They were not only required to trek, but also to carry a folding tent, which would serve as their bed for the next few days. If they lost or damaged it, the program team would not provide replacements. They also had to carry cooking utensils and various survival gear, making the journey arduous. Carrying such heavy items on rugged terrain was a trial for them. Qin Dingwei eagerly secured her load, ready for a brisk march, though her bindings were a bit loose. Her partner, Su Zishan, lacked the aptitude for this task as well. Together, they awkwardly strapped their belongings, nearly bending their spines under the weight. Lu Chang, somewhat spoiled, disdainfully refused to carry even a pot, tossing her share onto Zhou Jingming instead. Although Zhou Jingming worked out regularly, his strength had its limits. Lu Chang, aside from carrying her tent and personal items, threw her cooking utensils onto him. He felt a bit annoyed, but kept quiet, bearing the load in silence. On the other hand, Chu Jing and Mu Jinsheng had no such disagreements. Mu Jinsheng took on the burden of 2 tents along with all the cooking gear. It was his first time carrying such items, and he struggled multiple times to get everything onto his back, feeling quite embarrassed. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at Mu Jinsheng, who was blushing yet trying to maintain his composure. Chu Jing quickly suggested, Jinsheng, why don't you let me carry some of that? No need. Mu Jinsheng replied coolly, turning to glare at Shen Yan, gritting his teeth as he struggled under the weight. As Mu Jinsheng faced difficulties, Shen Yan adeptly carried her gear with ease, resembling a soldier on the march. She effortlessly tossed her belongings onto her shoulder, leaving Wen Yan astonished as he watched her move with such grace. Is that cotton candy you're carrying? He thought in disbelief. Shen Yan managed to navigate the trail without breaking a sweat, while Wen Yan, weighed down by his own tent, found himself gasping for air. Do you not feel the weight? He asked Shen Yan, who merely glanced back at him, dismissing his concerns. Wen Yan, feeling slighted, retorted, You're the one who's out of touch. Meanwhile, viewers were amused by the unfolding drama. Shen Yan, unbeknownst to her, had gained 2 fans as she chose a different path from the others. Are we not following them? Wen Yan questioned, noticing everyone else had selected the same route. He felt that sticking with Shen Yan would surely lead to defeat. You go ahead if you want. I prefer this path, Shen Yan replied, continuing forward. Hesitant but resigned, Wen Yan decided to follow her, aware that partnering with Shen Yan would not likely result in victory. As Shen Yan led Wen Yan down an alternate route, her newfound fans clashed with Wen Yan supporters online, sparking an intense debate. Oblivious to the commotion, Shen Yan moved swiftly, while Wen Yan, burdened by his tent, struggled to keep pace. Despite carrying a heavy load, Shen Yan maintained her composure and agility, a testament to her years of experience in the wilderness. She took a moment to rest when she noticed a stream ahead, suggesting they could catch fish for lunch. Wen Yan, feeling utterly exhausted, had lost all motivation. Even if there are fish, I just want to rest, he lamented. Undeterred, Shen Yan set down her load with a thud, revealing the weight of her gear. She retrieved a knife, sharpened a stick, and rolled up her pants, readying herself for the task ahead. The fair complexion of her skin was accentuated by the shimmering waters of the river, rendering it even more porcelain-like. Barefoot, she stepped into the shallow river, swiftly thrusting her spear toward the fish that emerged from the dark waters. Her movements were sharp and decisive. From a higher vantage point, Wen Yan watched Shen Yan's actions, preparing to scoff, only to witness Shen Yan successfully spear 2 fish in quick succession, lifting them triumphantly. 3 lively fish. Wen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really happening? Shen Yan flung the fish onto the riverbank and speared another, bringing her total catch to 4, sufficient for a meal. She had not anticipated such fortune in this place. Each of these wild fish was roughly the size of her palm. Once ashore, Shen Yan deftly gutted the wriggling fish, meticulously removing the scales, gills, and entrails, threading them onto 2 clean sticks. After ensuring they were thoroughly cleaned, she sought out dry twigs to kindle a fire, constructing a makeshift grill atop the frying pan to slowly fry the fish. The production team had provided salt and a bit of oil, ensuring their meal would not lack flavor. Wen Yan stood in disbelief. In less than 10 minutes, Shen Yan had completed this entire process. The aroma of the fish wafted through the air, snapping Wen Yan back to reality as he rushed over, staring at Shen Yan in shock. You are indeed Shen Yan. Shen Yan shot him a nonchalant glance, indicating he should come help if he wanted lunch. Oh, Wen Yin was still somewhat dazed. He squatted down across from her, watching the fragrant fish. "Turn them over. Don't let them burn," Shen Yan instructed, handing him one end of the stick. "What about you?" Wen Yin instinctively took hold of it. "Go find some wild vegetables. We can't just eat fish." Wen Yin blinked foolishly, staring blankly at Shen Yan as she walked away. His hand brushed against the edge of the pan, and he quickly recoiled from the heat. At that moment, Shen Yan's live stream was eerily silent. "Haha, let us see how you all criticize Shen Yan," her #1 fan rebelled. Another fan waved a small flag. "Look at how stunned Wen Yin's fans are. Shen Yan's moves are incredible. You clueless fans, Shen Yan is showing off her skills." Wen Yan supporters and detractors clashed. The production team must have bribed them to cut the footage. This must be Shen Yan's double. That green tea princess has sent her double to the show. I can't stand it. Puffed, pretending to be blind. Both Wen Yan's fans and haters are equally nauseating. Just look at Shen Yan's professional skills. Her fishing and gutting prowess surpasses anything. The drone capturing the footage of Shen Yan foraging for wild vegetables revealed her impressive skills, especially to viewers from rural backgrounds who recognized the edibility of the plants she collected. Haters, regardless of whether the plants were edible, accused Shen Yan of having prior knowledge of the area or of pre-selecting it for later harvesting. It seemed that haters could always find a reason to criticize. Bystanders rolling their eyes at the nitpicking comments found themselves unexpectedly captivated by Shen Yan's beauty, while they were unaware of what had transpired earlier. The Shen Yan they saw now was nothing like the typical, affected stars. She was stunning yet down to earth, appealing to everyone. Only haters would be blind enough to overlook such a gem. Due to Shen Yan's actions, she gained a few fans, prompting her #1 supporter to create a fan group, inviting all of Shen Yan's admirers to join. With no other distractions vying for attention, the fans began to chat enthusiastically in the comments. Shen Yan, oblivious to this, continued foraging for wild vegetables. When she returned to find one, Yan had burnt one of the fish. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Let me handle this," she said, pointing to the vegetables she had gathered. "Go wash these." When Yan lamented his lack of culinary talent, realizing everything he attempted turned out burnt, despite his diligent flipping. He took the vegetables to the riverbank to wash them, but after squatting for too long, he stood up only to slip on a smooth stone. "Ah!" Wen Yan grasped the vegetables, teetering dangerously on the brink of falling into the river. The crew members gasped in alarm. The water ahead was deep, and Wen Yan, unable to swim, paled at the prospect of plunging in. Before anyone could react, a slender figure dashed forward, her delicate hand swiftly grasping Wen Yan's wrist and yanking him back. He spun around, pulled by her strength, and landed firmly on the ground, steadying himself with her arm around his waist. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. Shen Yan had moved with such speed, from dashing out to rescuing him with a single arm, that it felt like a blink of an eye. As Wen Yan, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, leaned against the slender Shen Yan, the onlookers were left speechless. "I can't believe it. A hero. No, a heroine saving a man. So incredibly cool. How could she be so impressive? My goodness. I never knew Shen Yan could be this amazing. Those who were hurling insults should be ashamed. Wen Yan's fans, hurry and express your gratitude. He is so clumsy, nearly falling while washing vegetables. It can't have been intentional, right?" For the moment, Wen Yan's fans fell silent. Shen Yan released Wen Yan, calmly advising him to be more careful. Still shaken, he stammered, "Thank you." Shen Yan returned to check on her fish, hoping they hadn't burned as well. Outside the camera frame, in the treatment room, a handsome man watching the scene frowned slightly, then silently set down his tablet. Chapter 009. The True Struggles of Qi Jia. Meanwhile, Shen Yan was progressing smoothly, having prepared lunch. Wen Yan, without much thought for his image, eagerly devoured the fish he had received, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. He had not expected that a fish cooked with just oil and salt could be so flavorful. Shen Yan, without pretense, seated herself on the ground and began gnawing on one end of a stick. Her sudden, down-to-earth demeanor prompted puzzled expressions from the audience, who were unaccustomed to such behavior. In stark contrast, on the other side, the production team's 24-hour filming had captured Lu Chong stumbling multiple times, unable to find a moment to touch up her makeup, leaving her looking disheveled and far from her usual self. The surroundings were not as idyllic either. Although Zhou Jingming was a male star, he too wore a hint of makeup and sunscreen. However, He was now drenched in sweat and felt uncomfortably greasy. Beside him, Lu Chang's incessant nagging only heightened his irritation, making him wish he could throw his belongings at her. Mu Jinsheng, burdened with the gear for both of them, was panting heavily, carrying not only his own items, but also a significant amount of makeup supplies for Chu Jinghe. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghe only needed to smile beautifully at the camera, doing nothing else. Mu Jinsheng stopped to rest several times, feeling utterly exhausted. His slightly long hair clung to his skin from sweat, making him uncomfortable and impacting his image. Chu Jinghe offered to help several times, but he always refused, determined not to let his beloved woman engage in such laborious tasks. This made Chu Jinghe feel utterly touched. Mu Jinsheng's fans could no longer contain themselves. What is Chu Jinghe pretending at? All she does is thank him. She is all talk and no action. Compared to Qin Dingwei, she falls far short. Chu Jinghe's fans immediately retaliated. It was Mu Ge who took on the tasks. Why blame our he? Mu Ge is willing, but fans are unhappy. What's wrong with that? Exactly, this little bit of work is nothing for Mu Ge. He dotes on He, and you're just jealous. I feel like Chu Jinghe is putting on an act. Haters, get lost. My He is not that fake princess. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Jinsheng and Chu Jinghe's team had fallen to the back of the pack, while Qin Dingwei and Su Zixin led the way. Though Qin Dingwei was exhausted to the point of feeling her waist might break, her adventurous spirit would not allow her to give up midway. Are we lost? Su Zixin pulled out the map, studying it with a furrowed brow. No way. We've been following this path. The widest one must lead to the finish. Qin Dingwei felt confident in her judgment. The production team had marked the signs so clearly. How could there be any mistake? She was familiar with the production team and was certain they would not engage in such underhanded tactics. However, they were mistaken. This time, the production team was indeed up to no good. As noon approached, hunger gnawed at them, yet they had not yet discovered the route they sought. A dead end appeared ahead, and Qin Dingwei and Su Zixin exchanged a glance, simultaneously falling back and rolling their eyes heavenward. This left their fans in a state of bemused frustration. Had they truly taken a wrong turn? Qin Dingwei felt tears welling up. She had anticipated an experience as simple as the last episode, only to find the second installment riddled with complications. Su Zixin was equally exasperated. Turning to Qin Dingwei, he inquired, "Have you seen Shen Yan and the others?" Qin Dingwei had been too caught up in her excitement to notice the whereabouts of the others. She shook her head. "I haven't seen them catch up." Su Zixin took a deep breath. "Let's find something to eat." He had no desire to perish from hunger en route. The production team was truly inconsiderate, failing to provide even a morsel of food. In the previous episode, they had strategically placed provisions for them to find with a map. However, this time, they merely pretended to do so at the outset, leaving them to wonder what was happening today without a scrap of food in sight. Were they genuinely expected to subsist on unidentified wild vegetables from the island? After an entire episode, would they not end up malnourished and hospitalized? Shen Yan, having viewed the episode as progress, found the description unclear. There had certainly been no such segment. Had she inadvertently distorted the plot upon her rebirth? Gazing at the finish line before her, she touched her nose in disbelief. Wen Yin could hardly believe they had won, and so effortlessly at that. It felt as though they were dreaming. "We won." Wen Yin gazed foolishly at Shen Yan. Shen Yan nodded. After all, it was merely a route, not too far, and the mountain path was easy to traverse. Was it not entirely normal for them to emerge victorious? The staff at the finish line were equally bewildered. Was today's task truly overcome so effortlessly? They had finished several hours ahead of schedule. Was it confirmed that no one from the production team had informed Shen Yan of the route? The staff were not the only ones harboring doubts. Director Li, upon receiving the footage, turned pale. If they had finished early, how could the show continue? Compared to the disarray of the others, Shen Yan's group appeared to breeze through the challenge as if they were playing house. What would the others think? Shen Yan must have bribed the production team. Shen Yan is cheating. An explanation is necessary. Why should she reach the finish line so easily while others struggled? You lot have short memories. Who was it that mocked Shen Yan for not reaching the finish line by tomorrow? Quite the slap in the face. ISNT it? With 24-hour live streaming, how could Shen Yan possibly bribe the production team? Unlike some, who shut off the stream to engage in who knows what outside. This sparked an outburst of fury among several fan groups, igniting a war of words in the comments. Provoked fans of Shen Yan began to reveal unadorned images of several female celebrities. Shen Yan's natural beauty was striking, whereas Lu Chang and Chu Jinghe had discreetly applied light makeup. Ultimately, the numbers mattered. Shen Yan's few fans were quickly drowned out by the torrents of comments from multiple fan bases. The hashtag Shen Yan cheating quickly climbed to the 8th spot on the trending list. Director Lee, keeping up with the trends, saw this entry and inhaled deeply. Hurry and send someone off camera to give the others a hint. Regardless of whether it was Mu Jinsheng or Chu Jinghe, he could not allow them to be made to look foolish. These were two top-tier celebrities he had painstakingly recruited, aside from Shen Yan's detractors. These two had garnered the highest attention, keeping the show afloat. Thus, they could not be offended, especially Chu Jinghe, whose fan base was enormous and whose confrontations could be quite fierce. The staff promptly followed orders. After the hints were given, Director Ji spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Old Lee, Shen Yan's live stream is about to explode." Not that it was about to explode, it had already erupted. Director Lee felt an ache in his head. While he needed the black marks against Shen Yan to draw in views, if the negative trends continued to rise, it would tarnish the show's image. He needed to shift the camera more toward Chu Jinghe and her group in hopes of salvaging the situation. Chu Jinghe was guided toward a shortcut and ended up finishing second, leaving her fans distraught. They had the potential to secure first place, only to be overtaken by those who were cheating. The hashtag Chu Jinghe Survival in second place magically pushed Shen Yan's cheating hashtag down to third place. Seeing this, Director Lee quietly sighed in relief. At the airport, as the private jet landed, a sharply dressed young man accepted the phone handed to him by his assistant. The screen fixed on the trending topic from yesterday, featuring Shen Yan. The handsome young man narrowed his cold black eyes, his expression darkening. What is going on with the Chi family? They were supposed to keep an eye on her, and ended up letting her infiltrate the entertainment industry? His words were laced with anger. The assistant, treading carefully, responded, "Miss Shen is determined to pursue her own path. No one can stop her." A thought seemed to cross the young man's mind, and his expression soured further. "Let her suffer a bit. Perhaps she'll learn not to bring such matters to my attention next time." This truly puts the Chi family in a difficult position. Chapter 010. His trending topic disappeared. Everyone arrived at the finish line. Lu Chang noticed Shen Yan and Wan Yan leisurely resting under the shade of a tree. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her. How could Shen Yan and Wan Yan, who had clearly lagged behind them all, be the first to arrive? There had to be some inside information. Zhou Jingming shared Lu Chang's suspicions, but, unlike her, he managed to conceal his dissatisfaction. Though his expression remained far from pleasant as he occasionally cast glances toward Shen Yan, Qin Dingwei grumbled about the production team's unprincipled antics and scheming, while Su Zixin merely frowned in silence, his gaze flickering toward Shen Yan with skepticism regarding how she and Wen Yan had managed to complete the task so smoothly. Mu Jinsheng, exhausted and disheveled, found himself rewarded with nothing but a plate of vegetables. He felt increasingly frustrated seeing Shen Yan, relaxed and unblemished beneath the shade, her hands glowing as if she had just returned from vacation rather than a survival show. This scene only intensified his irritation. Mu Jinsheng began to suspect that Shen Yan had some undisclosed secret connection with her backers, as her circumstances had changed so dramatically upon her arrival. He held a strong disdain for actresses who leveraged their advantages for personal gain. Suppressing his disdainful gaze, he turned to look at the smiling and graceful Chu Jinghe beside him, and his expression softened. Chu Jinghe had been quietly observing Mu Jinsheng's attention toward Shen Yan, her own eyes dimming with unacknowledged jealousy as she bit her lip to stifle the bitterness rising within her. They were all participants in the same show. Chu Jinghe noticed that Shen Yan's makeup remained impeccably intact, while her own waterproof makeup, having sweated through, felt like a mess. Upon reaching the finish line, she felt a sense of utter disarray. This was not how it should have been. Shen Yan should have been the one to embarrass herself as she had in the previous episode, not appearing so fresh-faced and composed. In truth, Chu Jinghe herself was among the top 3 in terms of beauty within the entertainment industry. However, in comparison to Shen Yan at this moment, the disparity was glaringly apparent, leaving Chu Jinghe feeling breathless with frustration. Despite her thoughts, she had to maintain her gentle and kind persona for the live cameras, her smile threatening to freeze in place. "You've worked hard. Here, have some water." She seized the opportunity to take the bottle handed to her by a staff member, twisting off the cap before offering it to Mu Jinsheng. This small gesture, sparked a wave of excitement among fans. When Mu Jinsheng met Chu Jingha's smile, his heart raced. Qin Dingyuan muttered, having arrived early at the finish line, "Are we to starve until tomorrow? That seems inhumane. A day without food wouldn't be fatal. But what about the tasks ahead? After a day of hunger, would they even be able to rise and continue?" Their frustration was palpable. It felt as though their efforts had been in vain. Zhou Jingming and Lu Chong wore expressions of discontent. Su Zixin, initially composed, now realized that they might endure a day and night of hunger, which caused his demeanor to falter. When he joined this program, he had been informed that the production team would not impose overly difficult survival tasks, nor would they intentionally trouble this group of popular stars. So what was happening now? Lu Chong turned to Su Zixin, hoping he would speak up. Among those present, Su Zixin held the highest status. If he uttered a word, the directors would surely heed his words. Given Su Zixin's semi-public identity as a wealthy heir, Lu Chong had, during the first episode, subtly attempted to partner with him, even orchestrating rumors about their relationship. However, Su Zixin's management swiftly quashed these attempts, thwarting her efforts to gain attention twice. Since the last episode, Lu Chong had developed a dislike for Qin Dingyue, who had taken her place. The atmosphere had grown tense, and even the cameraman nearby appeared ready to flee. The two groups that had not received the dinner menu were now contemplating abandoning their participation. For Shen Yan, this survival show did not truly qualify as a test of survival. Yet for these pampered celebrities, even a trek along a mountain path felt like a significant challenge. To add to their plight, they were hungry, burdened with numerous items, and tasked with foraging for food. Far simpler to simply end their suffering. While the mood was oppressive here, Director Li was deep in thought, deliberating how to navigate the next phase without allowing the other two groups to remain unfed. Perhaps sensing the rising resentment, several glances unconsciously turned towards Shen Yan. Unfazed by their hostile stares, Shen Yan leaned against a tree, leisurely awaiting an announcement from the production team regarding the subsequent arrangements, whether they would receive dinner or if alternative provisions were in place. Just as she intended to close her eyes and rest, a figure approached her. Shen Yan lifted her head to see the female lead wearing a disingenuous smile. The female lead was undeniably beautiful, yet her character left much to be desired. What kind of worldview and emotions led the author to create such a protagonist? Shen Yan suspected that the author must have suffered a stroke of genius to depict such a character. Everyone has minor flaws, shortcomings are natural. Yet, the female lead's faults extended far beyond mere trivialities. She had fled the scene after causing an accident, secretly courted several wealthy patrons, and maintained a facade of innocence while manipulating the male lead. And the male lead was no saint either. Their eventual happy ending seemed devoid of reason. Their shared moral shortcomings made them a perfect match. Shen Yan remained seated, gazing up at her, awaiting further dialogue. Chu Jingha, turning back with a worried expression, looked at the two groups that had received nothing, then turned back to Shen Yan and said, "I know the rewards were rightfully yours, and I shouldn't intervene. But Lu Chong and her group haven't eaten all day. I noticed that your and Wen Yan's appetites aren't particularly large. When dinner is served, could you spare them portion?" As soon as Chu Jingha's words fell, several others turned their gazes towards her, their expressions suggesting a hint of coercion, as if saying that withholding assistance would be unkind. While Director Li was still uncertain about how to proceed, Chu Jingha had already stepped up to speak. Observing the expressions of the others, Director Li's eyes brightened. Was something significant about to unfold? After Chu Jingha's statement, everyone fell silent, waiting for Shen Yan's response. Based on their understanding of Shen Yan, they anticipated that she would certainly refute the suggestion, leading to a series of events. They had prepared material for her to trend on social media. However, when everyone expected some drama to occur, Shen Yan calmly nodded and replied, "Sure." What? Chu Jingha was taken aback, momentarily stunned by Shen Yan's response. The others mirrored her surprise. The production team was similarly taken aback. This was not what they had anticipated. Director Li thought, her trending topic is gone. Chapter 011. She was indeed deliberate. The protagonist's maneuver to offer her prize to others was quite clever. Shen Yan turned to the filming VJ and remarked, "I hope the production team provides a lavish meal for the first place. I have quite an appetite." Given her words, if the production team failed to offer a substantial portion, it would seem as though the other unsuccessful contestants were robbing the victors of their reward. Chu Jingha had indeed fought for a sumptuous dinner for the other two groups. Yet, she and Mu Jincheng could hardly shamelessly join in, could they? Returning to her senses, Chu Jinghe realized she had engaged in an ungrateful act, nearly losing her cheerful facade. This meant that she and Mu Jincheng would be left with only a plate of vegetarian dishes for dinner. Mu Jincheng, who caught on late, furrowed his brow and shot Shen Yan a dark look. He could not believe Shen Yan's actions were unintentional. Was this a new ploy to capture his attention? First, she had attempted to dazzle him with her looks, and upon finding him indifferent, she switched tactics. Shen Yan was indeed relentless. Mu Jincheng felt repulsed by the thought that Shen Yan was secretly observing him. The expressions of Lu Chong and her companions softened considerably. Before anyone else could speak, Shen Yan turned to Chu Jinghe and smiled, adding, "Teacher Chu is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. We, as juniors, should learn more from Teacher Chu." Chu Jinghe forced a smile, responding, "You flatter me. This is simply what I ought to do. One must always believe in the character of He. He is genuinely beautiful and kind. Even when faced with a green tea princess, she does not lose her poise or discretion. Our He is truly a celestial being descended to earth, kind and upright." As a casual observer, I wish to voice my opinion. Is what Chu Jinghe said to Shen Yan not a bit reminiscent of green tea behavior? You're the green tea. Your whole family is green tea. Get it straight. The one pretending to be a princess is Shen Yan. Should anyone dare to criticize Chu Jinghe, her fans would immediately retaliate with fervent insults. Chu Jinghe's supporters consistently praised her, drowning out any negative comments in the barrage of messages. The filming VJ received a call from director Li and quickly focused the camera on Chu Jinghe. Perspiration soaked her, and she felt uncomfortable, as if the false eyelashes she had applied that morning were about to fall off. However, the camera remained fixed on her face. Instinctively, Chu Jinghe took a few steps back, accidentally tripping over Mu Jincheng's foot and stumbled backward. With a startled gasp, Chu Jinghe found herself caught in Mu Jincheng's arms. The scene froze in a tableau of their embrace, prompting fans from both sides to erupt in excitement. Mu Jincheng, drenched in sweat and possibly a hint of cologne, emitted an unpleasant odor. Chu Jinghe's shirt clung to his damp skin, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. Struggling to suppress her distaste, she quickly stood up. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Chu Jinghe hurriedly apologized to Mu Jincheng, adopting a slightly distant demeanor, something he did not appreciate. Realizing it was a live broadcast, Mu Jincheng understood that they could not appear overly intimate, as it could lead to unfavorable rumors that might hinder Chu Jinghe's career. "It's all right. You didn't do it on purpose. In fact, it's I who inadvertently took advantage of the situation. Are you all right?" Mu Jincheng lightened the mood with a humorous tone, alleviating the awkwardness between them. Meeting his concerned gaze, Chu Jinghe felt her cheeks flush slightly as she shook her head, softly replying, "I'm fine. Allow me to help you up." Chu Jinghe glanced at Mu Jincheng's sweaty hand, fighting against the sticky sensation as she lent him a hand to rise. Their hands clasped together, igniting a frenzy of CP shipping among the live stream audience. Shen Yan observed their every move, nearly bursting into laughter. It seemed the female lead was not particularly fond of the male lead. She merely tolerated him because of his ability to flatter her and his revealed family background, leading her to choose this infatuated male lead. As for now, the male lead was little more than a backup. After this episode, the female lead would undoubtedly learn of the male lead's true identity and background, prompting a shift in her attitude towards him. Shen Yan paid little mind to the entanglements between the leads. More than 2 hours remained until dinner. Director Li promptly instructed someone to distribute small plastic buckets to each person, leading the still recovering guests to the riverbank. The sand by the river was fine and much softer than that by the sea. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found shade and a gentle breeze, which quickly brought a refreshing coolness. Lu Chong murmured a few complaints, but did not refuse to join the group in collecting river snails. It was the breeding season for river snails, and there were clusters of them along the rocky shore, as Director Li aimed to encourage self-sufficiency among them. The livestream displayed auxiliary tasks, enabling them to discreetly enhance everyone's meal. Chu Jing and Qin Dingwei, carrying their plastic buckets, walked alongside Mu Jincheng. The slanting sunlight cast a golden hue upon them, creating an illusion of celestial beings. The VJs hastily adjusted their cameras to capture the most picturesque angles, leading to a new wave of excitement in the livestream. Witnessing the rising popularity, Director Li beamed with delight. This was precisely how it should be done. Outshining the neighboring Du's dating show, Qin Dingwei, bucket in hand, was more animated than anyone else. The fans in the live stream shielded their eyes, unable to watch their silly girl partake in absurd antics. "Snails, here I come," she exclaimed, tossing off her shoes and rolling up her pant legs as she dashed toward the river snails, splashing water on Lu Chong and Zhou Jingming in the process. Lu Chong, suppressing her anger, frowned and said, "Qin Dingwei, can you act a bit more normally? Your craziness is truly annoying." Qin Dingwei chuckled, toning down her antics. Noticing Wen Yan's pale face, clearly still apprehensive about the water, Shen Yan remarked, "If you're scared, perhaps you shouldn't go in." Wen Yan was taken aback, not expecting such kindness from Shen Yan, and couldn't help but wonder if it was a deliberate ploy to make him appear timid in front of the fans. Shen Yan's intentions seemed more cunning than he had anticipated. Wen Yan shot her a sidelong glance, suppressing his fear, rolled up his pants, and strode defiantly into the water. Shen Yan was left pondering the meaning behind his gaze. As the others flocked to the area abundant with river snails, she chose to venture in the opposite direction. Upon turning, she nearly collided with Mu Jincheng. Stepping back to regain her balance, she inadvertently caused Chu Jing to stumble and fall backward. In a swift motion, Mu Jincheng reached out to catch Chu Jing, only for both of them to tumble into the water, resulting in an intimate position as he landed atop her. At that moment, Chu Jing's expression shifted noticeably. Concerned he had inadvertently harmed her, Mu Jincheng quickly rose, his face darkening as he directed an accusatory glance at Shen Yan. He couldn't believe she would claim the incident was unintentional. What a farce! That green tea princess is truly insufferable. Please, keep that green tea princess away from my idol. Such closeness is repulsive. Fans from both sides are overreacting. Shen Yan didn't even see Mu Jincheng and Chu Jing behind her. It was merely an accident. Is there really a need for such fuss? Seeing Mu Jincheng's furious countenance, Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "I apologize. I didn't realize I had eyes on my back." Just moments ago, Mu Jincheng and Chu Jing had been heading in that direction, so it wasn't her fault they ended up behind her, drenched and muddy. Her image was utterly ruined. Chu Jing felt a surge of irritation, but stifled her rage for the sake of her public persona. In a brief moment away from the camera, she cast a dark glance at Shen Yan. "Teacher Chu, are you all right?" "I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't see you behind me," Shen Yan said, extending her hand apologetically. Chu Jing was reluctant to touch her, convinced Shen Yan had acted with malice. If she were truly benevolent, then peeling back her layers would reveal a cunning intent to siphon off the female lead's popularity. After a moment, Chu Jing finally extended her hand to Shen Yan. "Let me." The moment Shen Yan's hand grasped Chu Jing's, Mu Jincheng forcefully pulled her wrist away. Had it been the previous Shen Yan, she would have been tugged backward. The water behind them was relatively deep, and Mu Jincheng despised the idea of Shen Yan touching Chu Jing. Instinctively reacting to Shen Yan's motion, his revulsion caused him to pull harder than intended, sending Shen Yan stumbling back slightly before regaining her footing. He swiftly helped Chu Jing up, who thanked him softly. The live stream buzzed with excitement. The moment they all appeared together on screen, the viewership shifted to the main live stream. Various channels mirrored the same scene. Does Mu Jincheng hold some animosity towards Shen Yan? That look he gave was clearly one of disdain. Please, if you were in his position, dealing with that green tea princess, you'd feel the same. Mu Jincheng is not a saint. He has emotions. He's been remarkably composed. If it were me, I would have exploded after the first episode. The camera inadvertently captured Shen Yan rubbing her wrist, revealing clear finger marks on her delicate skin from Mu Jincheng's grip. Look closely. Shen Yan was merely trying to assist Chu Jing, and Mu Jincheng's sudden grab was uncalled for, almost causing her to fall into the deep water. Everyone remembers how in a previous episode Shen Yan used tactics to push Chu Jing aside. The internet doesn't forget that easily. This time, Shen Yan was in the right. "I don't understand your stubbornness." "It's not stubbornness, it's fact." If it weren't for Shen Yan, would Mu Jincheng and Chu Jing have fallen in the water? Clearly, Shen Yan was scheming. Shen Yan was unaware that her actions might spark controversy. At least they highlighted that Mu Jincheng was not as agreeable as he seemed. Though it was summer, both Mu Jincheng and Chu Jing left the live stream to change into fresh clothing. Consequently, the two who had previously lost their composure now owed Shen Yan a debt of gratitude. When they returned, they had gathered a satisfactory amount of river snails, which were handed over to the production team for cooking, serving as their evening feast. The dining area was set up at the finish line, complete with small tables. At 6:45, the production team began serving the first meal of the evening. Upon seeing the two return in clean clothes, the others, still clad in sweat-soaked garments, wore expressions that were less than pleased. Chu Jing had evidently taken the time to tidy herself up, sporting a fresh, natural look. Lu Chang's jealousy was palpable. Barely concealed as she remarked, "I was just about to ask where teacher Chu had gone. Little did I know she was off changing clothes." Her words created an awkward atmosphere, with all eyes shifting toward Chu Jing. Shen Yan pulled up a small stool, observing the unfolding drama. "Chu Jing, my." I accidentally knocked into Shen Yan and fell into the water, worried about catching a cold and delaying the program. I requested a favor from the production team. Shen Yan couldn't help but smile. Even her explanation, Chu Jing managed to drag her down with her. Lu Chang hesitated to voice any further remarks, fearing it might offend the production team. After all, if they decided to give her the short end of the stick, focusing on her most unflattering moments, her career could suffer irreparable damage. With a smile directed at the camera, Chu Jing blushed slightly. "I apologize for causing trouble for the production team." The VJ accompanying them quickly shook his head, indicating it was no problem. The fans watching were touched. "You needn't apologize. If it weren't for Shen Yan, there would be no need for such special treatment. The one who should apologize is Shen Yan." The fans from both sides are truly deluded. It's evident to everyone that Mu Jincheng deliberately brought Chu Jing into this situation. Wow, Shen Yan has fans? What a revelation. Shen Yan can't clear her name. There's no point in trying. "Teacher Chu, we're not holding it against you," Qin Dinghua blurted out nonchalantly. Su Zixin chimed in, "Don't mind what others think." This comment was rather pointed. Shen Yan understood the allure of the female lead's charm. It was odd if no one spoke up for her. Zhou Jingming and Wen Yin also offered soothing words, indicating that they had not given it much thought. Chu Jinghe flashed a sweet smile at everyone, and the atmosphere became harmonious and joyful once more. However, when dinner was served to the two tables, the pleasant mood shifted slightly. One table was laden with a sumptuous spread, while the other had only a single vegetable dish and 2 bowls of rice. "Why don't we share?" Wen Yin suggested, glancing at the meager offering. Shen Yan remained silent, and the others turned to look at her. Shen Yan found it amusing. "Let us adhere to the rules of the show. I don't mind." With that, she gracefully tossed the dilemma back to the production team. The production team was left speechless. Mu Jincheng furrowed his brows again, as Shen Yan deliberately targeted Chu Jinghe, knowing it was because of her. He had made it very clear to Shen Yan that he would not be fond of someone like her. Chu Jinghe, understanding the situation, remarked, "We came in second. We should enjoy whatever we are entitled to without favoritism." In truth, sharing the meal was not an issue. The portions were ample enough for all. "Sharing the blessings is what we do," Lu Chang interjected, unable to bear seeing Mu Jincheng suffer alongside them. The others remained silent. Yet their gazes towards Shen Yan were laced with an undertone of coercion. Only Qin Dinghua felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had lost, but were still able to partake in Shen Yan's rewards. They had no right to dictate the distribution of those rewards. "Shen Yan, I don't eat much," Qin Dinghua whispered, leaning closer to Shen Yan. "I can eat what you leave behind. I'm not picky." Shen Yan glanced at Qin Dinghua and smiled. Her smile stirred a wave of excitement among the fans watching. The person they supported was truly stunning. At the moment she smiled, she radiated the charm of a celestial being. "Shen Yan, you and Wen Yin should start eating. I'm feeling rather hungry, especially with the aroma of the food wafting in," Zhou Jingming said, his stomach protesting. "Let us eat together. It would be awkward for you to watch us." Shen Yan replied. Lu Chang, upon hearing this, wasted no time and eagerly grabbed her chopsticks to dig into the meat. After being deprived of food for most of the day, Lu Chang found the dishes prepared by the production team to be genuinely delectable. Shen Yan followed suit, and Su Zixin and Zhou Jingming also joined in without hesitation. Despite their hunger, they maintained their composure in front of the cameras. Mu Jincheng and Chu Jinghe were left sidelined, with no one willing to speak on their behalf. Chu Jinghe felt unsettled. Why should she be the one to compete for a meal for the other two groups? It was infuriating to feel as if she was sewing garments for others. Regardless of her internal discomfort, Chu Jinghe maintained her poised and gentle demeanor, sitting at the small table, staring at the unappetizing vegetable dish. Chu Jinghe found it impossible to eat. Mu Jincheng had never had to worry about food and clothing, whether before or after his debut. Today, Seeing his beloved eat only a vegetable dish, his frustration naturally fell upon Shen Yan. This dinner left both Mu Jincheng and Chu Jinghe tasting nothing but bitterness, swallowing their food without savoring it, which deeply pained their fans. Unable to restrain themselves, they rushed to Shen Yan's live stream to express their grievances. Shen Yan's new fans, however, were not passive. They retaliated in turn. Chapter 013, strange but beautifully melodious after dinner. Director Lee felt that such a dull live stream lacked excitement. He decided to focus on Chu Jinghe. Why not borrow a tactic from the neighboring dating show? Without hesitation, Director Lee took a megaphone and instructed the crew to set up a bonfire. He encouraged the guests to spontaneously perform a bonfire dance. As the former dance king, Zhou Jingming was the first to be called upon. His fans flooded the chat with excitement. Under the fervent requests of the audience, Zhou Jingming performed a graceful ancient dance, knowing that today's youth favored such styles. As expected, when he finished, applause erupted around him. Qin Dingyue was mesmerized, and the fans glued to their screens reacted similarly. The dance was quickly clipped and shared on social media, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes and shares in less than 30 minutes. The comments section was overwhelmed, showcasing Zhou Jingming's staggering popularity. Zishan, I remember you can dance quite well too, Chu Jinghe unexpectedly remarked, drawing attention to Su Zishan. He paused briefly, feeling a bit awkward under Chu Jinghe's gentle smile. The exchange caught Mu Jincheng's attention, causing him to frown. He did not appreciate Chu Jinghe's smile directed at another man. Moreover, during the first episode, Su Zishan had nearly partnered with Chu Jinghe. Had it not been for his covert maneuvering, he would have been paired with Qin Dingyue instead. Thus, Mu Jincheng harbored a dislike for Su Zishan. I can dance too. Wen Yin chimed in, raising his hand with a smile. Teacher Chu, I'm a singer who dances as well. Undeniably, Wen Yin had a remarkable voice, but his dancing was nowhere near Zhou Jingming's caliber. Lu Chong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as she watched the others shine, but aside from acting, she was lacking in singing and dancing skills. Chu Jinghe smiled. Of course, I know that Yin Ge is an expert in this field, a senior among us. I was just thinking of seeing if any of us younger ones have shortcomings and would appreciate your guidance. She asked, you wouldn't mind, would you? This compliment filled Wen Yin with joy. Among them, he was the oldest, yet he had a youthful appearance that made him seem a decade younger. Standing alongside Zhou Jingming and Su Zishan, he felt perfectly at ease. Of course I don't mind. Wen Yin responded enthusiastically. Shen Yan quietly observed how the leading lady wielded her captivating charm. Whenever she spoke, everyone around her gravitated toward her radiance. Truly, a captivating leading lady. Even if she uttered coarse language, people would instinctively transform it into kind words. In contrast, the male lead was utterly entranced by her, completely oblivious to his surroundings. To Shen Yan, it appeared that no one in attendance was truly aware of their surroundings. Then, under Chu Jinghe's sweet words, they formed pairs and collaborated on a captivating dance. Who doesn't love watching handsome men? The fans watching the live stream lost their minds in excitement. Once the boys had showcased their talents, attention shifted to Lu Chong and Qin Dingyue. Chu Jinghe stepped forward and sang a song, one originally by Wen Yin. After finishing, she cheerfully asked him for feedback. Wen Yin, already enchanted by the leading lady, lavished her with praise. It was undeniable that she sang quite well. Qin Dingyue, with her theatrical background and adventurous spirit, spontaneously performed a sword dance, earning unanimous approval. When it came to Lu Chong, she attempted a somewhat passable, graceful dance. Just to contribute, most performances were simply for show. Finally, it was Shen Yan's turn, and Chu Jinghe pretended to consider her feelings. Shen Yan is the one among us who debuted the shortest time ago and is also the youngest. Let us not put her on the spot. Lu Chong laughed in agreement. I think Shen Yan has hidden depths. She must have talents we are unaware of. Why not showcase a couple of talents for us? Yes, I believe Shen Yan can do it. Everyone has performed. It wouldn't be fair to leave you out. Wen Yan added, turning to Shen Yan with a smile. But upon meeting Shen Yan's cool gaze, Wen Yan's smile faltered instantly, nearly choking on his words. Shen Yan did not refuse. Since everyone else was performing, she could not be an exception. All of you are my seniors here, and considering the talents you have displayed, I feel quite inadequate as a junior. As for me, aside from having a bit of acting skill, I have little else to offer. Upon hearing the word acting, those who had watched Shen Yan's web series couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Could Shen Yan really claim to have acting skills? To them, She was merely a pretty face devoid of talent. If it weren't for having seen that cringe-worthy web series of hers, I might have believed her. I suggest Shen Yan take on roles as a green tea character. She would surely shine in that role. There's a lingering doubt about how she obtained such a coveted opportunity for this program. Surely there must be some hidden circumstances involved. It would be more straightforward to say she was coerced. Anticipation brewed as the so-called green tea princess awaited her moment of embarrassment. This was bound to be a grand spectacle. Upon witnessing this, Shen Yan's fans erupted with fury, rallying to support her with shouts of encouragement. Meanwhile, the detractors emerged to mock them for idolizing a mere vase. Chu Jing and Wei Wei exchanged sly smiles, their expressions brimming with expectation. I find myself rather intrigued. Mu Jincheng scoffed with disdain, pondering what talent Shen Yan could possibly possess. Suddenly, Shen Yan requested a two-stringed instrument from the production team. Li, who had been monitoring the situation, was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't prepared for such an instrument. They had come solely focused on survival, entirely unprepared with musical equipment. Just then, Su Zixin recalled a ukulele tucked away in his suitcase. Would this suffice? He inquired of Shen Yan. That would be perfect, she replied with a radiant smile, prompting him to send his assistant to retrieve the instrument. Chu Jing and Wei Wei furrowed their brows, aware of her own allure. Chu Jing had always experienced a life filled with kindness and support from those around her. She had navigated her path in the entertainment industry with ease, accustomed to the benevolence of influential figures. Yet now, she felt an inexplicable discomfort as Su Zixin's attention shifted to Shen Yan. The ukulele soon arrived, and Shen Yan delicately plucked at the strings, producing a clear, resonant sound that suggested it was no ordinary instrument. Observing her actions, Mu Jincheng silently derided her as pretentious. Chu Jing maintained a gentle smile, her anticipation for Shen Yan's performance unwavering. Lu Chong adjusted her posture, a mischievous grin dancing on her lips, while the others fixated on Shen Yan, their hearts racing with trepidation. As a new fan of Shen Yan, her supporters had done their homework and realized that aside from her striking appearance, she lacked any significant talent. Just as they braced themselves for an impending embarrassment, Shen Yan's nimble fingers danced over the strings, unleashing a serene and refreshing melody that captivated all present. Chu Jing's smile gradually faltered, while Lu Chong was rendered speechless. What was this enchanting tune? It was remarkably pleasant to the ears. Then, as her delicate lips parted, a melodious voice emerged, graceful as a spring breeze, resonating deeply within the hearts of her listeners. Shen Yan sang an unfamiliar ballad, imbued with an air of wistful solitude. The music wafted through the room, momentarily halting the tall figure wandering outside the manor. The staff, secretly gathered around a table in the break room, were engrossed in the live broadcast, the door ajar. Chi-Si stood outside, his keen eyesight allowing him to glimpse the ethereal figure on screen. The enchanting melody seemed to cast a spell on him, immobilizing him in place. It was the first time he realized that his fiancée, Yi, who often berated him and sought to escape his presence, possessed such a hidden talent. As the song and melody drew to a close, a serene silence enveloped the room. Shen Yan gently set down the ukulele, the soft sound breaking the spell and awakening the audience. Applause erupted in fits and starts, while Qin Dingyue, with wide, bright eyes, approached Shen Yan, captivated. Your performance was extraordinary. I had no idea your voice was so beautiful. What should I do? I'm starting to admire you. I want to be your #1 fan. Shen Yan offered a modest smile, her elegance momentarily stunning Qin Dingyue, who had always been enamored with handsome men. Heavens, I never realized Shen Yan could be so alluring. Jealousy among women can be more potent than one might imagine, especially in the realm of female celebrities. Lu Chong's smile faltered as her envy became increasingly apparent. Unable to hide her disdain, she had initially perceived Shen Yan as a talentless individual, yet the unexpected performance revealed her true skill, far surpassing mere appearances. Lu Chong clenched her clothing in frustration, irritated that Shen Yan had managed to outshine her. The comment section erupted with back-and-forth exchanges, as Shen Yan's new fans defended her against the naysayers. Chu Jing observed how the male contestants were increasingly drawn to Shen Yan, even the disdainful Mu Jincheng momentarily captivated. This was not a promising sign, and Chu Jing felt a growing unease in her heart. She found herself deeply unsettled by Shen Yan's performance. Mu Jincheng, his expression darkening, averted his gaze from Shen Yan, chastising himself for having been momentarily entranced. Su Zishan approached, picking up the ukulele and casting an appreciative glance at Shen Yan. You played beautifully. Have you had professional training? Not really, just a few weeks of casual learning, Shen Yan replied, not lying, as she had indeed taken lessons before entering the training camp. A fleeting shadow crossed her eyes, recalling how her unique talent had drawn interest from those around her. And how her family. What was that song? I don't recognize it. Wen Yin, a seasoned singer, mused, struggling to recall any memory associated with the melody. Shen Yan replied nonchalantly, just a broken ballad. Broken? Why describe a song in such a manner? Lu Chong muttered under her breath, dismissing Shen Yan's cryptic explanation. Yet, the unrecorded song began to circulate wildly online. After dinner, everyone idly scrolled through short videos and Weibo, when passers-by stumbled upon this hidden gem and eagerly shared it across various platforms. Though I don't know her, this girl is stunning and plays beautifully. Absolutely enchanted by this fairy-like girl. Oh no, am I too emotional? Why does this song feel so melancholic? Not that dramatic. It seems quite ordinary to me. Today's netizens love to exaggerate. It's just a light-hearted ballad. No need to overpraise it. I don't care. From this day forward, I'm joining Team Shen Yan. Haters, stay far away and don't bother me. Shout out to Shen Yan V, the star of the ballad. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, her enchanting performance had successfully won over a legion of casual fans. Her number one admirer quickly took to the stage, inviting new fans to join their ranks. After a long day of filming, everyone was burdened with equipment, and despite having dined, they still felt exhausted and unclean. Lu Chong, unable to endure any longer, left to request a shower. Regret washed over her for having agreed to participate in this show. It wasn't just Lu Chong who felt this way. The male contestants shared her sentiment. They vowed never again to bear such heavy loads. Typically, they could barely manage a short run in the gym, yet here they were, trudging along mountainous paths while foraging for food on this deserted island, feeling utterly toyed with. This recording session had been the most grueling yet. Didactoli, aware of his shortcomings, had already set a precedent for Chu Jing and the others. With Lu Chong speaking up, others soon followed suit. Let us take a bath, otherwise. Sleep will elude us tonight, Qin Dingyue said affectionately as she grabbed Shen Yan's hand. Shen Yan frowned. She did not favor physical contact with others, particularly of such intimacy. She subtly withdrew her hand and nodded at Qin Dingyue. Qin Dingyue, carefree and oblivious to details, failed to notice the subtlety of Shen Yan's gesture and was simply delighted that Shen Yan responded to her. Meanwhile, fans outside the screen expressed their exasperation at the duo's foolishness and worried that Qin Dingyue might face backlash from Shen Yan's detractors. However, they soon realized their concerns were unfounded, as the foolish girl garnered considerable support, with many defending Qin Dingyue. Although the manner of expression was somewhat unrefined, at least it was not disparaging towards her. After their bath, everyone was too fatigued to move. Even Qin Dingyue, who had been so eager for adventure, collapsed into the tent and refused to engage further. The evening shoot became significantly easier, with fixed camera positions requiring no oversight. The others, exhausted and unwilling to lift a finger, bore the burden of their responsibilities while grappling with hunger and maintaining their personas in front of the cameras. The entertaining segment during dinner had already pushed them to their limits, and upon washing up, they immediately sank into a relaxed state, ignoring anyone who approached. Shen Yan, unable to sleep, lay quietly in the tent, gazing at the ceiling. Although the broadcast claimed to be live for 24 hours, there remained angles that could not be captured. After an indeterminate time, a faint sound outside indicated someone had stealthily approached her tent. Shen Yan sat up and lifted the fabric that was out of the camera's view. In the night, she spotted Mu Jincheng, looking sullen, observing her coldly. He gestured for her to follow him. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, watching him as he moved away without making a sound. Mu Jincheng, realizing she had not followed, frowned and, suppressing his impatience, called out, "Come here." What was wrong with Shen Yan? Previously, a mere glance from him would have sent her eagerly towards him, yet now she feigned ignorance despite his obvious intent. The thought of Shen Yan's recent behavior further darkened Mu Jincheng's expression. The tactic of teasing her was proving ineffective. Shen Yan chose to ignore the man who had intruded upon her solitude, returning to her makeshift bed within the tent. Outside, Mu Jinsheng was left speechless. Though the camera angle did not capture him, he feared that another camera might inadvertently record his actions. Would she again become a trending topic for the wrong reasons? She held no fondness for the protagonists of the story she read. If possible, she wished to remain unentangled with either of them. Mu Jinsheng felt a surge of frustration. Yet he restrained himself from confronting Shen Yan, as doing so could tarnish his reputation. He begrudgingly suppressed his emotions and made his way back. He believed he had executed his actions flawlessly, but unbeknownst to him, Zhou Jingming had observed everything clearly as he passed by. A sense of unease crept into Zhou Jingming's mind regarding the relationship between Mu Jinsheng and Shen Yan, leading him to speculate deeper about their connection. During the first episode, Shen Yan had clung to Mu Jinsheng without regard for public perception. However, in the last episode, Mu Jinsheng maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not holding Shen Yan accountable. Later, as Mu Jinsheng playfully teased Shen Yan, Zhou Jingming occasionally caught glimpses of their interactions, although he chose not to intervene in such trivial matters. Moreover, Shen Yan's behavior in the previous episode had been rather irksome. Recalling the image of the young girl performing by the campfire that night, Zhou Jingming felt a twinge of annoyance and turned over. Chapter 15. Reorganization. Perhaps due to the arduous trek from the previous day, the production team convened an impromptu meeting early in the morning. Upon emerging from his tent, Mu Jinsheng's gaze instinctively sought Shen Yan. Bathed in the morning light, Shen Yan's skin radiated a dreamlike glow, and in that warm illumination, Mu Jinsheng felt as if she had suddenly transcended. Chuxi and Zhou Jingming, who had just emerged from their tent with minimal makeup, noticed Mu Jinsheng staring at Shen Yan, his expression darkening slightly. Following his gaze, Chuxi inhaled sharply, suppressing the jealousy that surged within her. From the moment she beheld Shen Yan's true beauty, Chuxi understood that she could not outshine her in terms of looks. However, she did not believe herself to be inferior. Shen Yan's remarkable presence during the previous day's events had not gone unnoticed. Chuxi had seen the social media buzz and noted that, despite the presence of haters, Shen Yan had amassed a genuine fanbase. Shen Yan's popularity among the public was steadily improving. Ever since Shen Yan rescued Wen Yan from the fish incident, her brilliance could no longer be concealed. This was not how it should be. The online statistics were undeniable, and the sense of crisis that Shen Yan instilled in Chuxi grew ever stronger. Coughing lightly to draw attention, Chuxi watched as Mu Jinsheng immediately shifted his gaze, startled by his own actions. What had he been doing? How could he find Shen Yan? Standing in the morning light, captivating? The woman he loved was Chuxi, and she was the one he intended to protect, not Shen Yan, who seemed to have ulterior motives. Mu Jinsheng felt that this attraction was merely an illusion conjured by Shen Yan. With a slightly somber expression, he turned to face Chuxi, softening his demeanor as he offered a gentle smile. "Good morning." "Yes," Chuxi replied with a restrained smile, wondering what challenges Directorly would present to them today. The survival show would consist of 5 episodes, each lasting 5 days, with recording commencing on Wednesday. By the time Shen Yan rejoined them, they had already completed a day's filming. Counting yesterday, they would conclude recording in 3 days. Chuxi's attention shifted to Su Zixin, who was stretching nearby. Feeling his gaze, Su Zixin met Chuxi's eyes and returned a subtle nod with a smile. Encouraged by this, Chuxi approached him. Today, Qin Dingyue had also applied makeup. Although her skin was decent, the sun had darkened her complexion since the start of the show. Qin Dingyue had skin that tanned easily but was slow to return to its original tone, leaving her agent in a state of distress. Having already scheduled a beauty treatment for her on Monday, "Shen Yan," Qin Dingyue exclaimed, spotting her standing in the morning light. Meanwhile, the agent, observing Qin Dingyue's lack of interaction with Su Zixin, felt exasperated as she rushed to engage with the controversial Shen Yan, contemplating throwing her phone in frustration. After missing the opportunity to get closer to Su Zixin in the last episode, she had already warned Qin Dingyue, yet here she was behaving recklessly. In truth, aside from Qin Dingyue, others had also been advised by their agents to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Zixin. After all, he was a wealthy heir from a certain province, and forging connections with him would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Wen Yan, standing nearby, rolled his eyes in disbelief as he watched Qin Dingyue approach Shen Yan, finding her incessant chatter rather bothersome. "Shen Yan, your skin looks amazing. Is it your natural complexion?" Qin Dingyue remarked, seemingly oblivious as she reached out to touch Shen Yan's face. Upon contact, Her eyes widened in surprise. Your skin is so smooth. Shen Yan could only wonder at such a straightforward girl managing to navigate the entertainment industry. Her agent must have played a significant role. It truly is my natural complexion. I envy your innate beauty. Qin Dingwa lamented. Unlike me, who has tanned and cannot return to my original shade, it's utterly distressing. Standing beside Shen Yan, Qin Dingwa began to vent her frustrations. On camera, her fans sighed in exasperation. Oh, foolish girl. Not everyone can afford to complain so freely, especially not in front of someone like Shen Yan. Shen Yan regarded Qin Dingwa, who, with a sheepish smile, asked, Am I talking too much? Oh, foolish girl. You finally realize what you're doing. Covering my face, I can't bear to watch. This is not my daughter. You want to address your skin issues? I can help you formulate a cream after the show ends. Huh? Qin Dingwa stared at Shen Yan, surprised to find her serious. Are you studying medicine? Shen Yan shook her head and then nodded slightly, before I turned 15, I was genuinely pursuing traditional Chinese medicine, but my life took a dramatic turn afterward. At that base, she acquired a wealth of knowledge. Thus, she can be considered somewhat of a medical student. Qin Dingyue's interest was piqued. How did you enter the entertainment industry? Surely it wasn't just to follow Mu Jinsheng into the limelight? Although Mu Jinsheng was indeed exceptionally handsome, Qin Dingyue felt he was just average. The fans of Qin Dingyue were aghast. If they had been present, they would have wanted to whisk her away. Can you really ask such a direct question? Have some sense. The new fans of Shen Yan found the situation amusing, and it opened another door to understanding her. Who would have thought Shen Yan had studied medicine? Quite the surprise. The comments flowed in. I want medicine too. Yin Yan, my skin is dark as well. I seek ointment. Shen Yan's lies are becoming increasingly absurd. I just saw her fishing and starting a fire, working in the fields like a pro. I suspect this fake princess hails from the countryside. What's wrong with the countryside? Can't someone from there become a star? Do they eat your rice and sleep in your bed? Exactly. The haters are just too much, suspicious and rude. My Yan's looks and charm surpass any city dweller by far. Even if my Yan is from the countryside, I still adore her. Haters, kindly leave. Forget the haters. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Let us support Yan. A wave of encouragement swept through. The haters gritted their teeth, furiously typing away at their keyboards. All guests, please gather at the front, Director Li announced with a megaphone. The notorious Director Li was starting his antics again. Qin Dingyue cheerfully took Shen Yan's hand. Let us go. However, Shen Yan, still unaccustomed to such close contact, withdrew her hand. Qin Dingyue chuckled sheepishly, a bit foolishly. The fans could hardly bear to watch. Director Li, gazing at the guests with a harmless smile, announced, Today we shall alter the rules. The atmosphere tensed. Everyone braced themselves. Director Li, our time is precious. Can we please get started? Su Zishan remarked, exasperated. Director Li, smirking like a sly fox, replied, I know you've formed quite the camaraderie in your groups. But for the sake of fairness, we shall shuffle the teams and redraw. Mu Jincheng frowned, disapproving of this suggestion. Who knew if he would be grouped with Chu Jing or Shen Yan after the reshuffle? Qin Dingyue exclaimed excitedly, I want to be in a group with Shen Yan. Director Li cleared his throat. The girls will draw lots to decide their male partners. Qin Dingyue's smile vanished instantly, much to the amusement of the fans. Shen Yan was indifferent about whom she teamed up with. Chapter 016. Drawing the male lead. Seeing that the guests were silent, Director Li coughed lightly. Let us draw lots for the new teams. I'll go first. Lu Chang, no longer wishing to team up with Zhou Jingming, had her sights set on Su Zishan. A staff member brought a small box containing the names of the male guests. Whoever she drew would be her partner. Lu Chang hoped to draw Su Zishan. After taking a slip, she returned to her spot and froze upon revealing the name. Who did you draw, Sister Chang? Qin Dingyue asked with curiosity, while Lu Chang wished she could give her stern glare. On the male side, Mu Jincheng felt a flutter of anxiety, hoping he wouldn't be drawn. When he saw Lu Chang reluctantly reveal her slip, he sighed in relief. Lu Chang had drawn Wen Yan. Lu Chang didn't harbor any fondness for Shen Yan, nor did she wish to team up with Wen Yan. It was truly a case of fearing what might come. Shall I go next? Chu Jing and smiled gently, glancing at Qin Dingyue and Shen Yan, both of whom let her go first. As Chu Jing reached for a slip, Mu Jinsheng's breath slowed, silently praying it would be him. Chu Jing didn't immediately reveal her choice, but turned to Shen Yan. You may draw as well. Qin Dingyue eagerly grabbed a slip, while Shen Yan calmly took the last one. Chu Jing, appearing composed, opened her slip to reveal Su Zishan's name. The color drained from Mu Jincheng's face as he looked at Su Zixin. Su Zixin remained unfazed, ready to team up with anyone. Su, I look forward to your support. Chu Jing smiled charmingly, her tone gentle. Su Zixin, captivated by her smile, felt a flutter of emotions. Mu Jincheng clenched his fists. He had a 50-50 chance of teaming with Qin Dingyue, which was preferable to being with Shen Yan. Zhou Jingming, I'll be with you. Before Mu Jincheng could prepare himself, Qin Dingyue announced her choice. Zhou Jingming nodded slightly, seeming indifferent to whom he partnered with. But he couldn't help glancing at Shen Yan and Mu Jincheng. Mu Jincheng shot a cold glare at Shen Yan. She anticipated such bad luck, drawing the male lead. Observing his reluctant expression, Shen Yan felt somewhat helpless. This was beyond her control. However, the male lead seemed to think otherwise. Suspecting Shen Yan had some role in this twist. Had she bribed someone in the production team? All right, the new teams are finalized. Now, let us announce today's survival task. You want to have to carry heavy loads, but you must find your own food. We want to provide any fire sources or food. Water and tools will be adequately supplied, though oil and salt will be limited, so please manage them wisely. There are 4 distinct routes, meaning you want to have any chance of encountering each other today. Lunch is on you. Whatever you catch or gather will be your dinner tonight. The expressions of all 4 groups turned grim. Another survival task. But at least today, they wouldn't have to compete for resources, as each group had its own separate route. Chu Jing smiled demurely at Su Zixin. Let us do our best together today. Su Zixin, captivated by her enchanting smile, instinctively nodded. Meanwhile, Mu Jincheng's mood darkened. Lu Chong frowned, glancing back at Wen Yan, who also wore a troubled expression. Can you handle this? Wen Yan, being a man, could hardly say otherwise, of course. Then I'll rely on you. Breakfast consisted of just 2 buns and water for each of them. Such a breakfast would have been disregarded before the show began, but after feasting on their foraged meals, the buns from a production team tasted exquisite. Each group received their route maps and set off. While they didn't have to carry heavy burdens, they needed to take tools, oil, salt, and a medium-sized frying pan for cooking their wild food. Shen Yan packed her water and a small shovel, along with a small bottle of oil and salt into a backpack provided by the production team. As for the frying pan, she glanced at Mu Jincheng. Noticing his gloomy expression, she felt he looked down on her. This man was rather stingy. How could he be the male lead? Never mind. Shen Yan decided not to argue with him, wrapping the frying pan in a bag and cramming it into her backpack. It fit, though she couldn't zip it up. She carried the heavier items, while Mu Jincheng only needed to carry his bottle of water and the small shovel given to him, which fit neatly in his backpack. Observing her carry most of their supplies, Mu Jincheng didn't offer to share the load. The production team was bemused, wondering why they paired the fake princess with Mu Jincheng. The production team owes me my CP back. I don't care. I want Mu Jincheng with Chu Jing. Oh no, the sweet island romance is gone. Please, wash your minds. This is survival on an island. If you want sweet romance, go watch a dating show next door. My Mu Jincheng doesn't need a CP. Let him shine alone. Though I'm annoyed by Chu Jing's fans, I'm more worried Mu Jincheng might get dragged down by the fake princess. Mu Jincheng, you must hold your ground. While Mu Jincheng's fans worried, Shen Yan's fans were equally concerned about her maintaining her composure. Those who are familiar with the initial situation know that Shen Yan is quite attached to Mu Jincheng, even going so far as to confess her feelings, stating that her entry into the entertainment industry was for him. During that time, the criticism from anti-fans was particularly harsh. The concerns of Shen Yan's fans were unfounded. Once she bore the weight of expectations, she took a step forward without engaging in a single word with Mu Jincheng, not even casting a glance his way. Mu Jincheng genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. Upon realizing that Shen Yan was in his group, he tensed up. If she dared to create as much trouble as she did last time, he wouldn't hesitate to leverage his connections to have her removed from show. However, as he prepared himself, he noticed that Shen Yan was walking ahead, completely ignoring him as if he didn't exist. This caught Mu Jincheng off guard. He then wondered if this was Shen Yan's way of playing hard to get. Shen Yan glanced at the route map before putting it away, only to retrieve it again and hand it to Mu Jincheng. Her sudden proximity made him instinctively take a step back, struggling to maintain his composure. What was she doing? He had been examining the route map. Shen Yan, undeterred by his reluctance, tossed it to him. Mu Jincheng's expression soured. What did Shen Yan mean by this? Did she expect him to lead the way? Was she relying on him to complete the task? Perhaps she was overthinking things. If it were Jing he would have eagerly taken on the task without hesitation. As for Shen Yan, no matter how beautiful she was, he wouldn't show any leniency. Moreover, who could say if this time, being paired with him was a result of Shen Yan's underhanded dealings? The thought of this made Mu Jinshun inexplicably irritated. Chapter 017. Surge in popularity, take this path. Mu Jinshun indicated towards a narrower route ahead. Shen Yan followed him without objection. Despite being a wealthy scion, Mu Jinshun found that even with his rigorous workouts at the gym, traversing this incline proved to be tiring, especially after the previous day's burdensome trek. Yet, in comparison to yesterday's ordeal, this was significantly easier. Since joining the program, he had noticeably slimmed down. The VJ and PD trailing behind him observed Shen Yan, who did not appear to be out of breath, and they couldn't help but admire her, recalling her performance from the previous day. When Director Li organized this group of guests, they were prepared for a lackadaisical atmosphere. With the addition of this group, achieving authenticity in the show became an impossibility. Yesterday served as a prime example, as several agents had called to criticize Director Li for being overly harsh, claiming their artist's lost face on camera, which did not sit well with fans. Consequently, the atmosphere lightened today, and they were cautious not to push boundaries again. Among the guests, only Shen Yan's agent had not complained about the program's handling of things. If Shen Yan were aware of their opinions, she would scoff. Her agent was not lenient. They simply did not regard her as a valuable artist. Whatever happened, happened. Even if Shen Yan encountered trouble during the program, Zhang Lu would not stand up for her. One could say her agent was utterly unreliable. Ahead lay a river, and where there is water, there may be wild fish. It was summer, the season when freshwater fish were abundant. Shen Yan, upon hearing the sound of water, walked toward it, only to find a fork in the path. Mu Jinshun intended to venture further to see if there were any other wild creatures, but Shen Yan had already moved on, prompting him to suppress his irritation and follow her. Indeed, a small river lay before them, with numerous river snails clinging to the mossy banks. The water was clear, revealing small fish darting through the weedy surface. The presence of small fish indicated the likelihood of larger ones. Shen Yan took out the small knife provided by the production team, planning to utilize her talent for catching fish. With no strict rules regarding quantity, she aimed only to gather enough for their meals that day. This, as the production team termed it, was survival on a deserted island, devoid of difficulty. Mu Jinshun observed Shen Yan as she rummaged for branches nearby, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately deciding against interfering. However, the notion of catching fish troubled him. He was not skilled in that area. Then he pondered if Shen Yan intended to make him look foolish. If so, her cunning was indeed excessive. Thus, he assumed that Shen Yan was preparing the branches for him. What would he do when she handed him the fishing spear? How could he refuse without appearing inept to her fans? While Mu Jinshun was lost in thought, Shen Yan efficiently trimmed the branches, sharpening one end. Noticing Mu Jinshun quietly standing by the riverbank, she chose not to acknowledge him. She was acutely aware of how much he disliked her, so she avoided provoking any misunderstandings. The VJ quickly captured Shen Yan's actions on camera. The VJ and PD following her were typically assigned to Mu Jinshun and Chu Jinghe, thus unaware of Shen Yan's fishing prowess. After a long day of filming, they were utterly exhausted, lacking even the desire to check their phones. And as soon as they had a moment to rest, they fell asleep. Consequently, they were oblivious to Shen Yan's hidden skill. Curious, the VJ asked Shen Yan, "Are you planning to catch fish? Or do you want our teacher Mu to help you?" Before the VJ could finish, he watched as Shen Yan slipped off her shoes, revealing her smooth, fair feet. "I could play with those feet for years. EW, that's vulgar. If it were me, I could have a decade of fun. I could make it a spectacle. Is Mu Jinshun just going to stand there and watch? Surely he won't expect to enjoy the spoils just because his partner is Shen Yan? Haha, my brother Mu's survival skills are unmatched among the guests. Does a faux princess expect him to do the work? Indeed, a faux princess is not worth it. I still prefer seeing Mu Jinshun paired with Chu Jinghe. The further the faux princess stays away, the better." Seeing Mu Jinshun's fans laud him, Shen Yan supporters were incensed. It was unacceptable for a girl to do all the work while a man stood idly by. Mu Jinshun's fans were equally fervent, exaggerating his abilities while denigrating Shen Yan's worth. The director, Li, who had been waiting at the finish line, chuckled like a sly fox as he monitored the shared live stream of Shen Yan and Mu Jinshun. To his surprise, their pairing garnered even more attention than his collaboration with Chu Jinghe. Unlike the previous day, which focused solely on lunch, today required preparations for a full day of meals. Shen Yan, armed with a 2-meter-long stick, rolled up her pant legs and waded into the water. As the camera followed her, she swiftly speared a fish, then another, raising them triumphantly before quickly catching 2 more. The eyes of the VJ and PD widened in disbelief. Mu Jinshan was taken aback by Shen Yan's unexpected display of skill. He had no idea she possessed such talent. Shen Yan tossed the 2 fish onto the bank, allowing them to flounder in the dirt. Turning back, she plunged into the water once more, splashing as she emerged with a fish thrashing desperately, weighing at least 3 pounds. She hurled it, along with the stick, onto the shore, where its sharp end plunged into the soil. In a remarkable feat, she managed to catch 2 palm-sized fish with her bare hands. The astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Mu Jinshan was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Wow. She caught 2 fish with her bare hands. Incredible. I need to ask my mom what kind of divine being I just started following. I can't catch fish even with a net, yet Shen Yan can catch them barehanded. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have doubted the reality of those flapping fish. The fans and detractors of Mu Jincheng fell into silence. The slap in the face came too swiftly, catching everyone off guard. The critics who had been waiting for Shen Yan to embarrass herself now stared at the scene, feeling as though they had ingested something utterly distasteful. They sought a flaw in Shen Yan, yet found none. Firstly, she had not sought to ride on Mu Jincheng's coattails. Secondly, she exhibited no pretentiousness. And thirdly, her performance was astonishing, leaving everyone in awe. Even director Li, who was drinking water at the finish line, was taken aback, his face flushed from the unexpected turn of events. Someone captured the live stream and posted it online, instantly drawing a wave of casual viewers into the broadcast. Talented and beautiful female stars are a rare find indeed. What was thought to be a monotonous survival live show turned out to conceal a treasure of a girl. This sudden revelation added a delightful spark to the mundane lives of netizens. Director Li observed the live stream's skyrocketing popularity, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Who could have anticipated this? He felt an urge to laugh heartily. Chapter 018. Catching shrimp with rising popularity comes scrutiny. A gif of Shen Yan catching fish with her bare hands quickly trended on social media. Alongside it, gifs of her using a fork to catch fish and humorous images from the previous day as challenges were shared by fans, attracting a wave of enthusiasts for amusing content. There were even fan art adaptations, revealing that Shen Yan's fanbase included talented artists. The chibi-style illustrations were vivid and entertaining. Additionally, an animator crafted a short video for Shen Yan, complete with charming voiceovers. Both the animations and the fan art garnered numerous likes and shares. Thus, Shen Yan captured the hearts of many fans through various creative expressions. Unbelievable, the live stream must have had glitches. It seems so fake. The live video must have been doctored. My husband has bought countless fishing gear, yet he can't catch fish like this princess. Oh, she was using a fork. In short, it feels as though a segment of video was inserted. I suspect the water and fish were enhanced with green screens. Can someone talented come forward to draw circles and mock us? Silence ensued. Even Shen Yan's supporters grew indifferent to the swarm of naysayers. Shen Yan's ability to catch fish barehanded was not due to mere luck. She had been trained by a group of enthusiasts to catch loaches in water. Having practiced in natural ponds, catching a couple of fish was not a challenge for her. It was a skill honed through experience. Upon reaching the shore, she found a soft yet sturdy branch and strung the still flopping fish together by their gills, presenting them to Mu Jincheng. He snapped back to reality, stepping back slightly, his expression darkening, wondering what she was doing. Take these to the production team to store in water, otherwise. Carrying them like this will make them smell and become tough by evening mealtime, he thought. However, before he could voice his concerns, Shen Yan had already placed the fish into his hands, the water from the branch splattering on him. Mu Jincheng wrinkled his nose in distaste. Yet he didn't discard the fish. The VJ, receiving the hefty catch, glanced back at the accompanying PD, who nodded. Soon, someone brought a bucket to fill with water for the fish. The PD, concerned about the fish's condition, queried director Li via walkie-talkie about whether they should prepare the injured fish for preservation. Given the heat, the production team had also brought a portable refrigerator, and the generator was continuously supplying power. Director Li hadn't anticipated Shen Yan seizing this opportunity, he had not prohibited the team from assisting with ingredient preservation. Witnessing the rapid rise in viewership, he made an exception and permitted the wild fish caught by Shen Yan to be sent to the on-site chefs for marination. Mu Jincheng turned back to see Shen Yan entering the water again, his eyelids twitching. What is she up to now? Is she looking for shrimp? Shen Yan bent down among the water plants, sensing the presence of many living creatures before stepping onto the soft mud. Observing her once flawless feet now smeared with mud, Mu Jincheng found it unappealing. He contemplated advising her to wash off the grime, but deemed it unnecessary. Shen Yan emerged from the water, searching around for something. Mu Jincheng, like a fool, followed closely behind, questioning her intentions. Shen Yan ignored him, using a small knife to cut several similarly sized vines, specifically selecting the soft and pliable ones. She quickly wove them together, replacing bamboo strips. Mu Jincheng furrowed his brow tightly, uncertain of Shen Yan's next trick. As he observed her, he noticed her skin appeared dewy and tender, her lips naturally pink, tempting enough to provoke an impulsive desire for a kiss. A thin layer of sheen adorned her collarbone, exuding an alluring fragrance. Mu Jincheng's face darkened. How could he be so easily swayed by a woman like her? To outsiders, his demeanor signified dissatisfaction with Shen Yan's indifference. Shen Yan, however, paid him no mind. Her focus remained on completing today's task. She recalled that the book did not mention any group changes, as the male and female leads had always been in the same group until the 5th episode's recording. Even the subsequent police drama featured them as the leading couple. Would it cause the show to deviate from its original trajectory? Was it the butterfly effect? Shen Yan pondered briefly without dwelling on it too deeply. Regardless of the catalyst for the plot's alteration, her priority was to trend on social media, cleanse herself of the affliction burdening her soul, and thrive beautifully in this literary world. In no time, Shen Yan had crafted a makeshift scoop and approached the riverbank, deliberately searching among the water plants. She targeted a specific spot, plunging into the water and swiftly surfacing with a bounty of stones, river snails, wild shrimp, and small fish, all landing upon the onlookers, including Mu Jincheng. One slippery fish wriggled its way into Mu Jincheng's collar, sliding down to his abdomen, sending chills down his spine. He leaped up in a fit of rage, akin to a young girl encountering a large mouse, frantically shaking the fish from his clothing. Once he managed to free the small fish, he glared at Shen Yan, his face darkening. Were you doing that on purpose? Trying to embarrass me to draw my attention? Shen Yan, slightly exasperated, retorted, Who told you to stand there? Move aside. I'm about to catch shrimp. Mu Jincheng, suppressing his simmering anger, clenched his teeth and stepped aside, casting a dark glare at her. Mu Jincheng is truly comedic, standing idly by while Shen Yan does all the work. Yet he dares to scowl at her. Is this the so-called strength touted by Mu Jincheng's fans? Or have I misunderstood the meaning of strength? Confirmed. Mu Jincheng is undoubtedly cross-dressing as a woman. Ha ha ha. The fake princess is at it again, employing such despicable tactics to attract Brother Mu's attention. It was just like last episode. Indeed, she even feigned illness for sympathy. Brother Mu clearly does not wish to be in the same group as her. Let us see how he fared with Chu Jing instead. The groupings were determined by lottery. Shen Yan did not choose to be with Mu Jincheng. It's just unfortunate that she encountered such a man. Such comments ignited further discord, unbeknownst to both Shen Yan and Mu Jincheng. Shen Yan continued her efforts, successfully catching several small river shrimp. Observing Mu Jincheng standing like a statue with his arms crossed, she thought it was rather unbecoming for him to just stand there. Couldn't he at least gather the shrimp and small fish? Did he not feel it beneath his dignity as a man to merely watch? Let us not forget, this is live streaming. Reluctantly, Mu Jincheng bent down to collect the shrimp, his movements somewhat awkward and clumsy. Suddenly, Shen Yan flung herself back onto the shore, causing a long, soft object to slither and jump at Mu Jincheng's feet. He turned pale with fright. Was that a snake? He fell backward, hastily kicking the writhing creature away. Shen Yan. National audience. His fans cover their faces. VJ and PD. Chapter 019. Treated as a useless person. Observing the pale and panicked Mu Jincheng, Shen Yan said softly, Do not be afraid. It is merely a larger loach. To substantiate her claim, Shen Yan climbed ashore, grasped the wriggling loach, and held it before Mu Jincheng, the flailing creature inadvertently smacking against his face. His already ashen complexion turned even paler. The pungent odor invaded his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his pale lips together, suppressing his revulsion. His hands clutched the ground tightly, the veins on his forearms visibly straining. For the first time, Mu Jinsheng found himself in such an embarrassing predicament. His face a mix of white and ashen hues, contorting in an effort to endure. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter 2 words, Shen Yan. Shen Yan shook her head in disapproval. With such a lack of courage, he dared to participate in a survival show. In her eyes, this program, devoid of any real challenges, resembled a child's play. Just this minor difficulty had left pampered celebrities in utter disarray. Had it not been for the leniency of the production team, these sheltered stars would not have made it to the finish line by tomorrow. In truth, each task often contained subtle hints. Were it not for a contract in place and the need for publicity to alleviate a terminal illness, Shen Yan would have easily abandoned the task upon her arrival. Instead of assisting others, she dug a shallow pit on the shore, lined it with leaves, filled it with water, and placed the loach inside. Having completed these tasks, Shen Yan returned to the water to continue her shrimp hunting. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Mu Jinsheng is truly a mess. I'm increasingly impressed by Shen Yan's bravery and cuteness. Mistaking a loach for a snake. Who else could do that? Allow me to laugh. Ha ha ha. Apologize, I simply cannot hold back, ha. The barrage of laughter flooded the screen. Mu Jinsheng's fans were furious with Shen Yan. In her quest to capture Mu Jinsheng's attention, Shen Yan employed every trick in the book. While they vocally criticized her outside, they remained silent in the live stream, fearful of sullying Mu Jinsheng's reputation. Mu Jinsheng struggled to maintain his composure, taking a considerable amount of time to suppress his sour expression. As he inhaled deeply, he cleaned the dirt from his body, while Shen Yan had already caught a fair number of small river shrimp. This particular type of shrimp was Shen Yan's favorite for stir-frying, leaving no trace of even the antennae behind. Shen Yan proceeded to clean the 2 small loaches she had caught earlier alongside the larger one by the riverbank. The VJ, regaining focus, quickly directed the camera closer, capturing Shen Yan's meticulous cleaning process, leaving the audience in awe. Her swift and efficient methods showcased her as a true survival expert. Comparing this to the other groups, their struggles appeared almost pitiful. Having calmed his emotions, Mu Jinsheng stood idly by, completely at a loss for what to do. Previously, the fish they had laboriously caught were simply tossed into a frying pan without any preparation, and the scales made it difficult to swallow. In the last episode, no one had genuinely caught wild fish. All were pre-prepared feed fish placed by the production team for them to catch. Even then, only a few managed to catch a fish, and they had to be reintroduced to the water just to barely capture 1 or 2 half-dead specimens. Director Lee had devised this island survival show with a romantic twist to attract attention. The pairing of the male and female leads had certainly captivated the public's interest. This episode, Director Lee had originally intended to create some scandal between Mu Jinsheng and Xu Jing to heighten the show's popularity, but unexpectedly, Shen Yan had emerged as a dark horse. Director Lee was astonished. He had initially recruited Shen Yan for her ability to attract controversy, hoping to create a more compelling narrative. Now, even though Shen Yan still had her share of haters, there was a palpable sense of futility in their criticisms. Clearly, Shen Yan was on the path to stardom. As Director Lee analyzed the data, he found himself grinning like a fool. In a high-tech building on the 10th floor of a bustling city, a man seated in a cool office leaned back slightly, his tone as frosty as his demeanor. Speak. The individual on the video call was none other than the steward sent by his family. Sir, Xingyu Media has handled everything. I wonder who you intend to assign to oversee the newly acquired company? Xingyu Media was the entertainment company with which Shen Yan had signed, now a subsidiary of the Qi family. Her agent is inadequate. The taciturn man simply pointed out the shortcomings of the agent, Zhang Lu, and offered no further commentary. Lu Su understood that he would likely need to take a hands-on approach. The company was not too large or too small, and managing it was not particularly challenging. Lu Su recognized that Qi Si had sent him to alleviate his responsibilities while simultaneously paving a path for Shen Yan in the entertainment industry. No matter how poorly Shen Yan treated his boss, the latter was still obliged to smooth her path. After all, Shen Yan was the apple of the Shen family's eye. Perhaps the Shen family had truly provoked the Qi family. They had unceremoniously handed Shen Yan over to his boss without a second thought. In a few months, they would be registering their marriage, and naturally, she would be entrusted to her husband for management. In truth, Lu Su suspected that the Shen family was unable to handle her and had passed this hot potato on to Chi. I will manage this appropriately, Lu Su stated seriously. Company matters need not be made public. He uttered this phrase before abruptly terminating the call. Liu Su. In other words, he still had to remain cautious around Shen Yan. So what was the point? He might as well work behind the scenes. Lu Su now knew how to proceed. Meanwhile, Shen Yan was putting on a show of creating fire by friction, drawing enthusiastic praise from the livestream audience. Mu Jincheng stood by, utterly bewildered, offering no assistance whatsoever. Passers-by felt embarrassed for Mu Jincheng's fans. Shen Yan prepared a small stove using stones and wet mud, placed a frying pan atop, added oil and salt, and tossed in the small fish and shrimp, using a makeshift wooden spatula crafted from a wider branch to flip them. The delightful aroma of the cooking shrimp and fish wafted through the air, tempting not only Mu Jincheng, but also the VJ and PD, who found themselves drooling. With only dry rations to chew on, their stomachs protested loudly. The dry food suddenly lost its appeal. Shen Yan gathered thick, smooth leaves and washed them by the river before plating the stir-fried fish and shrimp. The production team found it curious. They provided a frying pan, but no bowls or utensils, forcing the participants to improvise. Shen Yan saved the loaches for last, frying them in a similar manner, ensuring the oil and salt made for easier cooking without sticking. Mu Jincheng observed this simple survival skill up close for the first time, astonished beyond measure. What Shen Yan considered basic survival techniques appeared to him as complex and advanced skills. He questioned whether he could ever accomplish such feats. The person he despised suddenly seemed remarkable in his eyes, leaving Mu Jincheng feeling uncomfortable all over. He believed such abilities did not belong to Shen Yan. Yet the reality was undeniable. As she performed these tasks, she radiated a brilliant light that could not be obscured. Mu Jincheng was unwilling to admit Shen Yan's prowess, yet he could not deny it either. Feeling like a useless person in her presence, his mood soured. He knew he had to find an opportunity to prove himself. Chapter 020. The male lead's red underpants. As Mu Jincheng racked his brain for ways to reclaim his masculinity, he watched Shen Yan savor the fried fish and shrimp, his expression contorting in a mix of emotions, and he blurted out, "Are you eating alone?" "Huh." Shen Yan regarded him with a look of disdain. Mu Jincheng immediately regretted his words. He had done nothing, merely standing idly by while Shen Yan worked. He had not even dared to ask her a single question. Shen Yan's fans complained that he wouldn't even lend a hand, simply sitting back and waiting for food, which seemed rather shameless. Surely you can pick up fish, even if you cannot catch them. If you cannot clean the shrimp and fish, at least you can help gather them, right? If you cannot create fire by friction, you can at least collect dry twigs, can't you? However, due to the events of the previous episode, Mu Jincheng found himself standing idly by, watching a girl scurry about in a flurry of activity. Was he still a man? Even his fans began to think he was being excessively unreasonable. No matter how much one might despise another, one should not lose one's composure as a gentleman. They were partners on a survival mission, not solitary adventurers. Following Shen Yan's gaze downward, Mu Jincheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to vanish into the ground. Shen Yan had already set aside his portion of food, leaving it aside. His earlier comments had made him seem like a pampered aristocrat, waiting for Shen Yan to serve him. Seeing the mocking smile in Shen Yan's eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to escape the camera's gaze. Unfazed by his thoughts, Shen Yan focused on feeding herself first. Mu Jincheng struggled to swallow the fish and shrimp she had prepared, receiving only a small loach. The memory of being mistaken for a snake flashed through his mind, nearly causing him to lose control of his expression. Shen Yan ate rapidly, as if engaged in battle. Mu Jincheng's attempts to maintain an elegant demeanor contrasted sharply with her efficiency, leading Shen Yan to wish she could toss him into the base where she had once resided. He likely wouldn't last more than 3 seconds there. After brushing off the dirt from her clothes, Shen Yan began to wash the frying pan, gathering water to extinguish the charcoal fire, and buried the remnants in the sand. Though they were on a deserted island, starting a fire could lead to dire consequences. As she completed her tasks, Mu Jincheng contemplated asking why she was doing all this, but pride held him back. Once prepared, Shen Yan continued onward. The path ahead was uncharted. The island was densely wooded with an abundance of undergrowth. It appeared that someone had once inhabited this place. But due to the difficulty of access, they had relocated, leaving only the desolate island behind. Mu Jincheng trailed silently behind Shen Yan, looking much like a wronged little wife. Shocking even his fans. What had happened to their idol? They blamed Shen Yan for her relentless drive. Who was she trying to impress? Though they grumbled internally, they dared not voice their complaints for fear of tarnishing their idol's reputation. Shen Yan had reviewed the map and determined that the distance was not great. At their current pace, they would reach their destination soon. Their primary objective was to gather food. They had fish, but next, Shen Yan sought to forage for wild vegetables. The island was rich in such flora, and it wouldn't be long before they stumbled upon a patch. Mu Jincheng, albeit reluctantly, now understood his role and followed Shen Yan to collect wild vegetables. As she gazed up at a tree, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Mu Jincheng followed her gaze and discerned that she had discovered something edible. What could it be? Approaching the large tree, Shen Yan looked up and exclaimed, "It's a jujube." Mu Jincheng expressed skepticism about the twisted, grayish fruit being edible. What if we get poisoned? He inquired. Shen Yan set down her backpack, rolled up her sleeves, revealing a delicate arm, and prepared to climb the tree. Wait a moment, Mu Jincheng called out to her, seizing the opportunity to prove himself. If he didn't act now, would he allow Shen Yan to overshadow him completely? I'll do it, he offered boldly. Shen Yan regarded him skeptically. Are you sure you can manage? Despite her doubts, she stepped aside, allowing him to have his moment. He stood at the base of the tree, attempting various climbing techniques, but found himself unable to ascend. Having climbed in a club before, he was puzzled by the disparity in difficulty. After several futile attempts, he resembled a clumsy bear, clinging to the trunk but sliding down repeatedly, a comical sight that left Shen Yan bemused. Do you even know how to climb a tree? She asked, exasperated. Of course I do. Just give me a moment. Come and help me. Mu Jincheng insisted, directing her to assist him. Shen Yan hesitated, unsure how to help as he awkwardly thrust his backside in the air, reminiscent of a worm. Nearby, a VJ adjusted the camera, concerned for Mu Jincheng's safety. Support me, he implored, his face flushed from the exertion. Yet he still could not ascend, and with no response from Shen Yan, his frustration grew. Shen Yan placed her hand on his backside, causing him to tense, nearly cursing. His expression darkened. With surprising strength, she hoisted him onto a branch, igniting a flush of embarrassment as he clung on, wishing for her to withdraw her support. Once he had secured himself, Shen Yan clapped her hands, instructing, just ahead, break off a few, and I will collect them. Mu Jincheng, trembling as he perched on the branch, hesitated to move forward, suddenly gripped by acrophobia. Shen Yan regarded him with disdain, finding his attempts to help futile. Slowly, he conquered his fear, steadied himself with one hand, and reached for the jujubes. Meanwhile, Shen Yan gathered what he dropped below. Mu Jincheng looked down, noting how effortlessly she collected the fruit while he struggled awkwardly above, feeling a sense of imbalance. In a fit of frustration, he began to recklessly pluck branches, tossing both good and bad fruit down. Shen Yan ignored his discontent, meticulously collecting the edible ones, discarding the inedible without concern. After all, it was Mu Jincheng who had put in the effort to gather them. Realizing this was akin to self-sabotage, he began to focus on selecting only the ripe, pristine jujubes. With the lower branches cleared, he ascended further, where even better fruit awaited. Keep going, Shen Yan urged. However, in his haste, Mu Jincheng did not pay attention and inadvertently snagged his pants on a branch. A loud ripping sound echoed behind him. Feeling the fabric give way, he froze, a wave of dread washing over him as his face turned pale. Shen Yan looked up, witnessing the unfortunate scene. His pants had torn, exposing his bright red underwear. Suppressing a laugh, Shen Yan couldn't contain herself. The VJ, noticing her amusement, quickly adjusted the camera for a closer shot, piquing the audience's curiosity. What happened? They wondered, eager for details. Knowing the situation, Shen Yan did not stop the VJ from capturing the moment. Mu Jincheng hurriedly settled back onto the branch, inadvertently concealing the tear. It's nothing, he insisted, while the VJ, puzzled by the lack of desired footage, questioned Shen Yan's laughter. Perhaps the faux princess is simply swooning. The audience speculated. Others chimed in. Why is that annoying faux princess so bothersome? Mu Jincheng's fans, recognizing the implications, shot back. I guarantee Shen Yan's laughter had nothing to do with infatuation. Meanwhile, other fans quipped, I suspect it was because Mu Jincheng's pants ripped. and Shen Yan happened to see it. Tempers flared among Mu Jincheng's followers. Your pants are the only thing that S torn, and your whole family S too. As the argument escalated, both factions fixated on whether or not Mu Jincheng's underwear was visible. Shen Yan observed that Mu Jincheng was quite clever, realizing how to use the branch to shield himself from further embarrassment. However, she knew that when he descended, the cameras would capture everything. Mu Jincheng's expression darkened as he realized the magnitude of his blunder. One must absolutely avoid allowing the camera to capture the image of his torn trousers. Otherwise, today's headline could very well become the trending topic of Mu Jincheng's pants blossom and reveal red underwear. The thought of such a scene sent shivers down Mu Jincheng's spine. He shot a fierce glare at the mischievous Shen Yan, feeling that everything was her fault. If she had performed so exceptionally well, would he have subjected himself to this humiliating climb? Shen Yan was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. What was he to do now? Mu Jincheng was troubled about how to descend. Shen Yan, unfazed, waited below, eager to witness his embarrassment. With a somewhat menacing gaze, Mu Jincheng gritted his teeth and whispered, "Cover for me, and I shall overlook the matter concerning Jing He and offer you an opportunity." Last night, Mu Jincheng had approached Shen Yan to warn her against targeting Chu Jing He again, lest he choose to be less than courteous. Regrettably, Shen Yan failed to acknowledge his intent. She perceived Mu Jincheng, the male lead, as somewhat narcissistic. Standing below with a smile, she remained silent. Meanwhile, Mu Jincheng, perched on the branch, grew increasingly anxious. "What do you want?" he asked. "Aside from wanting me to be your boyfriend, everything else is negotiable." Shen Yan feigned ignorance, crouching before a pile of inferior jujubes, cheerfully picking them. Mu Jincheng's frustration mounted. "Shen Yan, what exactly do you desire? Now is the time to speak." Still, Shen Yan acted deaf and mute, inciting Mu Jincheng's ire to the point where he felt like leaping from the tree. When he uttered those words, the atmosphere became tense. After 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Mu Jincheng's patience wore thin. "I can promise you a date." Shen Yan suddenly looked up. Mu Jincheng, avoiding the camera, wore an expression of utter discontent. Indeed, Shen Yan had been waiting for this statement. He planned to say it merely to appease her, intending to deny it later. What could Shen Yan do then? Having resolved to be a disingenuous gentleman, Mu Jincheng awaited Shen Yan to offer him cover. However, in the next moment, he froze. "Are you out of your mind?" "What?" Mu Jincheng was momentarily taken aback. "I have no interest in men with weak kidneys." "Shen Yan." Mu Jincheng's voice nearly erupted in fury. As he moved, he lost his grip and fell directly from the branch. His fans held their breath, while Shen Yan's supporters began to tease him. Ouch! Mu Jincheng landed hard, seeing stars as he fell. The accompanying VJ and PD were startled, rushing forward, causing the camera to tilt, narrowly avoiding capturing the spot where Mu Jincheng had fallen. The audience could not see the scene, only hearing the sounds, which made them anxious. How could Shen Yan remain indifferent and watch Brother Mu fall? How heartless! The faux princess used to cling to Brother Mu, but now she just watches him fall. If it were Chu Jing He, things would be different. If it were Chu Jing He would never have climbed that tree. If something happens to Brother Mu, I want to let the faux princess off the hook. How ridiculous! Are you expecting a delicate girl like Shen Yan to catch a man? What cold-heartedness! You just wanted Brother Mu to fall on my sister Shen Yan. Mu Jincheng must have done this on purpose. Shen Yan never asked him to climb the tree. He volunteered. Who else can he blame? Fans of Mu Jincheng, please use your brains. Even if there was a grown man below, he would have been injured. Pure bystanders here. I think Mu Jincheng's fans are a bit unhinged. With Shen Yan's status, catching Brother Mu would be a stroke of good fortune for her. Enough. Let us first see how Brother Mu is doing. We can't have him injured anywhere, or we'll collectively hold the faux princess accountable. The fans of Shen Yan found the reactions of Mu Jincheng supporters both amusing and infuriating. Teacher Mu, are you all right? They helped Mu Jincheng up. He had landed on his lower back, and as he sat up, a sharp pain shot through him. Panic set in. He wondered if he had injured his back. Shen Yan approached, inspecting him closely, and pressed on his back. Ouch! Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Mu Jincheng cried out in pain, his vision blurring. At that moment, he thought of the cameras and forced himself to suppress his reaction, turning to glare at Shen Yan. The VJ and PD were startled by his cry. Looking towards Shen Yan, she appeared unperturbed, not the type to play pranks. It's just a bruise. It will be fine after a moment, she said, then abruptly pressed on Mu Jincheng's lower back again, causing him to wince in pain. The tough man nearly shed tears from the agony. How humiliating. Shen Yan's actions were swift, and he hardly saw what she had done. After a moment of intense pain, it began to subside. It doesn't hurt as much anymore? Shen Yan pulled some grass roots and tied up the pile of jujubes, looking down at Mu Jinshan. I'll complete this task alone. You clearly want to be continuing. Seeing his state, she was glad to be rid of him. Yet Mu Jinshan gritted his teeth. I can still walk. I want to back down. To withdraw midway would be unacceptable. Shen Yan had stolen the spotlight while he had made a fool of himself. The roles had completely reversed from the previous episode, leaving Mu Jinshan feeling quite vexed. He was determined to regain his standing. Shen Yan shot him a sidelong glance, shrugging. If you think you can manage, then continue. Mu Jinshan was indeed provoked by Shen Yan's indifferent gaze. With a determined grit, he pushed himself up. Crack! Oh no! He had risen too abruptly, causing the tear in his trousers to widen. What was that sound? The VJ and PD instinctively glanced at Mu Jinshan's half-risen rear, both going silent, struggling to suppress laughter as their expressions contorted. At that moment, they finally understood why Shen Yan had been smirking so mischievously earlier. Mu Jinshan was beside himself with rage. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate Shen Yan. Chapter 022. The hype is unprecedented to preserve the dignity of the male lead. The camera was cut for 10 minutes. The staff quickly procured a new pair of trousers from Mu Jinshan's assistant. With no changing rooms available, Shen Yan pointed to a tall patch of grass. With a sullen expression, Mu Jinshan retreated into the grass to change, emerging with a face as dark as a thundercloud. The VJ and PD dared not breathe loudly. Mu Jinshan was a top-tier star, and this program relied on him and Chu Jinghe to draw in viewership. While the other cast members were not lacking in popularity, they paled in comparison to the duo. To protect their livelihoods, they had to endure the discomfort. Shen Yan ignored Mu Jinshan's sour demeanor. The two filming quickly dismissed the absurd imagery of the red underwear from their minds, adjusting their emotions and signaling Mu Jinshan and Shen Yan to resume shooting. Shen Yan gave an okay gesture. Mu Jinshan wore a face that suggested someone owed him a fortune, nearly storming off in refusal to continue. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and quickly composed himself, managing to mask his displeasure. As the camera returned, the audience saw a seemingly unscathed Mu Jinshan and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The comments flooded in, inquiring about his condition. Observant fans noted that Mu Jinshan had changed his trousers, causing an uproar in the comments. They fervently attempted to cover up the embarrassing mishap, yet no amount of covering could conceal the truth on camera. Everyone could see Mu Jinshan had indeed changed into new trousers. Consequently, bizarre trending topics emerged on Weibo. Did Shen Yan see Mu Jinshan's torn pants? Mu Jinshan's rear ended in disarray, Shen Yan grinning at Mu Jinshan's rear, among a plethora of other delightfully scandalous phrases. One particular topic even made it to the trending searches, complete with some netizens creating humorous gifs. This incited the ire of Mu Jinshan's fans, who flooded the trending topic with insults and organized a group of haters to drag Shen Yan into the fray. In an instant, the hype surrounding this program became extraordinary. Lu Su took over Xingyu Media and immediately pulled Shen Yan's personal schedule for review. Zhang Lu, this agent, is truly incompetent. Aside from this show, she has secured no other engagements whatsoever. Once this episode is recorded, Shen Yan will find herself with available time. As her manager, Zhang Lu should promptly fill this gap, striving to ensure her artist shines brightly. Instead, she not only neglects her responsibilities, but also seeks to tarnish Shen Yan's reputation. The makeup and attire decisions are solely at Zhang Lu's discretion. Lu Su has been diligently studying public relations and the operations of media companies over the past few days, trying to comprehend the functions of various online applications. Upon encountering certain terms, Lu Su's expression darkened. If the teacher were to see this, even if he harbors a dislike for Miss Shen, he would surely be incensed. To suggest that Shen Yan is infatuated with Mu Jinshan is utterly distasteful. Lu Su immediately put down his phone and hurriedly rushed to Xingyu Media, gathering the public relations team for a meeting to swiftly contain this malicious gossip at Shen Yan's expense. Although Lu Su did not openly name Shen Yan, the higher-ups began to sense an underlying issue. Carrying her bag and several jujubes, Shen Yan walked ahead, glancing back to see Mu Jinshan's pale face, and casually inquired, "Are you all right?" Mu Jincheng's gaze was filled with resentment, as if he wished to tear a piece of flesh from Shen Yan, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I'm fine," though his waist still ached. Shen Yan did not believe a man could be so weak as to require care after a mere fall. For in her later life, vulnerability and the need for care simply did not exist. At this moment, Mu Jincheng's fans were becoming increasingly agitated, criticizing Shen Yan for her lack of empathy and condemning the production team for their inhumanity, insisting that a person who had fallen should not be forced to continue with tasks. The production team found themselves in a difficult position. The filming crew had already reported to director Li and consulted Mu Jincheng about his wishes. Mu Jincheng insisted on completing the day's tasks, leaving them with no alternative. As his fall became a topic of concern among fans, with cries of sympathy echoing, some viewers voiced their disapproval, branding Mu Jincheng as melodramatic and contrasting him unfavorably with Shen Yan, a girl from a rural background. Mu Jincheng's fans defended him, asserting that his primary focus was acting, which could not be compared to Shen Yan's rural upbringing. Consequently, Shen Yan was labeled a country girl, a designation she bore with ease. However, it was Mu Jincheng who suffered, having to support himself against the jujube tree, each step sending jolts of pain through his body. Observing Shen Yan's leisurely demeanor filled him with jealousy. Why could she appear so relaxed while he stumbled behind her in disgrace? He resolved to discuss with director Li later that evening, determined not to partner with Shen Yan again. As they neared the end of the task, Shen Yan tossed the wild herbs and jujubes into a large bowl, then turned to smile at director Li, who was stroking his chin, plotting how to challenge the guests further. Upon meeting Shen Yan's gaze, he momentarily faltered. What was the meaning behind her look? Meanwhile, Mu Jincheng's assistant rushed over, anxiously inquiring about his condition, prompting director Li to call for medical personnel to assess him. If anything were to happen to a guest, he would surely make headlines the following day. Noticing that others had yet to arrive, Shen Yan took a seat to relax, confident there was ample time. Director Li arranged for Mu Jincheng to rest in a tent, only to be met with the sight of Shen Yan lounging comfortably, which left him feeling frustrated. Since Shen Yan's return to the show, he felt increasingly out of control. Her effortless completion of tasks overshadowed the other guests. Defeated, director Li refrained from increasing the difficulty lest the others truly require hospitalization. Shen Yan, since we have time, let us discuss your insight from this task. Insights? Shen Yan pondered, struggling to articulate a single meaningful reflection. Indeed, let us discuss your survival experience today. Director Li adopted a new posture, eagerly focusing on Shen Yan. The camera lingered on her face as she contemplated, capturing a moment of silence, an intense silence. No, Shen Yan coolly replied, her two words strikingly clear. Director Li. The audience. Taking a deep breath, director Li attempted to capture Shen Yan in a more flattering light. Let us discuss the changes in this episode. I am sure everyone is curious whether you deliberately concealed your abilities last time, or if you prepared in advance upon your return. Shen Yan gazed into the camera, her bright, clear eyes captivating, causing hearts to race. No preparation. This is innate talent, a fundamental condition for survival. Without such a foundation, one can only await demise. The mention of demise tightened the hearts of those watching, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Chapter 023. Beautifully alone, haha. Who would have thought Shen Yan possesses a sense of humor? Director Li inhaled sharply, eager to dispel the sudden heaviness in the atmosphere. Shen Yan faced the camera, her expression earnest. This is not humor, it is reality. Director Li felt a pang in his heart, momentarily stiffening. Haha. Indeed. The audience collectively cringed on his behalf, finding Shen Yan's serious demeanor endearingly adorable. Director Li quickly redirected the conversation. Let's see what questions the audience has. Here's an interesting one. Viewers inquire about your academic status, indicating a genuine interest in education. The subsequent commentary made it clear Shen Yan was required to respond. Shen Yan rummaged through her mind, recalling that the original work offered scant details about the protagonist's academic life. At 19, she was certainly still attending university. Coming from a wealthy family, her school was merely a nominal institution to her. Once the time came, she would collect her diploma without concern. I will find time to complete my studies. Besides that, are there any other questions? Shen Yan replied earnestly, her demeanor revealing no hint of deceit to the audience. Yet, this did not prevent detractors from mocking her. Director Lee hastily turned to another inquiry. Is it true that you come from a rural background? Otherwise, how could you be so industrious? Shen Yan shot a glance at Director Lee, who nervously averted his gaze. It was clearly a self-deprecating question. A poor answer would invite a wave of criticism from detractors, perhaps even backlash from rural viewers. Children from rural areas indeed endure hardships. My family has agricultural roots, originating from farming families centuries ago. Not every illustrious family can sustain itself for a millennium, even if there are tales of century-long dynasties or millennia-old lineages. Few have truly achieved such longevity throughout history. In ancient times, one's origins were often overlooked, and today, surely we have not regressed to judging individuals by their lineage. Have we? Director Lee, the audience. What did they just hear? This statement seemed to challenge those who posed such shallow, ignorant questions, prompting them to reflect on their own backgrounds. Are there any further inquiries? Shen Yan answered with utmost seriousness. Her words left the audience feeling uneasy. After much discussion, they still had no clarity regarding her origins, sensing that she had spoken without truly revealing anything. As the questioning segment concluded, Director Lee cunningly shifted the focus, directing the camera away from Shen Yan, allowing her to shine independently. The more they asked, the more the production team appeared foolish. Shen Yan's fans were thoroughly entertained. Every gesture and word from her radiated perfection. In the interim, Shen Yan genuinely wished to explore the area, hoping to catch some small river shrimp. However, her earlier remarks were edited into a short clip and shared on the official live broadcast account, drawing a surge of fans to her side and generating a new wave of enthusiasm. Behind the scenes, Xinyu Media coordinated efforts to ensure the survival program's live streaming was a success. As the backstage operations commenced, Director Lee swiftly received a call from a certain network and collaboration resources from a particular app. Previously, due to budgetary constraints, a mysterious investor's additional funding of millions had resolved the issue, leaving Director Lee elated beyond measure. The feeling of boundless fortune was exhilarating. Just as Shen Yan was on the verge of becoming a sleeping beauty, activity finally stirred in the front. The sun was also setting in the west. Perhaps the production team had eased the challenges, for otherwise it would have been nearly impossible for that group to reach the finish line so easily. The first to appear in view were Qin Dingwei and Zhou Jingming. This duo was quite formidable. One was adventurous and unpretentious, while the other maintained a fitness regimen and boasted commendable physical prowess. Wow, I'm utterly exhausted, Qin Dingwei exclaimed as she spotted Shen Yan and dashed over, all her fatigue dissipating upon seeing the beauty. She exaggeratedly collapsed beside Shen Yan, panting, disregarding her star persona entirely, which left her fans in a state of anxiety. Zhou Jingming initially believed their group was the fastest, only to discover that Shen Yan was the first to reach the finish line, which stirred a peculiar sensation within him. His gaze flickered forward, searching again but finding no sign of Mu Jincheng. Zhou Jingming refrained from asking further, handing over their findings to the production team. He and Qin Dingwei had gathered sour wild fruits, wild vegetables, and a few small fish and shrimp, but no large catches. In such a location, acquiring these was already commendable. Zhou Jingming's silence, however, did not prevent the somewhat naive Qin Dingwei from inquiring. Hey, where's Mugo? Weren't you two in the same group? The latter part of her question was deliberately lowered in volume, yet it was still audible to those nearby. Zhou Jingming's lips twitched slightly. He had anticipated Qin Dingwei's lack of insight, but was taken aback by just how oblivious she was. Could she not see what had transpired between Mu Jincheng and Shen Yan last episode? Moreover, the production team had intentionally paired Chu Jing with Mu Jincheng, evidently aiming to create a romantic narrative of survival on a deserted island. One must admit, Director Lee's marketing strategy was remarkably successful, as the audience was quite taken with the duo's appearances. As Mu Jincheng suddenly teamed up with Shen Yan, others were equally astonished, pondering how audacious Director Lee had become. He seemed unperturbed by the potential chaos that could ensue from their pairing, which might leave the production team in disarray. Qin Dingwei's inquiry at this moment was simply foolish. Oh, you want to tend to an injury? Is Mugo injured? Is it serious? Qin Dingwei asked with concern. Shen Yan shot her a glance. Confused, Qin Dingwei wondered why Shen Yan was regarding her in such a manner. I'm not sure. I've just been waiting here for everyone. Oh, should we go check on him? Zhou Jingming interjected. Was Qin Dingwei truly oblivious? Although Mu Jincheng had not openly displayed his feelings, It was evident to anyone with sense that he disliked Shen Yan's proximity. The matter of Mu Jincheng's injury was likely linked to Shen Yan, and visiting him now would only serve to aggravate his situation. At that moment, Su Zixin and Chu Jing arrived, followed by the disheveled duo of Lu Chong. Chu Jing, suppressing her discomfort, forced a stiff smile to greet everyone. She was exhausted, hungry, and feeling quite defeated. She had to maintain her image on camera while appearing resourceful, nearly exhausting her. Finally reaching the finish line, she was met with the sight of Shen Yan, sitting there clean and relaxed, engaged in casual conversation. Chu Jing's smile nearly faltered. How could this be? The person who had consistently embarrassed herself in the previous episode returned this time, seeming entirely different, as if she were a different person altogether. Lu Chong, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. How come you always look so pristine and relaxed? Did the production team really not give you any advantages? In comparison to Shen Yan, Lu Chong felt as if she had just crawled out of a construction site, while Shen Yan appeared refined and untouched. The stark contrast reignited her jealousy. Chapter 24. Sense of crisis. Shen Yan chose not to respond to Lu Chong's snide remarks. Just as Director Li finished a call, he overheard Lu Chong's comment and immediately felt displeased. Lu Chong, I assure you on my personal integrity, the production team has not given any guest preferential treatment, he replied in a humorous tone. Lu Chong's smile stiffened slightly. She hesitated to confront the director directly, fearing repercussions. Haha, Director Li, I was merely speaking from the heart. That remark was meaningless. It was just a compliment to Shen Yan's prowess. Lu Chong began her sarcastic remarks again. None of the male guests here can compare to her. It seems I must seek advice from you, Shen Yan. This statement effectively drew the male guests into her camp. Isolating Shen Yan, Zhou Jingming and Su Zixin frowned, recognizing Lu Chong's intent to sow discord. However, her words had drawn the attention of several male guests, who now turned their gaze toward Shen Yan. Chu Jing, sitting to the side with a subtle smile, refrained from interjecting. Lu Jia, you've only just realized Shen Yan's capabilities. If she were a boy, I would definitely choose her, Qin Dingyue remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Lu Chong. Lu Ye, why you look so disheveled? After this episode, let us team up for survival training together. Otherwise, it will only get worse by the third episode. Lu Chong was left speechless. The others were equally taken aback. Lu Chong's frustration bubbled beneath the surface, silently cursing Qin Dingyue for her foolishness. Having previously partnered with Shen Yan, Wen Yin now regretted her choice. Partnering with Lu Chong was even more exasperating than her previous experience. Lu Chong could feign delicacy, constantly complaining of fatigue and expressing her inability to do this or that. Several times, Wen Yin felt the urge to explode. At that moment, Chu Jing noticed Mu Jincheng's absence and turned to Shen Yan. Shen Yan, where's Jincheng? The familiar address suggested a prior partnership between them, and the tone of her question carried an accusatory undertone. Shen Yan cast a meaningful glance at the leading lady. Indeed, the lead would not let any chance to inquire about the male lead slip by. Shen Yan stated that Mu Ge was injured and receiving treatment, but Qin Dingyue, ever so candid, spoke up on her behalf. Chu Jing frowned, concern etching her features. How could he be injured? After so many days of recording, this is the first time Jincheng has been hurt. Is it serious? Her verbal concern was not accompanied by any intention to leave the camera's sight to check on him. Such words inevitably drew criticism toward Shen Yan. After all, how could Mu Jincheng sustain an injury after so many days of not being hurt while paired with Chu Jing? Yet only just when he teamed up with Shen Yan, it was clear there was some friction. Haters began to label Shen Yan as a jinx, while others online, invoking superstitious beliefs, attempted to suppress her as an ill omen. Lu Chong, lacking emotional intelligence and overtaken by jealousy, blurted out, "You didn't injure Mu Jincheng, did you?" Shen Yan shot her a withering look. "I lack Lu Chong's capabilities." Lu Chong momentarily faltered, recalling the rumors circulating online about her allegedly sending a wealthy benefactor to the hospital. Her expression shifted. She suspected Shen Yan was insinuating something, yet without evidence. It remained merely conjecture. Chu Jing made a pointed remark while observing quietly, enjoying the unfolding drama. Lu Chong, in her foolishness, could ignite tensions with a mere few words, explaining the myriad of unsavory rumors surrounding her. As the atmosphere grew tense, Director Li summoned Mu Jincheng. From a distance, Chu Jing spotted the handsome man approaching. her heartbeat quickening. She contemplated stepping forward, but instinctively glanced at Su Zixin, who was engaged in conversation with Zhou Jingming and had not noticed her. Chu Jing believed her charm remained intact, having felt a clear attraction from Su Zixin during their time as partners. Yet at times, she felt he overlooked her, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. With a hint of yearning, she cast a glance at Su Zixin before turning toward the approaching Mu Jincheng. Jincheng, I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Their previous partnership made her concerns seem natural. Fans from both camps began to praise Chu Jing, while disparaging Shen Yan as cold-hearted and ungrateful. The fans of Shen Yan were indignant, arguing that it was the others who were overly clingy. Yet when Shen Yan drew near, they accused her of seeking attention. Mu Jincheng cast a gentle smile towards her, and all the gloom dissipated the moment Chu Jinghe appeared. It was indeed more comfortable partnering with Jinghe. However, as he recalled the events that transpired with Shen Yan, a shadow of displeasure crossed Mu Jincheng's face again. As long as you are well, the mission is important, but you must also learn to protect yourself. Some matters should be approached directly. Chu Jinghe's smile was exceedingly sweet, her tone gentle, making her words seem devoid of malice, though they subtly hinted at Shen Yan. Shen Yan, seated behind them, couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. After all, the true green tea and white lotus was the female lead herself. Fans from both sides lavished praises on Chu Jinghe, while the haters seized every opportunity to disparage Shen Yan. Indeed, the fervor of Jinghe's fans was overwhelming. Even the fans of Yanhua were no match. The concern shown by Chu Jinghe further eased Mu Jincheng's mind. Director Li, seeing everyone gathered, promptly announced the gains of each group. When the harvests of the four groups were laid out, Lu Chang exclaimed, "How could Shen Yan's group have so many pre-marinated fish and meat? This must be the production team adding ingredients secretly." Fortunately, her subsequent remarks were cut short in time. Chu Jinghe wore a serene smile as she glanced at her group's gains, echoing Lu Chang's thoughts. Was Shen Yan truly not cheating? The clumsy participant from the previous episode had suddenly transformed into a survival expert, which raised suspicions. Chu Jinghe's gaze fell upon Shen Yan's pristine face, her eyes momentarily lowering to conceal a fleeting hint of jealousy. In that instant, she questioned if Shen Yan had employed unscrupulous means to achieve her results. This suspicion was not unfounded. To break into the limelight on the survival on a deserted island show would surely attract a deluge of resources for Shen Yan. In pursuit of fame, female stars would stop at nothing. Mu Jincheng initially refrained from explaining, but recalling that he was in the same group as Shen Yan, and having witnessed the entire process, he knew the production team had not given any leeway. The fish I caught with Shen Yan was done without any assistance from the production team, Mu Jincheng stated, directing his gaze towards Lu Chang. If Miss Lu has any doubts, she may review the broadcast replay from today. Lu Chang's expression stiffened in disbelief as she looked at Mu Jincheng. He was actually defending Shen Yan. Apologetically, she clarified, "That wasn't my intention. I was merely surprised by your group's harvest." Lu Chang's lips tightened. At that moment, Chu Jinghe cast a complex glance at the quietly standing Shen Yan, who appeared as serene as a painting, stirring jealousy within her. She never expected Mu Jincheng would stand up for Shen Yan, considering he had always shown disdain for her. In that moment, Chu Jinghe felt the threat Shen Yan posed to her. She could not allow Shen Yan to shine in this program. In the shadow of the camera, Chu Jinghe secretly clenched her fists. Chapter 025, Slap to the Face and Bluster Dinner consisted entirely of the harvest from the four groups. The evening bonfire was prepared, with the production team setting up tables and chairs around it, dividing into four groups. Lu Chang gazed down at the few wild vegetables and 2 small sour fruits on her table, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Wenyan wore a pained expression as well. They had managed to find the correct path to the end, yet how could they have also gathered food along the way? Was the production team not making things difficult for them? Looking over at Shen Yan's table laden with fish and meat, Wenyan dared not voice any complaints. Aside from Shen Yan's bountiful harvest, the only other notable group was that of Qin Dingyue and Zhou Jingming. Su Zixin glanced at the table where dishes were constantly being served, feeling helpless. He had thought his survival skills would shine on this show, but the reality was vastly different. Shen Yan began to eat as soon as the dishes arrived, seemingly indifferent to Mu Jincheng's complicated expression. Chu Jinghe looked at the meager dishes on her table, devoid of any appetite. She turned to Mu Jincheng for help. Mu Jincheng suggested to Shen Yan, "We can't possibly eat all this. Why don't we share a table? He was sympathetic towards Chu Jinghe, wanting to replicate the arrangement from yesterday. Shen Yan did not even glance up, acting as if she had not heard him. Mu Jincheng tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Shen Yan, in any case, there will be leftovers. The weather won't allow us to keep it until tomorrow. Why not share? His voice rose slightly to ensure everyone could hear. Shen Yan, feigning deafness, finally looked at him. You're merely encouraging a bad habit of others reaping rewards without effort. Mu Jincheng frowned. It's not that serious. Shen Yan remained non-committal, neither agreeing nor refusing, simply tossing back a bland remark that left him in uncertainty. Mu Jincheng felt Shen Yan was being petty and stubborn, questioning why sharing a little food was such a big deal. He looked over at Chu Jinghe's table, feeling even more concerned. I can spare my portion, Mu Jincheng said, somewhat petulantly, to Shen Yan. Shen Yan met his gaze, lightly dismissing him with a casual do as you wish. You. Mu Jincheng's expression darkened. Shen Yan's sarcasm was not lost on him. He took his portion over to Chu Jinghe's table and handed it to her, drawing the attention of everyone present. Shen Yan made no attempt to stop him, quickly diving into her meal. Mu Jincheng, are you being a bit biased? Lu Chong piped up. Can I also shamelessly ask for a portion? With everyone's eyes on him, Mu Jincheng felt it would be inappropriate to give only to Chu Jinghe. He turned back to the table and took some more to share with everyone, instantly earning himself a few goodwill cards. Chu Jinghe shyly expressed her gratitude. After thanking him, she glanced at Su Zixin across the table. Su Zixin, genuinely hungry, followed suit with a thank you. Seeing Su Zixin's lack of any other reaction, Chu Jinghe felt a bit relieved. Qin Dingyue, though reluctant, accepted the food offered, thanking Mu Jincheng and also expressing gratitude to the still-consuming Shen Yan. Shen Yan simply nodded, continuing her meal without looking up. When Mu Jincheng returned to his table, he found only fish bones and scraps remaining, his eyes widening in disbelief. Shen Yan, did you eat everything yourself? Shen Yan, having washed the jujubes, tossed them into her mouth and replied with a glance. Our food was shared evenly. I even gave you a bit more. I have a larger appetite. What is wrong with finishing it all? Mu Jincheng's expression soured. He had only taken a couple of bites, and his stomach still felt empty. Now, was he supposed to ask Shen Yan for more? He didn't want to eat her leftovers, but having given away his entire portion, he couldn't possibly ask for it back. Shen Yan observed his expression, suppressing a smirk. Let us see you suffer for your arrogance. Shen Yan leisurely placed the jujubes into a shallow pot with some water, setting it by the fire to cook slowly. Mu Jincheng fixated on the remnants on the table, his mood swinging like a pendulum. He found the scraps from Shen Yan unpalatable, and with his own portion entirely given away, he faced a long night of hunger. The thought alone infuriated him. Shen Yan, noticing his distress, intentionally drew attention to herself. Jincheng, I still have a little left. Would you like some? At that moment, Chu Jinghe stepped forward, offering a portion of fish back to Mu Jincheng. He was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. As long as you don't mind that I've eaten from it. Chu Jinghe shyly glanced at Mu Jincheng, then casually remarked to Shen Yan, I didn't expect your appetite to be so hearty. They say being able to eat is a blessing. It's truly enviable. Thank you. Everyone says I'm fortunate. Shen Yan accepted the compliment with ease. Chu Jinghe smiled faintly, said nothing further, and returned to her table. Mu Jincheng felt even more charmed by Chu Jinghe's beauty and kindness. Compared to Shen Yan, she appeared like a celestial being. Shen Yan observed their interaction, feeling utterly speechless. This was the original male and female leads. It would have been better to have Zhou Jingming and Su Zixin as the male leads and Qin Dingyue as the female lead. Qin Dingyue, resembling a radar, scurried to Shen Yan's side, curiously asking, Yan, what is this? You ate it raw. Is it edible? Shen Yan replied, Jujube. It can be eaten raw or steamed. If you enjoy drinking wine, you can also use it to infuse. This thing looks so unappetizing, yet it is edible. Qin Dingyue appeared as if she had gained new knowledge, which did not escape Lu Chong's disdainful gaze. Shen Yan succinctly elaborated on the benefits of consuming the hawthorn fruit. Upon hearing this, Qin Dingyue's eyes sparkled with admiration, eliciting bemusement from those around her. May I have a taste? Zhou Jingming approached, seeking a sample. Shen Yan generously offered some to him, prompting Su Zixin to extend his hand for a share, while Wen Yin, unwilling to be left behind, also inched closer. Everyone received a morsel to sample. It was neither bitter nor sweet, with a hint of astringency. Toof! Lu Chang spat it out after a brief taste, exclaiming, "What is this? It's horrid." Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. Realizing her indiscretion, Lu Chang forced a smile and explained, I cannot tolerate this flavor. Each person has their own palate." Chu Jing smiled and came to Lu Chang's defense, presenting a kind and gentle demeanor that easily endeared her to fans. As soon as she spoke, numerous fans began to shower praise upon her. Mu Jincheng observed Shen Yan distributing the hawthorn fruit among the others, feeling somewhat displeased, yet choosing to remain silent. Indeed, every individual has distinct tastes. "I do not fancy this," Lu Chang quickly echoed Chu Jing's sentiment. "Even if you dislike it, you shouldn't spit it out in front of everyone and say such things." Speechless, how has Lu Chang become like this? Survival on a deserted island truly reveals one's true nature, exposing every flaw without fail. I don't wish to know what Lu Chang has become. The greatest game this time is Shen Yan. I adore Shen Yan. Chapter 026. The misfortunate fiancé, with Lu Chang's actions drawing some negativity. Director Li refrained from requiring the guests to engage in any entertaining activities, and the evening's live broadcast was cut short, although it was a 24-hour stream. Could the guests even catch their breath? After dinner, everyone dispersed, and tents had been set up for the guests. Exhausted from a day of labor, they took this time to unwind. Some scrolled through their phones, while others made calls to discuss matters with their agents. Shen Yan, having acquired her phone, completed her simple evening routine and lay down on the cool mat, staring at the screen. Xiao Zhao, who had been following the production team, quietly approached the tent in the dark and inquired softly, "Shen Yan, I brought some ice pops. Would you like one?" The summer breeze was stifling, and Xiao Zhao's ice pops were a welcome relief. "Come in," Shen Yan replied. Xiao Zhao hurriedly entered with a small bag, handing it to Shen Yan. The bag contained 2 ice pops, of which Shen Yan only took one. "Thank you." Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, insisting, "No need for thanks. It's what I ought to do." Xiao Zhao did not expect Shen Yan to be so easygoing, contrary to the rumored bad temper. Who would dare to speak ill of her again? After all, she had worked hard and deserved a rest. "You've worked hard. Go back and take a break," Shen Yan said, tearing open the wrapper and taking a bite. It was delightfully cold and refreshing. Xiao Zhao quickly assured her it was no trouble at all. She had merely spent the last couple of days aboard in the production team, scrolling through her phone and supporting Shen Yan. Only tonight, with the live broadcast paused, was she able to converse with Shen Yan. Noting that Shen Yan seemed to need nothing further, Xiao Zhao felt relieved and returned to rest. Shen Yan fiddled with her phone for a moment before deleting all the photos of Mu Jincheng from her album. She cleared the memory to make room for videos and photos of him, leaving no traces of anyone else, not even her own. Watching the deletion progress, Shen Yan felt bemused. How infatuated the original owner must have been with the male lead. Logging into her Weibo account, she unfollowed Mu Jincheng. Considering the original owner's knack for attracting negativity, she was not inclined to view the comments from her detractors and was about to exit when, Shen Yan opened her messages to discover numerous fan comments. Did she have fans? Fireworks fans? This was indeed the name of her fan base. Shen Yan gazed at the increasing numbers, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After scrolling for a while, she developed a general understanding of her fan group. She felt grateful to her #1 fan. Without this person's organization, she would have had no fan community at all. Just as she was about to click on her #1 fan's profile, a WeChat message popped up on her screen. Her hand inadvertently opened the message page. Glancing at the blank profile picture and the unchanged name, merely a string of numbers and letters without any notes, she felt a flicker of recognition. Upon reading the content, she quickly grasped who it was. It was her unfortunate husband, or rather, her fiancé. "Uncle Lou will come to pick you up after the show." From the very wording, one could discern his indifference towards the original owner. Reviewing their message exchanges revealed only 3 messages sent by Chi Si, all cold and detached. The first 2 read, "Uncle Lou will come to pick you up. Uncle Lou will escort you to school." Shen Yan pondered for a moment. All such frigid messages, and the original owner had not bothered to reply. Shen Yan herself held a certain coldness towards familial affection. Her family had callously cast her into a hellish existence at the tender age of 15. It was astonishing that she could harbor any illusions regarding familial love. A lack of such illusions did not equate to a rejection of genuine affection. The original owner was a fool, blissfully unaware of her fortune. Though her family had their faults, they paled in comparison to her own. A person confined in an ice house for too long inevitably yearns for warmth. Shen Yan typed a line of text in the dialog box, then deleted it, only to repeat the process several times before settling on 3 words to send. Chi Si, who was busy working late, picked up his vibrating phone and glanced at the screen. Understood. The 3 words starkly illuminated the conversation page. Chi Si paused for a moment, imagining Shen Yan's irritation while typing those words. He resumed his work with an impassive expression, since this was the desire of both families. Whether feelings were involved or what kind of person she was mattered little. The purpose of their union had been achieved, and should she wish for a divorce afterward, so be it. As for the man she fancied, Chi Si had no interest in that, either. He had done what he was supposed to do, and the Shen family had nothing further to say. He would only feel indebted to him. As a businessman, Chi Si would naturally speak in terms of business. Feelings were unnecessary. Others praised him for his patience with Shen Yan, unaware that it stemmed from his indifference. As for the acquisition of that media company, it was to prevent Shen Yan from tarnishing her reputation further. After all, she would soon be the one marrying him, and maintaining a good appearance was essential. Shen Yan chose to disregard that message. Flipping through the original owner's contacts, she discovered few individuals listed, with no trace of family members. It seemed she had previously deleted or blocked numerous contacts. Finding little of interest in the directory, she browsed various apps, realizing her popularity had surprisingly risen. She felt for the soul within her. No sensation. On the trending topics, snippets of her singing were showcased, yet they had not reached the top. That honor belonged to the female lead, Chu Jing. A common topic had thus ascended to the pinnacle of trending discussions. The second and third spots were occupied by popular topics from a neighboring dating show, with Shen Yan's trending ranking at 4th. Achieving 4th place for such a favorable topic was commendable. As long as it wasn't negative press, it was a blessing. One trending topic a month seemed achievable. After browsing for a while, Shen Yan noticed that the majority of trending discussions revolved around the female lead, alongside speculation about her chemistry with the male lead, subtly surpassing the discussions from the adjacent dating show. Setting aside her phone, Shen Yan rested her head on her hand, staring at the tent ceiling for a while before deciding to engage in some exercise. She got up and, ensuring no one was watching, quietly slipped into the dark path ahead. Just as she began to jog, she spotted 2 shadowy figures conversing ahead. Shen Yan turned to leave, but overheard Mu Jinsheng's voice. "Make her move. Shen Yan's presence is quite disruptive. Rest assured, young master, I will handle it." The speaker's tone bore a hint of malice. Shen Yan frowned. Mu Jinsheng was clearly intent on causing her trouble, as long as it did not lead to any fatalities. Even if it meant injuring her, he seemed determined to have her removed from the show. Mu Jinsheng's voice was decidedly indifferent. He perceived no gravity in such matters. The entertainment industry harbors even darker secrets. Poisoning, orchestrating accidents, all of it. As a scion of a wealthy family, Mu Jinsheng was already well acquainted with his family's shadowy side. Thus, the underhanded tactics in the entertainment realm did not strike him as particularly significant. After all, it was merely a nuisance that Shen Yan posed to his and Chu Jinghe's endeavors. Shen Yan chose not to linger, for she noticed the leading lady approaching from another direction, opting instead to jog into a chosen path. Chapter 027. The treasure hunt the following day at 6 o'clock. Shen Yan awoke punctually and prepared herself. Before the camera, her complexion resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, much to the delight of her fans who eagerly admired her beauty. Just as she greeted the audience, another figure approached from behind. Chu Jinghe. Today, she wore a natural makeup look, her smile perfectly measured. Aware of Shen Yan's flawless skin, which appeared genuinely unadorned, Chu Jinghe chose not to stand beside her. "Good morning." "Shen Yan." "Good morning." "Jinsheng, good morning." Chu Jinghe waved to Mu Jinsheng, who stood behind Shen Yan. She stepped aside, allowing the spotlight to shine on the main couple. Mu Jinsheng, noticing Shen Yan's movement, furrowed his brow slightly. Turning to Chu Jinghe, a gentle smile graced his face. "Jinghe, good morning." This exchange ignited a flurry of excitement among their fans, who began to cheer for the couple. "Good morning, everyone." Qin Dingyue's boisterous greeting cut through the morning air, prompting Lu Chang to roll her eyes in response. The previous night, while examining her reflection, Lu Chang had discovered her skin to be dark and rough, compelling her to rise early to apply makeup. Yet, upon seeing Shen Yan, she felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. Su Zixin and Zhou Jingming's gazes fell upon Shen Yan simultaneously. Her radiance was undeniable. Before her makeup was removed, she appeared quite ordinary. In this episode, the focus had shifted from the much-discussed Chu Jinghe to Shen Yan, causing the latter's smile to appear somewhat forced. Zixin, Jingming, did you sleep well? Chu Jinghe inquired cheerfully, adeptly redirecting the attention of the two men. Su Zixin's eyes flickered as he scanned Chu Jinghe, then nodded, quite well, and you? Perhaps a slight allergy. I didn't sleep very soundly, she explained, providing a plausible reason for her less-than-perfect complexion. Su Zixin expressed concern. An allergy? Would you like the show's physician to take a look? No need. It's just a minor allergy. A night's rest should suffice. Chu Jinghe replied with a gentle smile, standing there as serene as a painting. Zhou Jingming, hearing this, also turned his attention to Chu Jinghe, expressing concern. Allergies are serious. Do not overexert yourself. Chu Jinghe's smile deepened as she reassured them that she had grown accustomed to it and was not the type to require special pampering. Shen Yan, having overheard a few exchanges, chose not to interject. The radiance of the lead actress enveloped the scene, and she preferred to observe rather than interfere. Shen Yan understood the warmth in Chu Jinghe's demeanor towards Su Zixin was not without reason. After all, it was due to Su Zixin's subtly hinted identity. The original text did not explicitly reveal Su Zixin's true background, but it could be inferred through various hints that his so-called status as a wealthy heir lacked substantial credibility. It might very well be a marketing ploy. Shen Yan paid no heed to the affairs of others. Their morals were of no concern to her. Casting a glance at Mu Jincheng, who was engrossed in conversation with Chu Jinghe, she pondered what they might plan for her that day. Regardless of Mu Jincheng's machinations, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Wang Yin felt a twinge of irritation. He was reluctant to partner with Lu Chong any longer. Good morning, everyone. Director Li bellowed through a megaphone, nearly startling the souls out of the guests. The participants perked up, greeting the cheerful director in return. Mu Jincheng, having employed some privileges the previous night, was well aware that today would involve a reshuffling of groups. So he felt assured that no one would separate him from Chu Jinghe. As was customary, the pairing would be determined by drawing lots, with the ladies selecting the gentlemen. Once Director Li concluded his announcement, a staff member approached with a small box of slips. I'll go first, Lu Chong eagerly declared, drawing a glance from Chu Jinghe. Lu Chong silently prayed to draw Su Zixin's name. Although her heart leaned towards Mu Jincheng, she preferred to partner with Su Zixin given her status. When she unveiled her slip, her face paled. Wang Yin, standing on tiptoe, glanced at the name on his own slip and rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a misfortune. Qin Dingwei then offered Chu Jinghe the chance to draw first. Just as Chu Jinghe stepped forward, she turned back to Shen Yan. Shen Yan, why don't you go ahead? Shen Yan, indifferent, approached and drew her slip, revealing Su Zixin's name. Su Zixin paused, then offered a slight smile. Chu Jinghe subtly furrowed her brows, regretting her earlier decision. Taking a breath, she allowed Qin Dingwei to draw next, who ended up with Zhou Jingming. Qin Dingwei waved her slip. Zhou Wuwang, we're teaming up again. Zhou Jingming flashed a charming smile. What an honor. The remaining slips were a foregone conclusion. Certainly Mu Jincheng would be paired with Chu Jinghe. She cast a shy smile at him. Jincheng, we are together again. Yet, Mu Jincheng's heart fluttered slightly, curiously devoid of excessive joy. He instinctively glanced towards Shen Yan, who was now conversing with Su Zixin, their chemistry a striking visual contrast. Jincheng, I'm delighted to partner with you once more. Mu Jincheng silently reprimanded himself for his momentary distraction. Director Li announced the survival task for the day, stating, today, we will not follow the routes assigned yesterday to forage for ingredients. Instead, we shall engage in a more thrilling game. Upon hearing this, the guests' foreheads creased with concern. Observing their reactions, Director Li beamed with satisfaction. We will conduct a treasure hunt. The ingredients will be randomly dropped at unspecified locations, but only one portion will be genuine. The guests collectively replied, this is a free-for-all. Imagining the ensuing chaos, they frowned at the thought of grappling like frenzied shoppers in a market. Shen Yan, however, appeared unfazed, her peripheral vision catching sight of one of Mu Jincheng's assistants stealthily moving around. Her eyes glimmered momentarily before she discreetly returned her focus. The production team is escalating the stakes. Can you withstand it? Su Zishan asked Shen Yan quietly. Shen Yan nodded. I believe so. This is far simpler than foraging for ingredients on our own. To Su Zishan, Shen Yan's reaction seemed somewhat ostentatious, despite being partnered with her. He harbored doubts about whether her success in this episode was entirely fortuitous. Like Mu Jinsheng, Su Zishan had reasons to suspect Shen Yan might have engaged in some unsavory dealings behind the scenes. With her figure and visage, it was hard not to entertain such thoughts. Mu Jinsheng consoled Chu Jinghe, assuring her, with me by your side, we shall not falter. Chu Jinghe, having lost twice, managed a stiff smile. Mu Jinsheng's gaze drifted towards Shen Yan, his expression deepening. He vowed that today, Shen Yan would not emerge unscathed. Perhaps she would have to withdraw from the live broadcast before it concluded. If that were the case, their group would possess a considerable advantage. Chapter 028, Barehanded Snake Wrangling After Breakfast. Director Lee announced the commencement of the timer. The route provided was merely a vague endpoint. How to navigate and search for supplies was left to the guests armed with only a small shovel. This time there were no backpacks, no water, and certainly no salt. Only the small iron spade served as their survival tool. At this moment, the guests realized that Director Lee was truly intent on raising the stakes. With no oil, no salt, and under the scorching sun, how far would they be expected to walk to an unknown destination? Was he truly aiming to push them to their limits? Regardless of the scowls from the guests, Director Lee declared the start, leading the way toward the endpoint. Director Lee is truly intent on putting us through the ringer, Qin Dingwa lamented, prodding the ground with a small spade. The expressions of the others were far from pleasant. After a few moments of silence, they steeled themselves to set off. Shen Yan was the only one devoid of any visible reluctance. Let us go together, Qin Dingwa exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she hurried to join Shen Yan. Zhou Yiming opened his mouth, but said nothing, merely following along. The others exchanged glances, and they too began to move, particularly Wan Yin, who quickened his pace. Lu Chong looked down on Wan Yin, seeing him as weak and lacking survival skills. A disgrace to men. Wan Yin paid no heed to Lu Chong's disdain. He understood that following Shen Yan was always a wise decision. Mu Jinsheng felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed everyone trailing after Shen Yan. How could they plan to chase her away if they all stayed together? Shen Yan showed no intention of dismissing anyone, appearing to be in excellent spirits. Su Zishan glanced back at the long line of followers, feeling a touch of irritation. What was wrong with these people, clinging to them like a stubborn adhesive? Would they truly find the ingredients hidden by the production team by just marching straight ahead? Su Zishan's unspoken sentiment was for them to disperse quickly and search. However, the few individuals behind him seemed deaf to his suggestion and continued to follow along. With no need to search for wild ingredients and no burdens to carry, save for a small iron spade, they moved forward with increased speed. The production team had provided them with spades, indicating that the ingredients must be concealed beneath the ground, and everyone's gaze was keenly scanning the surrounding soil and grass. They would shovel forward at any sign of disturbance. Yet, their efforts yielded nothing. After an hour of searching, they were drenched in sweat, the relentless sun nearly causing them to faint. I can't take it anymore. This undulating path is exhausting me. Lu Chong was the first to succumb, plopping down on a rock and refusing to budge. I'm dying of thirst. No water in sight. Can't you all think of a way to find some? He complained, fanning his flushed face. The others were equally parched, their throats dry and yearning for water. Observing their halt, Shen Yan nonetheless pressed on. A few glanced back, noticing the VJs and PDs trailing behind them, drinking water openly, their eyes widening in disbelief. How infuriating. The production team is clearly toying with us. Shen Yan. Su Zishan called out as he saw her continue on. Shen Yan did not stop. The personal cameraman swiftly followed her. This time, seeing Shen Yan move forward, they chose not to follow. Su Zishan, panting lightly, caught up. Aren't you thirsty? Somewhat, Shen Yan replied, and it was then that Su Zishan noticed her cool demeanor, only a fine sheen of sweat gracing her forehead. Her porcelain skin shimmered under the sunlight, rendering her suddenly alluring. Su Zishan swallowed hard, unable to deny that Shen Yan was indeed captivating at this moment. What are you looking at? Shen Yan turned back suddenly, her gaze icy. Su Zishan quickly averted his gaze, feigning innocence. I merely wanted to inquire if you had a method to find clean drinking water. There's a river ahead. The area is uninhabited, and the environment is likely uncontaminated, so the water should be safe, she stated. You mean to suggest we drink from the river? Su Zishan responded incredulously, his expression one of distaste. Then we endure for now, Shen Yan said, and with that, she headed towards the riverbank. Su Zishan furrowed his brow. Following her, are you really planning to drink that potentially contaminated water? Shen Yan stood at the river's edge, digging a hole with her spade at the base of a small mound. Turning, she noticed a banana tree ahead and, upon inspecting it, discovered budding banana flowers that had yet to bloom. She tore off a banana leaf, returned, and placed some beneath the emerging water at the bottom of the pit. Once the water settled, she used the banana leaf to scoop it up and drink. The cool water was refreshing, but Su Zishan observed the mud around the source with a frown. Nearby, the VJs hurriedly adjusted their cameras, as viewers witnessed Shen Yan's rural ingenuity. Many speculated about her background, affirming their suspicions that she hailed from the countryside. After quenching her thirst, Shen Yan discarded the banana leaf. Su Zishan hesitita, contemplating whether to drink. He cleared his throat parched to the point of burning. If he didn't drink soon, he might truly perish from thirst. Without further deliberation, he emulated Shen Yan, tearing off a banana leaf and awkwardly attempting to drink. He grimaced, as though consuming poison. Shen Yan scanned her surroundings and caught sight of a shadow flitting past at the intersection ahead. Raising an eyebrow, she announced, "I'm finished drinking." Though the water had a peculiar taste, it was not enough to induce nausea. Su Zishan began to assess Shen Yan, who stood there with an ethereal aura of independence. He was struck anew by her beauty. "Let us move," Shen Yan said, furrowing her brow, disliking Su Zishan's blatant gaze. Were it not for the live broadcast, she might have poked him in the eyes. Su Zishan rubbed his eyes and ventured ahead, with Shen Yan trailing 2 steps behind. Suddenly, Su Zishan halted, uncertain. "Did you hear that sound?" he queried. Shen Yan glanced around and noticed a greenish creature hidden in the underbrush. Her dark eyes narrowed dangerously. Su Zishan took a few steps forward, inadvertently stepping on something. It emitted a hissing noise and coiled tightly around his calf. The sudden pressure and the sight of the serpentine creature startled Su Zishan, his face paling in terror. "It's a poisonous snake." His scalp prickled in alarm, and he jumped instinctively. As the snake coiled around his leg, its head lunged toward him, poised to bite with lightning speed. Yet, a fair hand moved even quicker. Just as the fangs were about to pierce Su Zishan's flesh, they were pinched firmly. The snake's head was slightly deformed from the grip. Its fangs snagged on his pants, and in that moment, Su Zishan wished he could faint from the sheer fright. He stiffened, his voice trembling. "I think I've been bitten." The facade Su Zishan had maintained crumbled in that instant. Chapter 029. The company seems to have given up on you as soon as those words left his lips. Su Zishan's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Shen Yan still held the small snake between her fingers, effortlessly extracting it from his pant leg. The force of her pull was greater than the snake's constriction, causing Su Zishan to shudder involuntarily, nearly losing control of his bladder. The sensation of the snake's tail sliding against the skin was incredibly unpleasant. The VJs and PDs gasped in shock. Viewers watching the live broadcast were equally astonished as they witnessed the girl swiftly capture the snake, her actions sending chills down their spines. The chat room fell silent momentarily, then erupted in panic. "Oh my heavens, Yin, that is a poisonous snake, not a harmless worm. Throw it away quickly. I told you summer brings out the snakes. How did the production team allow this? Did it bite him or not? Why are the production staff still dazed? Don't they understand that a poisonous snake is dangerous? If something happens, the production team could be indirectly culpable for murder. Yin, don't scare us. Were you bitten? Please say something." At this moment, even her detractors were filled with concern. The production team finally snapped into action, rushing towards Su Zishan and Shen Yan. Shen Yan removed the snake with a fluid motion, her demeanor calm, even as the viewers imagined the horror of such a creature coiling around them. In the cameras, she methodically unwrapped the snake from her arm, then swiftly tossed it aside, seizing her spade with remarkable speed. The rushing individuals were left momentarily dumbfounded. Yin forcefully thrust the head of the venomous snake into the soft mud, continuing to strike and then chop it with precision. In the tranquil woods, the resounding sounds of her actions reverberated through the air. The walkie-talkie crackled with anxious voices, yet there was no response. Su Zishan, seated on the ground, beheld the ethereal girl adeptly dispatching the snake, the scene shifting unexpectedly. As she struck, she kicked mud and sand to cover the snake's body. preventing any blood from splattering. The snake's tail writhed a couple of times before falling still. Wiping her small shovel on the grass, Shen Yan looked at the astonished onlookers. Her tone measured. He wasn't bitten, nor was I. The snake is dead. The gravity of the situation rendered everyone speechless. Su Ziqing, recovering from his shock, rolled up his pant leg, revealing no marks whatsoever. He exhaled deeply, his body relaxing. Shen Yan, are you all right? The group hastily encircled her, scrutinizing her anxiously. Shen Yan opened her palm, revealing unblemished skin, save for faint red marks from gripping the shovel. A collective sigh of relief swept through them, but the tension remained palpable. Chills ran down their spines. The production crew had conducted thorough inspections and scattered considerable amounts of realgar in areas where snakes might hide. How could such a venomous serpent still roam in their path? They imagined if it had been one of the followers who had walked ahead instead of Su Ziqing, they would have been the ones bitten. The somber expressions on their faces reflected their unease. The presence of a venomous snake disrupted the mood for recording. Finally, someone answered the walkie-talkie, and Director Li and others rushed over, visibly relieved. Director Li glared at the dead snake on the ground before turning to the composed Shen Yan, inhaling deeply. We're pausing the broadcast for now. The other teams must also conduct thorough hazard checks. Everyone sprang into action. Su Ziqing's assistant helped him back. Shaken but unharmed, Shen Yan wished to continue, yet the fear among the others compelled her to return to the rest area. Xiao Zhao hurried over from a distance, her face etched with concern. Yin Yan, are you all right? Shen Yan shook her head. The returning group wore grim expressions, and Xiao Zhao, wanting to inquire, swallowed her words. Su Ziqing, pale-faced, returned to his tent to immediately change out of his pants that had been snagged by the snake's fangs, instructing his assistant to dispose of them. Back in her tent, Xiao Zhao pressed Shen Yan. Did the snake really not bite you? Shen Yan met her gaze. If I had been bitten, would I still be standing here in one piece? It was a viper. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in realization. The thought of that moment made her voice tremble. You're incredibly bold. How could you dare to catch a snake with your bare hands? Even if they're anti-venom, it could still. Shen Yan interjected, I've handled far more poisonous snakes in the jungle. Xiao Zhao turned pale. I'll call Sister Lu. Shen Yan contemplated that even if Xiao Zhao called, the possessive manager would likely dismiss her. At best, she would mock Shen Yan's unfortunate luck. However, when Xiao Zhao returned after her call, she looked bewildered. Yin Yan, it seems the company has given up on you. What? Shen Yan inquired, her interest piqued. Sister Lu said she will no longer represent you. Your fate is yours to decide. The implication was clear. Without a manager, how could she navigate the industry? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. I haven't received any notification from the company. My phone is spotless. Then a thought struck her, and understanding dawned. Presumably, there had been some adjustments within the company that Sister Lu was aware of, yet had failed to communicate with her. Being on this show and generating positive buzz, the company wouldn't simply abandon me. Even a fool can see that I'm on the brink of rising to prominence. I could very well become a lucrative asset for them. If the higher-ups at Xingyu weren't foolish, they wouldn't neglect her. Then I'll inquire with the company about what is happening, Xiao Zhao said, uncertain. Shen Yan nodded. News of Shen Yan and Su Ziqing encountering the venomous snake quickly spread. The live broadcast had only just begun before it was halted. Viewers understood the need for a pause in light of such an incident. A thorough inspection was necessary before resuming. However, this left Director Li in distress. A day of suspension meant incalculable losses. Imagining his peers secretly chuckling at their misfortune only fueled his frustration. How could the production team have let such a danger arise? Hadn't they assured everyone that safety checks were thorough? Now, with a snake on set, how could they guarantee the safety of their personnel? Complaints echoed from outside. But Shen Yan remained inside. The abrupt halt of the broadcast was a significant blow to the production team, something they couldn't avoid, as Zhou Jingming pointed out. Everyone reconvened, sitting together in a circle. Noticing the troubled expression on Mu Jincheng's face, Chu Jing asked with concern, Jincheng, what's wrong? Mu Jincheng shook his head, dismissing her worry. His gaze drifted towards Shen Yan's tent. She was fortunate to have escaped unscathed. He was aware that the snake was intentionally placed there by his associates. He had merely instructed to remove the individuals, not to put their lives at risk. A snake bite without immediate medical attention could be fatal. Frustrated, Mu Jincheng stepped aside, taking out his phone to call, distancing himself from the crowd. His teeth clenched in anger. What's going on? Why was a venomous snake released? Chapter 30. Is this a case of ingratitude? The final moments of the live broadcast created quite a stir online. Rising star catches venomous snake surged to the top of the trending topics. The shocking visuals made viewers' hairs stand on end. Lu Su, en route to the broadcast location, had his phone streaming Shen Yan's live segment, witnessing the scene unfold. He immediately called Chi Si. Sir, did you see the broadcast? In the midst of a meeting, Chi Si replied coldly, Do you think I have the time for such frivolities? Lu Su hung up silently, fully aware that Chi Si was indifferent to such matters. His assignment to manage Xingyu was merely a means of distancing him from family affairs. Lu Su scrolled through the trending topics, replaying that segment, still shaken by the events. The production crew had been negligent. The safety of the artists was at stake. Who would dare to continue filming under such threats? Lu Su contemplated taking legal action against the production team. Shen Yan's performance on the show astonished Lu Su. The once spoiled Shen Yan not only demonstrated culinary skills, but now showcased her ability to catch snakes barehanded. Had they overlooked her talents before? However, recalling Shen Yan's various insults towards Chi Si and her destruction of property, Lu Su had to dismiss such unrealistic notions. The family was unaware, but he knew that Shen Yan harbored feelings for a male star who happened to be in this live broadcast. Suddenly, Shen Yan felt a slight tremor in her soul, her spirit unexpectedly lightening. She quickly opened her phone, discovering that her snake-catching feat had topped the trending searches. A smile crept across her lips. It appeared she had not been deceived. Indeed, gaining popularity alleviated her burdens, indicating that a certain affliction had been purged from her essence. Perhaps she ought to thank Mu Jinsheng for this. Yin Yan, I came to check on you. Qin Dinghue's voice rang out as she entered. Upon seeing Shen Yan seated with her phone, she paused in surprise. Shen Yan glanced behind her. Besides Su Zishan, everyone had arrived. Mu Jinsheng scrutinized Shen Yan, a hint of unease crossing his features. Shen Yan detected his discomfort, a cold smirk forming within her. She hadn't anticipated Mu Jinsheng's ruthlessness. He genuinely intended to harm her. Chu Jing inquired, Shen Yan, we were all startled to hear about you catching a snake barehanded. Lu Chong curled her lip, thinking how fortunate it was that Shen Yan was not bitten. I'm fine. You should visit Su Zishan. He was quite frightened. Shen Yan gestured towards the outside. Yin Yan, you truly have an audacious spirit. The experience was thrilling, yet you were so impressive. Qin Dinghua leaned in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You don't need to fuss over me. Go about your business. We've finally managed to secure some leisure time, and I'd hate to see it squandered. Shen Yan smiled lightly, appearing unaffected by any psychological trauma. This only deepened Qin Dinghue's admiration. It was just like a scene from television. So captivating. Qin Dinghua felt overwhelmed by Shen Yan's radiance. The others, seeing that Shen Yan was indeed unharmed, stepped outside, only to find Su Zishan's pale countenance, exchanging sympathetic glances. Su Zishan had come to express his gratitude to Shen Yan. Without her timely intervention, he would have been incapacitated. After greeting everyone, he entered the tent. Shen Yan was about to take a brief rest when Su Zishan rushed in, his face still ashen, clearly not yet recovered from the shock. It's all right. He managed a smile that was more painful than a frown. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might not have made it. It was merely a small effort, Shen Yan replied nonchalantly. Yet, that small effort had spared Su Zishan from a dire fate, filling him with both gratitude and emotion. Observing Shen Yan's calm demeanor, Su Zishan felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him. I will repay you, he stated somewhat awkwardly. Yet sincerely, Shen Yan replied, There's no need. I insist on expressing my gratitude. Su Zishan pondered. What do you desire? Shen Yan glanced at him. I require nothing. I could boost your popularity, he suggested. My popularity is quite sufficient. I do not need that, Shen Yan countered. How about money? Su Zishan offered. I regard money as worthless, Shen Yan retorted. What if I were to serve you? Su Zishan, that's... I do not lack for servants, she replied. Then, I offer my devotion. Su Zishan declared, a determined look on his face. Shen Yan regarded him for a moment before her gaze shifted, and she remarked, I have no interest in boiled chicken. Su Zishan was taken aback, wondering how he had been likened to such. He was committed to fitness, maintained a balanced diet, and enjoyed considerable popularity in the entertainment industry. His affluent persona attracted many admirers, including several stars eager to be with him. Did Shen Yan not feel the same? You wouldn't regret dating me. Have you considered it? Su Zixin scrutinized Shen Yan closely, realizing she was indeed striking, both in figure and face. She could easily attract a wealthy suitor. Shen Yan silenced her phone and stood, addressing him. Is this your way of repaying kindness with malice? Not at all. So, is this a divine favor? Su Zixin faltered, unable to respond to Shen Yan's sardonic gaze. As Su Zixin emerged from Shen Yan's tent looking disheartened, the group's eyes instinctively followed him. Mu Jincheng frowned, feeling uneasy. What had transpired during their time alone? He began to think that Shen Yan was somewhat brazen, seemingly unaware of the implications of her actions. Was she not concerned about the potential for scandal? Perhaps Shen Yan was eager to fabricate a rumor with Su Zixin. The faux heir. Mu Jincheng silently scoffed, retracting his gaze. Chu Jing was particularly concerned about the incident involving Shen Yan saving Su Zixin. Since joining the program, she had attempted to get closer to him, but had not succeeded, and now Shen Yan had outpaced her. Meanwhile, the production team was still investigating when Xiao Zhao received a call from the company, hastily seeking out Shen Yan. Yin, someone from the company has arrived. The arrival of representatives indicated that the company had not given up on Shen Yan, and Xiao Zhao was beaming with joy. Upon entering the temporary lounge, Shen Yan encountered a senior executive from Xingyu Media conversing with Lu Su. Both turned upon hearing the commotion. The executive's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Shen Yan in person. Uncle Lu? The middle-aged man was the steward of the Qi family, assigned to oversee matters due to the original owner's engagement to Qi Si, ensuring their marriage proceeded smoothly. Shen Yan was puzzled. Had Qi Si not said he would come to collect her after the show? With a day left, why had Lu Su appeared? Miss Shen. Lu Su stood to greet her, signaling for others to leave. Once alone, he expressed concern. I heard you had an accident. The master sent me to check on you. Shen Yan observed him, aware of his dishonesty, but choosing not to confront it. It's nothing serious. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Qi for his concern. Lu Su was taken aback by her politeness. Why had she become so courteous? Her reaction was evident, and Shen Yan paused, questioning whether she had overstepped. Truthfully, since turning 15, her life had been tumultuous, almost devoid of normal emotional exchanges. This man was not only her original fiancé's steward, but could also become hers. Nécessita-t-il un certain émotionnel rapport? Her previous approach seemed inconsistent with the original owner's characterization, but she felt no need to amend it. She would live authentically, representing herself rather than pretending to be another. Realizing his reaction was excessive, Lu Su quickly composed himself, stating, "It is my duty, Miss Shen. I have joined Xingyu Media as your manager. Due to several oversights by your previous manager, Zhang Lu, the company has reassigned her duties. From today onward, I will be guiding your career." Shen Yan was taken aback. She anticipated Lu Su would go to such lengths for her. It wasn't that she opposed the arrangement. Had she been in his position, she might have acted even more ruthlessly. Her fiancé's demeanor was remarkably mild. Miss Shen, I am now your manager, and I will help you navigate your future in the entertainment industry. Can you manage that? Shen Yan asked, curious. Cough. I may be older, but I am not stuck in my ways. I adapt quickly to new circumstances. The entertainment industry is just another challenge, Lu Su assured her. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Yan said, Then I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Lu. It's no trouble. It's my responsibility. Miss Shen, are you not curious? Curious about what? Do you not think that the master sent me to monitor your every move and control you? Lu Su had prepared for Shen Yan's potential outburst. However, Shen Yan not only accepted the adjustment calmly, but also seemed unfazed by the change from steward to manager, showing no signs of rebellion. In the past, such a situation would have incited her outrage. Her tranquil acceptance unnerved Lu Su, leaving him with a sense that something was amiss. I understand this is Qi Si's arrangement, Shen Yan replied, remaining composed and unperturbed by the shift. Oh, Lu Su was taken aback. What? Should I call Qi Si and challenge him to 100 rounds of debate? Shen Yan observed his reaction, aware of his thoughts. Lu Su, feeling awkward, added, I hope for harmony between you and the master. Upon hearing the words harmony, Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Coexisting peacefully was feasible, but there was no need for affection. She had never experienced love, lacked understanding of emotions, and dared not hope for any familial affection. Lu Su, noticing Shen Yan's silence, quickly shifted the topic. Fearing that prolonged discussion might provoke her, and revert her to her previous state. Regarding the snake incident, I will discuss it with the production team to advocate for Miss Shen's best interests. Shen Yan's eyes flickered. The production team had already conducted 3 inspections of the Island S routes before the live broadcast and had arranged for another inspection every morning before the show commenced. The route we traversed was immaculate. Such a snake should not have appeared. Having endured much and coming from a prominent family, she recognized the implications of his words, her gaze sharpening momentarily before settling into a somber reflection. Miss Shen suspected deliberate placement of the snake. There was a hint of doubt, yet Shen Yan did not ambiguously deny it. There was no need to shield those who might wish her harm. Perhaps my performance overshadowed others, thus inciting such an incident. Lu Su's expression hardened. If that is the case, the situation is grave. Rest assured, I will address this matter with the production team. Shen Yan nodded, asking, does Uncle Lu have any further instructions? In the future, should Miss Shen encounter any issues, please reach out to me directly. Do not hesitate, even if it concerns the slightest matter. As your manager, I shall attend to it all. Lu Su was concerned that Shen Yan might hesitate to rely on him due to his position. Shen Yan smiled gently. I will. Director Li, seeing that the atmosphere had eased, inquired about Su Zishan's condition and personally verified that Shen Yan had not suffered any psychological shock, sighing in relief before gathering the guests in one area. The survival live broadcast could not continue today. Therefore, Director Li sought a riverside location for the guests to showcase their skills in foraging for wild ingredients in water. The guests adjusted their emotions and returned to the cameras. Su Zishan was the first to greet the audience, assuring them that he had not been bitten by the snake and had not suffered any psychological trauma. Sincerely thanking Shen Yan, as he expressed his gratitude, he humorously remarked, Shen Yan said she lacks neither wealth nor resources, which made me contemplate offering myself in exchange. But alas, it appears I am not her type. He feigned a pitiful expression. Standing nearby, Chu Jinghe and Lu Chong furrowed their brows. Mu Jinsheng felt an uncomfortable pang upon hearing another man proclaim his willingness to offer himself to Shen Yan, realizing he had previously overlooked Su Zishan's frivolous nature. The audience erupted with comments about his declaration. Observing the flood of comments, they chuckled. Su Zishan, you finally have a day of being rejected. Suddenly, I find Shen Yan adorably charming. What does it mean to lack wealth and resources? I'm dying of laughter. I don't lack Shen Yan. I particularly lack someone like Su Zishan. Ha ha ha. I ship this couple. I bet a dime Su Zishan will surely confess his intentions. I'll wager a dime. I'll raise it to 12 cents. 30 cents. That's my limit. The banter grew increasingly lively. Upon hearing praise for Shen Yan, her detractors became irate, questioning the authenticity of the snake, claiming that current realistic toys are too lifelike, even motorized, and no one could clearly discern the snake's true nature. The idea of catching a venomous snake with bare hands seemed absurd. Even professional snake catchers would not dare such a feat. The emergence of detractors sparked further contention. After Su Zishan's address to the camera, it was Shen Yan's turn, and her remarks were notably measured. Regarding gratitude, I have already conveyed to teacher Su that it was merely a small effort. There is no need for him to dwell on it. I would have acted similarly for anyone, so teacher Su need not remember it too fondly. I can deeply sense Shen Yan's resistance. The Shu Yan couple is surprisingly shipworthy. My dear Yan does not require forced shipping. Focus on survival. I'm scared. I refuse to be paired off, lest the detractors swarm again. Let my Yan shine in solitude. Upon hearing Shen Yan's response, Su Zishan momentarily stiffened, maintaining a courteous smile. Next came a time for each to showcase their skills. Shen Yan refrained from performing her fish-catching act, as there was no need for her to procure ingredients. She need not stand out excessively. Meanwhile, Mu Jinsheng and Chu Jinghe excelled, garnering positive feedback online and reigniting interest in their pairing. Chu Jinghe quietly sighed in relief as the situation returned to normal. How could I be overshadowed by Shen's popularity? She mused. As night fell, a figure emerged from one of the tents, swiftly navigating through the forest towards the river. The shimmering water was suddenly bisected by an approaching dark line, writhing and gliding smoothly across the surface. With a swift motion, a shadowy figure seized the writhing line and promptly retreated. The shadow evaded the cameras, tossing the thick line into one of the tents before silently returning to their own. Shedding shoes and reclining on a makeshift bed, as if they had never left. 5 minutes later, a commotion erupted. There's a snake. A venomous snake. Cries of alarm echoed, causing Director Lee, who had just fallen asleep, to jolt awake. Directoli, someone is coming. As he rushed out, he nearly collided with an incoming staff member. Director Lee, a venomous snake was discovered near Mu Jinsheng. The staff's pallor deepened. Lee's expression shifted, urgency flooding him as he hurried toward Mu Jinsheng. At that moment, Mu Jinsheng sat on the ground, disheveled and muddy, appearing pale and shaken. Lee's heart raced at the sight. Hadn't they conducted inspections? How could there be a snake in the rest area? Director Lee, it's not a venomous snake, just a common water snake, but Mu Jinsheng was bitten. While it's not toxic, we should still have it checked. The team's doctor is attending to him now. Hurry with the examination. Lee's heart raced at the thought of a bite. The repeated snake appearances left his demeanor dark and brooding. Can tomorrow's program still proceed? We're just a day short, and now this has happened. Regardless of toxicity, Mu Jinsheng had to be sent away immediately. There were no examination facilities here. Only emergency supplies. They were equipped with necessary serums. Mu Jinsheng's manager, upon receiving the news, rushed to a nearby city to make arrangements. Outside, the night was rife with chaos, yet Shen Yan remained undisturbed. The next day, aside from Shen Yan appearing revitalized, the others looked as though they had been drained of vitality, dark circles evident beneath their eyes. What is the matter with everyone? Shen Yan feigned ignorance. The spirited Qin Dingyue forced a smile. Didn't you hear the commotion last night? I slept soundly. What happened? A poisonous snake appeared in Mu Jinsheng's tent and bit him. He was sent to a hospital outside last night. Goodness, the venomous snakes here are ferocious. I couldn't dare close my eyes all night. Qin Dingyue shivered with apprehension. Shen Yan regarded her, bemused. Wasn't this girl known for her adventurous spirit? Just this minor incident had her quaking in fear, and she still dared to speak of adventure. Director Li has likely ended this episode early, Zhou Jingming remarked. The others appeared visibly tense, for 3 more episodes remained, and they had to continue live broadcasting from the island. Director Li has taken emergency measures. This matter must remain confidential, so please do not disclose it, the assistant director, Ji, suddenly interjected. Chu Jinghe shot a glance at Shen Yan, her expression laden with unspoken complexity. We understand the gravity. If this program is halted, it would be a tremendous loss for us all. When signing up for this survival show, they were undoubtedly drawn by Director Li, and indeed, their popularity saw a notable rise in the previous episode. However, with the recent incident, it seems today's live broadcast will be impossible to record. As soon as Director Ji departed, Wen Yin slumped into a chair. Lu Chong busily contacted her agent, murmuring inaudibly. Su Zixin's gaze fell upon Shen Yan, as though contemplating something. Chu Jing and Yin both sensed something amiss, yet upon reflection, they deemed everything to be quite normal. Qin Dingyue appeared troubled, taking her phone to communicate with her agent. Observing this, the others also relayed the situation to their respective agents. Shen Yan, however, remained the most at ease. The production team was distressed, nearing despair. Ultimately, Director Li decided against team formation, instructing everyone to disperse along designated routes to continue the survival live broadcast. All guests expressed no objections. Yet today, with Mu Jinsheng absent and the lone survivalist lacking vigor, the entire live broadcast felt rather lackluster. Viewers immediately noticed the absence of Mu Jinsheng, and his fans fervently flooded the comments with inquiries regarding his well-being. The official response from the production team stated that Mu Jinsheng had suddenly fallen ill and could not participate in today's live broadcast, eliciting a wave of sympathy from fans. Today's survival feels rather contrived. Be confident. Remove the rather. Everyone is off their game today. My daughter also appears quite listless. Has something happened? Others could comprehend the situation, but why was the usually vibrant Qin Dingyue also subdued? While Director Li coordinated with the hospital, he monitored the live broadcast conditions across several platforms. Once confirming that the water snake posed no threat and that Mu Jinsheng was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a new barrage of calls erupted, this time from Su Zixin's agent, who bluntly reprimanded the production team for their negligence regarding Su Zixin's near encounter with the poisonous snake. Director Li, smiling apologetically, nearly bent over backward, ultimately conceding a favor to Su Zixin to settle the matter. As soon as he hung up, another call came in, darkening Director Li's expression further. To his surprise, it was Shen Yan's agent. He recalled that Shen Yan's agent was previously Zhang Lu from Xingyu, when had it changed to a composed man. Lu Su introduced himself as Shen Yan's new agent, leveraging Shen Yan's act of saving someone to curry favor with Director Li. Li's lips twitched in annoyance. Yet another individual seeking to exploit him. Lu Su expressed dissatisfaction with Director Li's marketing approach, which seemed to blur the lines between survival and romantic reality shows. Li's irritation heightened further. Lu Su insinuated that he was an unprofessional director. Director Li remained silent. Shen Yan's new agent proved to be somewhat formidable, prompting Li to consider ending the call. Finally, gritting his teeth, he mentioned a friend who was filming a commercial movie and suggested a role that might suit Shen Yan. Only then did Lu Su cease his personal attacks. After hanging up, Director Li muttered a few curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Shen Yan continued her efforts on the survival show, undertaking tasks alone with an air of ease. She ambled along the prescribed route, stopping intermittently, eventually arriving at a jujube tree. In front of the camera, she grasped a branch and effortlessly swung herself up. Wow, a soaring rocket. The reincarnation of the Monkey King. This moment irresistibly reminds me of Mu Jincheng's enigmatic posterior. A flurry of exclamations followed. The accompanying crew were astonished. The staunch detractors remarked, "It's all flashy nonsense." Chapter 033. Is Shen Yan really being taken so seriously? With Shen Yan's leap, the critics fell silent, while Mu Jincheng's fans rejoiced. It was a delightful revelation that their idol was not as adept as they had believed. Yet some fans sought to compare him with other male guests, arguing that it was not Mu Jincheng's inadequacy, but rather Shen Yan's deliberate concealment of her abilities that led to Mu Jincheng's embarrassment, branding Shen Yan as scheming. Shen Yan collected a bounty of jujubes and generously shared some with the two crew members, who accepted them, albeit expressing their lack of fondness for the fruit. Jujubes, also known as longevity fruits, possess various health benefits, including quenching thirst, revitalizing the organs, promoting beauty, and preventing high blood pressure. Is it really that good? Why weren't we aware? They pondered. Good things are often overlooked, Shen Yan noted as she tied the jujubes together with grass vines. 2 bundles of jujubes were fashioned, one in each hand. The crew exchanged glances, silently accepting her gift. On the final day of solo tasks, the group's enthusiasm remained subdued, resulting in a less impactful episode. Surprisingly, Shen Yan's popularity had not waned, but rather surged. This was perplexing. Director Li repeatedly checked the live viewership across major apps, discovering that Shen Yan's popularity had surpassed even Chu Jing's. He stroked his chin, reflecting on whether he had mispositioned Shen Yan. If she had been placed in a more advantageous position from the start, would her popularity have soared even higher? Perhaps she was already on the brink of stardom. This contemplation lingered throughout the day's recording. As the afternoon recording concluded, everyone was free to leave the production team, awaiting the next episode's airing. The previous transition had been swift, yet following this incident, no one knew when the next broadcast would occur. Director Li did not provide a definitive timeline. Except for Shen Yan, the others had schedules to keep. Initially, they planned to depart directly in the afternoon, but Chu Jing suggested visiting Mu Jincheng at the hospital. Everyone unanimously agreed, glancing at Shen Yan, who remained silent. If you have urgent matters, it's all right not to go. I can relay a message to Jincheng. Chu Jing offered understandingly. We still have to rush to our next engagement early tomorrow. What urgency could she possibly have? Lu Chang retorted, arms crossed, her tone somewhat brusque, considering Shen Yan's prior behavior towards Mu Jincheng. Jincheng isn't that petty. Chu Jing smiled warmly. Shen Yan, would you like to join? Shen Yan surveyed them briefly before nodding. I must leave the island to catch my flight. Chu Jing appeared delighted. Jincheng will surely be thrilled to see us. Is there no paparazzi at the hospital? Lu Chang frowned. If news of Mu Jincheng being bitten by a snake leaked, that hospital would be overrun. Su Zishan interjected casually, then glanced at Shen Yan, frowning slightly. They all knew Shen Yan had feelings for Mu Jincheng since the first episode. Su Zishan recalled his own rejection by Shen Yan and felt a twinge of embarrassment. After discussing logistics, they arranged for their assistants to coordinate their departure from the island. Director Li and the others remained, needing to finalize the next episode's recording schedule. Glancing at the calendar, Li noted that tomorrow was August 1st and that they needed to expedite the schedule. Upon learning that the group intended to visit Mu Jincheng, Li requested that they convey his regards. By the time they emerged from the island and reached the county hospital, it was already past 9 in the evening. They had eaten dinner on the way. Although the daytime recording had not been overly strenuous, it had still been tiring. Once on the arranged vehicle, they promptly fell asleep until they arrived at the hospital. In the VIP ward, just as Mu Jincheng's agent departed, they arrived. Disguising themselves as they entered the hospital, they headed straight for Mu Jincheng's room. Surprised to see them, he quickly rose from his resting position, displaying a look of astonishment. "What brings you here?" "We came to check on you. Jincheng, are you feeling all right?" Chu Jing was the first to speak. Mu Jincheng regarded her with a gentle gaze. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." He nodded appreciatively at Zhou, Jingming, and the others. His eyes flickered towards the door, where Shen Yan stood, momentarily surprised. "Without you, today's recording was less than optimistic," Lu Chang remarked, initially lacking energy, but now invigorated upon seeing Mu Jincheng. They began discussing the day's live broadcast. Mu Jincheng had indeed been watching, and he noted the rising popularity of Shen Yan in comparison to Chu Jing. Realizing that Shen Yan had gradually eclipsed Chu Jing's prominence without him even noticing. This revelation left Mu Jincheng feeling utterly astonished. "Have you arranged your accommodations?" he suddenly inquired, interrupting Lu Chang's incessant chatter. "My agent has already booked a hotel. He will come to pick me up shortly," Zhou Jingming replied, glancing at the time. The others also indicated that they had made suitable arrangements, alleviating any concerns Mu Jincheng might have had. Chu Jinghe remained silent, discreetly stealing glances at Su Zishan. Mu Jincheng addressed Chu Jinghe, stating, "I happen to have a room reserved. I intended to check out today, but my agent insisted I stay an extra night due to my condition. The payment has already been made. Jinghe, if you lack accommodations, feel free to stay with me." "Ah, is that really all right?" Chu Jinghe hesitated, not immediately declining the offer. Shen Yan pondered how her presence might disrupt the moment when the female lead discovers the male lead's true identity. With the male lead's insistence on keeping her around, the narrative would undoubtedly shift. Indeed, they were the protagonists. Their connection seemed inextricable. After observing, Shen Yan turned to Xiao Zhao and remarked before departing. When Mu Jincheng finished speaking and sought Shen Yan, he realized she had already vanished, his brow furrowing. "Shen Yan," Su Zishan called out as he followed her outside. "Is there something else?" Shen Yan turned to see the two pursuing her, with Su Zishan's assistant appearing puzzled behind him. "Have you secured a place to stay?" "Su Zishan in Guit." "My agent is here," Shen Yan began, just as Lu Su, who had been waiting outside, entered. Upon seeing Lu Su, Su Zishan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Su possessed an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary agent, a testament to his years of experience in a prominent family. He exuded an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked. Initially waiting outside, Lu Su's instincts flared when he noticed a striking young man trailing behind Shen Yan. It was troubling to have one formidable rival, but two would be catastrophic. Lu Su could not fathom why Shen Yan chose this path. Prestigious families generally harbored little affection for celebrities and often held superstitions against them. Upon learning of Shen Yan's entry into the entertainment industry, the elders of the Qi family had bombarded Qi Si with phone calls of reprimand. Watching Qi Si endure such chastisement only delighted Shen Yan further, propelling the original character down a self-destructive path. "This is?" Su Zishan recognized Shen Yan's agent, Zhang Lu of Xingyu. "My new agent, Uncle Lu." Shen Yan nodded towards Lu Su. "Thank you for coming out here at this late hour." "Not a bother. It's my duty." Lu Su positioned himself to obscure Su Zishan's line of sight. "Should we proceed now?" Shen Yan nodded, casting a glance at Su Zishan before following Lu Su out of the hospital. Su Zishan, feeling a twinge of confusion, instinctively trailed behind, astonished to find a luxury vehicle awaiting them. Is Xingyu placing such importance on Shen Yan? Inside the sleek black car, Xiao Zhao squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, as if sitting on a hot iron. The driver was someone else. Lu Su occupied the passenger seat and inquired, "Miss Shen, do you need a couple of days to rest?" As Shen Yan toyed with her phone, she recalled Qi Si's brief message and replied, "Let's hold off on other engagements for 2 days." Had she made such a statement previously, it would have invited ridicule. This past live broadcast had catapulted her popularity, with a burgeoning fanbase. Even without Lu Su's assistance, Xingyu Media would capitalize on her rising fame. Even before the show concluded, numerous brands had extended collaboration offers, and director Du, currently working on a dating show, personally called to invite Shen Yan to his next project. However, given that Shen Yan was already engaged, Lu Su would never allow her to accept such an offer. After declining, Director Du unexpectedly contacted Lu Su today, who promptly refused again. Lu Su had no intention of informing Shen Yan of this development. "I will prepare a schedule for upcoming engagements," Lu Su remarked. "You can leave that to me. I trust your judgment," Shen Yan replied, resting her chin in her delicate hands as she gazed out the window. Lu Su felt a shift in mood. Was Shen Yan becoming too agreeable? Did she trust him? Just a week prior, she had berated him mercilessly. Now, her demeanor was remarkably different, and he found himself enjoying this calmer version of her. It was much less trouble. As they journeyed to the hotel, Lu Su discreetly observed Shen Yan through the rearview mirror. "Miss Shen, please rest well tonight. We will fly back to Shenzhen tomorrow morning." Upon arriving at the hotel, Lu Su informed Shen Yan that she would be staying at Qi Si's residence tomorrow. Shen Yan showed little reaction. "It's late, Uncle Lu. You should rest as well." Xiao Zhao had been assigned to another room, sparing Shen Yan from further concern. She opened her room door, pushed her small suitcase inside, and surveyed the lavish decor before turning on the air conditioning. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed onto the bed, slipping into slumber almost instantly. The following morning, as Shen Yan opened her eyes, she basked in the gentle glow of light. She preferred brightness over darkness, though she had no aversion to the latter. A knock at the door startled her. Upon opening it, she found Lu Su waiting outside. "Please hold on a moment, Uncle Lu." Seeing her still in her pajamas, he refrained from entering. "Miss Shen, freshen up first. We will wait for you in the restaurant on the third floor." Shen Yan nodded, quickly attending to her routine and deciding against sending Xiao Zhao for another trip, opting instead to bring her small suitcase to the third floor herself. The restaurant, situated on the third floor, was nearly empty at this hour. To her surprise, she recognized several familiar faces from the previous evening. The hotel was the best in the county, known for its discretion. "Shen Yan, what a coincidence to find you here," Su Zishan exclaimed as he stood to greet her. Su Zishan's agent shot him a disapproving glance, subtly indicating that he should not draw attention to himself. Although Shen Yan appeared to be gaining traction in the industry, the fickleness of fame meant that today's star could easily become tomorrow's obscurity. Many celebrities found their flames extinguished shortly after they had ignited. Thus, whether Shen Yan would achieve lasting success remained uncertain. The entertainment industry was not merely a realm of beauty. It was fraught with challenges, and many undesirable traits could be discerned in Shen Yan's appearance. Agents were wary of their clients mingling with her. As Qin Dingwei stood up, her agent restrained her. Casting a warning look, Shen Yan acknowledged them with a nod before taking a seat across from Lu Su. "Good morning, Uncle Lu." "Good morning, Miss Shen. The flight is at 9 o'clock. It's only a short distance to the airport. You can enjoy breakfast leisurely," Lu Su informed her, handing her a warm glass of milk. "Thank you." Shen Yan declined further assistance from Lu Su, pulling her breakfast closer to her. Xiao Zhao and the driver were absorbed in their meals, not engaging in their conversation. During breakfast, Shen Yan discreetly observed Chu Jinghe, who seemed unusually quiet. Reflecting on Mu Jincheng's earlier words in the hospital, Shen Yan surmised that Chu Jinghe had likely uncovered Mu Jincheng's true identity. Regardless of how the plot unfolded, as long as it did not involve her, it was of no concern to her. Promptly at 9 o'clock, they boarded the plane. Lu Su had booked first class. As Shen Yan settled in her seat, she spotted Zhou Jingming across the aisle. Their eyes met, and Zhou Jingming, momentarily taken aback, smiled. "I didn't expect to be on the same flight as you." Given that they were both headed to Shenzhen, it was not surprising to encounter one another at this hour, and Shen Yan felt no astonishment. Before boarding, Lu Su had informed Qi Si that they were already on the plane. Qi Si possessed little patience for his capricious fiancée, merely casting a glance at Lu Su without offering any response. Lu Su felt compelled to take some action to ease the tension between them, only to turn and find Zhou Jingming engaged in conversation with Shen Yan. His brows knitted together. What was this? Another addition to the fray? Miss Shen, with her current situation in the entertainment industry, was bound to face challenges. With so many handsome young men in the industry, could she truly maintain her composure at such a tender age? Lu Su suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Si. Fortunately, Shen Yan refrained from further conversation, instead donning the eye mask handed to her by Xiao Zhao, leaning back in silence. Zhou Jingming glanced at the elegantly arched, fair neck of Shen Yan, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt parched. He turned away to grab a bottle of water, draining it in one go. Shen Yan was not asleep. She merely blanked her mind. 3 hours later, Shen Yan stood at the exit, watching Zhou Jingming, fully equipped, being escorted out by his manager and assistant. The fans who had come to greet him surged forward with fervor. Shen Yan, devoid of any guise, did not expect any fans to acknowledge her, given her current level of notoriety. Xiao Zhao was instructed to leave first, as Shen Yan was to return to Qi Ci's residence in Sheng City, a detail she had yet to disclose to anyone. After a quarrel with her family, she had resolutely declared her intent to shine in the entertainment world on her own merit. The original persona had indeed accomplished this, albeit with a somewhat misguided focus. Our vehicle awaits outside. We shall use the special passage, Lu Su said over the phone before turning back to take the small suitcase from Shen Yan's hand, only to be gently pushed away. I can manage myself, she asserted. Lu Su's gaze flickered, and as he walked ahead, he remarked, Sir will only return home this evening, Miss Shen. I will coexist harmoniously with him. Shen Yan interjected before he could finish. Previously I was too headstrong, but now I am determined to amend my ways. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, then released a long sigh of relief, chuckling. If the family were to know, they would certainly rejoice. Shen Yan remained non-committal. Chapter 35, A New Beginning. After many years, Shen Yan stepped into what she could finally call home. Yet this abode felt excessively vast and desolate. An independent villa equipped with an electronic sensing door, a garden, and servants. Upon entering the hall, Shen Yan felt no trace of habitation. The cool-toned decor, adorned with various antiques, imbued the villa with an air of solemnity. Despite the presence of servants bustling about on this sweltering day, Shen Yan felt an inexplicable chill. She knew Qi Ci typically did not reside here, only coming when she returned to stay. After Lu Su entrusted the luggage to a servant, he received a phone call, stepping outside. Upon hearing the first words from the caller, his expression soured. Are you certain? Understood. Exit the island. The brief conversation concluded, and Lu Su hurried back into the hall, observing Shen Yan inspecting the room's decor. Miss Shen, please proceed upstairs to rest. I shall have someone summon you for dinner once it is ready. I have rested sufficiently on the plane. Shen Yan replied to the servant, who prepared to retrieve her luggage. Please give me my suitcase. The luggage was rather heavy. Let someone assist Miss Shen in taking it to her room. Shen Yan dismissed their chatter, striding over to lift the seemingly light suitcase and ascend the stairs. The servant gasped. She had just lifted it, and the suitcase was not light at all. Yet Shen Yan handled it as if it were a mere handbag. Lu Su instructed the servants and exited, needing to visit Xingyu Media Company. He had clarified matters concerning the island. Shen Yan had endured significant grievances that could not simply be overlooked. Shen Yan surveyed her designated room, which was warmly decorated, a stark contrast to the cold solemnity outside. The original persona had scarcely spent any time here, alternating between hotels with the crew and the university dormitory in Sheng City. Shen Yan was now a second-year student. Although she had entered the entertainment industry, she had not suspended her studies. Regardless of the original persona's antics, her family would never permit her to neglect her education. Thus, she would return to campus when classes resumed in September. She had not experienced high school, let alone university. Nevertheless, Shen Yan looked forward to this opportunity, unwilling to forfeit it. Reclining on the soft bed, Shen Yan retrieved her phone and browsed trending topics. She clicked on the top trending entry. Mu Jincheng and Chu Jing leaving the airport together, and was greeted by a near HD photo of the duo. The backdrop featured a bustling airport, with the two exiting closely together. Their smiles were radiant, their gazes locked onto one another, the photograph exuding a sickly sweet aroma of romance. Below, fans for both sides fervently praised them. CP fans swarmed into comment, elevating their popularity to the pinnacle of trending topics. Not long after, a sensational headline followed. Truly, you two are remarkable. Your popularity is astonishing. Shen Yan skimmed past their trending topic, continuing to explore entertainment-related news. She was not entirely versed in the intricacies of the industry, necessitating further understanding. She discovered that some stars interacted with fans, even joining their fan clubs and support groups, and other assorted trivialities. Shen Yan then navigated to her own profile, where the vitriol from haters still lingered, albeit significantly improved. Her fan base had expanded considerably. and witnessing her supporters stand up against the haters warmed her heart, evoking a sense of familial protection. Shen Yan smiled softly at her phone. It was evident that despite enduring multiple ailments and repeated scrutiny of her body, she still harbored a yearning for warmth. Why isn't Yan posted on Weibo again? Her previous 10 posts were all about Mu Jinsheng. It's become tiresome. Perhaps it's best if she refrains. I fear it might tarnish my brother Mu. What utter nonsense. Yan's admiration is genuine. Is that so wrong? The fireworks fans exhibited a distinct lack of confidence. After all, Shen Yan's prior post had predominantly revolved around Mu Jinsheng. She had either promoted his new drama or praised his virtues, leaving no stone unturned. Shen Yan had even organized small events to draw in more fans for him, investing her own funds for various promotions. Some haters, furiously typing away, would soon switch accounts to masquerade as sweethearts to claim rewards. Shen Yan had even gone so far as to lavish money on passerby fans to incentivize them to support Mu Jinsheng. In short, she acted as foolishly as possible. Shen Yan scrolled through her homepage repeatedly, growing increasingly exasperated. The original persona was undoubtedly a complete fool. With a swift motion, she deleted everything related to Mu Jinsheng, rendering her Weibo pristine. Since registering, she had not posted a single thing about herself. This bold move sent shockwaves through the fandom within minutes. The fireworks fans' eyes widened, as if they had glimpsed the dawn. The haters were taken aback, but quickly reacted, furiously typing away. The fireworks fans seemed to gain newfound vigor, passionately defending against the haters, observing other stars sharing glimpses of their meals or daily lives, as well as promoting beneficial endeavors. Shen Yan pondered this concept of business. Propping her chin thoughtfully, she moved to the window, capturing a photograph of the azure sky, which she subsequently posted on Weibo with the caption, "A new beginning." The significance of those two words remained a mystery to others. For Shen Yan, they embodied heaviness, relief, and above all, freedom. Presently, the only chains binding her were those of her concealed affliction. Fans flocked to comment. Haters followed suit. With every statement from the fans, they retaliated, clinging on like tenacious gum. After posting her accompanying image and text, Shen Yan stepped away from her phone, gazing out at the villa's picturesque scenery. She felt an overwhelming sense of lightness and warmth enveloping her. She was reveling in this newfound freedom. As time flowed on and night descended, a knock echoed at the door. It was Lu Su. "Miss Shun, dinner is ready." Shen Yan opened the door, revealing a dimly lit interior, illuminated only by the light from the window and door. Lu Su paused. "Miss Shun, have you just awakened?" "I haven't slept," Shen Yan replied, continuing. "Is Chi Si back? The gentleman may return a bit later. You need not wait." With that, Shen Yan descended the stairs. Lu Su closed the door behind her before turning to follow, instructing the servants below to bring the meals from the kitchen. Upon seeing the long table set in the dining hall, Shen Yan inquired, "Is there a smaller table?" "There is none prepared at home. I will arrange for one to be ready by tomorrow," Lu Su promptly noted. "Uncle Lu, please join me," Shen Yan suggested as she took a seat. Gesturing to the opposite side, Lu Su replied, "I've already dined outside." Shen Yan did not press further, merely acknowledging with a hum, "I have outlined the plans for the day after tomorrow. We will first shoot a skincare advertisement. Although this brand cannot be compared to high-end ones, its reputation is quite commendable." Shen Yan interjected, "I trust Uncle Lu's judgment and insight." Lu Su was about to continue when a sound came from the entrance. The servant outside called out, "Sir." The dining hall fell silent, and Lu Su remarked, "The gentleman has returned." Chapter 036. Dinner together. Shen Yan momentarily froze before rising. The steady footsteps approached the dining area and halted, their gaze meeting hers. The atmosphere turned slightly peculiar. Shen Yan was aware that Chi Si was handsome. Yet upon seeing him, she could not help but gasp in awe. In the original text, Chi Si was not described in detail, but every appearance left a striking impact. The first thing that struck her was not his looks, but his presence. Clad in a tailored dark suit, under the dazzling crystal chandelier, the hem glimmered with faint starlight, exuding understated elegance. The waist was subtly cinched, accentuating the smooth lines of his back down to his long, straight legs. The side light cast a delicate sheen upon his brow, radiating an innate nobility. Shen Yan's attention was entirely captivated by the impeccable silhouette defined by the suit. He was a veritable living mannequin. As for his face, it required no further embellishment. He resembled the male lead even more closely. His brows were elegantly arched, beneath which lay a pair of cold, jet-black eyes. At the moment their gazes locked, Shen Yan felt an icy chill envelop the surroundings, as if frozen. Her brows knitted slightly. Wasn't his aura a bit too imposing? For a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had truly stepped into a book. The text had not portrayed Qi Si in such a manner. Today, Shen Yan appeared both familiar and foreign. Qi Si's icy gaze seemed to penetrate the delicate girl standing by the table. "Sir, Miss Shen is about to have dinner," Lu Su signaled to Shen Yan. She understood his implication. Remember the promise of amicable coexistence. "Let us dine together," Shen Yan stated dryly. Qi Si had initially intended to discuss the interests of both families with his young fiancée, but the anticipated chaos did not materialize. Instead, he calmly invited her to share a meal. This was somewhat unexpected. Qi Si's gaze briefly fell upon Lu Su. Lu Su added, "Sir, I must attend to some matters." Lu Su left the two of them, and the servant hurriedly brought out the meals before retreating. They knew that the outcome of this dinner might very well end up being a topic of discussion, and as mere servants, they dared not linger. Shen Yan sat down, observing that Qi Si remained standing. After a moment's thought, she tentatively asked, "Do you need assistance with serving the rice?" Qi Si moved, removing his coat and placing on the coat rack by the door. Through his high-quality shirt, one could discern the contours of his well-defined physique. It was evident he had trained. Otherwise, how could his lines appear so fluid? Qi Si served himself rice and took a seat across from her. The width of the long table did not create much distance between them, drawing their gazes close together. Under Shen Yan's scrutiny, Qi Si began to eat, his expression impassive, leaving her feeling almost invisible. The atmosphere was not rigid, but lacked any liveliness, cold as the hues of the dining hall. If it were anyone else, they would likely feel stiff and hesitant to move. However, if the person across the table had been a different Shen Yan, the situation would have changed. As they neared the end of their meal, and with Shen Yan still silent, the attentive servants exchanged glances, wondering what was amiss. Liu Su, who had been monitoring the dining hall, strained to see inside, only hearing the occasional clink of chopsticks against porcelain. As long as there was no uproar, the servants breathed a sigh of relief. They were relieved to avoid the need for new dining ware. Setting down her chopsticks, Shen Yan turned to Qi Si, sincerely stating, "I have promised Uncle Lu to amend my ways and coexist peacefully with you. I seek your guidance." Extending her delicate, porcelain-like hand over the remnants of the meal, she felt that Qi Si's icy gaze scrutinized her, as if he could see through her. He regarded her with a penetrating coldness. "Is that so?" His tone was flat and devoid of warmth, mirroring his eyes. Shen Yan naturally withdrew her hand, stating, "Let us consider the past as non-existent. I shall endeavor to cooperate with you henceforth." Qi Si replied, "We must marry." Shen Yan nodded, "I will marry you next year, but a divorce after 2 years, allowing you to seek your true love." Qi Si's voice was devoid of emotion, yet Shen Yan detected a hint of sarcasm in his words. She nodded in agreement. Qi Si elegantly wiped his mouth, rising to leave, his demeanor towards Shen Yan as cold as ever. Unperturbed, Shen Yan poured herself a glass of warm water, reflecting on the concept of true love. Such a notion was foreign to her. After exiting the dining hall, she encountered Lu Su, who wore a worried expression. "Miss Shen, I have pledged to Uncle Lu to maintain a harmonious relationship, and I shall uphold that promise," she assured him with a slight nod. "I will head upstairs now." "Very well." Lu Su, initially believing Shen Yan was merely teasing, was pleasantly surprised by her commitment to peace. Today's uneventful meal was indeed a cause for celebration. As the servants entered to clear the remnants of the meal, they felt a lingering sense of disbelief. Ascending the stairs, Shen Yan glanced toward the other side of the hallway. The door remained closed, and she could vaguely hear voices, presumably Qi Si attending to business matters. Shen Yan was unaccustomed to this languid lifestyle. She paced her room, seeking to alleviate her restlessness, feeling that her 2-day respite had been excessively indulgent. Now, she craved work. The following morning, Shen Yan awoke to find Qi Si had already departed. "Good morning, Miss Shen." "Good morning, Uncle Lu." Scanning her surroundings, she noticed Qi Si was absent. Lu Su informed her, "The gentleman will be away from the city for a while, possibly 1 to 2 months. "Oh," Shen Yan replied, not probing further. Even if Qi Si were to be gone for a year or more, it was of no concern to her. After their brief conversation last night, Shen Yan realized that Qi held no particular feelings towards her, perhaps in his world. The notion of romantic relationships did not exist. Coincidentally, she felt the same. Could this be a harmonious alignment of intentions? Lu Su added, I may need to report on all matters concerning Miss Shen to the gentleman. This was a test of Shen Yan's disposition. The original character may have reacted explosively, but Shen Yan merely cast a glance at Lu Su, causing him to feel a sudden pang of guilt. That is acceptable, but please do not delve into excessive detail. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, yet pleased. Of course, I shall ensure to report only the important matters to the gentleman. Is Lu Su heading to the company today? Shen Yan inquired as she approached the dining area. I need to go there, Lu Su replied, now serving as Shen Yan's manager. He could no longer remain cooped up at home like a mere housekeeper. He needed to engage in networking and secure resources for his artist. Shen Yan remarked after breakfast, I shall accompany you. Miss Shen, you wish to come as well? Is that a problem? Not all. I will merely make an appearance. I will not burden you. Shen Yan added. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. Had Shen Yan been switched with someone else? Chapter 037. Competing for the endorsement of the leading lady? In the car on the way to the company, Lu Su cast a glance at Shen Yan's attire. A crisp white shirt, long black trousers, and pristine white sneakers, refreshing and youthful, a quintessential student ensemble. With her bare face, Shen Yan's natural beauty required no embellishment. Every feature was perfectly balanced. Aware of Lu Su's scrutiny, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing out at the scenery beyond, inhaling the essence of freedom and tranquility. Having prepared a makeup team, Lu Su now, seeing Shen Yan's transformation, resolved to forego the team in favor of hiring a personal makeup artist, deeming that sufficient. Adjustments to her wardrobe were also necessary. It was not that Shen Yan's comfortable outfit was inadequate, but rather that some modifications were needed to accentuate her highlights. Upon exiting the vehicle, Shen Yan spotted Xiao Zhao waiting at the entrance. Xiao Zhao hurried over, exclaiming, Uncle Lu, Yin Yin, Liu Su, noticing Xiao Thao, was reminded of his intention to change assistants. He had already sought a more capable assistant when he replaced Zhang Lu as manager. Have you eaten? Shen Yan inquired casually. Xiao Zhao responded excitedly, yes. I heard you were coming, so I arrived early. Shen Yan nodded, assuring, Uncle Lu, you go about your business. I'm perfectly fine here with Xiao Zhao. Noticing Shen Yan's evident fondness for Xiao Zhao, Lu Su decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of changing assistants and observe further. As soon as Lu Su departed, Xiao Zhao leaned in conspiratorially. Yin Yin, the company has given you the upcoming advertisement that was meant for our top sister. Shen Yan regarded her. You seem well informed. Xiao Zhao smiled shyly. I have a friend at the company who let me in on some news. Shen Yan pondered, deducing it must be the skincare advertisement Lu Su had mentioned. Wasn't it merely a mid-range brand? Having recently familiarized herself with the entertainment industry's rules, Shen Yan realized that for an 18-tier star to seize resources from the leading sister was a rather scandalous act. Perhaps that leading sister had already cursed her ancestors for such an affront. Is that leading sister named Shen Yan? Shen Yan inquired. Xiao Zhao nodded, cautioning. When we go in, Yin Yin, you might want to tread lightly. Shen Yan's manager is quite formidable. I'm worried they might make things difficult for you. I understand, Shen Yan replied. The competition for resources was commonplace in the entertainment world, and she trusted Lu Su to handle it. Star Language Media was situated in a prime location, perfectly balanced between the bustling and serene parts of the city. The building was not particularly tall, just 8 stories, but it occupied a substantial area. Upon entering, Shen Yan was met with a large fashion poster showcasing a woman in a sharp dress, her makeup impeccably done, embodying a fierce beauty. This woman, with her striking face and strong presence, was indeed the leading sister, Shen Yan. In addition to Shen Yan's poster, there were numerous other artists displayed within the company. As the elevator doors opened, a few individuals emerged, the foremost being the woman from the poster. Today, Shen Yan wore a casual outfit, her makeup subtle, lacking the fierce intensity depicted in the poster. Yet her gaze retained the same piercing quality. Currently filming a contemporary drama, she portrayed a strong female lead. Her long hair styled to a mid-length, enhancing her commanding aura. Beside her stood Dai Chiu, a top-notch manager lured to Star Language Media, who, slightly nearsighted, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and briefly scrutinized Shen Yan before turning back to converse with Shen Yan. Teacher sure. Brother Chiu. Xiao Zhao bent at a 90-degree angle, showcasing her respect for the two. Shen Yan remained composed, offering a polite greeting. Teacher sure, Brother Chiu. Upon noticing Shen Yan, Shi Lian initially expressed surprise, followed by a smile that appeared somewhat unfriendly. It's Shen Yan. I almost didn't recognize you without makeup. You go ahead. I'll handle things with the company, Dai Chiu said, merely nodding at Shen Yan before urging Shi Lian to proceed. Shi Lian, not daring to delay, exited with her team. Dai Chiu adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharply analyzing Shen Yan, as if he intended to dissect her completely. Xiao Zhao stood nearby, trembling with apprehension. She was genuinely intimidated by Dai Chiu. Despite being only 30, exuded a commanding presence that surpassed even that of the company's executives. Shen Yan, I hope you continue to enjoy such good fortune, Dai Chiu remarked before turning back towards the elevator. Expecting Shen Yan to shy away, he was taken aback when she followed him into the elevator, seemingly oblivious to the chill in his demeanor. Xiao Zhao huddled close to Shen Yan, shrinking her presence like a quail. The elevator was eerily silent, and Xiao Zhao trembled even more. Shen Yan had snatched the advertisement endorsement from Shi Lian, undoubtedly inciting Dai Chiu's ire. Although both remained silent, Xiao Zhao felt the tension in the air crackling like electricity. Since we're here, let us pay President Kong a visit on the 8th floor, Shen Yan suggested, nodding in agreement as they ascended. Upon stepping out, they were immediately met with scrutinizing gazes from all directions. The moment Shen Yan made eye contact with Dai Chiu, the stares quickly diverted. Recently, Dai Chiu had clashed with President Kong multiple times, and rumors circulated of a shattered ashtray in President Kang's office. The atmosphere in the company felt tense and subdued, with everyone appearing increasingly cautious in Dai Chiu's presence. The long-sought mid-range skincare endorsement had been usurped by an 18-tier star. Anyone in this position would likely be furious. At that moment, the rumored newly attractive Shen Yan dared to share an elevator with Dai Chiu, prompting admiration for her remarkable composure. The fact that Lu Su's ownership of Star Language Media remained undisclosed, with President Kong still at the helm, added to the complexity. President Kong found himself in a bind, as Lu Su's sudden acquisition of Star Language Media and his allocation of resources to elevate a struggling artist raised suspicions. Was Shen Yan perhaps pulling strings behind the scenes, enchanting a wealthy benefactor who had taken over the company solely to promote her? President Kong, Dai Chiu announced, knocking gently before opening the door, where the responses were momentarily delayed. Upon spotting Lu Su seated inside, Dai Chiu's expression soured slightly. Liu Su stood, addressing President Kang. I'll take my leave to make arrangements. Uncle Lu, with so many endorsements, surely you don't need to insist on this one. How about we both take a step back? I can negotiate another endorsement for you as a trade, Dai Chiu proposed, blocking Lu Su's exit. Lu Su glanced past Dai Chiu and noticed Shen Yan. This advertisement is more suitable for Shen Yan, he asserted. Dai Chiu's expression darkened, indicating his unwillingness to concede. President Kong, you are well aware of who secured this endorsement. It wouldn't reflect well for an insignificant 18-tier star to seize a first-tier celebrity's endorsement. It does Shen Yan no favors. Seeing Dai Chiu's stubbornness, Lu Su turned to Kong Xiangwen. You should explain to him why this endorsement was relinquished. Kong Xiangwen, feeling the pressure, stiffly met Dai Chiu's icy stare. The brand was persuaded to reconsider due to Uncle Lu's influence. Originally, the Asian endorsement was meant for a first-tier female star from another company. Dai Chiu furrowed his brow, suspecting that the two had coordinated their statements. Chapter 038. Her hidden benefactor Shen Yan contemplated whether this was an endorsement that had been hard-won by the other party, in which case she would withdraw. However, it appeared not to be the case. President Kong, you did not mention this before, she remarked. I had already indicated this previously. President Kong replied, visibly exasperated, his oily complexion reflecting his discomfort. Lu Su nodded towards the somewhat rigid Dai Chiu and stepped past him. I will handle this, Miss Shen. Please take Xiao Zhao to explore. Thank you, Shen Yan acknowledged, casting a glance at the still reluctant Dai Chiu before departing the 8th floor with Xiao Zhao. That scared me. Xiao Zhao exclaimed dramatically, patting her chest. I truly feared they might come to blows. I heard Brother Chiu and President Kong have had several arguments and even came to blows in the office. It appears that the brand is far more than just mid-tier. Shen Yan remarked softly. How could AIY be classified as a mid-range brand? It is, in fact, a genuine international label, favored by numerous celebrities for its skincare products. In her previous life, Shen Yan had been immersed in the tumultuous world of relentless pursuits, with little time to contemplate these seemingly trivial matters, rendering her oblivious to the merits of various skincare brands. Indeed, it is no wonder they would vie for it. In light of this, there were whispers among the crowd regarding whether Uncle Lu might be the financial backer. Shen Yan seamlessly took over the conversation. Zhao, in his naivety, exclaimed, "I know, Yin Yin, you surely earned this endorsement through your own merit. Both I and the fans of fireworks believe in you." To her surprise, Shen Yan retorted, "Uncle Lu is not the financial backer. If one were to speak of a benefactor, there is indeed someone." What? Zhao was taken aback. How could Shen Yan possibly be that kind of person? Absolutely not. In terms of merit, this endorsement was certainly not something she earned by her own capabilities. It was obtained by Lu Su leveraging the influence of the Qi family. Thus, in a roundabout way, Qi Si was indeed her hidden benefactor. On a transcontinental flight, Qi Si furrowed his brow in mild discomfort. He turned his gaze to the drifting clouds outside, suddenly reminded of Lu Su's words from that morning. The previous episode had been marred by someone deliberately causing trouble, leading to Miss Shun's premature departure due to illness. This recent incident involving the Viper was also orchestrated from the shadows. The young master of the Mu family appeared calm on the surface, yet covertly plotted against Miss Shun with these underhanded tactics. Miss Shun's affections were misplaced. "Sir, should we issue a warning? If we do not intervene, I fear the same mischief may recur in the next episode." I watched this episode live, and I noticed a significant change in Miss Shun. Even you observed last night that she seemed more compliant than before. Compliant? Qi Si thought otherwise. This term hardly matched Shen Yan's character. Perhaps it was merely a new ruse she was playing. A sharply dressed man approached Qi Si and whispered, "Sir, they have arranged for someone to follow the plane in economy class." Qi Si's gaze turned steely, his tone icy. During the transaction, they will pay the necessary interest. The suited man immediately understood and nodded before retreating to his previous position. On the set of a lifestyle drama, Daichio arrived from the company just as Shi Lian was finishing her morning shoot, preparing for other scenes next. Upon seeing Daichio, Shi Lian sought a quiet corner and inquired, "How did it go?" "Today I learned that the brand side granted the endorsement to Xingyu out of respect for Lu Su." Daichio's words left Shi Lian momentarily speechless. Directly to Xingyu? No specific artist designated? That is indeed the case. Daichio's expression darkened. Had all his previous efforts and disputes been rendered a mere farce? Shi Lian found it hard to believe. Is the brand not concerned about Xingyu casually selecting any artist for the endorsement? What a degree of influence to secure such a privilege. Has Xingyu's power reached that level? Daichio adjusted his glasses as a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes. This Lu Su is not to be underestimated. The rumors circulating in the company may not be without merit. Do you also believe Lu Su is Shen Yan's financial backer? Shi Lian frowned. Daichio's eyes sparkled with insight. He is likely a mere pawn in the service of Shen Yan's benefactor. As Shi Lian recalled her encounter with Shen Yan, a pang of jealousy surged. A wealthy and powerful man gazing upon such a celestial beauty would likely be rendered speechless. Without a clear understanding of the situation, should they encounter one another again, it would be best to act as if nothing had transpired, Daichio suggested. Shi Lian's emotions were tumultuous. "I know what to do." The prospect of securing this advertising endorsement was utterly bleak. She had hoped to leverage it to overshadow a certain diva, yet her aspirations remained unfulfilled. As she gazed downward with a wry smile, she pondered the many contributions she had made to the company, only to be denied even a single endorsement. Suddenly, the memory of a previous olive branch extended by a rival company stirred something within her. With her contract set to expire in 6 months, she had much to contemplate regarding renewal. Shen Yan lost interest after only a brief tour of the company, exiting within half an hour. Lu Su went to secure resources and arranged for a driver to take Shen Yan back to rest. Zhao, unable to accompany her, was sent back to recuperate. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Yan collapsed on her bed, drifting into a state of blissful emptiness before finally rousing just in time for dinner. While the sensation of ample rest was undeniably delightful, it was also profoundly tedious. Before nightfall, Lu Su returned, presenting several plans before her. "Miss Shun, do you wish to pursue a variety show route? Or, I'm open to anything," be it film or variety, as long as it garners attention. She could manage this level of workload. Lu Su cautioned, a diverse portfolio might hinder development. I cannot speak for others, but in my case, I need not consider any extraneous factors. I can excel in any type of work. Uncle Lu, having chosen this career, I will treat it with the utmost seriousness. To rid herself of the affliction of mediocrity, she must strive for excellence. Prepared with a plethora of proposals, Shen Yan swiftly dismissed them with a single statement. I understand. I will have Miss Shen a selection of quality schedules. Lu Su, embarking on his first venture as a manager, had not navigated the industry in years and needed to hone his professional skills anew. This very circumstance had led to some overly forceful actions, resulting in numerous frictions with peers over the past few days. Shen Yan nodded, considering rest a waste of time. Furthermore, after her recent experience, she was uncertain of what to do with her leisure time. Thus, she preferred to remain busy, striving to eradicate her affliction as soon as possible. After expressing these sentiments, Lu Su cleared his throat and, under Shen Yan's gaze, remarked, Miss Shen, while you have expressed a desire for cordial relations with the sir, familial harmony is fostered through communication. Would you not agree? Shen Yan met his gaze directly. Uncle Lu, speak plainly. The sir is often away from home, lacking someone who understands his needs. He possesses 3 mobile phones, yet I have never witnessed him answer calls unrelated to work. Having worked for the Chi family for many years, Lu Su had witnessed his growth. Despite the sir's cold exterior, he was, in truth, quite tender-hearted and yearned for familial connections. I will make time to call him, Shen Yan replied. Lu Su finally smiled, producing his phone. Miss Shen, you do not yet have the sir's other number. Shen Yan silently saved the benefactor's additional contact. Chapter 039. We have found a spokesperson the following day. Shen Yan rose earlier than Lu Su had anticipated. By 6 o'clock, she was already washed up and seated at the breakfast table. Upon seeing Shen Yan at the table, Lu Su questioned his own perception, glancing at his watch twice to confirm it was indeed 6 in the morning. His expression revealed just how lethargic the previous occupant had been. Shen Yan greeted Lu Su, who, displaying no sense of hierarchy, joined her at the table for a swift meal. By 6:30, they departed punctually. As they settled into the car, Lu Su remarked, Miss Shen, I have arranged for a personal makeup artist for you. While it may not be strictly necessary, having one would provide a sense of security. Additionally, I have recruited another assistant. Zhao is still too young, having just graduated from university and has been poached by Zhang Lu. Nowadays, celebrities prefer to employ various assistants, surrounded by a retinue wherever they go. Life assistants, umbrella holders, and any conceivable title are included. Some even hire bodyguards. However, I do not require such a large entourage. It makes me feel as though I have not escaped my roots. A personal makeup artist can accompany me, but I do not need additional assistance. Although Zhao was hired by Zhang Lu, he is quite diligent, and I have taken a liking to him. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Shen Yan resolved to refrain from arranging any more personnel. In light of this, Miss Shen, please inform me of any matters at your earliest convenience. Shen Yan nodded in agreement. The brand representatives were personally overseeing the shoot, which might entail stricter requirements for the advertisement. Uncle Lu, you need not worry. I possess professional integrity and shall not indulge in petty whims, unlike the original owner, she reassured. Despite her words, Lu Su's unease lingered, still concerned about potential issues that might arise during Shen Yan's shoot. The AIYA brand had rented an entire floor of the Ion building in the heart of the city to establish a small sub-office in Asia. Most tenants of the Ion building were involved in the entertainment industry, as it offered sufficient security and confidentiality, making it a favored choice for such endeavors. AIY occupied the 11th floor. At this hour, employees of the Ion building were arriving in waves. Someone inadvertently caught sight of Shen Yan and was momentarily dazzled. Following Lu Su into the elevator, the other occupants immediately turned their gazes upon her, even discreetly retrieving their phones to compare her photos from Weibo. It truly was Shen Yan. The Ion building also housed legitimate businesses, and half of the elevator's occupants were corporate employees. In one corner, 2 girls whispered excitedly, It's really Yan. How thrilling. Shoo. Despite the elevator's spaciousness, their hushed tones were still audible to those nearby. Even those unfamiliar with Shen Yan turned their gazes in her direction. The moment Shen Yan stepped out of the elevator, she was met with the bustling activity of the 11th floor, where staff moved busily, leading one to wonder if they had been working late into the night. Argel, Lu Su called out upon spotting the head of the operation. Surrounded by the flurry of activity, Argel turned at the sound of Lu Su's voice, promptly setting down what he was holding and striding over. He had a distinctly Western appearance, with well-defined features, deep-set eyes, and brown hair, likely in his mid-30s. "Mr. Lu, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Is this the artist from Xingyu?" Argel's command of Chinese was commendable, and as he spoke, he scrutinized Shen Yan. The moment he laid eyes upon her, he was mesmerized. Her ordinary attire could not obscure the radiance she exuded. Such ethereal beauty from the East was a sight he had never encountered before. Previously, when the headquarters proposed granting the endorsement to a small media company, Argel had vehemently opposed it. He had braced himself to accept a lackluster actress as the spokesperson, but was astonished to discover that Xingyu harbored such a remarkable talent. Seeing the spark of interest in Argel's eyes, Lu Su knew that Shen Yan met their standards. "Argel, I wonder if the artist we selected aligns with your requirements." "Perfectly. Absolutely perfect," Argel exclaimed, his gaze on Shen Yan growing even brighter. "Mr. Lu, we have the contract ready. Please follow me." Foreigners tend to be direct, and he led them promptly to the signing. Upon entering the office, the advertising director, Brendan, rushed in, his brow furrowed with concern. As he pushed the door open, he intended to voice his thoughts, but upon seeing Shen Yan, the words caught in his throat. "Brendan, aren't you busy filming? What brings you here?" "Just in time. Let me introduce you to our spokesperson from Xingyu," Argel stated, gesturing towards Shen Yan. Brendan paused, then approached Shen Yan, openly appraising her from head to toe. The unfamiliar, yet stunning actress stood before him. Shen Yan extended her hand. Shen Yan. "Brendan." He instinctively shook her hand. "You must be a newcomer." "Indeed. No wonder we haven't crossed paths before. For the Asian endorsement, we scoured your entertainment industry in Z country repeatedly, yet we couldn't find a suitable candidate. My heavens, you are absolutely stunning. You are precisely the spokesperson we need." Brendan shifted from skepticism to unequivocal satisfaction, eager to whisk Shen Yan away for the shoot. Argel chuckled. "Brendan, we still need to finalize the contract. Let us get this done. I can hardly wait." Brendan's impatience was palpable. Argel promptly retrieved the contract, and Lu Su meticulously reviewed it, confirming it matched the previously agreed terms before both parties signed. Before the contract was completely closed, Brendan eagerly led Shen Yan to styling. Lu Su and Argel exchanged a few words before hastily following. Argel, smiling, tucked away the hand he had just shaken with Lu Su and glanced at the contract in hand, ensuring its safekeeping. Before he could exit the office, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Argel answered nonetheless. A strange voice came through. "Mr. Argel, I am Mu Jincheng. My agent reached out to you previously." Upon hearing the name, Argel's brow furrowed slightly. The agent had contacted him regarding the endorsement with a rather forceful approach. Argel was not one to seek favors and found himself disliking the agent's demeanor, which unfortunately colored his perception of Mu Jincheng as well. "What can I do for you, Mr. Mu?" "Well, if you haven't found a suitable candidate for the endorsement, I have someone in mind. Could we meet to discuss?" Having immersed himself in Z country's entertainment industry, Argel was well aware of who Mu Jincheng was. "Apologies, Mr. Mu, you're a step behind. We have already secured a spokesperson. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now." Argel severed the call decisively. On the other end, Mu Jincheng paused. "You found someone?" His agent, standing beside him, remarked, "This Argel is quite arrogant. The last time I called, his attitude was poor. Don't let a stranger's whims disturb your focus. Best to concentrate on your own career," the agent advised. Mu Jincheng raised an eyebrow. "You know why I entered the entertainment industry?" The agent fell silent, fully aware that Mu Jincheng had ambitions tied to Chujing. However, the rapid progress of Mu Jincheng's career over the years had made the agent wary of him being constrained by those ties. Find out who they selected. He had already made a promise to Jinghe. Would he really go back on his word? Chapter 040. Auditions and screen tests. Once Shen Yan changed into her outfit and emerged, the crew in the shooting area was left in stunned silence. "Is this not a celestial being descended to Earth?" Brendan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Lu Su followed closely, and upon witnessing Shen Yan's elegant and breathtaking transformation, he quickly took out his phone, capturing various angles before sending the images to Qixi, who was currently abroad. Qixi stood on the deck of a cruise ship, the sea breeze tousling his hair. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and he retrieved it to find a series of photos Lu Su had sent. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. Had Lu Su not been sent by the elder to assist him, he would have dismissed him long ago. At a glance, he nearly disregarded them, but his gaze lingered on the young woman's gently smiling face, exquisite enough to evoke thoughts of a descending fairy. Her look was simple yet elegant, immediately imparting a sense of comfort. Her long hair cascaded in soft waves, and although her makeup appeared no different from everyday wear, it somehow melded with her features to create an ethereal aura. The young woman's skin glowed with a pearly sheen. The light caught her profile just right, creating the illusion that she was gently gazing back at the viewer. Absently, he brushed his fingers against her eyes, only for the screen to go dark. Chisi snapped back to reality, his brows knitting tighter. What had he just done? Placing his phone back in his pocket, a young man in a tailored suit stood respectfully behind him. "Sir, they have entered the casino." His phone vibrated again, but this time he chose not to check it, turning instead to walk into the cabin with the suited man. Shen Yan was engaged in shooting for an entire day. Brendan was so dedicated that he nearly forgot to let Shen Yan have her lunch, as he was eager to produce a superior final product. All the previously designed advertising actions and lines had been completely revised by Shen Yan. Her performance truly astonished Brendan. She bore no resemblance to a novice. Shen Yan was innately perceptive and remarkably adept at capturing the essence of the camera. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that Brendan reluctantly released her. A car was already waiting outside. As Shen Yan slipped into the vehicle, she leaned against the window and gazed in one direction, her eyes flashing with a momentary chill. Lu Su, standing outside the car, glanced around and sensed that they were being photographed. "Miss Shun, are you tired?" "Not at all. I don't feel fatigued." I didn't expect Miss Shun to have such a strong presence on camera. They say Brendan is quite particular, yet with you, he seemed completely at ease. Lu Su recalled how Brendan had requested Shen Yan's personal WeChat and immediately followed her on Weibo as they departed, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Brendan was indeed professional, and Shen Yan's assessment was fair. Lu Su smiled, encouraging Shen Yan to rest for a while. Trusting his instincts, Lu Su swiftly made a phone call after escorting Shen Yan inside, instructing someone to keep a watchful eye and prevent any subpar photos from leaking. Though the endorsement advertisement didn't require strict confidentiality, allowing outsiders to publicize it would cause the brand to lose its advantage. A direct release from the brand would wield greater impact. Lu Su believed that this endorsement advertisement would surely catapult Shen Yan into the limelight. Once he had conveyed these instructions, Lu Su ascended the stairs and knocked on Shen Yan's door. Shen Yan, preparing to wash up, opened the door and asked Uncle Lu, "Is there something else?" Thanks to Brendan's dedication, both the promotional video and the main footage of your advertisement have been completed. I won't be managing your Weibo account, so you can simply retweet the brand's promotional post once it's published. Shen Yan nodded, acknowledging the necessity. Additionally, I have selected a drama script for you. The filming for Survival Live has yet to resume, so we should seize this opportunity to take on other projects. Since Shen Yan had expressed her willingness to accept any role, Lu Su was determined to ensure she made the right choices. The script he held was a historical political drama, and although Shen Yan's status was not yet sufficient, the role of the third female lead seemed suitable for her. He had scrutinized it thoroughly and confirmed that it contained no intimate scenes. In this narrative, the third female lead was a female assassin who stood by the male protagonist's side, a character with substantial potential. Shen Yan received the script and said, "I will contemplate this. Is tomorrow's schedule set? If Miss Shun finds it suitable, you can audition tomorrow. I will provide Uncle Lu with my response shortly." Lu Su exited the room. Shen Yan did not immediately delve into the script. She washed up first, then settled onto her bed to begin her review. The words "Master of Schemes" were emblazoned on the first page. After a cursory glance, she discerned that her role was indeed the third female lead. The male protagonist was a tragic prince, abandoned in a cold palace at the age of 3, left to fend for himself, and nearly losing his life due to a power struggle at 6. A great fire forced him to flee the palace, leading to a series of perilous adventures before he encountered the reclusive Master of Schemes, who ultimately saved him and passed on his legacy. Shen Yan's character, the third female lead, was rescued by the male protagonist from the clutches of a nefarious figure, thus sparing her from a fate in a den of iniquity. Their relationship evolved into one of mutual salvation, culminating in her demise for the sake of the male protagonist. Based on these experiences, had the third female lead survived, she would have undoubtedly been the true heroine. Given that Lu Su had procured the script, it was virtually assured that she would be cast in this role. Shen Yan felt a sense of excitement and sent a message to Lu Su. He advised her to rest well for the audition the next day. While she was virtually assured the role, the audition process was still a requisite, especially considering her previously lackluster acting skills. When Director Li heard Shen Yan's name, he immediately researched her background, nearly suffering a spike in blood pressure upon discovering her reputation. However, due to external pressures, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Though he initially intended to assign her a minor role, Lu Su wielded his influence to secure the more favorable third female lead position. Director Li remained at home, brooding over this development. He intended to audition Shen Yan with the hope of eliminating her from consideration. If her acting proved subpar, the production team would find a way to dismiss her. Offending the powers that be was a risk he was willing to take. For someone as meticulous as Director Li, he preferred to reject rather than accept a performer with substandard skills. The third female lead's role was not inferior to those of the leading ladies, as her influence on the male protagonist was significant, ultimately serving as a key figure in uniting him with the female lead. Such a character could hardly be entrusted to someone devoid of talent. Shen Yan was punctual, seated at the dining table for breakfast at 6 o'clock. Lu Su was on a call while eating. After hanging up, he informed Shen Yan, "Last night, someone captured footage of you leaving the Ion building, sparking numerous speculations. However, our public relations team has handled it, so there is no need for concern. The role you are auditioning for today has attracted considerable competition, but it should not hinder your chances. Just do your best, Miss Shun, and don't feel pressured." Shen Yan nodded, confident in her abilities despite her lack of acting experience. "I've heard some rumors. The lead role in Master of Schemes has already been predetermined. Is it someone you know?" "Zhu Zhang, you guessed correctly. She is indeed the one. Considering it's Director Li's project, everyone is clamoring for a chance." Lu Su had researched Chu Jinghe's acting skills and confirmed they were impressive. Shen Yan's eyes flickered. "Is the male lead Mu Jincheng?" "I haven't found that out yet," Lu Su replied, furrowing his brow. If Mu Jincheng were indeed involved, it might be best to forego this production. Lu Su mentally strategized on how to separate Shen Yan from Mu Jincheng. Chapter 041. What a coincidence. "You are here for the audition." Director Li had rented a floor of the Ion building as the audition venue. As Shen Yan surveyed the familiar surroundings of the Ion building upon her return, she exchanged a glance with Lu Su and suddenly remarked, "This Ion building feels somewhat familiar." "Huh?" Lu Su was taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and said, "It's nothing. I've just paid much attention before. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've heard of this building before. Could it be that the original author didn't mention it? But why does it evoke such familiarity?" A fleeting sense of puzzlement momentarily halted Shen Yan's steps, and before she could ponder further, a familiar female voice called out from behind her. "Shen Yan, are you here for the audition too?" Turning around, Shen Yan saw Chu Jinghe, accompanied by Mu Jincheng, who lagged a step behind. Encountering the lead actors once again caused her to hesitate momentarily. Lu Su instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Yan. Mu Jincheng glanced at Lu Su, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Is this your new manager?" "Yes, I am here for the audition," Shen Yan said, glancing past Chu Jinghe to regard Mu Jincheng, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This smile sparkled like a radiant diamond, captivating attention. Chu Jinghe felt a pang of alarm and quickly inquired, "Is this for Director Li's project?" "Indeed, it appears we are all here for the same drama. Shall we head upstairs together?" Shen Yan unexpectedly changed her demeanor, inviting them both to ascend. Mu Jincheng was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yan's smile, which quickly transformed into disdain. He regarded Shen Yan's actions as shameless, believing she was attempting to entice him in plain sight. Keeping his expression composed, he turned to Chu Jinghe and said softly, "Let us go." In Mu Jincheng's eyes, Shen Yan's presence at the audition was merely a setup for humiliation. With her abysmal acting skills, she would likely be dismissed immediately. Since she was there to entertain, he figured he might as well witness her folly. Recalling what he had discovered about her, Mu Jincheng was convinced that Shen Yan had secured the AIY endorsement through some wealthy, influential benefactor. Otherwise, how could she have landed such a lucrative deal? Relying on charm was ultimately a fleeting strategy and would not sustain her in the entertainment industry for long. Such scandalous information will inevitably be unearthed. He eagerly awaits Shen Yan's downfall. Chu Jinghe, with a composed smile, stood gracefully in front of Mu Jincheng, naturally accepting his protection. Since discovering Mu Jincheng's concealed identity, Chu Jinghe has steadfastly focused her affections on him. In comparison to Su Zixin, that ambiguous scion of a wealthy family, Mu Jincheng is undeniably a genuine member of the aristocracy. The Mu family of Shunsheng is not just any ordinary affluent family. They are far beyond the reach of mere provincial elites. The moment Shen Yan appeared, an inexplicable sense of crisis once again enveloped Chu Jinghe. Fortunately, Mu Jincheng treats her with utmost kindness. She even harbored doubts that Mu Jincheng might have entered the entertainment industry for her sake. After all, with his family background, there would be no necessity for him to endure such indignities in a place like this. The thought of this brought a sweet sensation to Chu Jinghe's heart. As long as Mu Jincheng's affections remain directed towards her, there will always be an opportunity to win him over completely. On the 5th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal 3 rows of chairs, with staff managing the scene. Upon spotting Mu Jincheng, a responsible party's eyes brightened, and they promptly approached, inquiring if both Teacher Mu and Teacher Chu had arrived together. Mu Jincheng nodded and asked, "So many people?" The individual explained that these were all auditioning for various roles, with most female stars vying for the 3rd female role. "I have reviewed the character of the 3rd female. It's quite appealing," Chu Jinghe remarked, unable to resist glancing towards the other side. Shen Yan was not with them, but had taken a number for the audition, sitting outside in wait. Chu Jinghe was the predetermined leading lady, having met directly with Director Li a few days prior. Director Li was troubled by the search for a male lead, and Chu Jinghe had suggested Mu Jincheng to him. She also expressed her desire for him to take on the male lead role. To be in the same production as Chu Jinghe, Mu Jincheng had even leveraged family connections and privately met with Director Li yesterday. Director Li had witnessed Mu Jincheng's acting prowess, and given his appearance and charisma, he was well suited for the male lead. However, Director Li still hoped that Mu Jincheng would audition. Mu Jincheng had invested in this production, and with his talent, Director Li would be foolish to disregard him. As Chu Jinghe's gaze wandered, Mu Jincheng instinctively followed her line of sight, spotting Shen Yan sitting calmly among a group of aspiring actresses waiting for auditions. He couldn't help but ponder which role Shen Yan intended to pursue. "Jincheng, let us adhere to the rules and wait for our turn," Hu Jinghe whispered discreetly to Mu Jincheng. Observing the familiarity between the two, the responsible party's eyes flickered, suppressing further comments. Director Li had granted them a slight privilege, instructing that they would be given priority once they arrived. Satisfied with Mu Jincheng's compliant demeanor, Chu Jinghe found it difficult to contain her smile. Their manager procured audition numbers for both of them. At this moment, Lu Su was feeling quite uneasy, regretting not having thoroughly investigated whether Mu Jincheng was auditioning for this production. His current presence was an unfortunate coincidence. Over the past couple of days, Lu Su had discerned the special regard Shen Yan held for Mu Jincheng. Even on the 1st floor, Shen Yan had directed a smile towards Mu Jincheng. Lu Su's mind replayed the scene of Shen Yan's outburst towards Qi Si, along with her many indiscreet remarks, claiming Mu Jincheng as her idol, that she entered the entertainment industry for him and vowed to remain virtuous for him, while denigrating Qi Si as mere trash. She had unleashed a torrent of insults, showing none of the decorum expected from a wealthy young lady. Shen Yan was utterly infatuated with Mu Jincheng to the point of hurling a teacup at Qi Si. Noticing Lu Su's tense demeanor, Shen Yan chose not to comment further and instead took out the script from the previous day to review her lines. "Huh? Shen Yan, are you auditioning for the 3rd female role?" It was Chu Jinghe's voice again. At her words, those seated in front turned their heads to glance back, momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a stunning beauty behind them. Indeed, what a coincidence. Jincheng is auditioning for the male lead, Chu Jinghe remarked casually, though her tone bore an undertone of provocation. Shen Yan shot her a sidelong glance, responding coolly, "Quite the coincidence." Shen Yan's aloofness caused Chu Jinghe to subtly raise an eyebrow. As Mu Jincheng settled beside Chu Jinghe and heard Shen Yan's retort, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Did she truly believe she could secure the 3rd female role? How presumptuous! The thought of sharing the stage with Shen Yan made Mu Jincheng feel ill. He contemplated using his connections to discuss this matter with Director Li. He absolutely could not allow Shen Yan to take on the role of the 3rd female. However, upon recalling Shen Yan's distorted acting skills, he realized his worries were unfounded. Chapter 042. Exchanging messages, the auditions progressed swiftly. With so many candidates daily, there was no time for delays. Lu Su's keen gaze remained fixed on Mu Jincheng and Shen Yan, anxious that they might exchange even a fleeting glance. Shen Yan was not oblivious to Lu Su's scrutinizing gaze. She found it amusing. If she had to choose a man, to be honest, Mu Jincheng held no appeal for her whatsoever. A man who could barely climb a tree was simply too weak. Such men inspired no protective instincts within her. If she had to choose, a figure suddenly flashed in her mind, and without a second thought, she knew she would select him. It was peculiar how vividly she recalled a man she had only encountered once. She could even distinctly remember his subtle frown and the elegance with which he dined. Absently, Shen Yan began tapping her fingers lightly on her phone screen, contemplating whether she should send Qi a message. After all, she had promised Uncle Lu that she would reach out to him for the sake of harmonious relations. Just as she opened her phone and located his number, she had barely typed 2 words when Lu Su's voice interrupted. "Miss Shun, it's your turn." Lu Su's hand brushed against Shen Yan's shoulder, prompting her to hastily flip her phone face down. She was unsure why she felt flustered. Perhaps it was merely an instinctive reaction when Lu Su leaned in closer. Clearing her throat, Shen Yan calmly tucked her phone back in her pocket and rose to head towards the audition room. Unbeknownst to her, her earlier message had already been sent. Overseas, Qi had just finished washing up, wrapped in a towel, exposing his well-defined torso. Water droplets trickled down his chiseled face, gliding along the contours of his body, vanishing into a rather alluring triangle below. With one hand drying his hair and the other reaching for his phone, which had just vibrated, he opened it to find the message. "Everything has gone smoothly." Qi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Upon confirming the message was indeed from Shen Yan, he tossed his phone onto the bed, initially uninterested. After hastily drying his hair, he opened the wardrobe to find his clothes, only to turn back and pick up his phone again. He stared at the message for a moment before typing a curt response. "What's the matter?" 3 words, cold as ice, reflecting his demeanor. After sending it, he did not give it another thought. Shen Yan entered the audition room. After a brief pause, someone notified Director Li, who quickly joined her in the audition space. He appeared a serious elder, his piercing gaze seeming to dissect Shen Yan, scrutinizing her inside and out. The assistant director and others were captivated by the young woman before them, admiring how Director Li managed to maintain his stern demeanor. Truly, a testament to his status as a renowned director. "You're Shen Yan?" he inquired. "Yes. Which segment are you auditioning for?" The director's tone was far from pleasant, as he regarded Shen Yan as a star who had undoubtedly gained entry through nepotism. He despised actresses who relied on their looks to ascend the ranks, and he found Shen Yan's acting skills to be nothing short of disastrous, leading to his cold demeanor. "Please, offer me a segment, and I shall perform it improvisationally." Shen Yan smiled. Director Li, with a tone of indifference, decided not to be polite any longer. He pointed out a scene involving a silent argument with the male lead and instructed Shen Yan to find someone to assist her on the spot. "No need," Shen Yan replied confidently. "There are no lines. I can perform directly into the air." Director Li chuckled again, this time with a hint of derision. It is well known that scenes with fewer lines are often the most challenging to portray. Moreover, in this particular segment, Shen Yan would have to rely entirely on her expressive eyes. Only a nationally recognized first-class actor could capture the essence of the performance, and could Shen Yan, merely a decorative actress, embody even a fraction of that essence? Director Li had finally found a reason to discourage this actress, who had gained her position through dubious means. Without further ado, he ordered preparations to be made. Shen Yan no longer glanced at the script. The moment she turned her gaze towards Director Li, her eyes instantly transformed, embodying her character. Director Li was momentarily taken aback by the fierce yet non-threatening intensity in her eyes. In an instant, she conveyed layers of disappointment towards the male lead, a frustration akin to "why can't you be better?" culminating in anger and resentment towards the female lead for influencing the male lead's emotions. She drew everyone into her world, allowing them to feel her profound disappointment. Just as the emotions of resentment settled in, her eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, gradually returned to calm. It was a concession to the male lead's choices, coupled with unwavering support. Even if it cost her life, she would resolutely uphold all his decisions. The audition room was enveloped in silence. Shen Yan took a few steps back, momentarily breaking character, her eyes returning to their usual cool demeanor. Director Li blinked in disbelief, staring at Shen Yan. Was this truly the Shen Yan he thought he knew? Although her expressive technique was not overly complex, she had executed it to perfection. This indicated a natural talent in her. Perhaps previous directors had rushed through the filming, allowing her to merely skim the surface of her acting potential. Director Li realized he had misjudged her. Now, he would wait for the notification, feeling a wave of shame for his earlier performance. Director Li recognized he had been too narrow-minded, hastily dismissing Shen Yan's acting skills based solely on her previous web series. You don't need me for the dialogue parts? He mused, reflecting on the concerns of others about their lines. No need, there's still many waiting to audition. This time, his tone was considerably gentler, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Director Li was evidently pleased with the young actress's performance. Was a role of the third female lead secured? Shen Yan nodded slightly to acknowledge Director Li and the others. As several people entered, Shen Yan took longer than the rest, causing Lu Suo, who was pacing anxiously by the door, to approach her. How did it go? He inquired. Shen Yan shook her head, frowning. Lu Suo's expression shifted before he reassured her. It's all right. We can look for more suitable roles. It was fortunate that she wouldn't be in the same crew as Mu Jinsheng, even if she was eliminated. Lu Suo had no intention of causing trouble for the production team. Such an outcome was almost welcomed. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghe, observing Shen Yan's response, stood up and looked at Mu Jinsheng. It seems Shen Yan lacked confidence. Mu Jinsheng thought to himself that this was an expected outcome. With such subpar acting skills, what confidence could she possibly possess? All the time spent hoping for Director Li's leniency was in vain. Shen Yan was too naive. It's my turn now. I'll go in first. All right, good luck. Mu Jinsheng's demeanor shifted in an instant. As Chu Jinghe approached, she paused momentarily beside Shen Yan and said, Shen Yan, Director Li has always been strict with his requirements. Focus on honing your skills, and there will be opportunities ahead. Shen Yan glanced at her, but before she could respond, Chu Jinghe entered the audition room. What is next? Shen Yan asked Liu Suo. Oh, Brendan wants you to come up for another promotional shoot. Does an advertisement require so many promotional shoots? Shen Yan wondered aloud. He is known for his pursuit of perfection. Perhaps there is a part he is dissatisfied with. Lu Suo explained as they entered the elevator, ascending to the 11th floor. Shen Yan recalled she had yet to send out a message and took out her phone, only to find herself in a moment of silence over her previous exchange with Chi Si. She had intended to ask if everything was going smoothly, but inadvertently pressed send. Shen Yan edited her message. The phone was in my pocket, and I sent it out by mistake. What is wrong? Lu Suo noticed a subtle change in Shen Yan's expression and leaned closer, but she quickly put her phone away. It's nothing. I was just checking the trending topics online. Once this advertisement is released, it will surely make it to the trending list. Liu Suo stated, not out of confidence in Shen Yan, but in the brand and Brendan's creative advertising concepts. Chapter 043. What qualifications does Shen Yan have? After the AIYA brand completed a supplementary shoot of another promotional video featuring Shen Yan, they officially announced her as the spokesperson. The internet erupted. Competing starlets vying for this endorsement gazed at the ethereal, otherworldly Shen Yan and fell into contemplation. Previously, Chu Jinghe had hinted to her fans about vying for this brand's endorsement, yet the official announcement revealed Shen Yan, who had risen to fame through controversy. Fans flocked to Shen Yan's Weibo, leaving sarcastic remarks. Her legion of anti-fans surged forth, with some bluntly stating that Shen Yan had won over Chu Jinghe through her looks, spewing vile comments relentlessly. Shen Yan's supporters were enraged. Besides Chu Jinghe's fans, several others from different starlets also joined in, distorting the narrative. Somehow, the conversation pivoted to Shirlian, a top star of Xingyu media. Why could this happen, bypassing the top star to elevate a controversial figure? Isn't it obvious? Some so-called princess must have manipulated the situation. How despicable. It's likely that certain wealthy individuals are quite pleased with her trajectory and are pushing her forward. Excuse my ignorance, but what is meant by trajectory? It's a comparison between female and male roles. For fear of censorship, I'll leave it at that. Miss Shen need not concern herself with the online chatter. Xingyu's PR team will manage it. Once this casting concludes, you will soon be on set for filming. Lu Suo reassured her. In the backseat, Lu Suo observed Shen Yan scrolling through her phone, having seen some rumors circulating online. The vitriol from anti-fans was utterly absurd. A positive situation had been muddied by their chaos. After spending these past few days by Shen Yan's side, he knew the reality of the situation. Yet here was being twisted by naysayers. Shen Yan seemed unconcerned, thinking Liu Suo believed she would fail the audition. Liu Suo quietly replied, "I too hope that Miss Shen can succeed." Regarding Mu Jincheng, Liu Suo need not worry too much. She had no interest in him. Really? Liu Suo seemed skeptical, suspecting this was merely Shen Yan's excuse. After getting to know him better, she had seen the less glamorous side of his otherwise polished exterior. "I genuinely do not like his true self. Is that so?" Liu Suo scrutinized Shen Yan's expression, which did not appear to be deceitful. Yet, recalling how Shen Yan had previously clashed with Qi Si, his heart sank once more. Chu Jinghe felt quite confident about her audition. Having just parted ways with Mu Jincheng at a high-end restaurant, her agent, Zhong Qi, put away his phone and said that endorsement was snatched away by Shen Yan. Chu Jinghe's smile faded instantly, her expression hardening as she turned to Zhong Qi. "Shen Yan? How could it be her? What qualifications does she have?" Sun Luqi replied, "I heard that Xingyu used their connections to secure it through Shen Yan's agent. I recall Xingyu still has the ever-popular Shi Yan." Chu Jinghe mused, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could not fathom why the brand would choose Shen Yan. Zhong Qi shared his suspicions, suggesting that Xingyu was eager to promote new talent, adding that Shi Yan's contract was nearing expiration. Given Shi Yan's recent trajectory, it seemed she had no intention of renewing with Xingyu, leading the agency to feel no obligation to allocate such valuable resources to a talent they were not invested in, despite Lian Jincheng's inability to subdue her. What exactly does Shen Yan rely on? Chu Jinghe, feeling a sense of bitterness, voiced her discontent. Since the inception of the survival live stream on the deserted island, Shen Yan's popularity has skyrocketed. By the second episode, her strategic shift garnered her a considerable following and attention, which made Chu Jinghe perceive a looming threat. The entertainment industry operates in such a manner that one is relentlessly pushed forward. If you do not compete, you will be trampled upon. She was unwilling to see her career dim before reaching its zenith. There were myriad speculations regarding Shen Yan's rise, leaving Zhong Qi somewhat agitated, as two collaborations he had been fervently pursuing fell through. He hoped this audition would proceed smoothly. Chu Jinghe's gaze flickered, and she suddenly mused about what Shi Yan and her manager might be thinking. Zhong Qi paused, his gaze also shimmering with curiosity. Dai Qiu, a top-tier manager, had previously nurtured 2 Best Actress winners and 1 Best Actor. Now, with Shi Yan on the verge of achieving similar acclaim, did the company not fear a potential backlash from Dai Qiu? Shen Yan's acquisition of this endorsement essentially meant she was stepping over Chu Jinghe to ascend, which naturally displeased Zhong Qi as her manager. If he could create some trouble for Shen Yan, perhaps the brand representatives would gain clarity regarding the true nature of her character. The winds of misfortune blew towards Shi Yan as unforeseen calamity descended upon her. It was evident that someone had manipulated public opinion, propelling the matter to trending status. Dai Qiu let out a cold chuckle as he tucked his phone into his pocket, glancing at the now dismantling Shi Yan. The company's public relations had neglected to monitor such sentiment, likely still harboring resentment over their previous failed negotiations. Coupled with the subtle hints from President Kong regarding contract renewals, Dai Qiu and Shi Yan refrained from direct responses, inciting Kang's ire. Thus, the company appeared to be leveraging Shi Yan's influence to elevate Shen Yan. It seemed they would soon be negotiating terms. Shi Yan regarded her reflection, her eyes dimming. It appeared she needed to contemplate her next steps carefully. With the company now fervently promoting newcomers, it was only a matter of time before they would attempt to ride on her coattails. Shi Yan furrowed her brows. "I'm still an artist of Xingyu. If President Kong makes demands, it will be difficult for me to decline. Shen Yan has gained notoriety through controversy, and allowing her to ascend would tarnish my reputation. I will not allow the company to proceed in such a manner. The artists they have painstakingly cultivated cannot be diminished by a controversial star." Just as Dai Qiu articulated his thoughts, a call from President Kong came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Dai Qiu raised an eyebrow, but answered nonetheless. President Kong requested his presence at the office the following morning. Once he hung up, Shi Yan had finished removing her makeup and stood up inquiring, "What did President Kong say?" "Nothing specific. He merely asked me to come to his office tomorrow, which likely bodes ill," Dai Qiu replied, his temples throbbing. "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Tomorrow, you will continue filming. I can handle it alone. Dai Chiu said with a hint of irritation. After the promotional video was released, the brand promptly followed up with an advertisement that required minimal adjustments. Upon viewing the advertisement, fans were left in awe. The commercial had been crafted into a masterpiece. Incredible. Shen Yan's popularity surged dramatically. The trending topic celestial being descends quickly approached the second spot on the trending list. Shen Yan took a brief glance at the freshly minted advertisement and could not help but acknowledge that Brendan truly deserved his title as a master in the advertising realm. The creativity was unparalleled, and the filming techniques were exquisite. If he were not solely focused on advertising, the leading directors in the country might have to step aside. Her phone vibrated, pulling her attention to a new message. Several hours had passed before Chi Si's response finally arrived. A solitary hum encapsulated his indifferent demeanor. Shen Yan. She regretted impulsively messaging him. Chapter 044. Through 1. Country F. The cemetery closest to the jungle. Exiting the cemetery led to a wide road. Across the street stood a church, with occasional chimes resonating through the air. Several luxury cars were parked in front of the modest cemetery, and the distant hum of helicopters could be heard intermittently. A gust of wind swept by as a helicopter landed on the adjacent helipad. A group of impeccably dressed individuals strode forward. Among them were several figures in white lab coats, exuding a formidable presence that even carried a faint scent of blood. A discreet black sedan arrived, for which emerged a couple from Country Z, both strikingly unique in appearance. Their arrival drew the attention of many. Outside the cemetery, alongside the couple, stood a group of people from Country Z. At the cemetery's periphery, Chi Si stood on the white brick path leading to the church, flanked by several tall, suited bodyguards who scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Upon spotting the couple, their gazes shifted instantly towards them. Mr. Chi, called a man from Country F, accompanied by several others. Chi Si nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The blond man was a decision-maker in a particular sector of Country F, wielding considerable influence. His presence here was to discuss a transnational project. Chi Si glanced towards the cemetery, and the blond man followed suit, stating, "An experimental subject from the jungle base has perished." An experimental subject? Chi Si repeated with rare interest. The blond man, sensing Chi Si's intrigue, smiled and elaborated. "It was a genetic research subject. Our project has invested in it as well." After the subject's death, the base attempted to preserve it and extract samples for several days. Yet they could not obtain any beneficial samples. They nearly suffered total annihilation from the subject. The last two words were swallowed awkwardly. Chi Si maintained an expressionless facade, yet his gaze lingered on the striking couple. The blond man continued, "They're the parents of the experimental subject." The individuals around Chi Si abruptly turned their attention to the blond man, and even Chi Si cast a fleeting glance his way. The blond man felt a chill run down his spine from their scrutiny, offering a nervous chuckle, their instructors from the team, willingly providing their lineage. Chi Si frowned, clearly uncomfortable. Sensing Chi Si's disinterest, the blond man wisely shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the church. "Mr. Chi, shall we discuss our forthcoming collaboration?" Chi Si strode ahead with long strides, while the blond man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried after him. After a refreshing slumber, Shen Yan awoke feeling utterly rejuvenated. She rose in time for breakfast and, upon entering the dining area, received a call from Director Li. Shen Yan was taken aback. It was quite unexpected for Director Li to personally reach out. Having provided her number to the Mao Sheng crew, it was not surprising that he had it. "Shen Yan, you have been confirmed for the role of female lead 3. The casting decisions should be finalized the day after tomorrow. So take the time to familiarize yourself with the script." Director Li's tone was markedly gentler than during their first conversation, yet retained a serious undertone. Shen Yan smiled. "I will diligently study the script. Thank you, Director Li, for this opportunity. I hope not to disappoint." Director Li paused regarding the contract. "I will have someone else contact your manager." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shen Yan hung up. At that moment, Lu Su entered the dining room, and she excitedly shared the good news with him. Lu Su had received a call from Director Du the previous night, inviting Shen Yan to be a permanent guest on his dating show. And this time, Lu Su had not outright rejected the proposal. To her astonishment, Shen Yan had successfully passed the audition. Did Director Li mention who the male lead is? Lu Su expressed concern, not about Shen Yan's potential dalliance with Mu Jincheng, but rather about her ability to perform at her usual level in his presence. Yes, that is correct. It is not out of fear that Shen Yan might indulge in frivolity with Mu Jincheng. Shen Yan clarified, Uncle Lu, I am very dedicated to my work. Lu Su found this hard to believe, recalling how desperately Shen Yan had clung to Mu Jincheng before. It was evident that she had risked everything for love. So how could she simply give it up? Lu Su felt foolish for being swayed by Shen Yan's words just the day prior. Lu Su broached the topic, mentioning the invitation from director Du, a dating reality show. Uncle Lu wants me to participate. Setting aside other matters, I delved deeply into the intricacies of this program, which had already surged to 3 trending topics within just a few days of its commencement this month. Director Du's expertise in this genre of entertainment is indeed remarkable. Moreover, the younger generation has an undeniable affinity for the whimsical allure of fabricated romances, eagerly shipping couples, and indulging in a fantasy. Lu Su is quite receptive to new experiences. Shen Yan inquired, what does Uncle Lu think? In The Master of Schemes, your role is minimal in the early stages. One cannot simply wait idly for their scenes to be filmed. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yan replied, let Uncle Lu arrange it. I have no particular preferences. However, I do prefer to avoid being a permanent guest, but temporary participation is certainly acceptable. All right, I will discuss it with Director Du. As long as it does not go overboard, Shen Yan can leverage this dating show to gain some popularity. Having taken on the role of her manager, Lu Su would spare no effort to elevate Shen Yan's status. Anything beneficial to her would be considered. After all, Shen Yan was entirely focused on Mu Jincheng. And since he was not part of the dating show, Lu Su felt at ease. In a certain film crew in the city, Dai Qiu met Shi Lian during lunch. Shi Lian dismissed the crew from the resting area and handed a meal box to Dai Qiu. What did President Kong say? Upon mentioning this, Dai Qiu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What else could he say? He wants you to promote that advertisement and bring her along more often. It's evident he wishes to use you to elevate a newcomer. It's disgusting how Xingyu operates. If you weren't a woman, they might even expect you to stir up a scandal with her. After uttering this with a cold smirk, Dai Qiu proceeded to devour his meal. Shi Lian also appeared displeased. I haven't had many engagements recently. I'm focused on filming and have no time to babysit her. As for the promotion, it must be done. After all, her status isn't high enough to pressure the company. Dai Qiu grimached. Leave the promotion to me. You focus on your filming. Thank you, Brother Qiu, for your hard work. The project negotiations were not progressing smoothly. Primarily, Qi Si's demands were exorbitant, and further discussions were needed with the French side before they could provide a response. Stepping out of the church, Qi Si inexplicably turned his gaze towards the now desolate cemetery. Those beside him followed suit. Sir, Qi Si began walking towards the hastily yet meticulously arranged grave. His gaze froze upon encountering a name etched in a cold hue reminiscent of marble. Shen Yan. The inscription was in Chinese characters, with a line of small French text beneath. 1. Strong genes. A gentle summer breeze wafted from the solemn depths of the cemetery, carrying a hint of chill. Chapter 045. Shen Yan's ideal-type director Du had been captivated by Shen Yan's performance during the live broadcast of Survivor Island and the popularity of her advertisement, further intensifying his invitation for her to join the show. Once Shen Yan agreed, Director Du was eager to have her record that very evening. At dawn, Shen Yan set off with Lu Su towards the filming location. Unlike Survivor Island, which required outdoor selection and lasted longer, this dating show was more concise, spanning 3 days per episode. Xiao Zhao, clutching a large bag, timidly sat beside Shen Yan, listening to Lu Su's instructions. When it came to her own responsibilities, Xiao Zhao promptly replied that she had taken note. Pink Heartbeat utilized a combination of live and recorded segments, featuring 2 sets of permanent guests without any ordinary participants. The male star paired with you, Miss Shun, is someone you are acquainted with. Lu Su scrolled through his phone, revealing that the male star named Su Zishan had considerable popularity and potential for growth. Another group of guests included Lu Chong and Zhou Jingming, both of whom had participated in Survivor Island alongside Shen Yan. Apart from the permanent guests, Director Du had also invited 2 additional temporary guests. Someone I know, Shen Yan pondered. The other guests began recording directly from their residences, while Shen Yan was the only temporary addition, so she immediately entered the filming scene upon arrival. The announcement of her temporary role had her fans excitedly waiting in her exclusive live stream room. Dating show. Here I come. Who is Yin Yan's partner? Does it even need to be said? Whoever is single on site is her partner. So, Are we shipping Shen Yan and Su Zishan now? I feel like Su Zishan is not worthy of Yin Yan. What an eyesore. A fake princess doesn't deserve Su Zishan. Haters are truly annoying, like gum on the shoe. They follow everywhere. As Shen Yan stepped out of the car, the cameras positioned at the entrance immediately zoomed in on her face, almost causing an injury. She recoiled slightly to avoid the onslaught. Hello everyone, I am Shen Yan. She greeted the camera. Wow, Yin Yan is bare-faced again. No flaws even up close. Perfect. Yin Yan's looks are truly striking. Oh no, the feeling of infatuation is too overwhelming. It's funny, can plastic surgery enthusiasts truly deserve such praise? Isn't it embarrassing? You are the one who asked funny. Haters should leave, you weren't invited. Looking forward to seeing Yin Yan in a sweet romance. The surge of positive reviews for Shen Yan incited the haters, who emerged organized to smear her reputation. Despite a multitude of fans defending her, they were overwhelmed by the sudden influx of haters, which left her supporters exasperated and powerless. Towards the conclusion of Survivor Island, the presence of haters had significantly diminished. Yet recently, they inexplicably reappeared in droves. Dragging a small suitcase, Shen Yan followed the camera's direction into the studio, where all the guests turned to look at her. Su Zishan, who was seated alone, waiting to play games, brightened upon seeing Shen Yan and immediately stood up. Cover your face. Su Zishan, can you tone it down a bit? Oh, little Zishan is blushing. With a face like that, who wouldn't he be smitten? No wonder he can't contain himself. Isn't that the fake princess? It truly is the fake princess. How can my Zishan be paired with her? Director Do, we protest. We must change partners. Whoever partners with the fake princess is doomed. Zishan is too pitiful. Regardless of the protest from Su Zishan's fans, it was futile. The moment Shen Yan appeared, Su Zishan, as if entranced, rushed over to help her with her luggage. Over the 3 days, Shen Yan would be staying in the accommodations arranged by the production team. So she had brought several changes of clothes. I won't allow a beautiful lady to carry such heavy things. Lu Chang and Zhou Jingming, already aware that Su Zishan's partner was Shen Yan, were not surprised by her arrival. The permanent guests included a pair of popular idols and another duo of seasoned actors, both of whom enjoyed significant fame. Tao Rong and Song Xian, one a leading actor and the other a leading actress, were both formidable talents. They portrayed a romantic couple on screen, and in reality, they were a genuine couple as well. They were also the oldest pair among all the guests. Another duo consisted of rising stars, Li Su and Dai Molan. As Lu Chang conversed with Song Xian, he caught sight of Shen Yan's radiant appearance, nearly unable to suppress the jealousy bubbling beneath the surface. Shen Yan's attire was quite simple, a white shirt, black pants, and sneakers, youthful and vibrant, even without makeup. Her skin glowed as if it were a piece of exquisite jade. Shen Yan's fresh and youthful appearance made Lu Chang feel as though she rendered her own outfit, a revealing dress, utterly inadequate, despite having confidence in her physique. The moment Shen Yan appeared, all her brilliance seemed to fade into the background. Shen Yan was truly beautiful. I had thought those online photos were edited. The real person is even more stunning. Song Xian smiled and said something nearby. Dai Moli raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent. Shen Yan observed Su Zishan carrying her luggage upstairs and had no choice but to turn and greet her seniors before hurriedly following. The production team had arranged for individual rooms rather than dormitory-style accommodations, dividing them by gender. The left side of the staircase was for the girls, while the right was for the boys. Su Zishan placed Shen Yan's luggage outside her door and did not enter. Shen Yan, once you've put your things away, let us head downstairs together. He was waiting for her to finish before going down. Shen Yan opened the door, pushed her suitcase inside, and turned back, saying, "Let us go." Su Zishan smiled warmly at her. "Shen Yan, I'm thrilled to be partnered with you this time." "I'm glad too," Shen Yan replied perfunctorily. As they descended the stairs, they heard Dai Moli teasing. We all saw it. When Zishan was talking to us, he almost wore a frown, but upon seeing Shen Yan, his eyes lit up with a rosy smile. Su Zishan scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Teacher Dai loves to joke. Shen Yan saved me before, so of course, I have to be attentive to my savior. If it weren't for you last time, I might have missed this recording opportunity. Thank you so much. Oh, so, he owes you his life. Dai Moli quipped humorously, adding a playful glance that made everyone laugh. Su Zishan, feeling more embarrassed, replied, I was just thinking, maybe I'm not Shen Yan's type, so she might refuse. I can't just force myself on her, can I? Shen Yan raised her brow, starting off by binding them together as savior and saved. Any overly intimate gestures from Su Zishan would now have the perfect excuse. Zishan is a good person. Shen Yan, what is your ideal type? Dai Moli continued to inquire, taking the role of the production team. Director Du chuckled like a sly fox in a dating show. Stirring up some drama is essential. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Shen Yan. Chapter 046, Competition Scene? What ideal type could Shen Yan possibly have? She was already engaged. What more could she desire? She glanced towards the camera and replied, none. Love is a burden and utterly uninteresting. Does Zishan have no chance at all? Dai Moli pressed further. Su Zishan looked at Shen Yan expectantly, and the others followed suit. Shen Yan shot a glance at Su Zishan and decisively answered, no. Su Zishan's smile nearly faltered. Shen Yan didn't even bother to feign interest. There was a hint of disdain in her tone. I feel so embarrassed for Su Zishan. It's almost unbearable. What was Dai Moli thinking, asking such awkward questions? Moli just wanted to help Zishan. What is wrong with that? I sensed Shen Yan's disdain for Zishan in that moment. That faux princess can really put on an act. She practically sticks to any man she sees. That faux princess clearly has no ideal type. She is like a bus, just spreading her legs for any man. Damn, those haters are revolting. What have they turned such a lovely girl into? I'm not a fan of anyone, but I find the ones making such remarks utterly disgusting and lacking in decency. Shen Yan, you are truly steadfast, Dai Moli remarked softly, choosing not to press further. Shen Yan, it's nice to see you again, Lu Chong said with a forced smile, extending his hand. Shen Yan glanced at the camera position near the pink love wall, reached out, and shook his hand. Teacher Lu, nice to see you again. Now that we've caught up, shall we begin today as first task? The eldest, Tao Rong, quickly organized everyone. Since Shen Yan arrived last, I'll repeat our respective tasks. Before Song Xian could finish, Su Zishan stepped forward. Song teacher, I'll explain it to Shen Yan. Seeing Su Zishan eager to showcase himself before Shen Yan, Song Xian gladly handed the task over. Taking this opportunity to approach Shen Yan, Su Zishan explained, the production team has assigned us a double jump rope task for half an hour, and we need to see who can achieve the best score. The one with the worst score has to prepare lunch for everyone. The first place can name 2 dishes, the second place one. The last place must complete the task, or they will face additional penalties. What are those penalties for failing? Shen Yan asked, knowing she wasn't too much of a cook and had to win this task. The production team maintained an air of mystery and didn't reveal the details. Don't worry, we won lose. Even if we can't take first, we must at least aim for second. Yes, Shen Yan thought she would never consider losing. The third place will assist the last place. Without waiting for others to act, Shen Yan walked directly to an empty spot, grabbed the pink jump rope from the table, and looked at Su Zishan, saying, let us go. Just as the crew was about to speak, Su Zishan and everyone else were taken aback by her straightforwardness. Shen Yan rolled up her sleeves, exposing a small, fair section of her arm. Director Du coughed outside, reminding her that it was the boys who should lead the girls, not the other way around. Shen Yan looked at the pink rope and handed it to Su Zishan. Can you handle this? Su Zishan took a deep breath. As a man, I cannot say I can't. Of course I can. Just swing it faster. I can catch it. Standing in front, Shen Yan appeared ready to jump. I'm using the onlookers. Director Du had intended to create a romantic atmosphere, but Shen Yan's readiness dispelled any hint of ambiguity. The surrounding pink decorations seemed to turn to dust. Director Du covered his face, glancing at Lu Su, whose expression shifted. Time was too tight. He hadn't had a chance to teach Shen Yan how to date. From the moment Su Zishan approached Shen Yan, Lu Su regretted it, wishing he could pluck out the young man's eyes. Lu Su wasn't inexperienced. He could clearly see the infatuation in Su Zishan's gaze. Lu Gu, has Shen Yan ever dated? Director Du hesitated before asking. I don't think so. Liu Su replied carefully. Director Du covered his face again, realizing his miscalculation. Standing behind Shen Yan, Su Zishan caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance, momentarily losing focus. Shen Yan waited for him to make a move, checking the time, and reminded him, it started. Let us get moving. Oh right, I'm starting now. Su Zishan stammered, swinging the rope, but his movements were awkward, causing the rope to hit Shen Yan's hand. He quickly apologized, and Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, saying it was fine. They jumped again, but the rope never came around. Shen Yan turned to face the rigid Su Zishan. Are your hands and feet not in sync? Su Zishan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, let us try again. Facing him, Shen Yan watched as he swung the rope. She jumped, but he couldn't keep up, and the rope snagged on his foot, almost tripping him. It was clear he was uncoordinated. His hands moved, but his legs lagged behind. Shen Yan snatched the rope from his hands. Turn around. Su Zishan stubbornly insisted, I can do it. If you say one more useless word, we'll end up last. I can't cook. Turn around, Shen Yan urged. Su Zishan opened his mouth, finally relenting as he awkwardly turned around, his tall figure shrinking in front of her, looking both pitiable and amusing. Ha! I didn't expect you to be like this, Su Zishan. Su Zishan, I can do it. Shen Yan, no, you can't. Ha! If you all keep dragging this out, time will slip away. Suspecting that Su Zishan was intentional, as he seemed eager to cook with Shen Yan, she arranged the rope and instructed him to jump quickly. Su Zishan felt awkward and remained silent, still embarrassed from his earlier mishap. It was truly humiliating to rely on a girl. Start. As Shen Yan shouted, she began swinging the rope. The pace was not particularly fast. It was not slow either. Faster, Shen Yan urged, increasing her speed, causing the shadow of the rope to blur. Su Zishan struggled to keep up with her rapid rhythm, panting heavily, but he stumbled again. With a loud thud, the rope caught him off guard, and, at his height of 8 meters, he fell heavily forward. Get up, continue. Shen Yan didn't give him a moment to express his pain, pulling him up and swinging the rope vigorously again before he could steady himself. Su Zishan, gasping for breath, tried desperately to match her pace, but he fell again. Each time he stumbled, Shen Yan would yank him up, and with each repetition, the speed of the rope increased. Onlookers were left speechless. Was Shen Yan's competitive spirit excessively intense? Glancing at Su Zishan, who was now bruised and battered, they felt sympathy. The audience was bewildered. This was not a dating show. It resembled a competitive jump rope contest. Chapter 047. The haters were divided. No one anticipated that a simple, heart-throbbing jump rope session would become so intense. The first group, indeed, stirred feelings of excitement. Su Zishan felt as though his heart might burst. At the moment it concluded, his legs were so weak he could barely stand, wishing to collapse on the ground, panting heavily. However, concerned about his image, he restrained himself. His throat felt as if it were blocked by a burning ember, a most uncomfortable sensation. In contrast, Shen Yan was completely unfazed. Not a single drop of sweat had graced her brow, nor did she appear out of breath as she gathered the rope, reviewing their performance with dissatisfaction. Clap. The composed Tao Rong applauded generously, and the others slowly followed suit, offering a few scattered claps. Lu Chong and Dai Mulin exchanged incredulous glances, unsure how to assess Shen Yan's performance. Had she come to realize that this was a dating show? Did she comprehend the nature of such a program, which was to evoke a perpetual sense of romance for the audience? Instead, she had transformed the dating show into a competitive arena in an instant. As the next group prepared, Tao Rong, with a smile, sought consensus. Shall we go first? Naturally, the younger contestants had no objections against seasoned competitors like him and Song Xian. The two, genuinely a couple, shone in comparison to the faux couples. They seemed uninterested in winning. As they began, the audience erupted with excitement. Their undeniable chemistry as a sweet couple captivated everyone. Despite their pampered lifestyle, they managed to secure 11:05 successful jumps, needing to consider each other's stamina. Shen Yan and Su Zishan, however, still held the lead with 17:25 jumps, a feat achieved only after Su Zishan nearly exhausted himself. After half an hour, he still felt breathless. The sensation of his heart threatening to explode remained vivid. With the elder group concluded, they were assured of their victory. Next up were Lu Chong and Zhou Jingming. Lu Chong struggled from the start, leaning awkwardly against Zhou Jingming. Had it not been for Zhou Jingming's stability, they both would have likely toppled over. As he steadied her, he quickly withdrew his support, furrowing his brow. Up close, he sensed that Lu Chong's actions were deliberate, aiming to create a romantic atmosphere, and he questioned the necessity of her closeness. Zhou Jingming soon regretted partnering with her. Sorry, Jingming, Lu Chong said, her eyes playfully glancing at him. Zhou Jingming could only muster a smile, soothingly replying, it's all right. Expecting her to take it seriously, he grew increasingly irritated as she repeatedly bumped into him. Lu Chong is doing this on purpose. ISNT she? Zhou Jingming must find it exhausting to partner with someone like her. Lu Chang is getting more and more over the top. I thought the faux princess would cause a stir, but it turns out to be Lu Chang, quite unexpected. Lu, keep your distance from Zhou. With that figure, how dare you flaunt it? How come I didn't notice how annoying Lu Chang was before? With her around, I've surprisingly found the faux princess more appealing. It's unbelievable. Netizens launched into battle mode, mercilessly criticizing the pretentious Lu Chang. This caused great distress for her management team, who had previously advised her to tone it down and not be so overt in her performance. Lu Chang's exaggerated antics backfired. Watching the relentless online attacks directed at her, Shen Yan's supporters rejoiced. Earlier, they had worried that Shen Yan, due to her youth, might falter in the presence of a handsome man like Su Zixin. However, it appeared their concerns were unfounded. This clumsy pair managed to scrape together 700 jumps. On camera, Zhou Jingming suppressed his rising frustration as he handed the jump rope to the final group. Lu Chang, clad in a revealing tank top, had leaned into him each time she stumbled, exposing far too much. The memory of it made Zhou Jingming's head throb. Seeing the results only intensified his irritation. Lu Chang had no sense of timing. Engaging in such intimate gestures in public was utterly distasteful. His frustration simmered. Lu Chang, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling, might have dazzled some onlookers, but Zhou Jingming wished he could eject her from the competition. It was absurd that he had ended up partnering with someone like her again. Even teaming up with Shen Yan would have been infinitely preferable. He cast a glance at Shen Yan, who sat calmly nearby, her skin glowing under the soft light, inexplicably alluring. In that moment, Zhou Jingming felt his heart race more for her than for Lu Chang. During the survival livestream, he had already sensed something unique about Shen Yan. Lu Chang, noticing him gazing at Shen Yan, felt a surge of jealousy. Zhou Jingming Lu Chang's voice was laced with a sultry breath. Zhou Jingming was immediately covered in goosebumps. We lost. Are you ready to prepare dinner for everyone? He replied coldly. Lu Chang's playful tone was stifled in her throat. As predicted by Zhou Jingming, they had indeed lost. The subsequent segment required them to cook for the others. Li Su and Dai Mulin narrowly defeated Tao Rong and Song Xian, with the elder group assisting Zhou Jingming and his team. Lu Chang was utterly incapable, unable even to boil rice. The production team had stocked plenty of ingredients, anticipating their struggle to prepare a meal. As the victorious party, Shen Yan wasted no time. I want sweet and sour lioness head. Lu Chang, jotting down the dish names, abruptly looked up at Shen Yan. She knew Shen Yan would not let them off easily and nervously gripped her pen, forcing a strained smile. Shen Yan, our skills might not suffice for that dish. How about you choose something else? With a disappointed expression, Shen Yan replied, all right, then let us go for sweet and sour ribs. Lu Chang frowned but noted it down. Su Zixin then chimed in with mapo tofu. Lu Chang's lips twitched. She dared not express her annoyance towards Su Zixin. Instead, she adopted a coaxing tone. Zixin, can we pick something simpler? Su Zixin frowned, bewildered by her sudden flirtation. Yet, in front of the cameras, he remained silent, reluctantly suggesting scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Zhou Jingming, who was quite adept in the kitchen, garnered a considerable amount of admiration with this move. Lu Chang, however, aimed to gain new fans through the show, only to achieve the opposite. Her earlier antics had resulted in a self-sabotage. If she were to check her phone, she would realize that rather than gaining followers, she had lost nearly 10,000, attracting a host of detractors. Due to Lu Chang's actions, a significant portion of Shen Yan's haters had shifted their focus, while she gained a new wave of fans. Lu Su stood outside, fixated on a screen filled with phrases like Queen of Jump, Rope, featuring a multitude of strong women, his lips twitching several times. Chapter 048, Refusal to Bind CP. Inside, several guests were praising Zhou Jingming for his culinary skills. Left to the sidelines, Lu Chang resembled an outsider, unable to assist in any way. Even washing vegetables seemed to mix the old with the young, and she couldn't even recognize all the varieties of greens. Standing next to Zhou Jingming only caused disorder. Eventually, Zhou Jingming asked her to step outside, leaving her feeling wronged and teary-eyed. How I wish I could just strangle Lu Chang. One thought crossed her mind. She's ruining my chance to watch Zhou, the king of cuisine, cook. Lu Chang, step back. Lu Chang's manager, gripping his phone, wore a grimace, wishing to rush in and rouse his artist from her stupor. Shen Yan, feeling bored, decided to approach. Is there anything I can help with? Zhou Jingming looked up from the rectangular table, meeting Shen Yan's gaze with a smile. You are the winner. Just sit back and wait for the meal. Do you like braised lion's head? While not particularly fond of it. Shen Yan recalled the dish and placed her hand on the barrier, responding earnestly. I haven't tried it, so I want to give it a taste. She thought the name sounded quite impressive. Wow, why do I feel like Zhou, the king of cuisine, is being particularly gentle with Yin Yan? What to do? I want to ship this CP. Zhou Jingming paused at Shen Yan's words, momentarily unsure of their authenticity. Once the show wraps up, I'll learn it for you. You must honor me with your presence. I was just saying that casually. No need to take it seriously, Shen Yan replied, slightly embarrassed at the thought of Zhou Jingming wanting to learn the dish specifically for her. She truly was a food enthusiast. Zhou Jingming, however, chuckled. I've recently become enamored with preparing various dishes. It's not just for you. His words carried a hint of defensiveness. Shen Yan, perceptive enough not to pursue the topic further, merely smiled and replied, Is that so? What did I just hear? You all are secretly planning a private kitchen. Song Xian teased, laughing. So Zhou, the king of cuisine, and Shen Yan are close enough to cook for each other in private. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to sense an undercurrent of a story between them. Zhou Jingming offered no explanation, simply smiling as he returned to his tasks. Shen Yan, however, shot a glance at Song Xian. His eyes bore no trace of malice, as if he were merely light-heartedly teasing to stir the atmosphere. Su Zishan furrowed his brow, subtly scrutinizing Zhou Jingming. Was Zhou Jingming's attitude toward Shen Yan perhaps too favorable? Outside, Lu Su inhaled deeply, reminding himself that Miss Shen was merely recording a dating variety show, not flirting with a man. You must be Shen Yan's manager. A man in his 30s approached with a smile, handing over his business card. I am Li Kunsha, manager of Su Zishan. I am Liu Su. Lu Su accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket. May I inquire what this is about? Well, Su Zishan has a great admiration for Miss Shen. Our company is interested in creating some buzz between the two, mutually benefiting. Before Li Kunsha could finish, Lu Su grasped the implication. You intend for my artist and your artist to create rumors to gain attention? Li Kunsha did not deny this. Su Zishan's popularity surpassed Shen Yan's, making it a splendid opportunity for her. Once the heat reached a certain peak, both sides could clarify, incurring no loss. Conversely, Shen Yan would profit. Lu Su was no fool. Although it was his first time as a manager, he possessed enough knowledge of the entertainment industry. Su Zishan's popularity was high, yet Shen Yan's current momentum was also considerable, with ample room for growth. In contrast, it was not so easy for Su Zishan to ascend further. They were clearly looking to ride on Shen Yan's coattails. Such lofty rhetoric was quite audacious. My artist is still young. This sort of approach does not suit her. The company replaced her previous manager precisely to avoid such unscrupulous tactics. Lu Su spoke rather bluntly, unafraid of offending. I refuse any form of forced CP. Li Kunsha's expression darkened instantly. Lu Su had the audacity to label him as unscrupulous. With Shen Yan facing considerable backlash, it would not be easy to steer a tarnished reputation back to normal. Losing this opportunity would be detrimental for Shen Yan. And Li Kunsha, somewhat embarrassed and enraged, stormed off to another corner. Lu Su dismissed the entire affair with disdain. After all, it was merely a trivial entertainment industry. Even if Shen Yan were a nobody, he could still elevate her with his financial power. An hour later, Lu Su glanced at the guests gathered around a large table for a meal, snapping a personal photo of Shen Yan and sending it out. Sir, Miss Shen has joined this dating variety show. Additionally, I discovered she enjoys braised lion's head. Overseas, during a project discussion, Chi-Si caught a glimpse of the image against a pink wall backdrop, his brows slightly raising. As he was sweating profusely while discussing with his counterpart, this small expression of Chi-Si's startled them into silence. Did this indicate dissatisfaction? The other party's cold sweat began to flow even faster. Chi-Si scanned Lu Su's message, his brow furrowing slightly. Was Lu Su too idle to report such trivial matters? His long fingers covered the phone on the table. His icy gaze directed at the counterpart as he coldly uttered, continue. Once satisfied, everyone gathered in the living room, lounging on the sofa, casually chatting to aid digestion. Tao Rong and Song Xian, both seasoned actors, effortlessly engaged the younger generation, playing along with the show's premise to share tales of first loves or unrequited crushes. Everyone being adults, it was natural to have a cherished memory or lingering affection from their journey thus far. This topic undoubtedly excited the audience. Tao Rong and Song Xian recounted their own genuine yet unremarkable crush stories, exchanging smiles that naturally created a faint blush between them. Lu Chong, eager to salvage her previous embarrassment, sweetly shared a story about her fleeting first love during university. In a few sentences, she managed to mention her impressive academic achievements, hinting at her status as a top scholar. The others followed suit, recounting either secret or open affections, but nothing particularly novel. Su Zixin meticulously crafted a deeply sentimental first love story about a partner who went abroad for studies, recounting how he missed the farewell at the airport, all while displaying a sorrowful expression that tugged at the audience's heartstrings. Seated nearby, Shen Yan found his tale disingenuous. She was different. She faced the camera directly and stated, "I've never had a first love or a crush." Instantly, all the guests turned to her. Dai Moli exclaimed exaggeratedly, "No way. Shen Yan, you're so beautiful. How could no one chase after you? Are you kidding? Or do you simply not fancy any of those pursuing you?" Lu Chong smirked inwardly, leaning in as if casually stating, "But Shen Yan, I remember you confessed to Mu Jinsheng during the survival show. Doesn't that count as a crush?" Shen Yan shot her a glance, responding coolly, "Mu Jinsheng isn't my type. I don't recall confessing to him." "Perhaps you're mistaken, Lu Chong. The internet has a memory. Shall we look it up?" Lu Chong chuckled awkwardly. "That might be a mistake on my part." Su Zixin and Zhou Jingming frowned simultaneously. Lu Chong had indeed stirred the pot. Zhou Jingming slowly interjected from behind. "Shen Yan only regards Mu Jinsheng as an idol. That doesn't count as a crush, does it?" This statement drew Shen Yan's attention. Was Zhou Jingming clearly defending her? Remembering their earlier interactions while cooking, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Lu Su, watching the live broadcast intently, felt his forehead pulse. Anyone with eyes could sense the difference in Zhou Jingming's demeanor toward Shen Yan. Yet, Shen Yan herself remained oblivious to the nuances, offering Zhou Jingming a grateful smile. Seeing Shen Yan smile at Zhou Jingming, Su Zixin's expression darkened. Why was he so displeased? Chapter 049, An Astonishing Power. The afternoon's pink-themed event posed quite a challenge to the boys' stamina and endurance. Paired off in twos, the boys clutched elastic rings, aligning themselves along a central line while holding pink plastic bowls filled with glowing red magnetic hearts. The girls stood outside the designated lines, holding small boards, as the boys attempted to stick hearts from their bowls onto the boards. The one who adhered the most hearts would be declared the winner, with a time limit of 20 minutes. This was undoubtedly a contest of strength between the boys, while the girls merely needed to cheer for their partners. Casting a doubtful glance around, Shen Yan's gaze fell upon Su Zixin. Su Zixin raised an eyebrow in response. "What kind of look is that?" Shen Yan pointed to her eyes, stating, "Out of all the gentlemen present, you appear the weakest." Provoked by the insinuation of weakness, Su Zixin retorted through clenched teeth, "I can do this." Shen Yan merely chuckled, dismissing his bravado. The earlier jump rope competition lingered in Su Zixin's mind, and he felt the sting of embarrassment. The first half was an unexpected slip, and he was determined to reclaim his masculinity before Shen Yan. The second half could not afford to be another misstep. The rules dictated that the losing team must prepare dinner for everyone. Thus, they could not afford to lose. Su Zixin insisted, "I truly am not weak." Shen Yan glanced downward, noting the tension in his forehead. As the draw determined the pairings, Su Zixin drew Zhou Jingming. Zhou Jingming was momentarily taken aback before laughing. "What a coincidence! We find ourselves in competition once more." Su Zixin remained silent. Zhou Jingming, with his dance background and disciplined fitness regimen, towered over Su Zixin in strength. There was little doubt that Su Zixin would lose this round. Taking a deep breath, he forced a stiff smile. "Indeed, it is a coincidence, Zhou the Dance King. But I want to let you win." Zhou Jingming chuckled in agreement, but the thought of Zhou Jingming having feelings for Shen Yan fueled Su Zixin's desire to win. Shen Yan was the woman he had set his sights on first. He could not allow Zhou Jingming to steal her. Li Su and Tao Rong, seasoned participants, easily demonstrated the game for the temporary guests. Dai Melling and Song Xian positioned themselves outside the lines, while the boys occupied the center. The rules dictated that the girls could not raise their boards beyond the lines, or it would count as a loss. The host rang a small bell, prompting the boys to dash towards their partners while retrieving hearts from their bowls. Several hearts spilled at the outset as they engaged in a tug of war, neither yielding ground. The girls energetically cheered on their partners, igniting the atmosphere. In the end, Tao Rong fell short. Li Su, being younger, emerged victorious without contest. As the timer buzzed, Tao Rong sat on the floor with a rueful smile, holding the plastic bowl, lamenting his age. Li Su approached, offering assistance. "Teacher Tao, I feel I won unfairly. Do not be modest. I did not let up. I gave my all. At times like this, I won't intentionally go easy on you, just because you're younger." Tao Rong replied earnestly. Yet, it was evident to all that the two male guests shared camaraderie rather than rivalry, a light-hearted atmosphere between mentor and junior. When it was Su Zixin and Zhou Jingming's turn, Shen Yan handed over a bowl brimming with hearts and thrust the board into Su Zixin's hands. Su Zixin was taken aback. Shen Yan pushed him towards the starting line, commanding him to steady himself. As she positioned herself within the circle, Su Zixin's forehead pulsed with tension. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I believe your presence will ensure a score of 0, he warned. "I will not lose," he asserted through gritted teeth. "No, you will lose, and quite miserably," she countered. "I won't hold the board. I can't afford to lose face again." Ignoring him, Shen Yan called out, "Zhou the Dance King, let us begin." Zhou Jingming hesitated, while others looked on in anticipation. "Let Su Zixin take the lead. The girls lack the strength and will suffer," Zhou Jingming remarked, unwilling to take advantage of Shen Yan's offer. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Zhou the Dance King, just give it your all. Otherwise, you may face significant consequences." Zhou Jingming was at a loss for words. The host looked to Director Du for guidance. But before he could speak, Shen Yan had already ensnared Zhou Jingming in the ring, shouting, "Begin." The host instinctively shook the bell, starting the timer. The commencement took everyone by surprise. Shen Yan noticed Su Zixin still standing idly and yelled, "Why are you just standing there? Go hold up the board." Realizing the timer had begun, Su Zixin hurriedly raised the board, stiffening in position. Lu Chong observed Shen Yan's actions with disbelief. She neither broke the rules nor adhered to them. The production team had not mandated that only boys could occupy the circle. Shen Yan sprinted forward, propelling Zhou Jingming unexpectedly out of position, almost causing him to stumble. "What incredible strength!" Zhou Jingming exclaimed, while the audience looked on in shock. The crowd was bewildered, questioning if Zhou Jingming had intentionally eased up. Did Zhou the Dance King really let her win? Could it be that Zhou the Dance King has feelings for Shen Yan? Absolutely. Unbelievable. Even Zhou the Dance King is susceptible to charm. "Come on, Zhou. Show your masculinity." Zhou Jingming had not deliberately eased up, despite his considerable strength. He found himself unable to move the petite Shen Yan. The audience, witnessing the struggle firsthand, remained skeptical. Zhou Jingming strained to move forward, managing only a slight advance. As Lu Chong rallied him, "Jingming, you can do it." Shen Yan busily affixed the hearts to the board with swift precision, not missing a single one. The game concluded almost as soon as it began, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Su Zixin could hardly believe that Zhou Jingming would go to such lengths for Shen Yan, attributing a certain ruggedness to him for his willingness to sacrifice his masculine image in pursuit of her affection. Lu Chong's expression darkened at the sight. As the audience cast doubtful glances at Zhou Jingming, he stood frozen, questioning his own existence. Zhou the Dance King was indeed a gentleman, Lu Chong remarked sarcastically. Zhou Jingming, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, stated firmly, "I did not go easy." Director Du was at a loss. Shen Yan had transformed what should have been a sweet game into a contest of strength, leaving everyone wondering how to proceed. The audience erupted with laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Numerous comments flooded in, expressing astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Su Zixin, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wore a rather displeased expression, pondering why he was once again in the spotlight. That position belongs to the weak. If you lack strength, remain silent, he thought. The host rang the bell, signaling the start of the challenge. Li Su, without any hint of mercy, charged forward as soon as the signal was given. Yet, to his dismay, he remained utterly still. Despite his efforts, he found himself inexplicably pulled backward by an unseen force. Li Su exerted all his strength, but it was futile. He was still being dragged back. Meanwhile, Shen Yan had already placed the fifth heart on the board. Dai Molan blinked in disbelief, pausing for a few seconds before cheering for Li Su again. "Go, Li Su!" Despite Li Su pushing the accelerator to its limits, he was unable to overcome Shen Yan's mysterious strength. The tension in the elastic band was evident, and Li Su's forehead was lined with veins, yet he could not pull Shen Yan over. The atmosphere grew awkward as Zhou Jingming chuckled bitterly, realizing he would soon vindicate himself. He had previously doubted whether he truly lacked strength. If even Li Su was unable to contend with Shen Yan, he felt reassured. Is this really happening? Has even Li Su fallen for a charm? Are you blind? Can't you see Li Su is giving it his all? Thus, the conclusion is that Shen Yan is, in fact, a strong woman. The barrage of comments fell silent for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Shen Yan's livestream was buzzing with joy. After Lu Chong attracted most of the haters, Shen Yan's chatroom appeared much cleaner. Su Zixin looks like a scorned woman. Ha ha ha. From now on, let us refer to her as Miss Su. By the way, our Yan truly possesses immense strength. Even Li Su cannot match her. Why do I feel that male stars are increasingly lacking substance? These male stars clearly lack training. It's rather embarrassing that they can't even compete with a girl. Both competitors were feeling the pressure, and as the bands tightened, Shen Yan swiftly placed more hearts, forcing Su Zixin to retreat several steps. Her strength was such that she nearly toppled him and the board together. The results were equally striking. As Shen Yan finally loosened her grip, Li Su was left dazed. Was it really over? Had only 6 minutes passed? Li Su's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhou Jingming, both sharing an unspoken bond of camaraderie in their struggle. Only they understood the extent of Shen Yan's extraordinary power. Li Su had come close to the board twice, while Zhou Jingming had initially underestimated Shen Yan and lost terribly. The host cleared his throat, stuttering as he announced, Shen Yan and Su Zixin have won first place and will receive an additional reward. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan's eyes brightened with curiosity. What would the reward be? The host teased, it will be announced shortly. The dramatic turn of events left many momentarily stunned, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. The host, lacking professionalism, attempted to liven things up awkwardly. Lu Chong, realizing she had misunderstood Zhou Jingming, approached him. Zhou Jingming, I didn't mean to misinterpret you. I thought you. She had assumed he had ulterior motives regarding Shen Yan and had intentionally let her win. Zhou Jingming, uninterested, ignored her. Lu Chong, feeling the chill, struggled to maintain her smile. Dai Molin could hardly believe that such immense power was concealed within the petite Shen Yan. She quietly asked the equally perplexed Li Su, You really can't match her? Li Su's lips twitched. Do you think I would be that kind of person? He was not one to judge solely based on appearances. Dai Molin knew better than to doubt Li Su, as it pertained to a man's dignity. No man wished to be the subject of discussions about being overshadowed by a woman. Director Du observed the unfolding situation, feeling as though he had aged a few years in an instant. He began to question whether bringing Shen Yan on board had been a wise decision. This episode's popularity seemed compromised. However, to Du's surprise, within 3 hours, the dating show soared to the top of the trending list, with Shen Yan leading the charge. Is this even possible? The mysterious power of Shen Yan has topped the trending list. This episode of the dating show successfully garnered another wave of attention. At home, Director Li, wearing a frown, happened to catch wind of the trending topic and, upon clicking, felt utterly defeated. Well, good job, Xiaodu, stealing the spotlight behind my back. Enraged, he called Director Du. Old Du, congratulations. Your show is becoming increasingly successful. In a live broadcast, Du couldn't afford to laugh too loudly, offering only a token chuckle before replying, Not at all. Compared to your survival show, I still have a long way to go. He had to admit, Shen Yan had a knack for variety shows, significantly boosting the program's visibility. Director Li, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, replied, The people I have my eye on can hardly be lacking. However, he added, my show will be back on air soon, and the participants will have to return to my side. Even if they gained popularity, it would only be for 1 episode, while he, on the other hand, had signed Shen Yan for 5 episodes, with 3 more to come. Director Du remained unfazed. As long as he could irritate Director Li, he felt pleased. Shen Yan seemed genuinely interested in the dating show, and Du planned to discuss long-term collaboration with her, smiling broadly. Director Li, internally cursing several times, maintained his facade. Then I wish you a pleasant partnership. Thank you for your good wishes. Old Li, when a show becomes a hit, I'll treat you to a meal. Directeur du chef voulait replier. Director Li responded with a few non-committal remarks before hanging up. As if I need a meal from you, Xiaodu. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, the 2 directors were subtly exchanging barbs behind the scenes. The show's mysterious reward turned out to be a lavish meal. She examined the lion's head dish closely, finding nothing particularly special about it. Wow, thanks to Shen Yan, we all get to enjoy a feast. Shen Yan, you truly are a lucky star. Song Xian exclaimed with a natural, yet somewhat exaggerated tone that was not off-putting. This must be the production team's way of rewarding everyone after a long day of activities. I take no credit for it, Shen Yan quickly interjected, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings regarding her preferential treatment. Realizing her slip, Song Xian quickly shifted the topic, thanking everyone for their hard work. Lu Chong struggled to maintain her smile, while Zhou Jingming, though not opposed to cooking, felt disheartened that he had been outmatched by Shen Yan, prompting him to consider more rigorous training. During the cooking segment, winners were free to roam as the room lacked camera placements, provided that the entrance had a live feed. Although Su Zixin was a winner, he felt far from elated. Frustrated, he returned to his room and picked up his phone to call his agent outside. What's the status on the CP binding? Li Kuncha replied. Shen Yan's agent has declined. Su Zixin frowned. They have no reason to refuse an opportunity for attention. Currently, Shen Yan's popularity was soaring. It was best to let the CP situation go. Li Kuncha was concerned that forcing a CP scenario might backfire and harm his own artist. Su Zixin's eyes glinted with a new idea. What if I sparked a dating rumor with Shen Yan? Right now, Li Kuncha's brow furrowed. No way. Su Zixin's recent popularity had taken a hit, as evidenced by the survival show. He was in desperate need of new attention. Brother Li, this is an opportunity. Shen Yan's popularity is skyrocketing. She is no longer the infamous figure she once was. Moreover, Shen Yan's appearance, he paused, is simply to my liking. Li Kunza azitata. Let me think it over. All right. Su Zixin hung up, his mind already plotting. He was determined not to let such a golden opportunity slip away. Chapter 051, Returning with Special Products. Underground Romance. The first day concluded with Shen Yan's strength dominating the trending topic. After washing up, she lay on a large bed prepared by the production team, scrolling through the app on her phone and noticing her popularity had quietly risen a notch. She wondered if this surge was due to her recent spot at the top of the trending list. She discovered that her body had become somewhat more ample, and those unpleasant sensations had diminished slightly. She had no means of assessing the dire state of her soul, relying solely on blind conjecture. Indeed, there was no after-sales service to speak of. Shen Yan opened WeChat. After severing ties with her family, the original owner's WeChat contained only 3 contacts: Lu Su, Qi Si, and of course her assistant, Xiao Zhao. In this light, it seemed the original owner had lived a rather unsuccessful life, with not a single good friend to speak of. Even classmates had been thoroughly deleted, and friend requests were set to be unapproachable. Opening the chat interface with Qi Si, her gaze lingered on the cold and uninviting Shen Yan found herself feeling a tad bored. Otherwise, why would she have the inclination to seek a conversation? With this thought, her fingers moved. Are you busy? She sent, hesitating briefly before contemplating retracting the message. Her phone buzzed. The stark reply appeared. I have something. Shen Yan was taken aback. She had never conversed with anyone like this before. Without much thought, she composed another message. Come back with some local specialties. After sending it, she reviewed her words and felt they seemed rather foolish. She had no idea where he was or what specialties he could possibly bring. Not receiving a response, she added, I'm just joking. The message seemed to vanish into the void. The person on the other end was evidently disinclined to respond. Shen Yan mused that she would not send such trivial messages again and resolved to think about how to live healthily in this world. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, her phone on the bedside table buzzed. Groggily, she picked it up to unlock the screen, where a message lay waiting. I will have someone prepare it. Shen Yan blinked, sitting up and reading the message repeatedly. So, he took her jest seriously. She thought, if he believes it, then let it be. Feeling drowsy, she decided to get a good night's sleep to rejuvenate her skin. It wasn't long before she successfully entered the realm of dreams, where all was calm. The following morning, after washing up and changing into casual attire, she stepped outside. The camera was immediately aimed at her. Shen Yan had become accustomed to this evasive maneuver. Good morning, everyone, she greeted cheerfully. The photographer, momentarily taken aback by her smile, returned the salutation. Shen Yan seemed to be in good spirits, or so it appeared to those who encountered her. Breakfast consisted of ingredients provided by the production team, allowing everyone to help themselves. Most participants were not particularly discerning when it came to grains, so the team had kindly prepared sliced bread and instant noodles. Shen Yan grabbed some instant noodles, added hot water, and sat down at her designated spot to enjoy her meal. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, reaching beyond the screen. On my way to work on the subway, I haven't had breakfast. Yin Yin must be enjoying a seafood feast. I can almost smell it through the screen. I'm so envious of the instant noodles Yin Yin is eating. Eating instant noodles so early in the morning and still having such great skin. Truly impressive. Yin Yin's skin is so radiant. How does she maintain it? Desperately seeking advice. Shen Yan, youth is an asset. Shen Yan, why are you eating instant noodles? Su Zixin came down from upstairs, looking at her with concern. Let me make you a nutritious meal. You shouldn't be eating this. Shen Yan cast him a perplexed glance. What was Su Zixin trying to do? She certainly did not believe that saving his life had earned her his sincere gratitude. On the contrary, she could sense something murky in his gaze, perhaps plotting some scheme against her. Su Zixin reached out to snatch the noodles from her. No thanks. I think instant noodles are just fine, Shen Yan said, moving her bowl away, leaving him empty-handed. Su Zixin blinked and leaned closer to her as he sat down. Your noodles smell delicious. They seem different from the ones I make. May I have a taste? He inched closer. Shen Yan felt an aversion to his unfamiliar proximity. Seeing her retreat, Su Zixin feigned hurt. Shen Yan, given our relationship, can't I at least have a taste? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Others who had descended overheard Su Zixin's remark and turned to look, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. Their relationship? What relationship? Was there perhaps an unspoken secret between them? Even the audience latched onto his words, flooding the comments with speculation. Why does Su Zixin seem a bit flirty with Shen Yan? Shen Yan saved Su Zixin's life before. Now they're on a dating show together. This is suspicious. Could they be in a romantic relationship? In an instant, the comments exploded with various conjectures, ultimately concluding that the two were indeed involved in a clandestine romance. Lu Su, seated in a car en route to the program's venue, was not pleased upon seeing the live broadcast that had begun that morning. This pairing was not working as intended, and now they were resorting to such antics. Did this boy even deserve it? Su Zixin continued to cling to Shen Yan. Once she finished her noodles, she tossed the leftover broth towards him. Here, have a taste. Su Zixin stared at the remnants, dumbfounded. Shen Yan wiped her mouth and distanced herself from him, rejecting any closeness. The first game of the morning involved taking couple photos, striking various poses for the camera. Su Zixin, unrelenting, stuck close to Shen Yan. She was not shy about giving him a kick, following it up with a sincere apology, claiming it was unintentional, and moved on. After being kicked twice, Su Zixin became noticeably more subdued, though his mouth continued to spew ambiguous words. During an afternoon game, Su Zixin repeatedly leaned towards Shen Yan, showering her with tender smiles. Were it not for the camera, she would have been sickened. He probably fancied himself quite charming. Su Zixin was utterly insufferable. That night, as Shen Yan lay in bed, she stumbled upon a trending topic, Su Zixin and Shen Yan's suspected underground relationship, which darkened her expression. Lu Su, working overtime at the company, instructed public relations to suppress this baseless rumor. Shen Yan, receiving Lu Su's reassuring call, said little in response. Meanwhile, Su Zixin reveled in his handiwork. This stunt had indeed increased his fan base, which he regarded as a positive omen, validating his strategy. Henceforth, no matter how Shen Yan attempted to clarify, it would not affect him. After all, he had never publicly acknowledged any romantic involvement between them. If Shen Yan harbored feelings for him, he would not mind engaging in a secret affair. Fans flocked to Shen Yan, inquiring whether she was truly dating Su Zixin. She straightforwardly replied, "My studies take precedence. I'm not considering romance." So, does this imply it's just Su Zixin's unreciprocated feelings? Do you really believe the Princess Act? She might be secretly lying in Su Zixin's bed right now. Haters, go away. Yin Yin is stunning. And Su Zixin is unworthy. Anyone with eyes can see that Su Zixin is the one being clingy with Shen Yan. Suddenly, I find Su Zixin rather pathetic. Public sentiment escalated rapidly. Despite Xing Yu's public relations team attempting to manage the situation, it still caused quite a stir. Chapter 052. Those who are restless should not expect a favorable outcome. On the final day, Su Zixin successfully bound himself to Shen Yan in a secret romantic relationship. He had discussed this with his manager the previous night. Creating this scandal with Shen Yan would yield numerous benefits. The manager relented, agreeing to orchestrate a publicity stunt and invest some money to boost the trending topic. Xing Yu's public relations team was also quite adept, managing to quell the initial uproar. leaving only a few ripples. That morning, Su Zishan encountered Shen Yan as she came downstairs, flashing a bright, sunny smile. Before she could react, he drew closer. "Shen Yan, don't eat instant noodles again today. Let me show off my cooking skills." Su Zishan declared, "My culinary skills are quite decent. It won't be inedible." Shen Yan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then you must invite everyone to try it." Su Zishan hesitated. He did not wish to prepare breakfast for everyone, as his cooking was not that great. Just managing one dish was already a success. "Can't we prepare something together?" he asked. "If that's the case, I suppose I'll stick to instant noodles," Shen Yan responded, turning to descend the stairs past him. "Of course we can. I'll prepare it for everyone right away." As Su Zishan turned to descend the staircase, his phone slipped from his pocket like a silken ribbon, deftly landing in the grasp of a fair and unblemished hand. Shen Yan pivoted, exclaiming, "You've dropped something?" Su Zishan, preoccupied with how to present himself, failed to notice Shen Yan returning to the room. Meanwhile, online, Xingyu released an audio recording of the prior conversation between Lu Su and Li Kunsha. From the very first day, Li Kunsha had approached Lu Su to discuss the idea of a CP partnership. Unfazed by the prospect of offending anyone, Lu Su promptly shared the recording. This revelation sent shockwaves through the internet, reigniting the gossip mill. Just when onlookers thought the drama had subsided, another scandal emerged, and they eagerly dissected this new development. An astonishing revelation. "I never anticipated such a twist. What was Su Zishan thinking, leveraging Shen Yan's fame in such a crass manner? Su Zishan's agent must be out of their mind. The so-called princess. I never expected a rising star to latch onto my popularity. The so-called princess. I feel vindicated. See, I told you Su Zishan's behavior yesterday was pathetic. Even the princess disregarded him. The so-called princess. Who would have thought? I only love Mu Jincheng." Li Kunsha listened to the recording, his face paling in disbelief. He had not anticipated Lu Su, that crafty old fox, had recorded their conversation. Frustrated, he slammed his phone onto the table. How could he rectify this situation? Had he known about the recording, he would never have spoken so openly. Now, there was no erasing his words. Just as one wave of controversy settled, another arose. An anonymous account shared a lengthy series of screenshots from their conversation, revealing Li Kunsha's name, with Su Zishan as the interlocutor. Though the dialogue was not scandalous, it was undeniably intriguing. The screenshots quickly gained traction, pushing their way to the trending topics. Laughable. Su Zishan has stooped to riding on Shen Yan's coattails. No wonder I found Su Zishan's behavior on the dating show strange. It turns out he harbored such sordid thoughts. Disgusting. Is Su Zishan's intellect impaired? Why engage in such foolishness? Zishan isn't like that. His agency must be pressuring him. Su Zishan's fans are truly audacious. The evidence is irrefutable. This scandal will keep me entertained for a year. Shen Yan has expressed she is not considering romance. She is still a university student, prioritizing her education. I almost forgot Shen Yan is still a student. Isn't Shen Yan attending Shunqing University? Anyone who gets in there must have impressive grades. Could it be that Shen Yan's fans are trying to sell her as an academic genius? Unbeknownst to Su Zishan, who is still filming the show, the online landscape had shifted dramatically. He continued to strive for closeness with Shen Yan, unaware of the tumult his actions had incited. His phone returned to his pocket as quietly as it had slipped out. Yet to the viewers, his demeanor was both repulsive and pitiable. The live chat was filled with disdain for Su Zishan, and while Shen Yan's fans contemplated joining in, they ultimately refrained, focusing instead on their own live stream. The other guests had caught on to Su Zishan's pursuit of Shen Yan, but they merely exchanged knowing glances, occasionally chuckling at their interactions, without intervening. Su Zishan, Barifun Unawa, felt a sense of triumph, oblivious to his impending folly. As the evening's program concluded, Shen Yan leisurely made her exit. Zhao, approaching her, cast a furtive glance behind her, his expression tinged with irritation. "Shen Yan, wait," Su Zishan called out as he hastened to catch up, entirely oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes directed at him from outside. As Shen Yan turned, she had yet to speak when Su Zishan's assistant rushed over, a look of distress on his face. Pulling Su Zishan aside, he whispered urgently, causing Su Zishan's eyes to widen in alarm. He frantically retrieved his phone, and as he glanced at the screen, his complexion shifted through a spectrum of hues. He staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. "Shen Yan," Zhao said protectively, eyeing Su Zishan with suspicion. "Let us go." Shen Yan, accompanied by Zhao, approached director Du to exchange pleasantries before preparing to leave. Du hesitated, clearly wanting to say something. Shen Yan, aware of his intentions, had no desire to linger. After a few brief exchanges, she attempted to depart. Shen Yan, I noticed your performance on the dating show was quite promising. Would you be interested in participating in another season? Shen Yan turned to glance at Su Zixin, who appeared despondent and slightly enraged. If the opportunity arises, I would be open to collaborating with Director Du again, she replied, clearly signaling her reluctance to return. Du recognized her implication and felt a twinge of disappointment. Lu Su personally came to retrieve Shen Yan. As soon as she entered the car, he inquired, was that anonymous account yours? Wasn't it you, Miss Shen? Lu Su frowned. No, Shen Yan denied. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su's eyes brightened. Perhaps it was a fan of yours, a hacker, who helped out. Su Zixin had been busy filming, making it improbable for anyone to access his phone, thus presenting the most plausible explanation. Shen Yan sat quietly in the back seat, not uttering a word. This time, Su Zixin's career was irrevocably damaged. Lu Su's expression darkened, his cold smile revealing his disdain for those who provoke trouble. Shen Yan couldn't help but glance at Lu Su, while Zhao shrank in his seat, his breathing barely audible. It's merely a trivial matter. There's no need for you to get worked up over it. Uncle Lu, she reassured him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Su regarded her with a hint of uncertainty. Miss Shen, what are your feelings towards Su Zixin? Don't overthink it. Mu Jinsheng is not my type. Su Zixin doesn't even qualify as leftovers, Shen Yan asserted, feeling that Lu Su's concern was unwarranted. Liu Su smiled, epiting Yinyuan Liplist. Although he didn't entirely believe Shen Yan had completely let go, he appreciated her response. Zhao was dropped off midway, given taxi fare before the car sped away. On their way, the car's audio system announced breaking news about a disaster occurring in a foreign nation. Startled from her drowsiness, Shen Yan sat up, her dark eyes fixed ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. Upon hearing the news report, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. The events described had not been chronicled in the book. Chapter 053. Personal live stream. Upon arriving home, Lu Su received a call from the production team of Survivor Island, notifying him that Shen Yan would return to the island in 3 days. He advised her to rest well during this interval and not to accept any further engagements before her return. However, he soon recalled that Shen Yan's career was on the rise and that she should seize the opportunity to promote herself. With her recent dating show trending at #1, her visibility had soared. Lu Su suggested she conduct a live stream from home, chatting with her fans without the need for any elaborate performances. Shen Yan agreed and retreated to her room. After freshening up, she searched for information about the country she had heard about and confirmed its existence alongside reports of the disaster. Perhaps the original text had omitted it, but from her perspective, it was undeniably real within the narrative. This reasoning seemed logical, and yet, as she found herself within this fictional realm, did she truly require such logic? Shen Yan dismissed the thought, casting her phone aside to sleep. As for Lu Su's suggestion of a live stream, she hardly needed to deliberate. Of course, she would go live. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Yan hurried upstairs to consult Zhao on how to set up the live stream. She then sent Lu Su the link to the platform. Liu Su, as her manager and representative of the agency, needed to be informed, for her live stream would reflect the company's reputation. Meanwhile, the buzz from her previous days had been overshadowed by the lead actors in their shared project, who were already enjoying considerable attention among fans. Two individuals frequently appearing together in a particular film crew effortlessly found themselves trending on social media, ultimately leading to her being overshadowed. In response, Shen Yan remained largely unfazed. Prior to her live stream, she simply posted a link on Weibo, indicating that she had a substantial fan base and would not be left in silence. Wow, Yan is truly live streaming from home. Is this Yan's residence? The buildings outside appear quite upscale. Coming to see how the fake princess performs. I wonder if the trending topic about Su Zixin being criticized is the doing of the fake princess behind the scenes. Why are you malicious critics everywhere? We didn't invite you, so kindly leave. Yan, don't pay attention to the haters. Come in to admire Yan's breathtaking beauty. Is she in Shenzhen? Indeed, I am in Shenzhen. It is my first live stream, and I'm somewhat nervous as there are many aspects I am unfamiliar with while directly engaging with all of you. Shen Yan made an effort to moderate her emotions. Yan is so gentle. Her voice is delightful. Is this where Yan resides? Yes, This is my temporary residence in Shuncheng. Shen Yan did not truly consider this place her home. The original owner and Qi Si were not authentic Shuncheng locals. So referring to it as a temporary dwelling is not inaccurate. It feels somewhat familiar. I am in Shuncheng too. This appears to be a private villa. How impressive that the fake princess can reside in such a luxurious area of Shuncheng. This remark carried a hint of sarcasm. Just say the fake princess is relying on the wealthy. Impressive indeed, daring to openly reveal the residence of her lover. The fake princess is truly unparalleled. These critics are truly detestable. Does Yin Yin still require a sugar daddy? Why don't you say Yin Yin is the one supporting a man? Shen Yan. There is no need to explain on her behalf. This is not anyone's mansion. It is a company-provided accommodation for artists. Shen Yan explained in a calm manner. Wow, is Xingyu really this extravagant? Xingyu is impressive. See, the critics lack any decency. Given Yin Yan's current popularity, what is wrong with her living well? They cannot stand to see others thrive and are plagued by envy. Yin Yan, do not pay attention to these uncouth individuals. They are not worth your anger. Thank you. Everyone, I'm doing well. As for those who enjoy attacking me, I hope you can lead a meaningful life in reality. Shen Yan's tone remained somewhat indifferent. Yin Yan is truly formidable. She insults without resorting to vulgarity. Perhaps the critics still do not comprehend this message. Isn't it simply stating they are not human? Shen Yan's live stream did not last long. After chatting with her fans for half an hour, she signed off. It was her first personal live stream, and she felt somewhat inexperienced. Even though she was a powerhouse in her field, engaging in such activities still felt awkward. However, her fans were not pleased. They yearned to converse with Shen Yan for a longer duration. Even if she merely stood silently before the camera, they would be content to admire her. One live stream led to another. After signing off, fans rushed to leave comments on Weibo, expressing their desire to see Shen Yan's second, third, and even subsequent live streams. Shen Yan was taken aback by the fervor of her fans, realizing that despite doing little more than a few casual comments, they reacted with such enthusiasm. Thus, she contemplated what to do for her next live stream. She could not simply engage in casual chatter again, as even the highest enthusiasm would eventually wane. Lu Su also monitored Shen Yan's live stream situation. He too was surprised by the fans' enthusiasm. Upon hearing Shen Yan seek his opinion, he provided some suggestions. How about doing a cooking segment? I see many streamers doing that. I am not particularly skilled in cooking. Then perhaps a tutorial on yoga or workout routines would suffice. I recall that the song you sang on the survival show was delightful, and you also play an instrument. Yes, let's do a live stream featuring your singing and instrument playing. Shen Yan found a final suggestion appealing. All right, I will give that a try tomorrow. Lu Su responded, I will have someone prepare the instruments. In a high-end club in Country F, the same blonde man glanced at the man sitting opposite him and pushed the documents he had brought forward. According to the rules, I cannot disclose too much. I hope Mr. Chi understands. The man, reclining with his long legs crossed on an individual sofa, leaned forward to take the documents from the table. It consisted of only 2 thin pages. There were no photographs, and the information was rather vague. Name, Shen Yan. Nationality, country Z. Gender, female. Age, undisclosed. Weight, undisclosed. Appearance, undisclosed. Experiment focus, undisclosed. Compatibility, impossible to assess. Cause of death, undisclosed. Genetic mutation, unmeasurable. Overall abilities, impossible to evaluate. Aside from these, the remainder of the document contained ambiguous descriptions of the benefits of this experiment, with no mention of its drawbacks. In their view, the experiment only held advantages, devoid of any disadvantages. The blond man waited for him to finish reading, smiling amiably. Mr. Chi, the jungle base has restarted another experiment. I wonder if you're interested in participating? Qi Si displayed only a passing interest in the experiment subject who shared the same name as Shen Yan. Upon reviewing the vague and dubious information, his interest waned significantly. We will not partake in any inhumane experiments, Qi Si coldly declared, discarding this statement. The blond man chuckled awkwardly, understanding you Easterners are just like that. Conservative, timid, stubborn. Qi Si did not elaborate further, simply folding the documents and placing them in his pocket. The blond man did not attempt to reclaim them, as aside from the name and nationality, everything else was vague and uncertain. Thus, he had no concerns about Qi Si leaking any information. Chapter 054, Shipped. Please check receipt. Perhaps due to the coincidence of sharing a name with the deceased, Chi-Si promptly arranged for local specialties from Country F to be shipped back home, while casually reminding Shen Yan, "Shipped, please check receipt." Shen Yan sat beside the flowering plants on her large balcony, momentarily taken aback by the message on her phone. He actually sent back local specialties. Not only did he ship them, but he also reminded her, reflecting on how the original owner had physically and verbally assaulted this fiancé. Her expression became somewhat complicated. Did Chi-Si not possess personal emotions? Was he able to tolerate having his fiancé openly harm him and cuckold him? Did he have a masochistic tendency? Or did he simply enjoy being the victim? Upon considering the original owner's family background, she promptly retracted those chaotic speculations and thoughts. For Chi-Si, who lacked any emotional attachment, the original owner's actions could hardly inflict any harm upon him. What he sought was merely benefit. Bringing back local specialties was also driven by self-interest. Having come to this realization, Shen Yan ceased to dwell on Chi-Si's matter. "Thank you." With those 2 words sent, she began contemplating what to do for her live stream tomorrow, leaving any thoughts of Chi-Si's potential reaction outside her consideration. Su Zixin and his manager emerged from the agency with grim expressions. Before he could issue any instructions to Su Zixin, Li Kuncha's phone rang again. After exchanging a few words, Li Kuncha's expression darkened further. The other party hung up abruptly, and despite several attempts to keep them on the line, he failed. Yet another brand had decided to terminate their contract. Su Zixin's face turned pale upon hearing this. Li Kuncha, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair and said, "You should return home to rest. You have a survival show in 3 days. We will find a way to regain your popularity." Su Zixin nodded with a stern expression. He was filled with regret. As soon as he entered the car, he opened the door again and addressed Li Kuncha. "During the dating show, someone either hacked into my phone or stole it. The latter seems more likely. I need to contact Director Du for some cooperation." Cooperate with Director Du? He had just been reprimanded by Director Du, who was furious that his artist nearly ruined the dating show. Director Du's program would need to be halted for 2 weeks to recuperate. Li Kuncha said irritably, "I will think of another way. Once you return, do not do anything and do not make any statements online. You have earned the company a significant amount of money, and they will not abandon you easily. All you need to do is wait for the negative buzz to subside, and everything will gradually return to normal." Su Zixin's complexion grew even paler. If the agency were to abandon him, after waiting a year or 2, he would be left with little hope for a successful career. This time, it was indeed a significant setback. Su Zixin returned to his residence, furious, shattering numerous items in his rage, while his assistant fled to a safe distance, too frightened to approach. Meanwhile, Li Kuncha received a barrage of calls regarding contract terminations and compensation, his expression darker than murky water. Upon receiving the call from Director Li about the termination and the demand for compensation, even his normally composed demeanor faltered. Such contracts usually impose constraints and guarantees regarding the artist's character and personal conduct. With Su Zixin's current predicament, everyone sensed trouble on the horizon and rushed to terminate contracts, eager to minimize losses and damage. Even the 2 dramas Su Zixin had just been cast and were now canceled. Shen Yan was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone associated with her was bound to suffer. They tasted the bitter fruit of their decisions, now filled with regret. To them, it seemed merely a trivial matter, yet it had insidiously escalated to this extent, all thanks to Lu Su's relentless pursuit. He unearthing Su Zixin's past scandals, showing that even the slightest hint of misconduct rendered him undesired. The agency had already resolved to abandon Su Zixin. Online, he faced a deluge of criticism, with even his fans turning against him. Li Kuncha and Su Zixin were in dire straits, while the following morning, Shen Yan began a live stream. In front of the camera, she strummed her small guitar, playing a melody she had just learned the night before. It was light, crisp, and delightful to the ears. Suddenly, the live stream's donations surged, causing Shen Yan to frown slightly upon noticing them. "I just want to play a tune for everyone. No need for donations." Many fans are likely students. Better to save that money for tuition rather than asking parents for it once school resumes. Subsequently, she returned the donations and even added a bit more before disabling the donation feature. Fans receiving their refunds were left in astonishment, quickly flooding the screen with comments. Amidst a flurry of praise, Shen Yan played another piece. Fans expressed their desire for song requests. Although a bit hesitant, she did not refuse, asking them to share their favorite songs, which she noted down to perform during her next live stream. This session lasted an impressive 3 hours. After concluding, she eagerly began practicing the songs her fans had requested. Upon returning home, Lu Su heard the melodious sounds of her playing emanating from upstairs. It was not the clumsy strumming of a novice, but rather fluid and harmonious. He was surprised to discover Shen Yan possessed such musical talent, which had previously gone unnoticed. Ascending to the second floor, he stood outside her door, recording a lively piece on his phone before sending it out. Chi Si, preparing to leave, heard his phone buzz on the small table. He opened it to find a recording from Lu Su. Initially indifferent, he inexplicably pressed play. The enchanting melody instantly filled the cold room. Though only a minute long, it struck him, someone with no musical expertise, as a performance of masterful caliber. Exiting the playback, he noticed the accompanying note. This must be a piece Miss Shun has recently learned. Sir, the ambassador from France has called to follow up. Came the urgent voice from outside. Chi Si tucked his phone into his suit pocket and stepped out. Shen Yan's talent showcased live stream garnered some attention. While it did not reach trending status, it appeared in the search results on Weibo. By the third live stream, the audience had swelled significantly, with nearly 600,000 viewers, showcasing a remarkable surge in Shen Yan's popularity. Fans began to form a community. Xingyu also encouraged its artists to share Shen Yan's live stream link to boost her visibility. In response, Dai Qiu displayed his discontent, yet ultimately relayed the link through Shi Lian's account, begrudgingly complimenting her. Shi Lian, a leading figure in Xingyu and a first-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, boasted an impressive fanbase. Watching the influx of viewers into her stream, many claimed they had come upon recommendations from various stars. Naturally, some entered merely to criticize Shen Yan, but she remained undeterred, focusing solely on her performance. Elsewhere, after finishing a scene, Chu Jinghe received her manager's phone and glimpsed Shen Yan's live stream. She frowned ever so slightly, noting Shen Yan's popularity has surged recently. The manager responded earnestly, "Tomorrow, we return to the survival program. In the last episode, she nearly overshadowed your spotlight. This time, we must ensure she does not overshadow you again." Shen Yan posed a significant threat to Chu Jinghe, and her manager was genuinely concerned. Chu Jinghe glanced at the stream once more, listening to the effortless melodies, and felt an increased sense of urgency regarding Shen Yan. It was as if a voice echoed in her mind. Shen Yan would eventually rise above you. Chapter 055. Return to the survival program, though Shen Yan's personal livestream was a commonplace affair. The endorsement from Xingyu's leading lady sent a clear message to industry insiders. Xingyu was firmly backing Shen Yan. Even the top star had about her. Analyzing Shen Yan's recent surge from obscurity to prominence, several industry observers detected an unusual undercurrent. A beautiful, rumored to come from rural background starlet. What justified her meteoric rise in Xingyu's favor? There must be some undisclosed factors at play. Those in the industry, well aware of the dynamics, understood the implications. Moreover, the incident involving Su Zishan raised suspicions about the resources supporting Shen Yan, hinting at formidable connections. Consequently, those lurking in the shadows hesitated to engage with the burgeoning star, quietly analyzing potential opportunities that might align them with her. Due to Shi Lian's endorsement, a long-forgotten professional musician tuned into the live stream and subsequently tweeted that Shen Yan was no amateur, but rather appeared to be a professional musician. Although this musician's motives could be questioned, he successfully leveraged this moment to remind many of his past musical achievements. Lu Su found himself at a loss regarding this opportunistic individual, as their comments inadvertently benefited Shen Yan, since the musician merely praised Shen Yan's talent without detriment. Lu Su felt compelled to express gratitude to this musical predecessor through Shen Yan's account. On her way to the airport early in the morning, Shen Yan entrusted her account to Lu Su and closed her eyes to rest. Upon Lu Su's return, she slowly opened her eyes, stating, "Please remember Shi Lian's favor for me, Uncle Lu." Nearby, Xiao Zhao quickly took out his phone to jot it down. "Yan Yan, I'll keep track. Not just Shi Lian, but who else should I remember?" Shen Yan inquired, somewhat unfamiliar with the artists within the company. Besides Shi Lian, there were several other notable figures. With a leading lady, there must be a leading man, yet that gentleman had been abroad filming for a couple of years and was thus negligible. At the airport, Shen Yan utilized a special passage, ensuring her schedule remained undisclosed. Upon boarding the plane and entering first class, she was surprised to find Zhou Jingming and Tao Rong also on the same flight. Tao Rong greeted her with a cheerful smile, prompting Shen Yan to quickly return the greeting and nod to Zhou Jingming. After settling in, she was curious about Tao Rong's presence. This time, I, as the elder, shall venture alongside you young ones. Shen Yan, I've heard you performed excellently on the survival program. I look forward to your guidance. Tao Rong jested. You're being too modest. We're not that far apart in age. You're still quite young, and certainly do not qualify as an elder. As for guidance, I should be seeking your advice instead, Shen Yan replied, momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation. Su Zixin may have been dismissed by Director Li, prompting the invitation of the esteemed Tao Rongye as a last-minute substitute. Shen Yan aptly noted that Teacher Tao's humility is overwhelming, to which Zhou Jingming chuckled in agreement. Just as Tao Rongye was about to speak, a voice of delight called from behind. Teacher Tao. The group turned to see Lu Chang, clad in a revealing yet alluring outfit, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Tao Rongye. Tao Rongye, ever gracious, smiled in return. You're on this flight too? How fortunate. What brings you here? Lu Chang's gaze was firmly fixed on him. Without reservation, Tao Rongye replied. Director Li specifically called me to assist. I've recently developed an interest in survival adventures, so I agreed. He added, in the coming days, I hope to learn much from you all. Lu Chang, elated yet suddenly bashful, stammered, Teacher Tao, I didn't expect you to be a special guest this season. I am thrilled to be on this program with you. Noticing her seat was adjacent to his, she cautiously settled in, turning to engage him in conversation. As a well-respected senior in the industry, Tao Rongye was known for his amiable nature and welcomed her inquiries warmly. Shen Yan and Zhou Jingming, seated diagonally, exchanged glances as the two animatedly conversed, prompting Shen Yan to don her prepared eye mask and recline for a rest. She underestimated Lu Chang's conversational prowess throughout the flight. Lu Chang did not cease her chatter with Tao Rongye, alternating between earnest questions about acting techniques and playful flirtations. Tao Rongye, the congenial gentleman, accepted her questions with a smile, while Shen Yan observed the pair, sensing a natural chemistry between them. She remained unaware of Tao Rongye's own thoughts on the matter, as he seemed to reciprocate her engagement. Around 1 p.m., they exited the airport together. Shen Yan signaled for Xiao Zhao to hasten with the luggage. Director Li had arranged for a vehicle to pick them up, and upon sighting the cars, Shen Yan quickly chose one, ushering Lu Su and Xiao Zhao inside, while urging the driver to depart. Xiao Zhao glanced back at the two still deep in conversation, stifling a laugh at Shen Yan's evident desire to avoid them. Lu Su, seated in the front, frowned slightly. Miss Shen, it would be wise to keep some distance from those two. Shen Yan replied, it may be challenging to maintain distance on a share program. Lu Su's frown deepened as he recalled their earlier interactions, finding them somewhat frivolous. Several vehicles arrived at the temporary workspace of the production team, where Director Li awaited them with a surprising degree of enthusiasm, particularly with Tao Rongye present. Shen Yan surveyed the area, noting that aside from the main leads, everyone else had arrived. The absence of Su Zixin was a silent agreement among them to avoid mention. Yin Yan, Qin Dingyue exclaimed upon spotting Shen Yan, her eyes sparkling as she rushed over, arms outstretched for an embrace. Shen Yan skillfully evaded, preferring to maintain her personal space. Unfazed, Qin Dingyue continued, you are truly remarkable. The professional musicians have sung your praises. Shen Yan felt a twinge of discomfort at the insinuation. As the hours passed, Mu Jincheng and Chu Jinghe arrived, noticeably delayed. Seeing Shen Yan again stirred a complex mix of emotions within Mu Jincheng. He found her demeanor altered, her gaze cool and detached, lacking the previously uncontained fervor. This left him slightly unsettled. Chu Jinghe observed Mu Jincheng's fixation on Shen Yan, her expression darkening in response. As the event commenced, Tao Rongye, the most prominent guest, commanded respect even in the presence of elites. Shen Yan stood nearby, watching their mutual flattery unfold. Qin Dingyue, feeling slighted, cast several glances at Lu Chang, her envy palpable. When did Lu Chang and Teacher Tao become so familiar? She mused, noting Lu Chang's playful proximity to Tao Rongye. The ferry transported them to the island where the production team distributed tents. The location remained unchanged, although the crew had noticeably increased in size, reflecting the show's budget. With Tao Rongye on board, the star power of Mu Jincheng and Chu Jinghe seemed diminished. As night fell, The production team organized a bonfire event. Shen Yan, claiming discomfort, retreated to her tent early, dismayed by the impracticality of holding a bonfire in such heat. Miss Shun, Lu Su entered, bringing a freshly prepared, nourishing soup. "This is for your health. You'll need it for the demanding days ahead." Shen Yan felt a mix of gratitude and reluctance. "Such care is unnecessary, Lu Su," she replied, observing the soup on the table. Lu Su pressed gently. "You should maintain your strength for the challenges that await." After a moment's hesitation, he ventured. "Have you been in contact with your fiancé? Given your impending registration, perhaps it would be wise to nurture your relationship." Shen Yan's expression shifted slightly, recalling her conversation with Qi Si, who had made their arrangement abundantly clear. "Yes, I will message him more often," she finally conceded, softening at the thought. Lu Su encouraged her. "Perhaps you could send a good night message now." He stood by the tent's entrance, watching her expectantly. Shen Yan, maintaining her composure, retrieved her phone and sent a brief message before handing it to Lu Su. As he departed with a warm smile, Shen Yan contemplated retracting her message, but ultimately decided against it. She sipped the nourishing soup, savoring its rich flavor, unaware that across the ocean, Qi Si received her good night message, pausing momentarily beneath the blazing sun in reflective silence. He had just flown from country F to country S, and while he awaited the arrival of his hosts, he received a good night message from Shen Yan. Recently, their exchanges had become alarmingly frequent compared to before. What could Shen Yan be up to? He could not fathom what profound thoughts could possibly occupy her seemingly foolish mind. He concluded that her messages were sent merely for amusement or perhaps as a means to tease him maliciously. Master Qi, several figures clad in formal attire approached Qi Si under the blazing sun, exuding an imposing aura. In the distance, a luxurious convoy and helicopters of country S advanced, with bodyguards in white robes and suits inside the vehicles. The address of Master Qi underscored another layer of Qi Si's identity in public. This time, he was not standing here as a genuine businessman. Qi Si cast a casual glance at the formidable entourage and slowly replied to Shen Yan, "There is a time difference." Upon receiving the message, Shen Yan merely glanced at it, strolled around the tent for a while, played in the waves for a bit, and then collapsed onto her small bed to sleep. Tao Rong had just arrived as well. The production team could not possibly throw the most challenging survival tasks at him right away. They first needed to allow him to acclimatize. As luck would have it, he was paired with Lu Chong, with whom he shared a rapport. Other guests discreetly cast glances in their direction. Lu Chong appeared unfazed, her cheeks flushed with joy at being grouped with Tao Rong. Shen Yan, on the other hand, found herself paired with Wen Yin, who was quite pleased. Since the previous episode, Shen Yan's popularity had surged significantly, and with her evident capabilities, Wen Yin was delighted to be teamed with her. Shen Yan felt indifferent about her pairing. Mu Jinshan remained with Chu Jinghe, while the remaining duo consisted of Qin Dingyue and Zhou Jingming. Apart from the substitution of Su Zixin, the group bore a striking resemblance to that of the first episode. Shen Yan could not help but suspect that the production team was up to something. The primary task on the first day of the third episode was to search for ingredients, seamlessly connecting to the previous episode's theme, lacking any novelty. Tao Rong's participation in the survival program attracted a considerable influx of fans into the livestream, enhancing the show's appeal. Director Li observed from outside, thoroughly delighted. Although hiring Tao Rong had cost a fortune, the ensuing popularity made it worthwhile. What surprised Director Li even more was Shen Yan. Despite still having a fair share of detractors, she was also gaining new fans. The influx of supporters had even managed to overshadow Chu Jinghe by a slight margin. Chu Jinghe's manager, Zhong Qi, monitored several live streams, and while male artists were not comparable, the contrast with female artists was striking. Chu Jinghe, the established star, was nearly surpassed by the newcomer Shen Yan. This was truly astonishing and signaled a potential threat. No matter how anxious Zhong Qi grew, he had to acknowledge that Chu Jinghe, who had not been active lately and was not garnering new popularity, appeared somewhat dim compared to Shen Yan. Liu Su, cradling his phone, beamed like a proud father. Shen Yan and Wan Yin trailed a few steps behind, and, as they moved ahead, they witnessed Lu Chong inadvertently twist her ankle and tumble straight into Tao Rong's arms. Shen Yan and Wen Yin exchanged glances, pretending not to notice. While the fans of both sides were nearly in stitches at the sight, Wen Yin signaled Shen Yan to take a different route, clearly aware of the awkwardness that had unfolded. Suddenly, A startling scream erupted from ahead, causing confusion among those unaware of the situation. What had happened? Was there another snake sighting? The cleaning crew remained on standby, having cleared the area of potential hazards. Yet an incident still seemed to have occurred. As when Yan approached the riverbank, preparing to assist Shen Yan in foraging for river snails, the distant scream startled her slightly. Shen Yan, upon hearing the commotion, lost interest in searching for snails. Maintaining her image before the cameras was paramount. They approached the scene only to find a crowd gathered around Lu Chong, who was wrapped in a large shawl, receiving consolation. Lu Chong appeared disheveled, her hair damp, barefoot, and standing in the mud. On the other hand, Tao Rong was in a similar predicament, drenched, his short hair dripping with water, and his previously amiable expression now clouded. Shen Yan keenly noted the faint lipstick marks on his sky blue t-shirt, and upon observing Lu Chong's reddened and chapped lips, it was not difficult to imagine the scene of their plunge into the water together. Director Li arrived, his expression grim as he focused on the sobbing Lu Chong, veins throbbing at his temples. He had not anticipated that Lu Chong would be the source of trouble this time. Did she really think she could act with such impunity? She was merely a moderately popular female star, yet she dared to blatantly provoke Tao Rong. The cameras had captured everything, and her fall into the water undoubtedly contained an element of intent. For Tao Rong, who had been pushed into the water by her, it felt as if he had been placed on the edge of life and death. While the water was not deep for someone lacking swimming skills, being submerged could be perilous. The fact that she set him up and then wept as if he were the aggressor was infuriating. Chu Jinghe observed the entire episode with a smirk, subtly mocking Lu Chong's foolishness. Su Zishan had failed to attach himself to the rising star and had instead opted for this particular diva, clearly underestimating the challenges of associating with such a figure. Reflecting on the contrasting attitudes of Lu Chong towards Mu Jinshin, Chu Jing and He Gao were quite pleased to witness Lu Chong's reckless behavior with other men. They were utterly unaware that Mu Jinshan was, in fact, the scion of the affluent Mu family in Shunsheng. Upon discovering Mu Jinshan's true identity, Chu Jing began to suspect that Shen Yan might also be in the know. Otherwise, why would she cling so desperately? However, after some investigation, she realized that Shen Yan was completely oblivious to Mu Jinshan's status. With a silent sigh of relief, Chu Jing resolved to keep Mu Jinshan's secret. She had keenly noticed his special treatment towards her and firmly believed that Mu Jinshan was destined to be hers, and no one could take him away. After Lu Chong's unexpected incident, the situation was forced to a halt. Tao Rong also returned to the tent, suppressing his frustration, and changed into fresh attire. His assistant handed him his phone, which was ringing with a call from his agent. Tao Rong moved to a secluded spot devoid of cameras to answer, his tone slightly impatient. Shen Yan, who was crouched nearby, scrolling through her phone, contemplated warning him, but ultimately refrained. I'll call Song Xian and explain. He concluded before hanging up and dialing another number, his tone now markedly gentler. Xian, regarding Lu Chong. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end interjected. The speaker's voice was somewhat loud, leaking bits of the conversation. Shen Yan leaned a bit closer, her keen ears catching Song Xian's irritable remarks. Yi, don't treat me like a fool. I saw her fall into the water, but what about before that? I watched the live broadcast. Was your attitude towards her excessively friendly? You're aware of how many scandals your agency has buried, right? Yeah. I'm exhausted and don't want to argue today. With that, the call ended abruptly, and Tao Rong's expression soured. Shen Yan caught a glimpse of him, noting the veins bulging on his forehead as he squeezed his phone tightly. Just when she thought he was about to leave, he made another call. His voice icy, by any means necessary, crushed Lu Chong in this show. The term crush was, of course, not to be taken literally. It indicated a desire to ruin Lu Chong's career. Tao Rong pressed his fingers to his temples, attempting to calm himself before continuing. There was a scandal involving Song Xian that was suppressed. We need to find an opportunity for the netizens to dig it up. Only then will she have no reason to create a scene with me. Make it happen as soon as possible. After giving his instructions, Tao Rong turned, only to find himself face to face with Shen Yan. He froze momentarily. Shen Yan raised her phone. I arrived here before you, Teacher Tao. Tao Rong's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixated on Shen Yan. You heard that, he stated with certainty. Shen Yan nodded. I did. Even if she denied it, he would not believe her. Tao Rong's scrutiny of Shen Yan grew peculiar. She was unafraid of this esteemed actor. After all, It was he who had prattled on in her presence, and she had no desire to eavesdrop. As Tao Rong's expression darkened further, Shen Yan gestured towards the adjacent tent, indicating it was a residence. Gripping his phone tightly, he departed in silence. However, the look he cast before leaving made it clear that he would not let her off easily. Shen Yan put away her phone, searching for Lu Su's figure. Chapter 058. Unfathomable fear indeed. As a celebrated actor, Tao Rong possessed a vast network and impeccable public persona. He was kind-hearted, agreeable, and approachable, exuding a warmth akin to jade. Yet, behind the scenes, he was adept at subtle manipulations. For an unremarkable star like Lu Chang, suppressing her was an effortless task. Merely 10 minutes after Tao Rong had left, his team executed a minor operation online, inciting a wave of criticism against Lu Chang, who was soon vilified as a pariah. Just last month, netizens had been berating Shen Yan to exit the entertainment industry. Now, within half an hour, Lu Chang found herself besieged by an onslaught of vitriol demanding her departure from the industry. Lu Chang's agent, unable to accompany her, had only managed to contact her assistant. After changing her clothes, Lu Chang was treating her injuries in the tent, reminiscing about her fall onto Tao Rong. Just then, her assistant rushed in, handing her the phone and mouthing that it was her agent. Leaning back in her chair, Lu Chang signaled for another female assistant to continue tending to her wounds. Lu Chang, has your brain been muddled? How dare you be so brazen? Do you realize you've ruined yourself? The agent's furious tirade left Lu Chang dazed. Instinctively, she sensed that something had gone awry. What happened? Are you seriously asking me that? Lu Chang, do you have water in your brain? You dared to approach Tao Rong, and now that it's backfired, no one can save you. The agent's reprimand was harsh. Lu Chang understood that her previous actions had backfired, her complexion paling slightly. What exactly transpired? Thanks to your reckless behavior, the entire internet is against you, demanding your exit from the industry. Your past scandals have been dredged up, and your reputation is in tatters. The company has given up on public relations. Lu Chang, you've truly dug your own grave. The agent continued to scold her with a dark expression. Lu Chang could hardly process the information, her mind in turmoil. That's impossible. Shen Yan acted out, yet she was merely subjected to online ridicule. And eventually, she made a comeback. Why is it different for me? This cannot be the end. I can seek help from Tao Rong. He is so easy to talk to. He will certainly assist me. Yes, go seek Tao Rong. The agent replied, still grim. You are no longer suitable to participate in the program. All engagements have been canceled. Lu Chang's face turned pale. I will plead with Tao Rong. He will surely quell this. With that, she hung up the phone. The agent, infuriated, attempted to call back several times, but only the assistant answered. Furious, the agent instructed the assistant to prevent Lu Chang from making any more foolish decisions. Director Li was overwhelmed. The situation escalated far too quickly. Just hours after the third episode premiered, it had already spiraled out of control. Li felt an urge to strangle Lu Chang. She was even more reckless than Shen Yan. During the first episode, although Shen Yan had approached Mu Jinshun, she at least maintained some decorum. Lu Chang nearly threw herself into the arms of the esteemed actor. While he dealt with this thorny issue, Shen Yan approached Lu Su to discuss Tao Rong's situation. Lu Su reassured her, Miss Shen, there's no need to worry. I will ensure the company is adequately prepared. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Shen Yan replied, entrusting this matter to him. Given Tao Rong's status, Lu Su took it with utmost seriousness, needing to suppress Tao Rong's actions swiftly. If Tao Rong dared to undermine Miss Shen's career, he would not hesitate to drag the esteemed actor down into the abyss. After watching Lu Su leave, Shen Yan stepped outside as well. Qin Dingyue, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted her. Yin, where have you been? Just taking care of business. Oh, Qin Dingyue leaned in closer. Lowering her voice, Lu Chang went to find teacher Tao. Have you checked online? She asked, trending on blacklists. Her past scandals have resurfaced, each more explosive than the last. And even her agency's higher-ups have been implicated. Coughing, Zhou Jingming cleared his throat, silencing Qin Dingyue's words. Shen Yan glanced ahead, acknowledging Tao Rong's swift maneuvers. Lu Chang's chances of redemption were utterly obliterated. Chu Jing turned to look at Shen Yan. Previously, Shen Yan had faced a torrent of online abuse, yet she had remarkably managed to rise again. Qin Dingyue, recalling this, felt somewhat awkward, attempting to explain herself, but ultimately deciding against it. She remained silent, not wishing to say anything unnecessary. Wen Yin, exhibiting impatience, remarked, "How much longer must we wait? A good program has been derailed by Lu Chang's antics. It's unfortunate." Though his voice was low, everyone heard him. No one responded. Frustration brewed among the group. Because of Lu Chang, the program had begun in chaos. Who would compensate them for the losses? They had joined this show to regain their fame, yet now, with the recording halted, it remained uncertain if they could even maintain their viewership. The entertainment industry is not solely comprised of a handful of artists. While they momentarily pause, countless others outside are fervently striving for their ascent. Programs often find themselves ensnared in such blunders, leaving the audience exasperated. What, then, can sustain the show's fervor? Tao Rongye cast a gaze upon the tearful Lu Chang, his brow furrowed as if it could trap a few flies. The assistant's expression was grim. Tao Rongye could not utter harsh words. Instead, the assistant had to play the villain. "Miss Lu, this matter has no connection to our teacher Tao. We are unable to assist with your request. Teacher Tao has his own agency, and any statements made online require prior approval. I hope you understand his predicament. Director Li is still waiting for you." The assistant issued a subtle dismissal. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Chang looked pitifully at Tao Rongye. "Teacher Tao, I truly did not mean to. I don't know why they are tarnishing my reputation. I haven't done anything. If you don't help me, I will be finished." "Miss Lu, I am truly sorry, but I may not be able to assist you," Tao Rongye sighed, instructing his assistant, "Please escort Miss Lu away." The assistant helped Lu Chang up, who attempted to resist, but the assistant coldly warned, "Do you wish to cause a scene here, Miss Lu? There are plenty of cameras outside. If you're not afraid of further exposing your past, feel free to act out." Lu Chang's face turned pale, and with swollen eyes, she exited Tao Rongye's tent. The other guests waiting for the reshoot witnessed the scene, their sentiments growing complex. Shortly after, Tao Rongye followed suit, his eyes meeting Shen Yan's, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Others offered him sympathetic glances, recognizing the plight of the esteemed actor burdened by a woman like Lu Chang. Qin Dingwa tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve, whispering, "Teacher Tao is indeed unfortunate to have a partner like Lu Chang." Shen Yan met Tao Rongye's gaze and then looked away, responding nonchalantly to Qin Dingwa. "If it were me, I would have lost my lunch by now." Teacher Tao's composure is commendable. Qin Dingwa regarded Tao Rongye with admiration as he approached. Offering a slight smile, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused. I assure you, if it weren't for me, we would not be delayed." "Teacher Tao, you are far too kind. This is not your fault at all," Qin Dingwa hastened to reassure him. Observing Tao Rongye's unaffected demeanor, Shen Yan silently praised him. Recognizing his exceptional acting skills, Tao Rongye's ability to smile amidst the chaos and defend Lu Chang only heightened the audience's indignation. Lu Chang's actions could potentially tarnish his reputation, yet he still spoke favorably of her. Such kindness was truly remarkable. After a brief conversation, Tao Rongye's assistant approached with a phone, and Tao Rongye, apologizing to the group with a smile, stepped aside to ensure privacy before halting. Qin Dingwa remained aggrieved on Tao Rongye's behalf, exclaiming, "Teacher Tao is far too benevolent. It's no wonder he is regarded as the industry's paragon." Shen Yan shot her a sidelong glance. "Why do you look at me like that?" Qin Dingwa blinked innocently. Tao Rongye partially covered his phone while listening to his manager, who spoke in a grave tone. "Shen Yu contacted us earlier. Though their words were veiled, the warning was unmistakable. The company will not act against Shen Yan for now. Please keep a close watch on her and prevent any reckless statements." Tao Rongye turned a glance at Shen Yan, his gaze deepening. Was it true that Shen Yu was fervently promoting her? It appeared so, as even Shirley Yan was supporting her, and the best resources from Shen Yu were being funneled into her favor. Thus, I suspect there lies another motive. In short, Shen Yan cannot be touched, not until we uncover her true background. Tao Rongye's gaze grew even more profound. When he looked up again, he met Shen Yan's eyes, who offered a slight nod. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him. Chapter 059. Shen Yan, as proposal Lu Chang's downfall was not without merit. It was overly dramatic. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, Lu Chang was escorted off the island. Director Li sighed in relief, publicly claiming that Lu Chang had fallen into the water and was suffering from a high fever, thus temporarily withdrawing from the show. The audience, however, was not naive. They quickly realized the truth behind her departure. It was evident she had been eliminated. Viewers jested about director Li's eloquence. noting that the high fever was more akin to high drama. The recording continued without any changes to the partnerships, leaving Tao Rongye to complete the tasks alone. The workload was diminished. As evening approached, the first day offered no new gameplay, and the audience tuned in primarily to support the guests. Aside from the controversy surrounding Liu Chong, the rest garnered lackluster responses. Director Li observed the fruitful pairing of Shen Yan and Wen Yan, his head throbbing once more. The evening meal commenced in a bonfire setting, with Shen Yan and Wen Yan's table brimming with food. Without Liu Chong's sardonic remarks, Chu Jinghe surveyed the scene and remarked cheerfully to Shen Yan, "You are truly remarkable. You always seem to win effortlessly." Such a statement ignited speculation among the audience. Shen Yan's consistent victories appeared suspicious. The live chat surged with demands for fair treatment of all guests, hinting at a potential affair between Director Li and Shen Yan. Director Li nearly erupted with frustration upon seeing these comments. They were broadcasting live. Were they so blind as to overlook the reality? The same course, the same gameplay. How could Shen Yan be accused of cheating? Shen Yan didn't even glance at Chu Jinghe, retorting, "That is simply because you are too weak." Chu Jinghe's smile froze instantly. Others were taken aback. "Shen Yan, she was complimenting you. How could you respond like that?" Mu Jinsheng could not tolerate any aggression towards Chu Jinghe. "Did I say something wrong?" Shen Yan shot Mu Jinsheng a meaningful look, and he recalled an embarrassing moment, his face darkening. "That is because you're simply too fortunate. Indeed, I am the lucky one, while you all are just unfortunate." Mu Jinsheng faltered. "Shen Yan, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that." "Jinsheng, don't argue with Shen Yan." Chu Jinghe appeared remorseful, garnering sympathy from her fans. The false princess should leave. After a kind compliment, she bites back, just like the first episode. Disgusting. Shen Yan should exit the entertainment industry. Exactly. Chu Jinghe didn't say anything harsh. Is complimenting someone a crime? Chu Jinghe is too kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have flipped the false princess's table. "Jinghe, it's not your fault. You don't need to apologize." Mu Jinsheng's anger flared. "The one who should apologize is her." "Shen Yan, don't think you can look down on others just because you win every time. Apologize to Jinghe." The atmosphere suddenly tensed at Mu Jinsheng's words. Chu Jinghe watched as he stood protectively in front of her, her heart racing. Her gaze toward him grew fervent, regardless of how many eyes scrutinized Mu Jinsheng. Only she enjoyed such treatment. No matter how beautiful Shen Yan appeared or how many victories she amassed, her schemes would ultimately lead to Mu Jinsheng's disdain. As a latecomer, Tao Rongye observed the scene with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, casting a strange glance at Shen Yan. "Please point out where I went wrong to insult everyone. Otherwise, I'm unaware of how I offended Teacher Chu and cannot gauge the direction of my apology." Shen Yan leisurely ate her grilled meat, comfortably reclining in her chair, observing them with a sense of calm. Chu Jing and Qingqing tugged at Mu Jinsheng, forcing a smile as she said, "Forget it, Jinsheng. Shen Yan indeed did not speak harshly to me. However, it was somewhat inappropriate for Shen Yan to state that everyone is weak. Perhaps everyone is just being considerate of you, the youngest among us, and intentionally yielding." Shen Yan truly wanted to applaud Chu Jing and said, "I am sincerely grateful to all the seniors. If Teacher Chu hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. I will clarify with Director Li later and insist that there be no more yielding. I propose we increase the difficulty. It would be best if tasks that cannot be completed result in severe penalties." "Teacher Tao, what do you think of my suggestion?" Shen Yan smiled at the onlooking Tao Rongye. Tao Rongye merely observed, feeling like a spectator who had been pulled into the fray. "Ahem, I think it's quite good," he replied. "What about Director Li?" Shen Yan turned her beaming gaze toward Director Li. He, clearly struggling, awkwardly smiled and deflected. "I wonder if you have any good suggestions?" Did Director Li genuinely want to hear my opinion? Shen Yan finished chewing her last bite of meat, casually smiling at Director Li. His unease grew as he caught her smile, regretting tossing the question back at her. With no choice but to press on, Director Li nodded stiffly. "Go ahead. We have been playing on land, which has been rather dull. Why not try playing the river instead?" Shen Yan proposed. "In the river?" Director Li had expected some astonishing suggestion from her, but was taken aback by the simplicity of her idea. "How about a survival dive, Director Li? Isn't that more thrilling?" Chu Jing, who harbored a fear of deep water, turned pale. A shallow river didn't bother her much, but the thought of diving terrified her. She fixed a wary gaze on Shen Yan. suspecting that Shen Yan was aware of her fear and had intentionally made such a proposal. This was her vulnerability, something too delicate to expose publicly. Director Li was momentarily stunned. The production team had previously considered including diving in the show, but they were concerned about the safety of the guests, opting instead for simpler survival tasks. Shen Yan's suggestion was certainly worth contemplating, especially since they had prepared diving equipment. However, Director Li glanced at Tao Rongye for confirmation. Tao Rongye, smiling, said, "This sounds promising. I support it." "I concur." Qin Dingwei, who had been itching for excitement, raised her hand. "I have no objections either, surprisingly." Even Wen Yin, who couldn't swim, agreed. His inability to swim was common knowledge, and if he was on board, who would dare to decline? Zhou Jingming also nonchalantly expressed his approval. Mu Jincheng, being a proficient swimmer, did not mind joining the production team for a bit of fun, and the thrilling nature of this activity might even generate a wave of trending topics. All that remained was Chu Jing. With a stiff smile, she hesitated before finally saying, I also agree." She could not fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Her initial intent had merely been to tarnish Shen Yan's reputation. Yet it seemed she had dragged herself into the depths instead. Mu Jincheng leaned closer, reassuring her, "Jinghe, I will protect you. Do not worry." "Thank you." Chu Jing managed a strained smile. "No need for thanks. Tomorrow, once we are underwater, I will find an opportunity to vent my frustrations for you." Mu Jincheng's voice dropped to a whisper. Chu Jing glanced at him, then quickly averted her gaze. "Jincheng, you really don't have to do this for me. I know Shen Yan dislikes me. Her remarks are merely trivial. I can handle it." To Mu Jincheng, her vulnerability only deepened his sympathy. It was all because of Shen Yan that Jinghe had to endure such injustice. He shot a cold glare at Shen Yan, who, unfazed, met his gaze with a smirk. A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Jincheng's eyes. Shen Yan's audacity to stare at him so brazenly was truly shameless. Tao Rongye observed the undercurrents between the three, his gaze at Shen Yan laden with significance. Perhaps he could leverage Mu Jincheng to ensure Shen Yan faced some consequences. Chapter 060. The underwater threat regardless of the online backlash against Shen Yan's dangerous proposal. The next day, after breakfast, the guests congregated along the riverbank. Although it was referred to as a river, its surface bore a striking resemblance to that of the sea. Chu Jing stared at the darkened center of the river, her complexion paling. Mu Jincheng was the first to notice her distress and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit of low blood sugar." Chu Jing replied, forcing a smile. Despite her manager's protests the previous night, she had insisted on participating in the task alongside everyone else. She could not allow Shen Yan to outshine her and lose this opportunity. Consequently, her manager had scolded Shen Yan for the situation. Now, they all wondered if Shen Yan was aware of Chu Jing's fear. Chu Jing's fear of deep water was quite severe. When the production team had briefly mentioned diving, she had rushed to practice, only to faint upon entering the water. Her manager promptly called Director Li, insisting that diving was too dangerous and threatening to withdraw Chu Jing from the show. Director Li had no choice but to cancel the diving segment. Remembering this, Director Li had discussed with Chu Jing the previous night that she could opt out of this diving task, allowing Tao Rongye and Mu Jincheng to partner instead. However, Chu Jing had adamantly insisted on participating. After confirming her resolve multiple times, Director Li ceased his attempts to dissuade her. The river, after all, could not be compared to the sea. The ocean teemed with fish and shellfish, while the riverbed, though not devoid of life, posed a challenge for the production team in terms of catching them. Hence, they decided to adopt a treasure hunting format for the recording. As the audience eagerly tuned in, ready with their devices to witness the most thrilling survival live stream, the guests donned their diving suits. The comment section exploded with remarks praising various physiques. Shen Yan's figure is as stunning as her looks, especially those long legs. Oh my, have you noticed that Shen Yan seems taller than Chu Jing? Her looks and physique surpass as well. Just a casual observer, not a fan of anyone. Our Jinghe is the true flower of the entertainment industry. What about the faux princess? Everything about her is a facade. Haha, this is hilarious. She calls herself a flower. One might think Chu Jing's family sells flower wreaths. What is Shen Yan even? She can't hold a candle to a single hair of Chu Jing. If it weren't for her ambiguous relationship with Director Li, she wouldn't always be taking the lead in tasks. Chu Jing is simply unable to lose. She deliberately made ambiguous remarks last night, Chu Jing is the real pretender. The fans of the two were at it again. Meanwhile, the guests followed director Li's instructions, spotting numerous floating balls on the calm river surface, with some tethered below to the ingredients prepared by the production team. However, not every floating ball contained food. Some are weighed down by stones or empty objects. Only 3 portions of food were secured beneath a large circle of floating balls. Once the rules were clarified, all guests donned their oxygen masks, fastened their safety belts, and attached their rescue flotation devices to their waists. Once the transparent packaging was opened, the rescue floats would shoot to the surface, prompting immediate assistance from those on land. With everything in place, the underwater cameramen and guests simultaneously plunged into the water. The items tethered to the floating balls sank to the bottom, necessitating that they dive deep. As Wen Yin entered the water, he hesitated, but ultimately forced himself to follow Shen Yan step by step. Underwater, Shen Yan gestured to Wen Yin, who was puzzled. Shen Yan produced a rope, securing around Wen Yin to signal him to stay close. The underwater cameraman, skilled in diving, recorded the event while ensuring safety. Shen Yan noticed Mu Jinsheng's impressive diving skills. A casual glance revealed 2 individuals almost intertwined, clearly oblivious to their surroundings. The fans of both sides were fervently glued to the screen, reveling in the display of affection. To Shen Yan's right was Tao Rongye, who dove even faster, his movements indicating professional expertise. Operating solo, Tao Rongye found it much easier to navigate. Shen Yan had to carry a burden. Wen Yin tightly grasped the rope tied around Shen Yan's waist, his eyes narrowed. Once they entered the water, he felt as if he were floating weightlessly. Shen Yan contemplated swimming to the left after they had moved ahead. Unexpectedly, Tao Rong suddenly halted, turned, and pointed behind Shen Yan, then gestured to himself. Shen Yan waved her hand, indicating she did not require his assistance. Tao Rong's fans were filled with concern. Tao Ge, don't mind Shen Yan. She is not worth it. Have you forgotten Lu Chong? Tao Ge, hurry and run. Don't be a good person anymore. Tao Ge, stop doing good deeds. They yield no rewards. Shen Yan's character is questionable. Quickly flee. Don't provoke her. If it's presented to her, Shen Yan will surely accept. I'm genuinely anxious for Tao Ge. After dismissing them, Shen Yan swam aside. Spotting a thick rope ahead, she swam towards it and dove down. Mu Jinshan noticed the rope, his eyes narrowed. Disregarding Chu Jinghe's fear, he followed Shen Yan's trajectory, hoping to seize the materials from her. It was undeniable that there was an unusual luck about Shen Yan. Being with her seemed to guarantee fortune. Tao Rong hesitated for a moment before plunging down after them, all directed towards the thick rope extending to the riverbed. As Shen Yan reached for the packaging bound to the rope, Mu Jinshan, in a rush, let his urgency cloud his judgment. Tao Rong maneuvered to the side, inadvertently blocking 3 positions that could not adjust in time, albeit for just a few seconds. With a push, mimicking swimming, he inadvertently flung Mu Jinshan, who had grasped the rope, aside. Instinctively, Mu Jinshan's hand pulled back. Underwater, Shen Yan, as if possessed, raised her head, and the rope ensnared her neck. Tao Rong provided further assistance, reaching out in an attempt to snatch the rope from Mu Jinshan's grasp. Skillfully, he swiftly wrapped the rope around Shen Yan's neck with a sudden pull. Shen Yan's neck was instantly constricted, bubbles incessantly escaping from her mouth. 3 cameras captured the moment Shen Yan was ensnared by the rope. The audience's eyes widened in horror. The fans were frantic, desperate to assist her in unbinding the rope. The 3 cinematographers' expressions shifted dramatically as they swam towards Shen Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Jinghe, who had been pulled down, surprisingly lost her fear. Witnessing Shen Yan ensnared, a bold thought surged within her. It would be best if Shen Yan drowned at the bottom. Wen Yin, closest to her, felt his eyes redden in panic. Unable to swim, he flailed his arms and legs chaotically, desperately swimming towards Shen Yan. He wanted to shout for the person above to release the rope, but could not make a sound. In that instant, Shen Yan suddenly extended both hands and forcefully pulled, dragging the water's surface underwater. The 2 individuals gripping the rope were yanked downwards. It was only then that Mu Jinshan realized the rope had coiled around Shen Yan's neck, draining the color from his face in terror. He abruptly released his grip, his eyes flashing with panic, oblivious to the fact that the rope had ensnared Shen Yan. However, the person submerged was smiling coldly at him. In that moment, he perceived a beautifully crafted water ghost. His heart stopped. Suddenly, a splash erupted in the water. The three cameras were jolted by the water pressure, granting Shen Yan the opportunity to violently fling the rope towards Tao Rong's neck. Splash! Another wave rippled across the surface. Meanwhile, underwater, amid the brief repositioning of the cameras, Shen Yan executed a graceful maneuver, her slender hand pressing against the thick rope constricting Tao Rong's neck, swiftly pushing him down towards the riverbed. Tao Rong's breath and heartbeat ceased in that moment, his eyes wide as saucers. His body sank rapidly. He comprehended Shen Yan's actions. They were both beautiful and swift. She had realized. In the face of terror, a thought flashed through his mind. Shen Yan pressed him to the riverbed, then single-handedly untied the packaging and tossed it to the wide-eyed Wen Yan. Tao Rong's back pressed against the uneven riverbed as he struggled for breath in Shen Yan's grip. His eyes reflected sheer horror. Shen Yan coldly observed his futile struggles. Wen Yan caught the packaging that was tossed over, his body stiffening as he noticed Tao Rong's struggles waning. Frightened, he tugged at the rope, ensnaring both of them. Seeing Shen Yan glance over, he fervently shook his head. Shen Yan gradually released her hold on Tao Rong, delivering a swift kick, propelling herself and Wen Yan towards the opposite side, having no intention of waiting for the cinematographers to catch up. Outside, Lu Su, witnessing the scene in the water, anxiously sought out Director Li, yelling for assistance. After all, it was Shen Yan, the daughter of the prestigious Shen family. Regardless of her quarrel with the family, she remained their treasure. If anything were to happen, no one would escape unscathed. Chapter 061. Is the network strong? Underwater operations had encountered severe mishaps, and Director Li was more anxious than Lu Su. Lu Ge, don't panic. Our underwater cinematographer is a professional diver and will soon locate Shen Yan, Director Li reassured Lu Su, just as Lu Su was about to angrily chastise someone. The assistant director's voice rang out. Found her. Shen Yan and Wen Yan appeared in Zhou Jingming's footage. Both are unharmed, and the others are safe as well. Shen Yan and Wen Yan's cinematographer had already followed, so everyone need not worry. Lu Su rushed over and, indeed, witnessed the underwater footage. Shen Yan, accompanied by Wen Yan, appeared in Zhou Jingming and Qin Dinghue's live broadcast. They greeted each other amicably before swimming towards opposite directions to avoid underwater conflict. The underwater follow-up had repositioned the camera on Shen Yan and Wen Yan, with Wen Yan still carrying a large package, clearly indicating they had made a successful catch. There were no traces left underwater. To find materials, one had to rely on their own abilities. Now, it cannot be claimed that Shen Yan relied on connections for survival. Upon seeing Shen Yan's footage again, her fans nearly cried tears of joy. Yan is safe. That is truly wonderful. Did you notice anything peculiar in the footage earlier? Based on my analysis, Shen Yan's neck being ensnared must have involved those two above. Indeed, I kept a close watch on that footage. Something felt off about Mu Jinshin and Tao Rong's actions. If it wasn't intentional, it would be considered attempted murder. After all, one was a top influencer and the other a renowned actor. Fans hesitated to discuss it openly, and the comments grew quiet before they instinctively switched to another topic. Wen Yan seems like a little wife, timidly following behind Shen Yan. Wen Yan is indeed quite bold. Even though he can't swim, he dared to enter the water. Previously, he claimed he couldn't swim. Could have been a deception. Those afraid of water usually avoid it altogether. Oh, Wen Yan only mentioned that he couldn't swim. He never stated he feared water. Just treading water would suffice. Now that Shen Yan is with him, he certainly wouldn't be afraid. Swimming is quite simple. Yes, I can dive in and float up in 3 days. In truth, someone who cannot swim can simply relax their body and still float on the surface while waiting for rescue. In the footage, Shen Yan and Wen Yan fortuitously located a second package. Although they missed several, having secured 2 was already their victory. Shen Yan ceased searching for additional packages, instead grasping at algae and miscellaneous aquatic plants, engaged in some unknown task. When she pulled out a few crabs, everyone shared a knowing smile. As they entered the water, each was equipped with a net bag for carrying their catch. Shen Yan opened hers, filling it with the finds. Wen Yan carefully followed behind, clutching 2 packaging bags, resembling a timid little wife trailing after Shen Yan. Shen Yan fell along the crevices of mud and stones, unexpectedly pulling out several large shrimp. She didn't lift them to showcase to the camera, but simply tossed them into the net bag. Before long, She had collected a substantial amount of assorted goods: fish, shrimp, crabs, and a variety of water plants. Thus, even with the camera lens trained closely, it was difficult to discern the contents of their haul. Yan Yan is truly talented. Even the most earnest villager would struggle to achieve what she has. What is there in this world that Shen Yan cannot do? The atmosphere was tense from the beginning to the end of the underwater task. As each guest emerged from the water, Director Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yan and Wen Yan were the last pair to reach the surface. The first to come up was Tao Rong, who was visibly shaken. Upon surfacing, Wen Yan, pale-faced, removed his diving mask and began to retch violently, expelling everything he had eaten that morning. Shen Yan patted his back, urging someone to assist him away. Chu Jing's situation was no better. Had it not been for the fear of ruining her image on camera, she would have followed Wen Yan's lead. After holding back her terror for so long, it was only natural to feel nauseous upon surfacing. Shen Yan placed the net bag and 2 packages into the large foam box prepared by the production team. Director Li leaned in to examine Shen Yan and Wen Yan's catch, his lips twitching. Shen Yan did not disappoint. While securing 2 packages, she managed to capture an impressive amount of valuable finds, a testament to her prowess in foraging. If not for her exceptional skills, how could she have excelled in such a wild environment? Mu Jincheng, concerned for Chu Jing, had already moved to assist her. Qin Dingyue was still celebrating their acquisition of a package when Shen Yan's haul emerged, instantly overshadowing her triumph. Truly, Shen Yan was the person she idolized, always so captivating. Yan Yan, you are simply incredible, Qin Dingyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhou Jingming chuckled. We thought we had in the bag, but it seems we've been bested by you. However, compared to the other groups, we were quite fortunate. Tao Rong's expression turned ashen as he rubbed his neck. It was only then that Director Li realized the urgency of the situation, swiftly calling for someone to check on Tao Rong. The camera zoomed in on the clear marks around Tao Rong's neck, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Tao Rong's fans erupted in anger within the live stream, directing their fury at the production team. Shen Yan stood by the foam box, glancing back at Tao Rong. She too touched the alarming mark on her own pale neck, which had drawn blood due to her sensitive skin. It appeared more severe than Tao Rong's injury. Her fans were indignant, questioning why Tao Rong received attention from the production team, while Shen Yan's injury went unnoticed despite looking worse. Tao Rong froze under Shen Yan's gaze, her mere look rendering him speechless. Lu Su hurried over to take Shen Yan to change out her diving suit and treat her neck wound. He was oblivious to the anxiety coursing through him, nearly reaching for his phone to call Qi Si multiple times. After Shen Yan changed into her regular clothes, she sat in the medical tent as the doctor applied ointment to her neck. Noticing her silence, the doctor couldn't help but admire her resilience. Thinking she was just another delicate starlet, her pain tolerance far exceeded that of many men. The coarse rope had broken the skin, and applying the medicine must have been excruciating, yet Shen Yan remained composed. Once the bandage was secured, Lu Su confirmed there were no other injuries before escorting Shen Yan back to their tent. Once alone, Lu Su turned serious, asking, Miss Shen, were you attacked underwater? Shen Yan touched her neck thoughtfully, replying, Is Tao someone with significant connections in the entertainment industry? Lu Su was taken aback. Why do you ask that, Miss Shen? Shen Yan merely smiled enigmatically. Lu Su's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. It was Tao Rong who did this. Chapter 62. Shen Yan yearned for comfort. Perhaps a bit of pampering? Having nearly been strangled underwater, Lu Su was furious and felt an overwhelming urge to confront the so-called best actor immediately. Miss Shen, please rest. I will handle this. Can a mere celebrity get away with attempted murder? Lu Su gritted his teeth. No matter how powerful his connections, the truth and the law prevail. Shen Yan picked up her phone, reclining on the small bed, watching Lu Su hurry away. Had she not been concerned about any repercussions underwater, she might have dealt with that paper-thin man right then. Xiao Zhao entered, and Shen Yan quickly concealed the fierce light in her eyes. Yan Yan, woo-woo, why are you crying? I'm not dead, Shen Yan remarked, bewildered by Xiao Zhao's emotional response. But I feel so heartbroken, Xiao Zhao sniffed, clutching her chest, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yan's expression turned complex. Could anyone truly care for her to the point of tears? The unsettling images flashed through her mind, prompting her to frown and stiffly say, Stop crying. I'm fine. But I can't help it. Just thinking about you almost drowning makes my heart ache. Xiao Zhao was now among Shen Yan's fans, treating her like a daughter. How could she not feel pain when her daughter faced such adversity? However, Xiao Zhao would never dare voice this sentiment for fear of Shen Yan's wrath. Shen Yan looked at her impassively. Once Xiao Zhao calmed down, she remembered more pressing matters. Yin Yin, you're trending again. Everyone is praising your skills. You've gained many new fans, and those haters can't even touch you, haha. Observing Xiao Zhao's foolishness, Shen Yan contemplated whether she should find a new assistant. She picked up her phone and scrolled, indeed finding herself on the trending list, though it only ranked second. The first was Tao Rong, a testament to his stable fanbase as a best actor. Outside, Mu Jincheng's voice carried through. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Whispering, "It's Teacher Mu. Are you all right, Shen Yan?" Mu Jincheng's sudden concern puzzled her. Shen Yan replied coolly through the tent fabric, "I'm fine. Is there something you need?" Her tone was frigid. Mu Jincheng hesitated before asking, "May I come in to check on you? Perhaps you should stay out. I wouldn't want to create misunderstandings." Shen Yan replied, her gaze fixed on her phone. "I'm coming in," Mu Jincheng declared, entering without waiting for a response. Xiao Zhao flustered, stammered, "I'll go get you some hot water for your throat, Yin Yin." Shen Yan ignored Xiao Zhao's intentions and turned her attention to Mu Jincheng, saying coldly, "You've seen what you wanted. You can leave now." Mu Jincheng frowned at her indifference. "Shen Yan, I had no idea you were entangled by the rope underwater. Had I known, I would have acted more swiftly." Shen Yan's aloofness irritated Mu Yinfeng. He had come to check on her, yet she remained dismissive. "Thank you for nearly strangling me," Shen Yan said sarcastically. "Don't be so sarcastic. I'm just here to express concern. And don't think that feigning injury will soften my heart," he retorted. Shen Yan looked at him as if he were foolish. "Are you all right? If you're unwell, seek help elsewhere. I prefer not to be bothered." With that, she returned to her phone, leaving Mu Jincheng feeling frustrated. He glanced at the glaring bandage on her neck before leaving, his expression cold. Chu Jing lay weakly on the bed, feeling a pang of discomfort upon hearing from her assistant that Mu Jincheng had gone to see Shen Yan after leaving her. However, she felt a sense of relief upon learning that Mu Jincheng had emerged from Shen Yan's presence with a dark expression. It seemed that Shen Yan was indeed unaware of Mu Jincheng's true identity. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly rushed to his bed. Fortunately, this was a secret known only to her. Chu Jing instructed her assistant to visit Tao Rongye, an esteemed figure in the entertainment industry, as it was essential for her to cultivate connections. Meanwhile, Tao Rongye had just bid farewell to several guests and was resting wearily on a small bed. Liu Su arrived, bringing greetings from Shen Yan. Upon hearing Shen Yan's name, Tao Rongye sat up abruptly, noticing the heavy gaze of the middle-aged man before him. "Director Tao, Miss Shen asked me to check on you and to remind you that the artists from Xingyu never suffer in silence. I hope you take care of yourself. I shall refrain from saying more." With that, Lu Suo left without regard for Tao Rongye's stature. The latter's expression darkened as he trembled slightly while gripping his phone. He managed to make a call, his throat tight and voice hoarse. "I have encountered a bit of trouble. Xingyu may take action against me. Before that happens, it would be wise to act quickly regarding Shen Yan." Returning to Shen Yan, Lu Suo said nothing more but sent a photo of her neck to Qi Si. "Sir, Miss Shen was nearly harmed during the program. She wanted to call you to seek comfort, but feared disturbing you. So, I took the liberty of sending you this message. She nearly drowned and has been crying since, her eyes nearly blinded by tears, all while seeking your solace." In S country, that evening, Qi Si sat by the pool, gazing at the desert nightscape. His phone buzzed twice, and upon opening it, he was met with a shocking image, a delicate neck wrapped in layers of gauze. Faint traces of blood seeping through. The severity of the injury was apparent. Qi Si's brow furrowed slightly as he scrolled down to read the lengthy explanation, his concern deepening. Shen Yan sought to act charmingly to him? This was increasingly absurd. While he might doubt many things, her tears were undeniably credible. He could vividly imagine her wailing in pain, a sight far from pleasant. Covering his phone, he intended to disregard such trivial matters, raising his gaze to the dim stars above. Yet, the memory of that unusual evening flashed in his mind. Shen Yan's cold demeanor left him with an impression that was difficult to articulate. Overall, she was not as intolerable as he had thought. Perhaps it was that fleeting moment that stirred something within him, prompting him to pick up his phone once more and reply coldly, "Handle it yourself. Do not be lenient." Upon receiving his response, Lu Suo hurried back to Shen Yan, Miss Shun, this matter has escalated. I inadvertently mentioned it to the sir, and he is quite upset. He even asked if he should call you to offer comfort. I feared you would refuse, so I took the liberty of declining on your behalf. Shen Yan paused. Are you certain it was an accident? It is hard to picture that cold individual offering her consolation. Noticing Shen Yan's lack of reaction, Lu Suo continued to fan the flames. The sir has already booked a flight to return personally to address this matter for you. You may not know, but his temper is quite fierce. When he intervenes, many will suffer the consequences. Finally, Shen Yan reacted. For such a trivial matter, there is no need for him to return. Lu Shu, I will call him and clarify that we can handle this ourselves. Lu Suo's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very well. Miss Shun, please do call. I shall confirm with Xingyu. Without hesitation, Shen Yan dialed Qi Si's number as soon as Lu Suo left. Chapter 063. Has the sir boarded the plane? A call from a strange, yet somewhat familiar number made Qi Si's brow furrow again. Though he had not saved Shen Yan's number, his remarkable memory allowed him to recall it immediately. After 3 rings, he answered. Shen Yan's voice sounded unfamiliar. Mr. Qi, there is no need for you to return personally. This matter is trivial, and Lu Shu and I will manage it without troubling you. Qi Si instinctively listened for any trace of tears in her tone. Clearly, Lu Suo had exaggerated. Mr. Qi? Shen Yan, not receiving a response, assumed Lu Suo had given her the wrong number and was about to hang up when a cool, deep voice interrupted. Is there anything else? Shen Yan blinked. I simply wish to inform you of this matter. There is nothing else. Please cancel your ticket. I do not wish to impose further. Qi Si's brow furrowed once more. Cancel what ticket? Is this some new term? Lu Suo's words were only half credible. Rarely did the usually aloof man say more than necessary. Oh. Shen Yan paused, confirming, Mr. Qi, do you have anything else to discuss? Her eagerness to end the call caused Qi Si's brow to furrow again. He replied languidly, no. After hanging up, Shen Yan felt slightly puzzled, questioning whether their conversation had been appropriate. Surely it was fine. He would not return to meddle in such trivialities. Then, a smile crept onto Shen Yan's face as she thought about being duped by Lu Shu. That emotionless robot could hardly care about her trivial affairs. Given her previous treatment of him, he would likely revel in the opportunity to kick her while she was down. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lu Suo's call, the entire Xingyu team sprang into action. Shen Yan had provoked Tao Rongye, a significant figure in the entertainment industry, and it was a precarious situation. Mr. Khan was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. Despite his absence, Dai Qiu had heard the rumors circulating within the company. Given the current state of Shi Yan, Dai Qiu remained at the filming site and relayed the news to Shi Yan. Shi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this not a mistake? No, Dai Qiu replied expressionlessly. Shen Yan has indeed provoked Tao Rongye. Shi Yan wore a perplexed expression. The company dares to confront such a formidable opponent for her? Are they insane? Dai Qiu scoffed at Shen Yan. The company has only just managed to suppress her controversies, and now she brings this enormous trouble upon us. Her connections must be quite formidable. The underlying sarcasm in his last comment was unmistakable. Shi Yan's expression was complicated. Even so, the company is willing to expend all efforts to counter Tao Rongye's pressure on her. What on earth did Shen Yan do to provoke him? Dai Qiu shook his head, a cold smile forming. It is likely she attempted to play the same tricks as Lu Chong and failed miserably. Shi Yan was left speechless, unable to comprehend Shen Yan's mindset. Did she truly believe she could rely on her youthful appearance to thrive in the entertainment industry? Today, the company may support her, but tomorrow they could just as easily cast her aside into the abyss. She was simply too young. Tao Rongye's management team dug through various sources, uncovering only the dirt connecting Shen Yan to Mu Jincheng, alongside the fabricated family background she had concocted. Ultimately, they arrived at a singular conclusion. All of Shen Yan's troubles stemmed from Mu Jincheng. As for the acting skills and the alleged rural background, they are not grounds for slander. There are several individuals from rural origins in the entertainment industry, and many of them lack formal training. In fact, there are numerous actors with similar acting capabilities as Shen Yan in today's entertainment sphere, rendering any attempts to tarnish her reputation futile. Currently, only 2 paths remain. One is to leverage Mu Jincheng to further malign Shen Yan, and the other is to frame her with false accusations. However, there is yet another avenue, rumors regarding Shen Yan and the higher-ups at Xingyu, which are entirely unfounded. Anyone who observes Shen Yan's appearance and figure cannot help but make certain associations. Tao Rongye, feeling somewhat vexed, dialed his agent's number, urging him to investigate within Xingyu. Unable to contain his curiosity, the agent inquired, "Have you done anything to Shen Yan?" Tao Rongye denied any wrongdoing, stating, "The only thing I've done is make this call. Do you suspect I've engaged in something else? How can you be certain that Xingyu will take action against you over this? We are closely monitoring online activity, which has nothing to do with your attacks." Xingyu has yet to respond. Are you overly anxious? The agent's gaze fixated on an old rumor involving Song Xian and a certain popular celebrity, his brow furrowing deeper. Lu Chang's scandal was still trending, and their attempts to mobilize online support against Shen Yan had merely splashed back on them. It wouldn't be long before Shen Yan became a target for the haters. All of this was a reaction to their maneuvers. And there was no detrimental fallout for Tao Rongye. Instead, due to the unfolding situation with Lu Chang, netizens were expressing sympathy for Tao Rongye. Tao Rongye believed that Xingyu had not acted yet, possibly waiting for the right moment. Lu Su's remarks clearly suggested he should tread carefully. In any case, remain vigilant regarding Xingyu. They would soon make their move. Tao Rongye thought it wise to exercise caution. He had painstakingly ascended to his current position and could not allow a mere rising star to jeopardize his career. The agent merely acknowledged his words. After a 2-hour break, at 5 p.m., all guests resumed their live broadcast. Shen Yan emerged, her head wrapped in a bandage. Lu Su's eyes flickered as he quickly approached Shen Yan, lowering his voice to ask, "Miss Shen, what did Mr. Qi say?" Shen Yan regarded him with a peculiar look and replied, "Mr. Qi mentioned that he has already purchased a ticket and advised not to waste it. He should be boarding by now." Lu Su was taken aback. Shen Yan's demeanor was calm, suggesting she was not fabricating her story. She approached the other guests with a perfectly poised smile, and they entered the live camera frame together. Lu Su hastily pulled out his phone to call Qi Si, but it rang for quite a while without an answer. The phone wasn't off. He should still have time. He tried again, and after a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered, only for voice on the other end to respond coldly. "Speak." That single word conveyed a deeper meaning. If one could not say something pleasant, they might as well prepare for dire consequences. Lu Su shuddered, stammering, "Has the gentleman boarded?" The line went dead. Lu Su was left bewildered, reflecting on how Mr. Qi seemed to have answered with a touch of morning grumpiness. Had he been played by Miss Shen? Lu Su looked at Shen Yan, who was smiling and greeting others, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. Would he really stoop to such foolishness for the sake of a couple? Chapter 064. The Emperor's fall from grace. Seeing Shen Yan wrapped in bandages, the fans felt a pang of sympathy, their comments uniformly expressing concern for her dedication. In Tao Rongye's livestream, fans were torn between sympathizing with him and cursing Shen Yan. If it weren't for her suggestion, would their Tao have been injured? He had nearly drowned. A wave of fervent haters flooded Shen Yan's livestream, overshadowing the supportive comments from her fans. Their strength suggesting multiple factions had mobilized to attack her online. Mu Jincheng's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the visible bandage on Shen Yan's neck. Tao Rongye smiled gently. "Are we not like suffering siblings?" Shen Yan replied with a smile. "Perhaps we share the burden, but I wouldn't dare call you my brother, lest I provoke your die-hard fans." With that, she shifted slightly away, moving closer to Wen Yan. At that moment, Wen Yan felt stiff, struggling to maintain his smile. He marveled at his own heart's resilience. He had witnessed the events underwater clearly. His gaze darted between Tao Rongye and Mu Jincheng, and upon reflection, he recalled that it was Mu Jincheng and Tao Rongye who had entangled Shen Yan in that rope. Now, he felt a complex mix of emotions towards both men. He briefly entertained the thought that they might have conspired against Shen Yan, but lacking evidence, he dared not dwell on it. Yet, the images replayed in his mind, driving him to distraction. The torment of knowing others' secrets while being unable to voice them was excruciating. Stealing a glance at Shen Yan, who wore an unflawed smile, he felt a surge of admiration. If he were in her shoes, he would have crumbled long ago. The way she had confronted Tao Rongye. Did she already know who was truly out to harm her? As this thought crossed his mind, Wen Yan's expression darkened further. "Are you all right, Teacher Wen?" Shen Yan inquired with a concerned smile. "I'm fine." Wen Yan was on the verge of tears. How did Shen Yan manage to remain so eerily composed? Director Li had spent some time admiring Shen Yan's remarkable abilities before steering the conversation back to the topic at hand. Originally, those who had not received their ingredients today would be left hungry, but given Tao Rongya's injury, he required special consideration. The audience had no objections, nor did the other guests. However, Shen Yan's fans were indignant in the corner. Since there is food at the end, why put in the effort? Considering how readily Tao Rongya accepts this, my perception of the emperor has soured. I can understand that a certain emperor is injured, but the production team's blatant disregard for Shen Yan's hard work is utterly unfair. Why not call it Shen Yan feeds the guests instead of survival on a deserted island? I feel it's unjust for Shen Yan. The fans are really something. The faux princess seems to be taking a different route to attract the emperor's attention. Earlier, the emperor even referred to them as suffering siblings, while she dares to confront him. This is a common tactic of the faux princess. Just wait and see. She'll surely become the next Lu Chong. Lu Chong's scandal is still trending. I doubt Shen Yan wishes to be associated with him. I'm so tired of the faux princess. I hope she faces relentless backlash. Suffering siblings? What dignity does Tao Rongya possess? What is he, to claim such status? It's laughable. He probably hails from some backwater, hence his audacity to speak such words. It's clear his fans lack education. They might not even grasp the meaning of suffering siblings. Tao Rongya has been elevated too high. He should be wary of fall. I don't find Tao Rongya's acting exceptional. He is at best mediocre. I can't fathom why he has so many admirers. Perhaps they're trying a different strategy. Shen Yan's fans retaliated using the haters' own words. As night fell over Shincheng, Song Xian stood in her apartment, furrowing her brow as she gazed out at the pitch-black sky. After a prolonged silence, her phone rang on the table behind her, snapping her back to reality. The agent's tone was grave. I found something out. Listening intently, Song Xian tightened her grip on the phone. The agent continued. It's your so-called boyfriend's doing. Song Xian's complexion drained of color, and her stance wavered slightly. It's him. He knows your situation all too well. Having been publicly humiliated, he fears you might argue your case in front of him, resorting to such despicable tactics to make you feel small. Damn it. You and that person have nothing together. If it weren't for him, the emperor's position could very well belong to someone else. The agent's voice grew increasingly animated. Song Xian's face paled further. The agent finally calmed down, stating, Song Xian, a man like that isn't worth your sacrifice. Song Xian closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a cold resolve filled her gaze. I will break up with him. The agent exhaled in relief, yet concern creased his brow as he asked, Are you all right? Song Xian forced a smile, replying with a pained voice, What could possibly be wrong with me? I've been with him since high school. We attended university together and ventured into the entertainment industry side by side. He claimed that early romances could alienate fans. So, I heeded his advice and engaged in a clandestine relationship. Yet, time and again, he has let me down. At this, Song Xian's voice choked with emotion. The agent berated Tao Rongya, calling him a scoundrel. Once his anger subsided, his tone grew grave. This information was leaked from Xingyu. The company was unaware. Had they known, they would have protected Tao Rongya first. Song Xian and Tao Rongya were from the same agency, with the latter enjoying greater fame. It was evident whom the company would side with. Song Xian was taken aback. Xingyu? I've heard whispers that they are preparing something for Shen Yan. Preparing for what? Some matters were likely intertwined with Tao Rongya as well. Upon hearing this, Song Xian's complexion paled further. Tao Rongya and Shen Yan. It's not what you think. The agent clarified. It seems Tao Rongya has provoked Shen Yan. It was audacious of Xingyu to confront a leading actor for the sake of a minor star. Tao Rongya has entangled himself with Shen Yan. Song Xian's expression remained grim. In what way has he provoked her? Images of Shen Yan's youthful, breathtaking beauty flashed in her mind. Indeed, a type Tao Rongya would be drawn to. She was shocked to discover the depths of Tao Rongya's lack of integrity. After a night of uneasy calm, chaos ensued the next day. Director Li had just risen when the assistant brought grave news that struck like thunder. Tao Rongya's public persona had crumbled overnight. Li's face contorted in disbelief. Trembling, he opened his phone only to see the trending topic marked with an explosion icon. And darkness encroached upon his vision. What calamity had he wrought? How had a survival show descended into such chaos? The leading actor, whom he had invested heavily in, had fallen from grace by the third day of airing. Li could scarcely comprehend the reality. At that moment, Tao Rongye, his face ashen, gripped his phone so tightly it creaked. His assistant stood, trembling beside him, too afraid to speak. With a crash, Tao Rongye smashed his phone in fury. His once gentle demeanor now replaced by a sinister rage as he spat out a name. Shen Yan. Chapter 065. No chance of redemption online. Hashtags like leading actor collapse and stolen leading actor surged on the trending list. The foremost topic, leading actor collapse, bore the explosion tag. The discussions exposed Tao Rongye's underhanded dealings, revealing evidence of his manipulations against other stars, his duplicitous nature, and secretive parties with several actresses. It was unveiled that the title of leading actor had been relinquished to him by another. Among the revelations was a lengthy recording of a conversation with fellow actor Li Yanbai, who was also linked to Song Xian. Li Yanbai's acting prowess far exceeded Tao Rongye's. Their drama had aired simultaneously, and Tao Rongye had received whispers that the leading actor's award would go to Li Yanbai. Thus, he secretly approached Li Yanbai, subtly involving Song Xian in their discourse. Tao Rongye was aware of Li Yanbai's affection for Song Xian since high school, yet he feigned ignorance while brazenly pursuing her himself, even enlisting Li Yanbai's help in winning her over. Under such pressure, Song Xian succumbed. Because of her, Li Yanbai had forfeited the title, subsequently shifting his focus from television to film. As Song Xian collaborated with Xingyu, Tao Rongye's downfall was set in motion, unbeknownst to him that he was still entangled with Li Yanbai. Even more shocking was the third trending topic. Lu Su had someone analyze a submerged segment of footage that, though subtle, revealed evidence of Tao Rongye entangling Shen Yan. In that moment, Mu Jinsheng was captured in a frame, inadvertently clearing his name. However, this scandal plunged Tao Rongye into yet another tempest. The agency's public relations team struggled to cope, while netizens inundated their official blog with vitriol. Layer upon layer of dark revelations emerged, shattering the illusions of Tao Rongye's devoted fans. They never imagined the leading actor they adored was such a despicable individual. Many loyal fans, unable to reconcile this truth, flocked to Tao Rongye's Weibo, demanding answers. The agent's phone was inundated with calls, forcing them to concede defeat. The once celebrated good guy of the industry had fallen from grace in a single night, leaving everyone astonished. Insiders speculated who Tao Rongye had offended to warrant such a monumental fall from his pedestal. In the afternoon, Tao Rongye departed in a state of despair, his demeanor dark and defeated. The gazes of those on the island shifted from adoration to disdain and avoidance. Director Li, accompanied by a few others, awkwardly bid him farewell. As he passed by Shen Yan, Tao Rongye shot her a venomous glare, wishing to tear her apart. He never anticipated that he would be undone by a minor star. When asked if he regretted his actions, he could not articulate a response. If given another chance, he would eliminate Shen Yan without hesitation. Shen Yan raised a hand to touch the bandage on her neck and unexpectedly smiled at Tao Rongye. To him, her smile was a provocation. Faced with such defiance, Tao Rongye found himself powerless. Qin Dingyue sidled up to Shen Yan, tugging at her sleeve. "Yin Yin, did you see that?" The look in the leading actor's eyes was terrifying. Shen Yan offered a faint smile. "Thank goodness you're unharmed. I never imagined Tao Rongye could descend into such madness. But why would he wish to harm you?" Qin Dingyue clapped a hand over her mouth, her expression shifting to one of sympathy. "Were you coerced by him?" A man like Tao Rongye, encountering such beauty, surely found it difficult to restrain himself. As a woman, witnessing such a stunning figure would leave anyone trembling, let alone a man. The others exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at Qin Dingyue's words. Director Li was beside himself with worry. First, Su Zixin fell from grace. Then Lu Chang, and now Tao Rongye. He couldn't shake the feeling that anyone he encountered was on the brink of scandal. After Tao Rongye's departure, he sought out former connections, only to be met with excuses and evasions. Those who once called him brother now avoided him like the plague. He called Song Xian, knowing she was complicit in this scheme, desperate to confront her about her betrayal. Song Xian answered, her tone icy. "Tao Rongye, we are officially breaking up." "Song Xian, you have set me up." Tao Rongye nearly roared. "Set you up? If you hadn't engaged in those actions, would you find yourself in this predicament? Was it you who reignited old rumors with Li Yanbai? Do not deny it. I have gathered ample evidence." "Tao Rongye, you disgust me." "Disgusting? And what of you? You were with me, yet entangled with Li Yanbai. Who is truly vile here?" "Song Xian, you must have shared a bed with Li Yanbai." You were always hesitant to show me affection, yet you rolled in the sheets with him behind my back. You shameless hussy. Tao Rongya, Song Xian shouted in fury. Tao Rongya, having lost all composure, retorted sarcastically, you have guarded your virtue for him, Song Xian. I'm a man. I have needs. If you cannot fulfill them, do not blame me for seeking solace elsewhere. Tao Rongya, you are truly revolting. Just the thought of the years I spent with you fills me with nausea. Song Xian thought that if she continued this conversation, she would be driven to strangle him. After Lu Su received a call from Mr. Kong, he promptly sought out Shen Yan. Miss Shen, you can rest assured. Tao Rong will no longer pose a threat. He will not have the opportunity to harm you again. You have endured much. Miss Shen replied, you flatter me. It is my duty as an agent to handle such matters. How dare anyone lay a hand on Miss Shen without considering their own stature? Lu Su's gaze turned icy. Shen Yan glanced ahead and remarked, it seems this episode may have to conclude prematurely. Director Li was busily searching for temporary guests and appeared quite flustered. With today's filming paused due to the incident, they could no longer continue with the survival tasks. Director Li gathered several guests to showcase their talents before the cameras. In a live stream, fans of Yan flooded the comments with expressions of sympathy for her. It was baffling why Tao Rong harbored such animosity toward Shen Yan to the extent of plotting her demise. That evening, it was announced that Director Li had invited Li Su and Dai Mulin as substitute guests. Both had previously participated in romantic reality shows alongside Tao Rong, and their sudden inclusion created a somewhat delicate atmosphere among the group. They silently prayed that no further mishaps would occur in the remaining days. Shen Yan had just settled down with her phone when a message from Lu Su arrived. Miss Shen, have you wished your husband good night? For the sake of familial harmony, please communicate with him frequently. Shen Yan hesitated, then sent a simple good night to Qi Si, adding, the situation has been perfectly resolved. Receiving a good night message in broad daylight left Qi Si with an inexplicable feeling. He replied with a non-committal unwilling to expend any more words. Chapter 066, Qi Si's cold-blooded nature in S country. Just after Qi Si finished responding to Shen Yan, another phone rang. Upon seeing the number, he paused momentarily before answering with indifference. A man's deep voice came through. Qi Si, are you aware of the plot against Yin Yan? Yes. Is this your way of handling it? The other party's tone was accusatory. Do you expect me to eliminate the perpetrator? It would be too lenient. He only forfeited his stardom. I presumed, given your usual methods, that you would not let this go unaddressed. Young Master Shen is capable of handling it himself. The man's handsome face darkened. Yin Yan is soon to be your wife. Is this not your responsibility? That is her choice, Qi Si replied coldly, devoid of any human emotion. Shen Zheng pressed his temples in frustration. You are well aware that she has fallen out with her family. The Shen family has made it clear that they will not assist her, regardless of the hardships she endures. That is your affair. Shen Zheng frowned. What do you plan to do about Mu Jinsheng? Let her be. Shen Zheng understood Qi Si's cold-blooded nature. He had little regard for Shen Yan's plight. As long as it did not threaten his interests, her actions were of no concern to him. He had vehemently opposed the union from the beginning, believing Qi Si to be a poor match. However, the elders of both families had long made arrangements for this alliance, and now it was a genuine union. Shen Zheng sighed, equally troubled by Shen Yan's situation. Qi Si decisively ended the call. The following morning, the new substitute guests arrived. Dai Mulin and Li Su greeted everyone, introduced themselves, and commenced the survival tasks. This time, Director Li was cautious not to venture into the water. Safety on land was paramount. Upon Dai Mulin's arrival, she immediately acted quite familiar with Shen Yan, drawing curious glances from Chu Jinghe. Dai Mulin was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of confidence. Even Li Su showed friendliness toward Shen Yan. Yin Yan, may I call you that? This is our first survival show, so please guide me. Of course. Shen Yan smiled gracefully before the cameras. Dai Mulin's eyes sparkled as she remarked, Yin Yan, you are truly stunning. I wanted to compliment you last time, but missed the chance. Shen Yan smiled in return. Thank you. You are also very beautiful. Please, no need for formalities. We are practically peers. Just call me Lin Jia. All right, Lin Jia. Shen Yan complied readily. Chu Jinghe, observing their cheerful interaction, interjected. I believe you are a year older than me. Lin Jia. Dai Mulin smiled, scrutinizing Chu Jinghe for a moment before saying, if I recall correctly, you are indeed a year older than me. Chu Jinghe's smile faltered. Shen Yan stole a glance at her. Qin Dinghua chimed in, yes, Jinghe, you are a year older than me too. Chu Jinghe's smile grew strained. A woman's age is often a sensitive topic, and the revelation of hers was undeniably embarrassing. Chu Jinghe forced a smile, subtly casting a glance at Shen Yan, her eyes glinting with coldness. Was Shen Yan attempting to undermine her through such cliquish tactics? Seeing Chu Jinghe's reaction nearly made Shen Yan laugh. Among all the female guests, Chu Jinghe was the eldest, which surely unsettled her. The male guests exchanged helpless glances as the female contestants chattered away. It was only when Director Li reminded them that it was time to depart that they found their partners and set off in search of wild ingredients. Wen Yan, unlike in the first episode, no longer shunned Shen Yan. The underwater incident had forged a sense of camaraderie between them. Avoiding the cameras, Wen Yan quietly asked, was the incident with Tao Rong orchestrated by you? Shen Yan regarded him thoughtfully. Wen Yan continued, rest assured, I won't disclose anything. However, I would like you to do me a favor. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. I would like to invite you to be my guest performer. I have a concert outside the province in 2 days, and I know you play the piano beautifully. Your rendition of that ballad is delightful, so I thought. Certainly, but that ballad is not suitable for a concert, Shen Yan readily agreed. Wen Yan's eyes widened with surprise. You truly are willing. Being your guest performer would benefit me, wouldn't it? Why refuse again? She might even ride the wave of publicity from this opportunity. Shen Yan shot him a glance, realizing he was not asking her to help him, but rather offering her assistance. I'll inform my agent, but do not backtrack. I won't, he assured her. However, my vocal skills may not be up to par. Are you certain you want me as a guest performer? You need not sing. You can simply play a few pieces for me. Wen Yan had analyzed Shen Yan's recent popularity data. Having her as a guest performer would undoubtedly be advantageous. Shen Yan thought that since she had already agreed, she ought to prepare herself. I will try to learn a few songs in the next couple of days, but I cannot guarantee their quality. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I will discuss this further with you later, Shen Yan said, feeling somewhat awkward about singing and would need to consult Wen Yan, the music king. Wen Yan nodded and returned to the tasks at hand. Unsurprisingly, Shen Yan and Wen Yan's pairing emerged victorious once more. Today, however, Chu Jinghe found herself in a rather dire situation, while Mu Jincheng was not faring much better. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he had been stung by bees. Both his neck and hands bore the marks, and he rushed to seek medical attention. Chu Jinghe had also been stung on her cheek and forehead, with several stings on her body. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Her fans were distraught and took to the program's official blog to criticize the production team, lamenting that every episode seemed fraught with danger. Director Li, not daring to be careless, ordered the standby doctor to attend to the two promptly, as some bee venoms could be quite severe and potentially fatal. Within half an hour, Chu Jinghe's face had swollen considerably. Not only was it painful, but she also felt chills throughout her body. She lay in the tent, feeling utterly miserable, while Mu Jincheng did not come to check on her even once. From within the tent, she could hear him conversing with the others. Chu Jinghe's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. Outside, Mu Jincheng bore his own pain, steadfastly sitting among the other guests. Li Su and the others expressed their concern. Yet only Shen Yan and Wen Yan remained engrossed in a hushed conversation, their proximity suggesting an intimacy that made Mu Jincheng frown in irritation. Wasn't she fond of him? What was happening now? Had her affections shifted to Wen Yan? Shen Yan's preferences were quite apparent. She seemed enamored with this frivolous pretty boy. After observing for some time without her acknowledging him, Mu Jincheng, in a rather sarcastic tone, remarked, "You two are quite close. What secrets are you whispering about? Care to share with the rest of us?" At once, all eyes turned toward them. Shen Yan turned her head, looking at Mu Jincheng with a perplexed expression. Chapter 067. An odd pairing, Mr. Mu. You seem to enjoy gossip like a schoolgirl, Shen Yan replied coolly. Mu Jincheng's smile nearly broke into a grin. Was she suggesting he was feminine? The others stifled their laughter, their earlier curiosity now extinguished. What did it matter to them? If they were speaking quietly, it was likely about matters they wished to keep private. Mu Jincheng had been rather forward in his inquiry, his inquisitive nature akin to that of a gossiping girl. Suppressing his irritation, he replied, I was merely curious. You two were not this close before. Not only Shen Yan, but the others too frowned at his words, realizing he was attempting to incite misunderstanding. Shen Yan's gaze turned frosty as she retorted, I don't believe I owe anyone an explanation. By your logic, Mr. Mu, does that not imply you and Teacher Chu are inseparable? At this moment, Mu Jinshan's ardent fans erupted in the live chat, decrying Shen Yan. That faux princess is insufferable for saying such things about our Mu. What's wrong with it being close to Chu Jinghe? They're the sweetest couple. Exactly. How dare she contradict Mu? I'm not a fan of anyone, but your double standards are glaring. It's Mu Jinshan who instigated the misunderstandings. Another fake princess barking. Get lost and don't soil this place. Damn, a bunch of morons. With fans like these, the main guy isn't much better. This exchange escalated the live chat into chaos. While others were binding him to Chu Jinghe, he should have felt pleased. Yet Shen Yan's words only stirred a simmering anger within him. Maintaining his composure, he forced a smile. My relationship with Jinghe is different. It's for a mission. Oh, and with Teacher One, we're merely discussing professional matters. Shen Yan shot back, dismissing his insinuations. She invited, Mr. Mu, since you're so curious, why not join us and listen? With that, she patted the space beside her, leaving Mu Jinshan feeling awkward and exposed. Was he truly reveling in gossip while casting aspersions? It was simply a jest. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll take my leave, he said hastily, nearly knocking over his chair in his rush to exit. With a strained smile to the others, he retreated to his tent. Once inside, his expression darkened. Shen Yan had deliberately sought to embarrass him. Fuming within the confines of his tent, he overheard laughter from outside, his mood fluctuating between fury and despair. Fans of Shen Yan relished in her apparent indifference towards Mu Jinshan, contrasting it sharply with her previous adoration. They preferred the idea of Wen Yin as her delicate partner, believing such a dynamic suited the strong Shen Yan far better than Mu Jinshan. Lu Su, witnessing the absurdity of the situation, scrolled through a series of fan art depicting Shen Yan and Wen Yin, his body shaking with disbelief. How could these youngsters proclaim to be fans while failing to appreciate true pairings? He decided to commission an artist to create an illustration of Shen Yan and Qi Si, relaying imaginative descriptions to elicit the desired portrayal. As night fell, Shen Yan, having added Wen Yan on WeChat, was engrossed in discussions about their upcoming performance. She worried about being a burden to Wen Yan on stage. The next morning, she shared her plans with Lu Su, who expressed concern about her preparation time. Miss Shen, are you certain you can manage? Do not fret, Uncle Lu. After tonight's outing, I will prepare thoroughly. Besides, I want to be performing immediately. I'll only sing a few songs and play an instrument. If I excel, it won't overshadow anyone else's performance. Lu Su nodded in agreement, appreciating her determination. Thank you, Uncle Lu, she replied sincerely, grateful for his support. In a world where most sought to exploit her, Lu Su's genuine care was a rare comfort. Meanwhile, Mu Jinshan and Chu Jinghe faced their own troubles, having been stung by bees. While Mu Jinshan fared better, Chu Jinghe's face swelled alarmingly. It seemed they would miss the day's recording, a thought that brought Mu Jinshan relief, as it spared him further interaction with Shen Yan. As he observed Shen Yan and Wen Yan together, he reflected on their previous night's conversation, feeling a sense of resignation. He had resolved to focus on Chu Jinghe instead of lingering on a woman who had once pursued him relentlessly. When he found Chu Jinghe hiding her face, he felt a pang of tenderness, assuring her that no matter her appearance, he would not turn away. Really? She asked, her voice muffled. Even if I were disfigured? Of course, he replied without hesitation. After all, she would not truly be disfigured. Slowly, Chu Jinghe removed her covering. Promise you won't laugh at me. I won't laugh. I'll only feel for you, Mu Jinshan said, noting her swollen features with concern. Does it still hurt? Very much, she whimpered, seeking his sympathy. His thoughts drifted to a moment with Shen Yan, and he felt a surge of discomfort. Why was he recalling such distasteful memories? He reminded himself that she was the one he was pursuing, the reason he entered the entertainment industry. Chapter 068, Professional Coercion, perhaps due to a lack of rest, or perhaps intentionally. On the final day of their tasks, Shen Yan and Wen Yan exhibited a notable lack of enthusiasm. In the afternoon, they concluded their assignments, surprisingly losing to Qin Dingwei and Zhou Jingming. The two individuals felt no joy in their victory. After 5 installments of the survival program, only 2 remained. Following the conclusion of the 3rd episode, Shen Yan approached Director Li. Director Li, she remarked, the show could be more authentic. Did you not notice? The underwater filming day drew an exceptional crowd. Director Lee replied, "Are you suggesting that the audience prefers excitement?" "Precisely," Shen Yan affirmed. "Pursuing this direction can only yield positive results." However, recalling the two major incidents from the third episode, Director Lee felt a heavy weariness. "I will consider your suggestion," he said, for he merely wished to create a survival show, not a slaughter fest. He was apprehensive about the potential for another guest to meet a dire fate in the upcoming episode. Shen Yan actually desired to propose a more extreme survival format, one where participants possess nothing and must rely solely on their own resourcefulness. Yet, contemplating the delicate, incapable guests, she refrained from speaking further. That evening, the guests gathered at a single location to bid farewell. Qin Dingwei embraced Shen Yan and then turned to see the tightly wrapped Chu Jinghe. Unfazed, she rushed over. "Teacher Chu, are you all right? Let me have a look." Chu Jinghe forced a stiff smile, evading Qin Dingyue's attempts to pull her closer. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Internally, she cursed Qin Dingyue several times, suspecting her intentions. It's a relief that Teacher Chu is unscathed. I was worried she might end up with a pancake face after a sting. I've heard that some people take years to recover from it, Qin Dingyue joked. "But don't worry, Teacher Chu. It's probably just a humorous anecdote." Yuan Ti turned into a pancake face. Chu Jinghe grew rigid. The incessant echo of pancake face haunted her thoughts, instilling a deep-seated fear. She turned to seek assistance from Mu Jincheng, who was conversing with his manager and completely oblivious to her plight. Chu Jinghe bit her lip, suppressing the rising sense of injustice. After Qin Dingyue finished her banter, she returned to Shen Yan, reluctantly watching her depart first. Witnessing this, Chu Jinghe was further convinced that Shen Yan had deliberately instigated Qin Dingyue to say those words to vex her. Inside the car, "Miss Shen, are you heading back to Xinjiang first?" Traveling to Shunxiang seemed cumbersome, so she decided to go directly to Jincheng, where Wen Yan was scheduled to hold a concert. The following morning, they flew straight to Jincheng. As Shen Yan gazed out of the airplane window at the floating clouds below, she had already arranged with Wen Yan to head directly to Jincheng to prepare. Upon arriving in Jincheng at 1 p.m., Lu Su had organized accommodations close to the concert venue. Shen Yan expressed no particular preferences regarding her lodging, as Lu Su had made excellent arrangements. Upon reaching the residence, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in awe. "Isn't this place a bit luxurious?" Her room was situated conveniently close to Shen Yan's, enabling her to care for her easily. Once in Jincheng, Lu Su sought out musical instruments for Shen Yan. Instead of resting, Shen Yan immersed herself in footage of Wen Yan's previous concerts. After gaining a general understanding of the event, she began preparing her songs, selecting 2 pieces performed by Wen Yan and 2 by others. She practiced for 2 to 3 hours, feeling satisfied with her progress. To her surprise, she discovered a latent talent for singing. At 7 p.m. on a summer evening, with the sky still dimming, Xiao Zhao knocked on her door, inquiring if she wished to join for dinner. Shen Yan retrieved a duckbill cap from her suitcase, pulling it low to shield her identity with her long hair. "Yin Yan, why are you dressed like this? What do you intend to do?" "I've heard that Jincheng's cuisine is exceptional," Shen Yan replied, slipping on her shoes as she stepped outside. However, upon hearing her intentions, Xiao Zhao grew anxious. "But you're not the same as before. Going out like this could easily attract attention." Shen Yan, lacking any awareness of her newfound fame, hastily dressed and left. Xiao Zhao hurriedly followed, glancing around with the caution of a thief. They boarded the subway, Xiao Zhao on high alert, perceiving everyone as potential fans. Yet, her concerns proved unwarranted. They returned with an abundance of snacks, unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. With food in hand, Xiao Zhao relaxed completely. They wandered into a bustling square, where a crowd had gathered around a handsome drummer. Shen Yan paused to watch, her eyes meticulously tracking each of his movements and rhythms. As he finished, applause erupted from the audience. "Wow, he plays so well," Xiao Zhao exclaimed, her gaze fixated solely on the handsome performer. Shen Yan offered her snacks, then approached the drummer, engaging in a brief conversation before taking a seat. Xiao Zhao held her breath, anxiously fearing recognition, just as she contemplated how to extricate Shen Yan. The latter picked up the drumsticks and began to play. Each movement was striking and fluid, her timing impeccable, and the music resonated with fervor. Onlookers gaped in awe, and the crowd swelled as videos of her performance surged online, quickly trending. After completing a song, Shen Yan set down the drumsticks and walked back to Xiao Zhao amidst thunderous applause. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Yin Yin, you were incredible. I'm so in awe of you," she exclaimed, nearly in tears. Shen Yan took the snacks from Xiao Zhao's hands. "Let us go. If we don't hurry, we might not be able to leave." Among the spectators, someone murmured, "Doesn't this girl look a bit familiar? She resembles that recently popular Shen Yan." "Oh, it is Shen Yan. No way, that's really her." By the time they sought her out, Shen Yan and Xiao Zhao had vanished. Shen Yan relished a delightful meal. Content as she made her way back to the hotel with Xiao Zhao in tow. Xiao Zhao, feeling overly full, groaned while clutching her stomach behind Shen Yan. "Yin Yan." As Xiao Zhao began to speak, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows ahead, shouting, "Yin Yan, watch out." Bang! Xiao Zhao was struck from behind and fell unconscious. Shen Yan swiftly evaded the nearest assailant, glancing back to see Xiao Zhao sprawled on the ground. Her eyes narrowed coldly as she regarded the three men who had appeared, exuding an intimidating aura. "Are you Shen Yan from the Jing family?" one man asked coldly. At that moment, Shen Yan understood. Their appearance was an act of vengeance. "No, I am Shen Yan from the Yanhua family." The man's brow furrowed. "Not the Jing family's darling? How can this be?" They had been informed of her appearance, and could not fathom why a privileged young lady would choose to enter the entertainment industry as a minor celebrity. "She's toying with us," one of the men cautioned. The leader smirked. "Miss Shun, I'm afraid you're in over your head. You have your family to thank for this predicament." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing they were enemies of Qi Si. So, she was merely collateral damage. "Who sent you?" she inquired calmly, unfazed. "You need not concern yourself with that," the leader replied, stepping forward with two others to cover her mouth and nose with a prepared cloth, seeing her as nothing more than a delicate heiress. They dismissed her as a mere stroke of luck. "Is that so? Then you have no reason to return alive," Shen Yan stated, her gaze shimmering with cold determination. Taking advantage of the man's advance, she swiftly subdued him by seizing his hand that clutched the white cloth and abruptly directed it towards her own mouth and nose. The man, entranced by the concoction she had prepared, struggled to resist but was ultimately overwhelmed. With a sharp kick to his abdomen, she elicited a gasp from him, causing the scent from the cloth to engulf him completely. After a few moments of resistance, he succumbed and fell to the ground. Having been stationed at this position and possessing professional prowess, she was well aware that the surrounding surveillance had been compromised. As she launched her counterattack, she encountered considerably less resistance than anticipated. Her muscle memory drove her to strike with lethal precision. She delivered a forceful blow to the chin of the second man who dared to approach her, gliding past him like a swift swallow, deftly evading his assault while landing her own. With a resounding crack, their jaws collided, signaling the breakage of bones. As she maneuvered behind him, she executed a powerful kick to his lower back, which resonated with the sound of a fractured spine. The last remaining assailant, aghast, watched as his companions fell victim to her swift and decisive actions. Stunned, he pointed at her, exclaiming, "You are not the real Shen Yan." Shen Yan adjusted her hat's brim and charged toward the pallid-faced man with two quick strides. Her leap was graceful, reminiscent of a master of lightness. The man retreated 2 steps, raising his hands to block her descending knee. The impact sent him crashing into the corner of the wall. By the time he regained his composure, her finger bones were pressed against his throat, poised to end his life with a mere push. A tremor of fear coursed through him as he realized, "You are Shen Yan's substitute." It was a common practice among elite families to cultivate hidden substitutes for their heirs, allowing them to engage in perilous endeavors while the true individual remained in safety, reaping the rewards. However, this privilege was reserved for those of significant stature within their families. Shen Yan, despite her identity as the daughter of the Shen family, were no other qualifications to warrant such treatment. "I am Shen Yan," she pronounced coldly, asserting her identity as the authentic Shen Yan, not this foolish romantic. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a swift and decisive strike, shattering his throat. Her hand glided smoothly to his waist, where a knife lay concealed. With a deft motion, she extracted it and delivered a fatal blow before returning to the outer position to eliminate the remaining 2 assailants. From the moment she engaged, there was no flicker of doubt or hesitation. She understood that such situations typically had reinforcements nearby. Within half an hour, if they failed to establish contact, their allies would surely come looking. After completing her task, Shen Yan hoisted Xiao Zhao onto her shoulder and carried her away. Shen Yan's mood was far from pleasant. The metallic scent of blood left her feeling profoundly unsettled. She was acutely aware that her actions had breached the law, yet inaction would have led to her own demise. Sometimes humanity is far more terrifying than specters. Ultimately, she found solace in the embrace of sleep, though it was fraught with nightmares. In her dreams, she found herself eternally trapped in the confines of that jungle base, unable to escape the clutches of those madmen. She had pleaded with her parents, yet her cries fell on deaf ears. The chilling gaze they cast upon her was one she would never forget. They were akin to those lunatics, meticulously studying her as their subject. Initially, she had been deceived by her parents, believing they yearned for her presence and rejoicing in their apparent affection. However, in the aftermath of their initial success, they took her across various countries, clearing obstacles for certain influential figures. She vividly recalled the terror of being forced to act for the first time. Suddenly, Shen Yan awoke with a start, sitting upright. Sweat drenched her hair and clothes, leaving clear marks on the bed. Dragging her sticky body into the bathroom, she washed away the perspiration. Emerging refreshed, she heard a frantic knock at the door. As she toweled her hair and opened it, she was met by the anxious faces of Xiao Zhao and Lu Sa. "Miss Shen, are you all right?" Lu Sa inquired. Having learned from Xiao Zhao about the attack they had encountered the previous night, his heart racing with concern. "Yan Yan, oh, thank goodness you're safe," Xiao Zhao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Shen Yan, inhaling her soft, comforting scent. "Enough." Shen Yan raised her hand, the towel still draped over her head. Xiao Zhao's sudden onslaught nearly caused Shen Yan to toss her aside. Frowning, she pulled away, only for Xiao Zhao to realize she had smeared her tears on Shen Yan's fragrant clothing, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Come inside," Shen Yan instructed, walking over to the sofa. Lu Suo shot a warning glance at Xiao Zhao before following. "Miss Shen, Xiao Zhao mentioned you encountered an attack last night." "Indeed. We faced 2 or 3 individuals who obstructed our path, but they merely issued a few warnings before allowing us to leave," Shen Yan clarified. "Then why did they knock me out?" Xiao Zhao asked, perplexed. Lu Suo's brow furrowed, sensing that Shen Yan was withholding information. "You're being rather talkative," Shen Yan retorted. Xiao Zhao fell silent. "Xiao Zhao, go fetch breakfast for Miss Shen," Lu Suo directed, sending her out. Once the door closed, Lu Suo's expression turned serious. "Miss Shen, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me." Seeing his demeanor, Shen Yan decided to share what she could. The assailants claimed to be seeking revenge for Qi Yi. They were evidently enemies of Qi Si. Fortunately, they were apprehended before they could lay a hand on me. Lu Suo's expression grew graver. "Miss Shen, you have been shaken by this ordeal. I will report this matter to Mr. Qi." Shen Yan nodded in agreement. "As for that kind individual, I was too preoccupied with hiding to discern their appearance, but they were exceptionally skilled, akin to the fighters seen on television." Lu Suo scrutinized Shen Yan, noting her demeanor did indeed suggest she had been rattled. It was likely that those from the Shen family had arranged for her protection, despite their claims of indifference to her fate. "Miss Shen, you should rest. I shall step out for a moment," Lu Suo said before exiting. Chapter 070, Mr. Qi. "I fear for my life." Xiao Zhao sat opposite Shen Yan, attentively watching her finish her meal before finally speaking. "Yan Yan, did you carry me back to the hotel?" "Who else would it be? A ghost?" Shen Yan replied, amused. Xiao Zhao felt a rush of excitement within her. How delightful. She never expected her first princess carry would be from Shen Yan. Overwhelmed with joy, she nearly cried. Shen Yan glanced toward the door, noting Lu Suo had been gone for quite some time. Surely, he had gathered the necessary information. She was taken aback by the audacity of Qi Si's enemies. Notably, she had not encountered any references to Qi Si's adversaries in the original text. Before Lu Suo returned, a message from Wan Yin arrived, inquiring whether she had any specific requirements for the dress for the stage. He would ensure preparations were made. Shen Yan, disliking ostentatious garments that felt constrictive, expressed her preference for her usual attire, deeming it unnecessary to dress up for a red carpet event. Wan Yin then asked how her song preparations were progressing, confirming that everything was in order before finally relaxing. Shen Yan informed him that she would arrive early in the evening, and he refrained from further comments. Meanwhile, Lu Suo contacted Qi Si to report on the situation at home. This was no trifling matter. Upon hearing the details, Qi Si replied, I will make every effort to return to the country in the coming days. Miss Shen has been quite frightened. If possible, could you please call her and offer some words of comfort? She has acknowledged her previous missteps, and perhaps, for the sake of her restraint this time, you might reach out. After waiting in vain for a response, Lu Suo quietly hung up. Shen Yan had no intention of venturing outside. Instead, she devoted herself to studying musical knowledge within the confines of the hotel. Although Xiao Zhao had been accompanying Shen Yan in the room, she became so engrossed in her work that she completely ignored his presence. While Xiao Zhao marveled at Shen Yan's remarkable learning ability, the phone that had been set aside began to buzz. Yin Yan, your phone is ringing. Shen Yan turned her chair to look at the phone that was ringing leisurely, then picked it up nonchalantly. Mr. Qi? Although she had not saved the number, she recognized it immediately. Mr. Qi? Xiao Zhao's ears perked up instantly. Shen Yan cast a glance at Xiao Zhao and stepped onto the balcony, resuming the call. Is there something you need? This matter will be handled thoroughly by my people. Is someone in love with Mr. Qi? Shen Yan suddenly inquired. Why do you ask? If there were genuine grievances, they should approach Mr. Qi, not me, Shen Yan replied. This perspective took Qi Si by surprise. It could be viewed as a competition for a union. Then, is there indeed such a woman? Does Mr. Qi know who she is? To employ someone to act against me indicates that her identity is not simple. Does it matter whether there is or not? Qi Si's voice remained devoid of emotion. It does not, but she may wish for my demise. Mr. Qi, I fear for my life. That woman had better hide for a lifetime. If anything arises, consult Uncle Lu. Qi Si was reluctant to converse further with Shen Yan. Shen Yan replied, I will contact him if necessary. What do you want? Just before hanging up, that cold voice inquired. Shen Yan paused. What I desire, Mr. Qi. You likely cannot provide. Qi Si fell silent. Shen Yan thought he might have misunderstood, believing she wished to terminate their union. After hanging up, she stood with her phone for a moment before returning to the room. After that call, Qi Si felt a peculiar sensation. There was something concealed in Shen Yan's words. Her reaction was unfamiliar, unlike the Shen Yan he was accustomed to. His icy gaze gradually sharpened. Shortly after, a call from the capital rang in. He coldly regarded the buzzing phone, unwilling to answer. After several persistent rings, the caller eventually gave up. However, a message soon appeared. Qi Si, I was unaware of the attack on Shen Yan. But to be honest, a daughter that the Shen family has cast aside will not serve any purpose for your families, even if you marry her. Despite this, Qi Si chose to disregard such unnecessary explanations, for he truly did not care. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Shen Yan appeared at Wen Yan's concert venue accompanied by her manager and assistant. The list of guest performers for this concert had been published on the app, and Shen Yan was not the only one. There were also 3 of Wen Yan's friends, all established figures in the music industry. Knowing that Wen Yan had invited Shen Yan, the rising star, many were eager to see her in person. When she finally appeared, their gazes shifted, and they instantly understood why so many online praised Shen Yan's beauty. Such a face, such charisma. She was like a luminous entity, incapable of concealing her radiance in the crowd. Xia Huan stood beside Wen Yan, his tall and handsome figure attracting fans with just a sidelong glance. Speaking of music industry giants, Xia Huan was one of them. The presence of a star like Xia Huan as a guest performer caused the concert tickets to sell out instantly, with countless ardent fans unable to secure a ticket. Many were puzzled as to why a figure of such talent and allure would form a close friendship with someone like Wen Yan. Seeing them together only deepened their confusion. Your new friend is quite popular, Xia Huan remarked as he leaned closer to Wen Yan, lowering his voice. I've seen your survival show. She performed admirably. Standing under the spotlight, Wen Yan squinted as light flooded his eyes, making his encounter with Xia Huan feel somewhat surreal. Hearing his words, Wen Yan shot him an incredulous glance. Did I not perform well? Xia Huan chuckled. Well, you did quite decently. At that, the crowd of fans erupted into wild cheers. And Shen Yan, walking down the aisle, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The sound of ecstatic screams was almost overwhelming. Shen Yan, I've heard Wen Yan mention you before. One of Wen Yan's friends, named Zhang Yu, exclaimed. Among the 3 of us, there's a female powerhouse. Many recent theme songs of films and dramas have been sung by her, and she's quite popular. Another one was also a powerhouse, effortlessly handling songs in multiple languages, with several of her tracks gaining immense popularity. As for Xia Huan, it goes without saying, he had made a name for himself even during his school days, carrying the title of a young music king. This title was not merely a label of youth, but had been bestowed upon him since high school and remained with him to this day. Shen Yan introduced herself to Zhang Yu, demonstrating her humility, and followed the group backstage. When Yan had already gone to prepare, and backstage, everyone appeared somewhat busy. "I am Xia Huan," he formally introduced himself. Shen Yan shook his hand and nodded. "I know you." "Ha ha! Who doesn't know the young music king?" Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Shen Yan, don't be fooled by his demeanor. He is actually quite a jokester. Xia Huan smiled helplessly. "Don't listen to Zhang Yu's nonsense." Shen Yan smiled slightly when Lu Su suddenly leaned in, whispering, "Miss Shun, there's a call from the Shun family." Shen Yan paused. The Shun family was calling Lu Su? Chapter 071. The Shun family. Shen Yan always felt a complex sentiment regarding her family. Was it because of the incident online? Lu Su nodded. "I didn't answer. Wanted to ask for Miss Shin's preference." Just as Shen Yan was about to respond, Lu Su's phone buzzed again. He handed the phone to Shen Yan, allowing her to decide. Looking at the screen displaying Madame Shun, Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. It was the original owner's mother. Staring at those three characters, she instinctively questioned the reliability of familial bonds. "Shen Yan, if there's an issue, please resolve it first. Let us discuss later," Zhang Yu suggested. Noticing her and the manager huddled together, they discreetly moved aside. Shen Yan stepped into a quieter corner before answering Madame Shen's call. As soon as she connected, a clear female voice came through. "Uncle Lu, is it true that someone is harming my daughter? Can the Chi family ensure my daughter's safety? If not, we at the Shun family will arrange for someone else to protect her." It was evident the woman was both furious and anxious. Perhaps a wealthy matron. Her composure did not resemble that of a scolding woman. "I admit that Yan has been spoiled and is headstrong, but she is still our—" "It's me," Shen Yan interrupted, cutting off the wealthy woman's words. The other end fell silent, and after a long pause, there was no response. Shen Yan did not concern herself with the other party's reaction and continued. "Uncle Lu has already seen to it. What about the troubles with Chi Si? Your elder brother said you were nearly harmed by Chi Si's enemies. I was initially inclined towards Chi Hung. Chi Si is withdrawn, cold-blooded, and ruthless." The previously clear voice now carried a hint of tremor. Shen Yan stiffened, the memory of the woman's feigned sobs echoing in her mind. It was deceitful. The other party did not genuinely care for her. Shen Yan frowned. "That matter has also been resolved. If there's nothing else, I will hang up." Detecting the coldness in Shen Yan's tone, Madame Shun fell into her own sorrow. Her daughter declared a rift with the family, changed her number, and erased all contacts with friends and relatives, all for the sake of a man. The family cut off her funds and spread word in the industry, forbidding anyone from assisting her, all to force Shen Yan back. However, the original owner was more stubborn than anticipated. Shen Yan thought that perhaps it was because Chi Si, the great fool, was there to shield her, which allowed her to act so recklessly. The Shun family had indirectly sent Shen Yan to Chi Si, intending for her to have someone to protect her. No matter how cold-blooded or ruthless Chi Si was, he would never harm Shen Yan, who had an elder-s arrangement and could provide benefits. On the contrary, he had to safeguard her. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yan turned and returned her phone to Lu Su. Upon seeing Shen Yan's expression, Lu Su was taken aback. Shen Yan's gaze was icy. Feeling a bit agitated, Shen Yan heard the powerful and soothing voice of Wan Yin emanating from the stage ahead. She paused for a moment, moved to another exit, and joined the crowd in watching the radiant Wan Yin on stage. Unlike the image he portrayed during survival shows, Wan Yin seemed to be born for this stage, exuding vibrant energy through his voice, uplifting the emotions of everyone present. In stark contrast to the lifeless concerts, Wan Yin opened with an upbeat song that allowed fans to sing and dance along. Both the backup dancers and the audience were caught up in his lively rhythm, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand party. Shen Yan stood there, mesmerized by the scene. Each of Wan Yan's concerts was like this, allowing fans to express and release themselves fully, which was the very essence of concert. Zhang Yu's words reached Shen Yan's ears. She exchanged glances with him. "He truly belongs on this stage," Su Huaiji remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Xia Huan's gaze remained fixated on the dazzling figure, not participating in their conversation. Shen Yan mused that Wan Yin was indeed well-suited for this stage. His voice was exceptional. There was a significant difference between listening live and online, and Shen Yan preferred the former, as both her eyes and ears were indulged. Such a concert was simply a delight. This was merely the beginning. Wan Yin, the main performer, continued to sing several songs without pause, occasionally dancing and interacting with the fans in front of him. His stamina appeared far superior to when he participated in survival shows. After a few songs, it was Zhang Yu's turn to join Wen Yan for a duet, and Zhang Yu was quite straightforward, easily connecting with both his fans and others, elevating the atmosphere even further. From Wen Yan's entrance to Zhang Yu's appearance, the fans' excitement soared. They were dancing and shouting, creating a sense that the scene might spiral out of control. The security personnel were on high alert, fearing that an overly enthusiastic fan might rush the stage. After 3 songs, it was back to Wen Yan's solo performance, where he sang several more before Su Huaiji took the stage. Su Huaiji performed a challenging French song, both soft and powerful. During the song, Wen Yan took a moment to retreat backstage for a breath. Xia Huan stood in front, casually handing him water and a towel. Noticing Wen Yan was focused on gulping down water, he took another towel to help wipe the sweat from his brow. The backup dancers were also working hard, running around the venue. Shen Yan, you'll join me on stage in a bit, senior. Wen Yan gasped, looking at Xia Huan. Upon hearing the term senior, Xia Huan smiled slightly and nodded. I'll be the grand finale. You need to take care of your skin, so rest up. Shen Yan thought. She was fine both morning and night, but that sounded a bit odd. After giving instructions and resting for a short while, Wen Yan had to return to the stage to warm up the audience again. After all, it was his show, and despite the remarkable abilities of the 3 performers, they would not overshadow Wen Yan. Shen Yan stood behind them, observing the atmosphere between the group. She had not expected such camaraderie in the music industry. With her discerning eyes and senses, she could perceive the authenticity of their interactions, watching the different side of Wen Yan on stage. Even Shen Yan felt a stir within her. It was as if she could comprehend why his fans were so fervent. In this musical realm, the heaviness brought by the earlier phone call evaporated instantly, replaced by a burgeoning excitement within her. Shen Yan even felt a desire to join the audience and revel in the moment. Embracing herself, Shen Yan leaned against the side, admiring Wen Yan's performance. Music is truly a marvelous thing. Everyone knows I recently made a new friend. Can you guess who it is? The microphone directed towards the crowd, eliciting a synchronized cheer. Shen Yan. The moment her name was called, the fans had been eagerly waiting, raising their light boards and shouting her name. Although their numbers were few, their voices resonated throughout the venue. The fans, known as Yanhua, shouted with all their might. Holding the microphone, Shen Yan smiled as she approached the center of the stage to stand alongside Wen Yan. Under the dazzling lights, she greeted the audience, drawing waves of screams for the stunning figure beside her. Surrounded by the roar of the crowd, Shen Yan felt a bit dazed. Chapter 072, The Dazzling Stage. To be friends with Teacher Wen is the greatest honor of my life. When I received the invitation, I was quite anxious, fearing that my imperfect pitch would frighten him. As I take the stage, I want to scare everyone with my voice right away. I must borrow some flowers and pay my respects. Teacher Wen, you must protect this little one. Shen Yan smiled as she turned back. Wen Yan chuckled heartily. Who says we aren't friends? Even if my ears are enchanted, I will still acknowledge it. With me looking out for you, feel free to let loose. As she spoke, Shen Yan walked towards the already set-up drum kit, placing the microphone and adjusting it. Wen Yan smiled and nodded at her. Next, this Cantonese song will be performed by me and Shen Yan for everyone. A wave of excitement surged from the audience. The moment the drums kicked in, the lights and cameras focused on them. Bathed in light, Shen Yan's powerful silhouette emerged, her dynamic movements and strong vocal impact enhancing her charisma. The synergy between Shen Yan and Wen Yan was seamless. Their soaring notes and harmonies provided the audience with an exquisite experience, almost overwhelming them with joy. Who would have guessed that this little sister has such explosive energy? Zhang Yu observed Shen Yan with admiration. Su Huaiji remarked, I also watched that survival show. Her talent is indeed impressive, and it's clear Wen Yan genuinely considers her friend. Wen Yan's friends were their friends. Su Huaiji was typically gentle and reserved, lacking the expressive nature of Xia Huan, yet he was fiercely protective of Wen Yan. Whenever someone bullied Wen Yan, he would act decisively. Zhang Yu nodded, grinning. I like this little sister. Xia Huan remained detached, his gaze still fixed on the stage. After a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. Wen Yan seems overly excited today. His voice might not hold up. When has it ever been any different? Zhang Yu approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Let me see. Xia Huan did not budge. Zhang Yu could only peek out. On stage, A song had just concluded, and Wen Yin was catching his breath while adjusting his earpiece. The fans are going wild, urging for another song. Shen Yan had already taken a microphone and walked over, moving closer to interact with the fans alongside Wen Yan. They chose a softer foreign song. Wen Yan's voice was already captivating, and as he began to sing, the fans erupted in cheers. When Shen Yan delivered her part, the audience was instantly amazed. Those who had heard her sing that ballad were even more excited than the others. Shen Yan's enunciation was pristine, even more adept than in her native tongue. Is Shen Yan not from a music academy? Zhang Yu suddenly turned and asked. No one answered her, as many had only just learned of Shen Yan today. Even those who knew her had little information. Shen Yan had prepared several songs that were quite fitting, and amidst the fans' chants for one more song, she and Wen Yin harmonized beautifully. Whenever Shen Yan struggled to keep up, Wen Yin seamlessly filled the gap. After all, having appeared together on 3 shows, they had developed a certain rapport. Given the short time Shen Yan had, achieving this level was truly remarkable. The live audience for the concert is nearly bursting at the seams, especially with the vibrant fireworks in the air. Upon learning that Shen Yan had attended Wen Yan's concert, fans eagerly gathered at the live stream, eagerly awaiting Shen Yan's appearance, capturing screenshots and clips to share online. With Shen Yan's immense popularity, the event astonishingly climbed to the 5th spot on the trending list. Furthermore, the hashtag #OneYinConcert soared to unprecedented heights, bolstered by the fervent support of numerous fans, maintaining the concert's exhilarating momentum. Naturally, Shen Yan's presence also attracted her share of cynical detractors, who sought various angles to disparage her. They mocked her for daring to attend a concert despite lacking singing prowess, questioning her self-awareness. Some even accused her of pressuring Wen Yin to include her. In short, they left no stone unturned in their criticism. Ultimately, Shen Yan performed a solo guitar piece, and Wen Yin unexpectedly delivered an unaccompanied song, with the only music emanating from Shen Yan's guitar. The harmony between the guitar and Wen Yan's voice was exquisitely seamless, showcasing the undeniable talent of both performers. This unexpected collaboration created a uniquely delightful atmosphere. Even as Shen Yan exited the stage, the fans remained insatiable, particularly as she and Wen Yin stood under the lights, captivating the audience without singing or dancing. Lu Su relayed a call from the Shen family to Qi Si, mentioning Shen Yan's displeasure after receiving a call from Madame Shen. However, upon seeing Shen Yan reveling on stage, Lu Su felt a sense of reassurance. He recorded numerous videos of her performance and shared them. Qi Si, witnessing the flood of videos, felt a slight tension in his forehead. Having endured much, he decided to give Lu Su a chance and did not delete him from his friends list. Perhaps influenced by that phone call, Qi Si clicked on the subsequent videos, which showcased the dazzling Shen Yan on stage, raising an eyebrow. His expression remained inscrutable as he watched her interact with the performers and engage with the fans. As Shen Yan retreated backstage, the stage was once again graced by Wen Yin, who unveiled several new songs, reigniting the fans' fervor. Shen Yan observed that the audience's voices were nearly hoarse from cheering, maintaining a state of exhilaration that made her worry they might faint from excitement. Add me, Zhang Yu exclaimed upon seeing Shen Yan return, promptly requesting her contact information. Shen Yan hesitated but eventually shared her number. Su Huaiji, observing this, opted not to ask for her personal WeChat, but instead followed Shen Yan on social media. Just as Xia Huan took out his phone, an uproar of cheers erupted outside. He handed his phone to Ji Jingren and hurried out to support Wen Yan. The commotion was more astonishing than any they had experienced. Zhang Yu remarked, Xia Xiaodian can always incite such fervor upon his entrance. Shen Yan nodded in understanding of the fans' enthusiasm. Are you staying, or will you head back? Zhang Yu inquired. There's nothing to do if I return. I might as well stay and enjoy the concert. If there's any collaboration later, I'm happy to join, Shen Yan replied, not intending to leave just yet. She watched as the two performers radiated their own brilliance while moving toward each other, igniting a wave of fervor in the crowd. It was truly exhilarating. Although Xia Huan's talent was formidable, he intentionally subdued his own brilliance on stage, subtly supporting Wen Yan's shine. Their synergy was nothing short of perfect. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice echoed in Shen Yan's ears, revealing that Xia Xiaodian was Wen Yan's senior from high school. And it was said that before Xia Xiaodian rose to fame, Wen Yan had been the one promoting him, even writing several songs for him and helping him secure resources. Su Huaiji, somewhat exasperated, interjected, Let us skip the "it is said." You were involved in this. Zhang Yu chuckled awkwardly. I'm merely sharing stories with Shen Yan. Using "it is said" makes it sound more intriguing. Su Huaiji turned to Shen Yan and continued. We all graduated from the same school. Myself, Zhang Yu, and Xia Huan, all from the same cohort. Wen Yin is several years our junior, but he attended the same institution. Xia Huan and I live next to Wen Yin. Our families are involved in music, so it's only natural we were influenced by that. Shen Yan nodded, momentarily puzzled as to why Su Huaiji was sharing this with her. It was evident he regarded her as a friend. Her gaze traversed the dazzling lights, settling on the two slender figures at the center of the stage, revealing a hint of complexity in her expression. The term friend felt utterly foreign to her. The entertainment industry is often described as a murky realm rife with competition and self-interest. Yet, among these four individuals, she perceived genuine friendship. The atmosphere among them was unmistakable. Su Huaiji's words reflected his sincerity in regarding her as a friend. She began to understand the magnetic pull she felt toward the figures on stage. It was the radiance of Wen Yin. Xia Huan did not exit the stage, and Su Huaiji joined him, forming a trio, flanking Wen Yin as if providing him with a protective barrier. Soon, Zhang Yu joined them, their actions conveying the authenticity of their friendship. Throughout the concert's duration, Shen Yan's gaze remained glued to the stage. Even when Wen Yin earnestly invited her to join them, she remained steadfastly in place, subconsciously believing she should not intrude. Perhaps, deep down, she felt unworthy of such an invitation. At midnight, Wen Yin ensured that all staff could depart on time before leaving with a few friends, including Shen Yan, who was invited to a late-night snack at Su Huaiji's nearby apartment. Shen Yan instructed Xiao Zhao and Lu Su to return first while she accompanied the others. Lu Su, still concerned, wanted to follow, but Shen Yan insisted on her need for personal space, prompting him to escort them only to the discreet apartment before leaving. He had to ensure her safety. Su Huaiji's apartment was spacious, housing affluent residents. Typically, the wealthy do not engage in fan-like pursuits. Such a location offered relative security. They arrived discreetly, with no one aware of their whereabouts. The apartment featured a bar, a gym, an entertainment room, and a music studio, spanning 2 levels and over 200 square meters. Owning such a large property in this area, along with its extensive amenities, indicated either the wealth of Su Huaiji's family or his own financial success. Yet, they all maintained a low profile within the industry. Very few knew about their musical endeavors, as none had been publicly exposed. Zhang Yu, familiar with the layout, approached the bar and opened a bottle of red wine. Would you like some? Shen Yan, surveying the apartment, shook her head. Alcohol could not numb her. Regardless of its potency, it felt no different from drinking water. Don't be polite. Feel free to enjoy yourself. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you, Su Huaiji said, rolling up his sleeves to cook. I'm easygoing. Whatever you make is fine, Shen Yan replied, not picky about the food. Su Huaiji had honed his culinary skills over 2 years to impress Wen Yin and was quite adept. Order whatever you desire. Don't feel obligated to be polite. Such an opportunity is rare. Don't miss out. Zhang Yu divulged this secret while pouring a glass of red wine. Xia Huan, unabashed, requested 2 spicy dishes while instructing Su Huaiji to prepare something light for Wen Yin to protect his throat. Wen Yin, exasperated, responded, Why must I eat bland food while you feast on spicy delights? Upon hearing the word patient, Xia Huan's expression turned serious, his demeanor slightly intimidating. What do you mean patient? Are you patient? Wen Yin shrank back. I misspoke. I meant a normal person. Zhang Yu approached with the wine and told Su Huaiji, make everything light. If Xia Huan wants spicy, he can prepare it himself. Su Wai Finadith, his expression serious. It was clear they were genuinely concerned about Wen Yan's health. Perhaps something serious had occurred involving Wen Yan in the past. Xia Huan accepted the glass of red wine from Zhang Yu, taking a few sips before turning to Wen Yan, advising him to rest a bit before joining them for a meal. Wen Yan had already rolled his eyes at him, expressing, I am not a porcelain doll. Is this really necessary? He felt embarrassed, especially with Shen Yan present. It was humiliating for a grown man to be treated like a delicate girl. You're a bit too excited today. If you can't get up tomorrow, don't blame us for not warning you. Xia Huan observed his reluctance and chose not to press the matter. Wen Yan cast a sidelong glance at the two sitting together, turning to Shen Yan. Thank you for today. No, I should be the one thanking you. I noticed that your presence elevated my concert. It was I who rode on your coattails. It was merely a collaboration, and I benefited as well. Thanks to this concert, Shen Yan also made it to the trending list. Although she didn't top the charts, it still brought her a wave of genuine traffic. Zhang Yu found their polite exchanges amusing and raised his glass to clink with Xie Huan, remarking on their interesting dynamic. Xie Huan, watching them, took a sip before setting down his glass and heading to the kitchen. Wen Yin, Yin Yin, let us have a drink. Zhang Yu promptly fetched 2 empty glasses, pouring a bit of red wine, gesturing for the pair to join him. Wen Yin insisted on dragging Shen Yan into the drinking, and she complied. When Xie Huan returned with the cut fruit, he found the 3 of them in a merry state, raising an eyebrow in amusement. They began their late-night feast at 1:30, and, as Zhang Yu had said, Su Huaiji was indeed an exceptional cook. Shen Yan enjoyed the process, though she felt she didn't quite belong to this little group. With a glass of wine in hand, she leaned slightly against the back of the sofa, gazing at the dazzling night view. I've noticed you've had quite a bit to drink, yet your mind remains as clear as ever. Were it not for my frequent refills, I might suspect you were drinking plain water, Zhang Yu remarked, slightly tipsy himself. Shen Yan finished her last sip of red wine and said, to me, wine and water are indistinguishable. I think it's about time for me to head back. Su Huaiji has reserved a room for you. Zhang Yu frowned slightly upon hearing she intended to leave. It was rather inconsiderate to send a young girl home at this hour. Shen Yan replied, my manager is waiting downstairs. Thank you for your hospitality. Let me walk you down. Zhang Yu quickly set his glass aside. Hearing this, Xie Huan stood up. I'll escort her. You've had a bit too much to drink. That works. Zhang Yu took a couple of steps, realizing he was indeed feeling a bit lightheaded. Shen Yan did not refuse and bid farewell to everyone as she departed. In the elevator, Xie Huan watched the descending numbers and turned to Shen Yan. Thank you. Thank you? Whether it was for helping Wen Yan on the show, or this time, I should be thanking you. This is beneficial for me as well. They fell silent. Upon reaching the first floor, Xie Huan squinted at her and said, I hope this new friend of Wen Yan's will treat him sincerely. Those unpleasant rumors about you, I will consider them mere rumors. Shen Yan stood before him, glancing back with calm, shallow eyes. His vulnerabilities were glaringly obvious. It would be all too easy to harm him. Upon hearing this, Xie Huan's gaze turned slightly cold. Shen Yan continued, your warning is unnecessary. I have never wished to harm anyone, even when enduring inhumane torment myself. Xie Huan understood her implication. Your manager isn't here. I'll take you back to the hotel. He couldn't bring himself to let a young girl return alone in the dead of night. No need. My place isn't far. I suddenly feel like taking a walk, Shen Yan said, stepping away. After walking a short distance, a car pulled up behind her. Xie Huan rolled down the window, gesturing, if Wen Yan finds out I left you alone, I fear he might cut ties with me. Get in. Shen Yan glanced at him, and Xie Huan shrugged helplessly from inside the car. Chapter 074. I thank you. Shen Yan did not linger in Jin City. The next day, she had Lu Su book a flight back. On the plane, Lu Su occasionally glanced at Shen Yan, who was resting, contemplating the man who had brought her home in the middle of the night. He hesitated several times to voice his curiosity. Hours later, in Shen City at Qi Si's villa, Miss Shen, a package from F country. The servant pointed to a large parcel in the living room as Shen Yan entered. Lu Su followed the servant's gaze, noting that it indeed was air freighted from F country, with a large date indicating it had arrived a few days prior. Shen Yan had flown directly to Jin City after filming a survival show and had only just returned today. Hearing the servant mention the package reminded her of her earlier request for Qi Si to bring back some local specialties. He's abroad? Shen Yan turned to Lu Su. Lu Su, pleased that Qi Si had finally come to his senses, nodded. Did I not inform Miss Shen that he is overseas? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Let us see what Mr. Qi has sent back for you. It was evident that Qi Si had sent it. There was no need for questions. Shen Yan immediately began to unpack the large boxes. The first box contained premium wine from F country. The second box, more wine from F country. The third box, still more wine. The remainder of the boxes, it seemed, were all wine. Shen Yan was left speechless. Where did I give the impression of being a wine enthusiast? Lu Su covered his face in embarrassment. He wished Qi Si had sent nothing at all. Shen Yan instructed the servant to store the large boxes of wine in the cellar, intending for Qi Si to enjoy them upon his return. Liu Su, exasperative, urged the servant to move them out of sight as they were quite distracting. Miss Shen, Tao Ron was taken away by the authorities yesterday. Certain matters require thorough investigation. Lu Su quickly introduced a new topic to divert Shen Yan's attention from the boxes of wine. With so much explosive material, who else could they investigate? Shen Yan mused. The Mao Sheng production team 1T film Miss Shun's scenes for another 2 days. Star Language has acting classes, right? Shen Yan inquired. I'll head over there shortly. Lu Su checked his phone. At this hour, classes are likely wrapping up, but there's another session tonight. Then I'll go tonight. While I'm not overly concerned about my acting skills, it's always beneficial to learn more. I'll inform Star Language. Lu Su hoped Shen Yan would take some time to rest. Shen Yan turned and sent Qi Si a message. Thank you. He perceives her as a wine enthusiast. Meanwhile, in the early hours, Qi Si, who had a brief sleep cycle, awoke early. Once awake, he found it hard to return to slumber, a habit ingrained since childhood. Unchangeable and untreatable. Just as he was about to shower, he noticed his phone screen illuminate in the darkness, revealing the name that had appeared frequently of late, Shen Yan. Opening the message, he saw her expression of gratitude. After a moment's thought, he understood what she was thanking him for, and simply replied with an "mm." While showering in cold water, he pondered her thanks, feeling that something was amiss. Shen Yan stared at her phone, contemplating his terse response. Clearly, Qi Si was someone who did not grasp such humor. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at Star Language Media, due to the Tao Rong incident, Shen Yan found herself inadvertently caught in the limelight. Following that, Wen Yan's concert further elevated her popularity. The artists at Star Language Media, upon seeing Shen Yan in the company's acting class, exchanged astonished glances. They whispered among themselves, hesitant to approach her. Once Shen Yan entered, she refrained from making excessive movements or engaging in conversation with others. Despite being in the same company, she was unfamiliar with them. Many seeing her in person for the first time, the acting teacher acknowledged Shen Yan with a glance before proceeding with the lesson. For students eager to learn acting, the teacher was more than willing to impart knowledge. In today's entertainment industry, anyone with traffic could break into the scene without any acting skills, leading to unsightly results. The teacher refrained from commenting on Shen Yan's capabilities. Merely attending acting classes was a step forward. After the lesson, Shen Yan indeed learned a great deal and expressed her intent to return the following day. Shen Yan had a dedicated vehicle to escort her. After class, she exited the company through a rear passage. However, the security measures on this side appear to be lacking, resulting in a breach. Just as Shen Yan was about to enter the car, a figure suddenly emerged ahead, startling the driver. Fortunately, the person merely blocked her path without causing any disruption. You're not easy to catch, Shen Yan, Su Zishan said, his gaze menacing as he stared at her. Shen Yan signaled to the driver not to approach, assuring him she could handle the situation. I have something to discuss. Ever since the reality dating show began, Su Zishan had vanished for several days. Now, upon seeing him again, he looked utterly dejected, a stark contrast to his previous spirited demeanor. I have been rejected by everyone, burdened with immense debt. Li Zhikuan has abandoned me. Are you satisfied now? Su Zishan's demeanor was unsettling, as if he might harm Shen Yan at any moment. Shen Yan replied coolly. So you believe I am responsible for your current predicament? Is it not your own doing? The contents of your phone, was that not your handiwork? Su Zishan's emotions flared unexpectedly. I merely wanted to create a couple with you. It did not cause you any harm. Shen Yan, you are truly ruthless, plunging me into this dire situation with a single move. You sought more than just a simple coupling. In your eyes, I saw the desires of a man. Shen Yan's calm voice echoed in the garage. Though her tone was not loud, it left Su Zishan frozen in place. You all do this, seeking justifications for the sins you are about to commit. Without this incident's interruption, I am merely a girl from the countryside. Have you not already bound me to your bed? Shen Yan's voice, devoid of any fluctuation, struck Su Zishan like a blow, rendering him unable to raise his head. Su Zishan clenched his fists tightly. That never happened. What desires of a man? You are merely seeking excuses for your own harm. Do you dare claim that you have achieved this far without leveraging your own advantages? Your beauty, youth, and endless resources surely came at the cost of your integrity. Women merely need to offer a little to gain so much more. Shen Yan regarded him with the gaze one would give a naive child. Your malice towards women is excessive. Return everything to me. Su Zishan took several steps forward, his demeanor bordering on madness. The driver, no longer heeding Shen Yan's wishes, swiftly subdued Su Zishan and called the police. Upon hearing the driver call for help, Su Zishan's expression changed dramatically. He broke free from the driver's grasp and sprinted away. casting one last glare at Shen Yan before vanishing from her sight. Do not pursue him, Shen Yan instructed the driver, who was eager to chase after Su Zishan. What he said to Miss Shen was utterly disgraceful. The driver was astonished by Shen Yan's restraint. He could only indulge in a momentary outburst. After all, he was merely a superficial presence, and such words could not inflict any real damage. Su Zishan's appearance, however, revealed his own disgrace. As their vehicle departed from the Xingyu garage, Shen Yan cast a fleeting glance at a car parked nearby. Dai Qiu, sensing a tangible chill emanating from her gaze, shuddered within his vehicle. He had refrained from intervening earlier, curious to see how Shen Yan would respond to Su Zishan's entrance into the garage. Now, he regretted his decision. Chapter 075. Entering the film crew, the news of Shen Yan's near assault in the Xingyu garage reached Lu Su through the driver. That evening, he angrily placed a call to issue orders. Su Zishan, whose downfall had not been as catastrophic as initially thought, found his family background thoroughly exposed. His previous insinuations of being a wealthy heir were utterly debunked online. Netizens were relishing in the latest scandal, and Su Zishan's downfall only added to their delight. I am truly overwhelmed by the endless revelations. I once believed Su Zishan's status as a wealthy heir was unassailable, only to discover it was as fragile as paper. Collapsing with a mere poke, his family's secrets have been laid bare. The persona of the wealthy heir from a certain province is shattered. Such individuals should no longer plague the entertainment industry. I said, if he were truly a wealthy heir, why has no one come to his aid after all this time? Those who previously called him a fake prince must now eat their words. Did the fake princess never consider pursuing Su Zishan? With his character, does he even deserve Shen Yan? How absurd. The fake princess herself hails from humble beginnings, surely dreaming of marrying into wealth. I might just die of laughter. Does Su Zishan even qualify as a wealthy and handsome man? He is merely from a moderately well-off family, and his looks pale in comparison to Mu Jinsheng. What being from the countryside? Have you feasted on their rice? Can they not survive? Besides, how can you be so certain that Shen Yan is indeed from the countryside? Did she confess it to you? Of course, she would not admit it. Perhaps she is fabricating a wealthy identity just like Su Zishan. In mere moments, fans of Shen Yan clashed with her detractors, while Shen Yan remained blissfully unaware. Recently, she had entrusted her social media account to Lu Su, who diligently managed it, posting daily snapshots and responding to positive comments. Lu Su felt rejuvenated since taking on the role of manager, brimming with boundless energy. The following morning, Shen Yan rose early to prepare her luggage for entering the film crew. The crew of Mao Sheng was shooting in various locations, primarily indoors at the film studio. This time, they were heading to an outdoor location where Shen Yan would encounter Mu Jinsheng. Worried that Xiao Zhao might struggle alone with the outdoor shoot, Lu Su arranged for an additional assistant to accompany him, ensuring that any oversight could be addressed. Shen Yan's personal makeup artist, Gao Xia, though not a competitor in major contests, had earned numerous mid-level certificates and often worked with stars in the industry, truly deserving the title of a senior makeup artist. In selecting personnel, Lu Su was meticulous, preferring to have the best by his side rather than someone incompetent who would require babysitting. Gao Xia was nearing 40 and had sufficient experience in the entertainment industry, knowing which words to speak and which to refrain from, which was why Lu Su had hired her at a premium. Shen Yan arrived in Ji province that evening. Her scenes were limited to those of the female lead, primarily filmed later, so Chu Jinghe had arrived early at the location. Upon seeing her, Shen Yan noticed something unusual. Chu Jinghe's swelling from bee sting had completely subsided, and she appeared to be in good spirits. Upon spotting Shen Yan, Chu Jinghe smiled warmly. Teacher Chu, Shen Yan, you are too polite. By the way, I watched your concert with Wen Yin. It was a great success. Congratulations on taking another step forward. You will surely surpass me and become a rising star. Chu Jinghe's smile was bright, her words sweet, yet her true thoughts remained a mystery. Shen Yan held her gaze for several seconds before returning her attention. Then I shall shamelessly borrow teacher Chu's good fortune and strive to surpass you, becoming the star you anticipate. Chu Jinghe's smile faltered slightly. She was merely offering polite flattery. Could Shen Yan not discern this? Were it not for the presence of others, would she engage in such trivialities with Shen Yan? The moment Shen Yan appeared, Chu Jinghe's radiance was overshadowed. Shen Yan, directly called out upon seeing her. As she prepared to encounter the male lead, Shen Yan, playing the third female role, appeared disheveled, thus requiring no special makeup. She rushed over to see Mu Jincheng, who looked equally disheveled, standing beside the director and listening intently to his instructions. Glancing up at Shen Yan. As soon as Shen Yan appeared, Mu Jincheng found it difficult to avert his gaze. There seemed to be an enchanting aura surrounding Shen Yan that drew attention. Director Li noticed Shen Yan's spirited demeanor and instructed the crew to prepare the coarse clothing for her. Quickly change into it and apply a beggar's makeup. We are about to shoot your first scene. Without hesitation, Shen Yan took the clothes and changed, while Gao Xia expertly transformed her into a character so disheveled that even her own parents would struggle to recognize her. The makeup was convincingly grimy, yet it carried an air of artifice. Wow, Sister Gao, your makeup skills are truly impressive. Xiao Zhao marveled, unable to detect any flaws. If one did not observe closely, they would never guess that the filthy figure before them was Shen Yan, having fled for her life and then being recaptured to face torment. Her appearance was marred with dirt and blood. The sight of mingled blood and mud was hardly pleasing. Shen Yan felt it was still insufficient. Upon stepping outside, she rolled into a nearby muddy pit, nearly alarming everyone who thought she had fallen. When she approached Director Li, now covered in grime, no one recognized her. Director Li, is this acceptable? Upon hearing her speak, the crew was momentarily stunned. Director Li expressed his admiration for Shen Yan's dedication, given her striking beauty and delicate demeanor. He had expected her to be reluctant to sully herself as other actresses often were. Now this is what I call commitment. Mu Jincheng observed Shen Yan, his brow slightly furrowed. In contrast to her appearance, he appeared excessively pristine, which made him seem somewhat unprofessional. Was this intentional on Shen Yan's part? Director Li, I believe my makeup requires a touch-up. After all, I am portraying someone who has escaped for their life. Mu Jincheng pointed out the scene occurs right after a rain, and having one character dirty and the other clean seems rather incongruous. There's no need for such trouble. Teacher Mu, just roll in that mud pit over there, Shen Yan suggested, indicating where she had just rolled. Mu Jincheng's expression shifted slightly as he realized she wanted him to join her in the mud. He narrowed his eyes, casting a cold stare at Shen Yan, who merely looked at him innocently. Under the watchful eyes of others, Mu Jincheng was about to grit his teeth and roll. But Director Li interjected. Your escape is different from hers. Yours is a trained escape, while hers is a desperate flight for survival. It's not the same. When you descend the muddy slope to save her, getting dirty will achieve the same effect. Mu Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already engaged with his mentor, who was guiding him through a night training exercise in the woods. Coincidentally, he encountered Shen Yan's character being pursued and on the verge of collapse, only to be rescued by the male lead. This marked the inception of their initial encounter. Chapter 76. Qi Si has blocked him. Since the scene was set at night and involved a grimy appearance, Shen Yan had only one line to deliver, which required no substantial acting. A group pursued her, inflicting various cuts and bruises. Shen Yan was cornered at the top of a steep muddy slope when someone kicked her down. During filming, she insisted on performing the stunt herself, a decision that elicited disapproval from Lu Su. However, Shen Yan had already reached an agreement with Director Li, leaving Lu Su with no recourse to intervene. Director Li's opinion of Shen Yan shifted once more. Who says young people can't endure hardship? Look at Shen Yan, so delicate, yet willing to roll directly into the mud without hesitation. Shen Yan indeed rolled down without a moment's pause, leaving Lu Su's heart racing in fear. Xiao Zhao was so alarmed he dared not look. Without any protective gear, Shen Yan rolled down. Those safety measures have been assessed. The human body is frail, and such a tumble would surely leave her in pain. The extras quickly reacted, rushing down as if to finish her off. It was then that Mu Jincheng made his entrance. Mu Jincheng, what are you dawdling for? Director Li barked, seeing Mu Jincheng lost in thought at such a critical moment. He could not afford to waste Shen Yan's effort. Mu Jincheng swiftly gathered his composure and was pulled down by a wire. In that fleeting moment, his gaze collided with Shen Yan's. The camera captured the back view, then shifted to a frontal shot, but Mu Jincheng's furrowed brow would surely warrant a cut. The pursuers were swiftly dealt with, and Mu Jincheng lifted the muddy Shen Yan, bringing the camera closer. Blood was still seeping from her wounds, and she appeared on the brink of death, evoking deep concern. As Mu Jincheng half-supported Shen Yan in his arms, Chu Jing clenched her fists, reminding herself that this was merely acting. Shen Yan suddenly grasped Mu Jinshan's hand, her eyes brimming with a desperate plea. "Save me." After delivering her line, she collapsed into Mu Jinshan's embrace, causing him to stiffen. He had momentarily lost focus. Fortunately, Director Li called cut just in time. They had completed the take without revealing his distraction. Shen Yan abruptly stood up, distancing herself without a backward glance. Mu Jinshan stared at the emptiness where she had been, momentarily dazed. "Yan Yan, let me help you." Xiao Zhao hurried over, assisting Shen Yan on the slick ground. Covered in grime, she needed to quickly address her makeup, as they still had interior scenes to shoot. In those sequences, she merely needed to lie still, as it was a scene between Mu Jinshan and another seasoned actor. After that, she would await the next day's filming. "Jichen, are you all right?" Xu Jing, perhaps alarmed by Mu Jinshan's moment of distraction, rushed forward, calling out anxiously. Mu Jinshan instantly regained his senses, his expression somewhat grim. He began to suspect that Shen Yan's earlier actions were a deliberate act of revenge for not granting her an opportunity, fueled by feelings of resentment. After confirming that Shen Yan had not sustained any injuries, Director Li prepared for the next scene, allowing everyone to take a break. Mu Jinshan's performance had been commendable, passing with minimal retakes under the stringent scrutiny of Director Li. Once they wrapped the interior scene, Shen Yan, as before, rose to greet several senior actors before retreating to her resting place, not sparing Mu Jinshan a glance. Mu Jinshan observed Shen Yan's departing figure, his gaze deep in contemplation. "Jinshan," Xu Jing interjected, stepping in front of him and blocking his view. "My agent prepared some late-night snacks. Shall we eat together?" The nearby crew members overheard and began to tease them. Xu Jing smiled, inviting everyone to join, and they all expressed their gratitude. Once Shen Yan had removed her makeup, she encouraged the crew to rest, acknowledging that after a long day, everyone was in dire need of relaxation. She took out a mirror, lifting her clothing to inspect her back, which was marred with bruises, appearing rather alarming. However, Shen Yan felt no pain. Her delicate skin was prone to leaving marks. She merely glanced at the reflections before dismissing them. Lu Su was once again messaging Qi Si, sending over a recording of the scene where Shen Yan rolled down the slope, not from the live feed, but from the camera's perspective. Qi Si, upon opening the message, saw only a glimpse of Mu Jinshan rushing to save her, capturing only half of Shen Yan's figure. His expression turned cold, and he chose not to respond. Lu Su continued to ramble on, but just as he was about to send another message, a notification appeared. Qi Si had blocked him. It felt like a bolt from the blue. Lu Su realized he had angered Qi Si. In a state of panic, he fretted, unsure how to reach out, fearing that Qi Si might block his phone number too. The following day, after Shen Yan had her makeup done, Lu Su approached her, asking, "Miss Shen, has he blocked you?" Shen Yan glanced at her pale reflection in the mirror and paused at Lu Su's question. Had Uncle Lu been blocked? Shen Yan mused that besides his cold demeanor, Qi Si had a relatively good temper. It was quite an accomplishment for Uncle Lu to have provoked him into blocking. Lu Su appeared on the brink of tears. "I was updating him about your condition, and I guess he grew annoyed. Miss Shen, perhaps you could try messaging him?" "Why would I message him? Everything is fine." Shen Yan could not comprehend Lu Su's current thought process. "I had previously informed Miss Shen that I must accurately report the situation here to the gentleman. Now that he has blocked me, it will be up to Miss Shen to report to him from now on." The more Lu Su spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Indeed, how had he not thought of this before? Suddenly, he no longer felt gloomy. Being blocked was advantageous. This way, he had an excuse to prompt Shen Yan to send more messages. It was simply perfect. Seeing the sparkle in Lu Su's eyes, Shen Yan understood his intentions. "I must begin filming now. Any matters can wait until after," she replied, hastily exiting the temporary tent. Observing Shen Yan's eagerness to engage with him, Mu Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a touch of disdain for her behavior. Shen Yan was evidently playing a game of feigned restraint to attract his attention. Once he perceived this, every glance from Shen Yan seemed like a deliberate attempt to seduce him. Xu Jinghe, who had come out early, noticed them standing by the wooden cabin, her jealousy nearly spilling over. It was only when a nearby staff member greeted her that she retracted her instinct to approach them. Shen Yan had barely awakened from her slumber when her first scene was with Mu Jinshan. He expected their performance to be lackluster, but as the scene concluded, he was taken aback. Shen Yan's acting was quite commendable. She held her ground against him, which was astonishing. When had Shen Yan developed such acting prowess? The online discourse labeled her talent as chaotic. Not only was Mu Jincheng surprised, but so were Chu Jinghe and others, who could hardly believe that Shen Yan could keep pace with him. Chapter 077. The Gentleman's Trials. Mu Jincheng's mentor, the seasoned actor Zheng Hongzhua, in his 50s, appeared remarkably youthful, possibly due to excellent self-care. He possessed a visage brimming with wisdom, making him the ideal choice for his role. Shen Yan effortlessly performed alongside Zheng Hongzhua, delivering a stellar performance that deepened Mu Jincheng's frown. The better Shen Yan performed, the more it highlighted his own inadequacies. After the morning shoot, Huyinge distinctly sensed Mu Yinfeng's full mood. Jincheng, may I rehearse with you? She inquired gently. Fresh from his meal, Mu Jincheng clutched his script, craving solitude. But he had to suppress his irritation and nodded politely at Chu Jinghe. As they rehearsed, Shen Yan instinctively sought out the veteran actor Zheng Hongzhua. Initially, he had assumed that Director Li had cast a mere decorative role, but today's performance brought him great satisfaction. Just from their eye exchanges, he could discern Shen Yan's caliber. The contrast between the highly popular Mu Jincheng and Shen Yan became increasingly notable. With minimal scenes to shoot, they would complete filming in just a few days and return to the studio for indoor scenes. Director Li had been present during Shen Yan's audition and was aware of her skills, yet no one could guarantee her performance without her taking the stage. Today, Shen Yan and Zheng Hongzhua's scenes were completed in one take. Everyone could feel Director Li's delight. In the afternoon, they filmed Shen Yan and Mu Jincheng's scenes. At a moment of eye contact, Mu Jincheng struggled to maintain his composure. Cut! Director Li called for the third time. Frowning at Mu Jincheng, he reprimanded, Mu Jincheng, have you lost your touch? You were fine yesterday, but today you can't even handle one glance from Shen Yan. What are you doing with those facial expressions? Trying to seduce someone? Mu Jincheng, chastised, turned pale, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to recalibrate his emotions. Director, let me prepare a bit more, he pleaded. You've been preparing all morning. How much longer will you waste? Everyone has time. If you can't perform, we might as well replace you with another lead. The mere suggestion of replacement revealed the extent of Director Li's frustration. If he couldn't even handle a mere glance, how could he claim the role of the male lead? He might as well start off as an extra. Mu Jincheng was aware that Director Li had a penchant for bluntly criticizing others, yet this was the first time he felt such a disproportionate reprimand. Shen Yan stood nearby, observing his chastisement. After much effort, Director Li reluctantly approved his performance. To ensure quality, the crew had been filming on location, truly traversing various sites for this production. In the end, it was surprisingly Mu Jincheng, the lead, whose performance fell short. In the subsequent shooting, Mu Jincheng adopted a more serious attitude. He could no longer underestimate Shen Yan. It was evident that she had previously concealed her true capabilities. Consequently, he began rehearsing scenes with Chu Jinghe instead. Yet, each time he returned to face Shen Yan, a sense of unease lingered. Whenever he felt something was amiss, Director Li would inevitably call for another NG. By the final days of filming, Shen Yan's piercing gaze seemed to obliterate Mu Jincheng's resolve. It was as if they were filming a lead female role. With Shen Yan embodying that very character, Director Li increasingly sensed an imbalance. Ultimately, he had to request Shen Yan to temper her performance, so as not to overshadow the male lead. Shen Yan cast a glance at Mu Jincheng, her eyes conveying that he was so feeble he could not even surpass a woman. Mu Jincheng felt humiliated by that look. By the 8th day of filming, Shen Yan's segments of growth were nearly complete. What followed was the collision between the male and female leads. As the female lead's appearance naturally prompted the male lead's return to the capital. With her scenes wrapped up, Shen Yan had no desire to linger and observe the interactions of the leads. She quickly bid farewell to Director Li and the others, departing the filming site that afternoon. The journey out was precarious, causing Xiao Zhao to be unwell in the car. Upon reaching the city for the night, Shen Yan continued to study her script when Lu Su knocked on the door. Seeing her still engrossed in the script at such a late hour, he remarked, Miss Shen, diligence is commendable, yet you must also care for your health. Shen Yan set down her script, aware that her scenes would not be filmed for several days, at which point she would transition to the film studio. Is there something you need, Uncle Lu? Well, school is starting soon, and I must inquire if you wish to retract your previous statement about taking a break from your studies. Shen Yan suddenly remembered that the original character was in her second year. Having never experienced a proper high school or college life, she held a profound interest in university. Of course, I must retract it. Although I am in the entertainment industry, I still need to earn my degree, Shen Yan stated earnestly. Since I will be attending school, I may need to adjust my schedule regarding work commitments. Lu Su sighed in relief. From his perspective, no amount of fame could substitute for a genuine diploma. After all, Shen Yan came from a prestigious family, and a low academic standing could hinder her future standing in elite circles. She would eventually be someone's wife, and it would be embarrassing for her to be mocked for her education at social gatherings. Perhaps Chi Si would not mind, but Lu Su worried about Shen Yan enduring such ridicule. If she expressed a desire to withdraw from the entertainment industry, he would wholeheartedly support her. Naturally, Miss Shen should prioritize her studies. During regular times, filming a few scenes and participating in minor programs to maintain a steady portfolio should suffice, Lu Su suggested. Awaiting Shen Yan's acceptance, she had no objections as she had taken on this role with minimal commitments, with 2 survival program episodes waiting for her in the future. Is there anything else, Uncle Lu? The gentleman has returned from abroad and will arrive in Shunsheng tomorrow morning. Lu Su observed Shen Yan's reaction. She nodded slightly. I understand. It seems there might be some issues with the chief family. Lu Su hesitated, debating whether to share the matter with Shen Yan. Given her previous impatience with discussions about the chief family, Shen Yan raised her gaze to Lu Su. If it is something I should not hear, there is no need for you to elaborate, Uncle Lu. It is not that you cannot hear, Miss Shen. Sooner or later, you will be a part of the chief family. It wouldn't hurt to listen, Lu Su sighed. I received news that the chief family may wish for the gentleman to entrust external business affairs to young Master Chi Hung. Upon hearing about the family business, Shen Yan raised her hand. I do not comprehend such matters. You need not explain in detail, Uncle Lu. Lu Su felt a twinge of disappointment, but chose to articulate some innocuous remarks. Sir's relationship with his mother has always been rather strained, as you are aware, Miss Shen. Although the family business has flourished under his stewardship, public sentiment towards his methods has increasingly soured. Life in the Chi household is undoubtedly challenging for him. I worry that upon returning, he may be coerced into doing something against his will. Shen Yan furrowed her brow at this revelation. She was previously unaware of the discord between Chi Si and his family, as the original text offered no depiction of the Chi household. In the narrative, Chi Si was portrayed as a tragic, one-dimensional figure. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt powerless to offer him any assistance. Lu Su's words seemed futile, and her indifferent reaction left Lu Su at a loss for words. No matter how he painted Chi Si as a pitiable character, it could not alter the cold-blooded image he had in the eyes of others. With a sigh, Lu Su suggested that Shen Yan rest well before taking his leave. Shen Yan stared at the closed door, enveloped in silence. The following morning, Shen Yan flew directly back to Shenzhen. Upon exiting the airport, she was immediately swarmed by a throng of adoring fans, their sudden appearance drawing significant attention. The unexpected surge nearly startled Lu Su into a defensive stance. Once he recognized the exuberant crowd as fans of Yin Yan, he breathed a sigh of relief and promptly assisted Xiao Zhao in maintaining order. Yin Yan, my dear daughter, Annie adores you. Yin Yan, please don't crowd her. Let her breathe. Did you just return from filming? Was it exhausting? Shen Yan observed the group of women, slightly older than herself, fussing over her. She was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, Yin Yan looks so adorable when she's stunned. Just like my daughter. Indeed, I can hardly believe how much more beautiful she is in person than on screen. Her skin's so fair and delicate. I wish I could touch it. Shen Yan remained mute, feeling overwhelmed. Yin Yan just stepped off the plane. She must be tired. Everyone, please give her some space. At this, the crowd instinctively parted, granting Shen Yan a clear path. The entire scene was more than she could bear. She had contributed nothing to warrant such reverence. It baffled her why fans would behave in such a manner. Yet, witnessing this spectacle stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. Lu Su, as it seems everyone has made an effort to come here, please make some arrangements for them. She noted several fans had likely traveled from afar and might not have secure accommodations. Some have been waiting for hours, hungry and unaware of her flight details. Please, let us not do this in the future. It's unnecessary. If I have something to say, I will say it. She sincerely believed she did not deserve such attention. Not even from her own daughter. You do deserve it, Yin Yan. Several voices chimed in, expressing their excitement. Despite Shen Yan's attempts to persuade them to disperse, the fans remained reluctant to leave. Lu Su, noticing their unwillingness to budge, instructed Xiao Zhao to escort Shen Yan out first while he organized food and lodging for the fans. Once in the car, the driver set off, and Shen Yan caught a glimpse of a few fans chasing after them in the rearview mirror. Xiao Zhao, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Yan Yan, your fans spontaneously came to welcome you at the airport. This is a sign that you are destined for greatness." Shen Yan furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "Is it common for fans to behave this way?" "This is just one expression of their affection. There will be more instances like this in the future." Xiao Zhao compared the spontaneous displays of love to other celebrities who had paid for organized airport receptions, highlighting the stark contrast. Shen Yan fell into a contemplative silence before remarking, "But they do not genuinely care for me as a person. When the facade crumbles, I fear their disappointment will be even more terrifying than that of the haters." Xiao Zhao's expression shifted. No, Yan Yan, you're thriving. Don't speak of such things." Shen Yan merely offered a wry smile. After dropping Xiao Zhao off at the assistant dormitory, she continued home alone with the driver. Upon entering the villa, Shen Yan was momentarily enveloped by the familiar, icy aura that belonged to Qi Si. As a servant approached to take her small suitcase, they whispered, "Miss Shen, the sir has returned." Shen Yan found the servant's deference amusing. Qi Si was hardly a monster. After thanking the servant, she made her way to the glass door leading to the backyard. Pushing the door open, she spotted a tall figure with his back turned, clad in a white shirt with sleeves rolled up, revealing strong wrists. He had just concluded a conversation on his phone when he turned to face her. His gaze, now even more profound and frigid than the first time they met, seemed to intensify, as if provoked by the unseen voice on the other end. "I understand," he coldly replied before hanging up. The two exchanged glances across a small distance, the intensity of the moment palpable. In that instant, Qi Si's demeanor evoked thoughts of cold-bloodedness, resembling an emotionless automaton that could instill fear merely by standing still. Yet, in Shen Yan's life, her own parents surpassed him in coldness, having ushered her into a living hell without a second thought. "You're back," she remarked, attempting to break the silence. Qi Si nodded indifferently, his expression revealing a discontent that was consistent with his usual demeanor. Shen Yan continued, "Lu Su mentioned there have been some issues within the Qi family." Qi Si's gaze turned as icy as before, fixating on her. "Are you unharmed?" Shen Yan asked in a somewhat formulaic manner. The chill in Qi Si's eyes lessened slightly as he replied, "It won't affect you." "I was concerned about that," she said, realizing he wished to avoid such topics. "I've already discussed with Lu Su. I won't neglect my studies. I'll return to school in a few days." Qi Si stood silently, observing the retreating figure of Shen Yan, his expression betraying nothing. Her decision to continue her education was of no consequence to him. Lu Su entered shortly after, sensing the somber atmosphere and eager to alleviate it. As they stepped into the living room, Qi Si spoke first. "I will be returning to the Qi family tomorrow." It was unclear to whom he addressed this statement, as both Lu Su and Shen Yan turned their heads in unison. Qi Si's icy gaze met Shen Yan's. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Lu Su's eyes lit up, adding, "The family would certainly prefer that you join Mr. Qi on his visit. Should I make any arrangements?" Qi Si glanced at Lu Su before responding coldly to Shen Yan. "There's no need. I will take responsibility on the day you return to school." With that, he ascended the stairs, seemingly indifferent to whether anyone understood his words. "Take responsibility? What does that mean?" Shen Yan pondered, unable to decipher his intentions. She turned back to Lu Su, who was equally bewildered. With a smile, Lu Su clarified, "The sir means that he will personally escort you back to school on that day." Shen Yan was taken aback. Is that truly what he meant? Realizing she had interpreted correctly, Lu Su cheerfully set about making preparations, the specifics of which only he knew. With nothing pressing on her agenda, Shen Yan decided to head upstairs. As she stood before the door on the left, faint sounds of conversation drifted from within. They seemed quite busy after a long rest. Shen Yan finally rose as the evening approached, just in time for a servant to come and invite her to dinner. The servant hesitated to disturb the occupant of the left room, so Shen Yan volunteered. She knocked gently, and a cold voice responded, "What is it?" After a brief pause, she replied, "Mr. Qi, dinner is ready and waiting for you." As the door swung open, Shen Yan instinctively recoiled a step, overwhelmed by the frigid aura emanating from Qi Si. Raising her gaze, she was met by his icy stare. A slight frown creased her brow. What had transpired to invoke such a demeanor in him? The two stood, locked in a silent exchange for an extended moment. Chi-Si's voice cut through the stillness, cold and detached. Wasn't dinner supposed to be served? Shen Yan turned and descended the stairs, but paused midway, glancing back at him with a slight upward tilt of her head. I wanted to confirm with Mr. Chi. When you mentioned your responsibilities, did you mean to escort me back to school personally? Indeed. Is there a problem? Chi-Si replied. No, I simply wish to clarify, to avoid any potential misunderstandings that might lead to my embarrassment. Shen Yan continued her descent, while Chi-Si followed closely, his attention fixated on her, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. The transformation in the woman before him was striking. The following day marked Shen Yan's second encounter with Chi-Si, yet she learned that he had departed early once more. After breakfast, she hurried to her acting class at Xingyu. Upon entering the troupe, her acting instructor welcomed her warmly, acknowledging her diligent studies. Shen Yan's inquiries were met with enthusiasm from the teacher. During the midday break, Daichio returned to the company and unexpectedly crossed paths with Shen Yan, who had just emerged from her class. Upon locking eyes with her, memories of their prior encounter in the garage flooded Daichio's mind, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Shen Yan offered him a slight nod and was about to pass when Daichio called out to her. Shen Yan, is there something you need, Brother Chio? She replied. As Daichio halted her, the attention of those around them shifted toward their conversation, though the onlookers remained disinterested. Daichio regarded Shen Yan with a complex expression before stating, I witnessed what transpired in the garage the other day. Shen Yan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Daichio's direct acknowledgement that Su Zishan was the one he had allowed inside. Though unspoken, his words were tantamount to an admission. Shen Yan knew that a mere mention to Lu Su would lead to confirmation. Why, then, was Daichio sharing this with her? Shen Yan feigned ignorance, catching Daichio off guard. Was she truly unconcerned? Since the endorsement advertisement, Daichio had been probing into Shen Yan's true background. Although he had not succeeded, he sensed that her connections were anything but ordinary. If she chose to dwell on the incident, he feared it might involve Shirlian as well. Thus, Daichio had chosen to confront Shen Yan about Su Zishan. Daichio's gaze towards Shen Yan grew more intricate. You think you can threaten me with Su Zishan? She asked lightly. Do you truly believe that would work? He retorted. Certainly not. I have some matters to discuss with General Kong. Please feel free. Shen Yan replied as Daichio withdrew his gaze and entered the elevator. Shen Yan had not given the incident much thought. After all, had Su Zishan posed a threat to her, she would have been concerned. In the capital, at the Qi residence, Chi-Si was immediately summoned by his mother upon entering. His mother, a member of the prestigious Song family, had instilled a rather austere upbringing in him. Following his father's unfortunate incapacitation, her discipline grew more severe. Even as Chi-Si approached 30, Song Jinwei remained uncompromising. Their relationship had soured further after the arrangement for Chi-Si to marry into the Shen family, transferring much of the family business into his hands. Consequently, Song Jinwei gradually relinquished her authority to her younger son, Chi Heng, seemingly intending to withdraw from the business realm. However, dissatisfaction with Chi Heng's limited grasp of power had compelled her to consult Chi-Si privately about sharing the burden of the family business. Chi-Si offered no response. When a phone conversation proved inadequate, Song Jinwei summoned him back for a face-to-face discussion. You cannot continue to evade this matter, she stated coldly. Mother. Chi-Si acknowledged her presence with an indifferent tone, glancing at her seated on the sofa. Song Jinwei furrowed her brow, a formidable presence in both public and private spheres, often referred to as the Iron Lady in business circles. The atmosphere in the room grew chilling as she pressed. Have you considered what I proposed? The two were unable to engage in the tender exchanges typical of a mother-son bond. Their interactions were fraught with tension, akin to adversaries. Your brother would never voice such a request, she remarked. It is only fair for him to assist you. Chi-Si retorted, whether it is assistance or usurpation. You are well aware. Must we resort to such formalities within our family? Song Jinwei's demeanor turned frosty. Was it not you who first introduced that formality? Their discourse became increasingly strained. Song Jinwei's expression soured further as she reminded him. The union with the Shen family favored your brother. Had he not stepped aside, the Qi family's power would not have been yours. Chi-Si's brow furrowed. Stepping aside? You should address that with grandmother. Realizing the conversation was futile, he stood and coldly declared, Have you forgotten how grandmother passed? Song Jinwei's complexion paled. Must you reopen old wounds for your own satisfaction? Chi Si had no intention of lingering. He turned to leave the suffocating atmosphere of the living room. He refrained from visiting his ailing father or the hospital, opting instead to address a multitude of business matters at the headquarters. He returned to the Chi residence the following morning, yet found himself embroiled in yet another dispute with his parents. By afternoon, he took a flight back to Shen City. Upon returning from her acting class, Shen Yan sensed an unusual tension in the household. Lu Su, hesitant to speak loudly, cautioned her, "Every time the sir returns home is like this. Miss Shun, it will be wise to avoid provoking him today." Shen Yan glanced upstairs and nodded. "I have no intention of provoking him." Liu Su demanded apprehensive, recalling how Shen Yan had previously drawn Chi Si's ire under similar circumstances. Although he had not harmed her then, the memory of her fainting from fear lingered. At dinner, Chi Si descended, the atmosphere even more oppressive than usual, though not to a degree that frightened Shen Yan. Observing the servants quaking in trepidation, she hesitated to inquire whether he would accompany her back to school the following day. In the dining room, they shared a meal amidst the frigid atmosphere. As Chi Si rose, Shen Yan could not suppress her curiosity. "Is everything all right, Mr. Chi?" Turning to meet her serene gaze, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him after their meal. "I am fine. If necessary, I can return to school alone tomorrow." With that, Chi Si prepared to leave, but paused, glancing back at Shen Yan still seated at the table. "Between me and Chi Hong, who do you prefer?" Shen Yan blinked, countering, "Is the Chi family considering changing its marriage alliance?" Chi Si did not respond, but asked again, "Whom do you favor?" "If the Chi family intends to replace me, I see no reason to pursue another unfamiliar relationship," she replied. Her answer momentarily took Chi Si aback, but he simply nodded and exited the dining room, a slight uplift in his spirits due to her response. The next morning, Shen Yan rose early, only to find that Chi Si had awakened even earlier, appearing as though he had not slept at all. Everything was neatly arranged, just as it had been yesterday. During breakfast, Shen Yan stole glances at him several times. After finishing his meal, Chi Si stepped outside to receive 2 phone calls. Shen Yan, dressed and ready, waited at the entrance. Chi Si set down his phone and walked over to her, indicating that they could leave. This was their first time sitting together in a car. The driver and Lu Su were fully engrossed in the movements of the two in the back seat. However, to their disappointment, the 2 passengers sat apart from each other. Shen Yan lowered the window slightly, allowing the breeze to flow in, tousling her long hair back. A few strands brushed against Chi Si's hand, which held the tablet, winding around his expensive cufflink and becoming slightly entangled. Chi Si quietly extinguished the tablet screen, used one hand to remove the hair, and with a subtle motion, untangled the strands from his cufflink, all done without a sound. When Shen Yan turned her head, she noticed him shifting away slightly as he resumed his work on the tablet. Did he find her proximity uncomfortable? Shen Yan felt perplexed by this action. She raised an eyebrow and caught sight of a group of high school students in uniforms crossing the street, piquing her curiosity, and she leaned out to get a better look. Without lifting his gaze, Chi Si admonished her, "Don't lean out." Oh, she was merely curious about what high school students were like. Although she withdrew her head, her gaze continued to follow the group of youthful students, a glimmer of envy evident in her eyes. Chi Si, raising his eyes from the tablet, noticed her staring intently behind them as though something captivating had drawn her attention. "Did Mr. Chi attend high school?" Shen Yan inquired. Chi Si merely offered her a calm, indifferent glance, as if to say her question was trivial. "What was high school like?" she asked, intrigued. "Studying," he replied succinctly, despite finding her question rather naive. This response was quintessentially Chi Si. Finding the conversation dull, Shen Yan ceased her inquiries. At Shun City University, freshmen registered earlier, and Shen Yan returned to campus without witnessing the initial bustling atmosphere, which left her with a tinge of regret. Resting her chin on the window, she gazed at the throngs of students, momentarily lost in thought. "Just drive straight in," Chi Si instructed. Shen Yan admired the serene beauty of Shun City University along the way. Was this what university life entailed? The environment was pleasant, and the ambience felt inviting. During her first year, she had entered the entertainment industry, and although she was not well known, many at school recognized her. Now, it was even more pronounced. The freshmen were all aware of her recent rise to fame. As soon as they arrived, students nearby began to whisper and point at her. Sir, I will accompany Miss Shen for her registration, Lu Su said, noticing the commotion outside and promptly exiting the vehicle. It was quite surprising that Qi Si had personally brought Shen Yan to school, and no one dared to insist he accompany her as a guardian. As Qi Si's phone rang, he nodded toward Lu Su, and Shen Yan was about to say she could manage on her own when Lu Su had already exited the car. The second-year students did not have the same registration hassles as the first-year students. Upon entering the registration area, Shen Yan was scrutinized by several mentors. With Lu Su standing beside her in a guardian capacity, no one dared to pry too much. The second and third-year students had returned a week early to welcome the newcomers, making Shen Yan the last to register. However, there were no rules mandating she arrive earlier. Shen Yan, as she stepped out of the registration office, a tall, fair-skinned boy regarded her with surprise. Shen Yan did not recognize him, but he seemed to know her, so she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The boy was accompanied by two other boys and a girl, who curiously remarked, "Shen Yan, you become quite famous recently. We thought you were dropping out to pursue a career in entertainment." This clarified why they were astonished to see her. "I have no intention of abandoning my studies." Shen Yan responded, "Is this Uncle Shen? We are Shen Yan's classmates. Em Lin Shuangsu." The girl introduced herself to Lu Su. Lu Su replied, "My surname is Lu. I'm also a family member of Shen Yan." Lin Shuangshu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, saying, "Oh, so you're Uncle Lu." With an elder present, the tall boy who had first addressed Shen Yan introduced himself. "I am Qi Yao, also a classmate of Shen Yan." Lu Su nodded with a smile. "You all will take care of Shen Yan while she is at school." Shen Yan felt a bit uncomfortable as she had not spent much time at school during her first year. Lin Shuangshu nearly said they were not very familiar and that no one could look after anyone else, but she swallowed her words. Since they were classmates, Lu Su suggested treating them to a meal. They declined, stating they were busy and could not commit to lunch, let alone dinner. As Shen Yan departed under their scrutiny, she overheard their conversation. "Shen Yan has really changed a lot, but we haven't spent much time with her. How would you know if she has changed? Do we need to spend time together?" A comparison online makes it clear. With her current popularity, she will certainly attract attention on campus. Everyone is busy studying. It's a bit odd to chase after a classmate who is a star. As Shen Yan walked a short distance away, she could still hear their chatter. As long as she did not offend anyone, she hoped to navigate her university life smoothly. She cherished the campus atmosphere. Shen Yan was majoring in computer science, a field she had chosen rather arbitrarily. In a rebellious spirit, she had disregarded her family's suggestions and opted for computer science instead. Now, she had no plans to switch majors. There was nothing wrong with computer science. It was not difficult to study. Qi Si rarely took a moment to appreciate the campus scenery. As the door opened, he withdrew his gaze. "Mr. Qi, it's still early. You can drop me off at the company, and then you can attend to your own matters," Shen Yan remarked. Realizing it was too early for lunch, and she could not accompany Qi Si to his company, so she would return to her performance class. Qi Si said nothing, signaling for the driver to proceed. Lu Su attempted to speak several times, but ultimately held his tongue. Upon arriving at the company, Qi Si remained in the car. Watching Shen Yan enter, he turned to Lu Su, who seemed hesitant to speak regarding the person she was pursuing. Lu Su's eyes widened in surprise. Why was Qi Si suddenly asking this? Was he concerned? Their family's union must not falter. Lu Su's initial excitement was doused with cold water. Shen Yan had previously expressed a lack of interest in the Mu family's son. Qi Si merely listened, not taking it to heart. How could someone who had pursued her so fervently suddenly claim disinterest? Lu Su exited the car, watching Qi Si's vehicle drive away before he turned to enter the company. On the third floor, Shen Yan stood by the window, just in time to see the inconspicuous black car merge into the flow of traffic, leaving her in a contemplative state. Lu Su ascended the stairs and, recalling something, called Qi Si. "Sir, will you be dining at home tonight?" "Yes," came a reply. After hanging up, Lu Su was elated. Upon reaching the third floor, he shared the good news with Shen Yan. "Sir said he wants to have dinner with Miss Shen tonight." "Outside?" Shen Yan instinctively asked. Lu Su was taken aback. "Miss Shen is considering dining out?" Shen Yan shook her head. "It's fine to eat at home." The crew of Mao Sheng sent a message requesting Shen Yan to arrive at the film studio 2 days earlier. Lu Su recalled this and mentioned it casually. Shen Yan nodded and asked, "Is Qi Heng Mr. Qi's younger brother?" "Yes, he is indeed his brother." Did Miss Shen not know? Lu Su was caught off guard by the question. Shen Yan inquired further, "Are there plans for the Qi family to arrange a marriage for me?" Liu Sufronith. "I haven't heard of such a thing." Initially, The Shen family had favored Qi Heng, but the old matriarch of the Qi family had made it clear that it must be Qi Si. Lu Su knew that Song Jinwei had always favored Qi Heng and hoped such a fortunate event would fall to him. However, this was something he could not disclose to Shen Yan. Given Qi Si's cold demeanor, if this union did not occur, he would likely remain solitary for life. It was not that no one wished to marry him. Rather, they feared he would not consent. Chapter 081. Shen Yan in a little hissy fit? That evening, Qi Si returned home with a precise sense of timing. Upon entering, he found Shen Yan seated in the living room, analyzing script. In the production The Plot of the Sage, although she is merely a third female lead with limited screen time, her role holds significant weight. Particularly, she plays a crucial part in the emotional dynamics between the male and female protagonists and serves as a catalyst for the male lead's transformation. Over 30 episodes, her character, akin to a cold-blooded assassin, survives for 20. The dialogues are sparse, relying more on expressive glances and commanding presence. Shen Yan now seeks to define her role through the dialogues and descriptions of others, allowing her to better gauge her performance. Qi Si, indifferent to Shen Yan's participation in the drama, recalls a video Lu Su had sent him previously. In it, she lay in the mud on a sloped path, her face obscured by dirt. Initially, he believed Shen Yan pursued a career in entertainment solely in the wake of Mu Jinsheng, lacking genuine passion. Observing her current demeanor, he begins to entertain the notion that her entry into the industry stems from a true fondness for it. When Qi Si returns, Shen Yan sets aside her script and stands to face him. A seemingly mundane statement from her momentarily halts his action of loosening his tie, prompting him to glance in her direction. Meeting his gaze, she displays a hint of confusion, pondering his intentions. Qi Si, after a brief pause, nods in acknowledgement. As they dine together, the absence of attendance contrasts sharply with the scripted interactions of dramas. They enter the dining hall, serve themselves, and sit in comfortable silence. The atmosphere is unexpectedly warm, and both Shen Yan and Qi Si relish this tranquility. After finishing their meal, Shen Yan recalls her impending return to the set and mentions it to him. Qi Si wipes his hands and addresses her, stating he will manage the situation concerning the attack on Jin Sheng and inquires if she has any requests. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Yan realizes Qi Si is willing to stand up for her, not out of personal concern, but because their fates are intertwined. She nods in understanding, recognizing that any harm to her would reflect poorly on him, thus necessitating a restoration of his reputation. She contemplates her previous treatment of him and asks, "Do you truly hold no grudge, Qi Si?" His gaze remains unchanged as he responds, "I am well aware of my desires." His interest lies not in her affections or presence, but in the advantages she brings. Shen Yan feels a pang of realization. Perhaps she has overthought his motives. He is indeed cold-hearted, caring solely for profit and indifferent to her actions. The following evening, Shen Yan returns from work, and Qi Si arrives punctually for dinner. Their meal is devoid of conversation until Shen Yan prepares to ascend the stairs, at which point Qi Si calls her back, advising her to maintain a distance in her pursuits. He expresses his disinterest in any potential rumors arising from their interactions on set. Shen Yan, glancing back at him from the staircase, retorts, "How generous of you, Mr. Qi," before turning away to continue upstairs. Qi Si's brow furrows slightly at her sarcasm. The next morning, Shen Yan descends with her luggage, and Lu Su rushes to assist her. To her surprise, Qi Si is still at home, having just concluded a phone call. He catches sight of her, and his gaze lingers on her youthful appearance as she walks past him into the dining area. After breakfast, she exits quietly, her luggage in hand, without offering a single greeting or glance in his direction. Lu Su, momentarily taken aback, follows her outside and cautiously asks, "Why did Miss Shen not bid farewell to Mr. Qi?" "He does not require it," Shen Yan replies, her tone lacking warmth. "For the sake of familial harmony, I have yet to form a family with him, and a few months' absence should not warrant a farewell." Her voice carries a hint of indifference. Lu Su inquires if she is upset, to which she clarifies that she is not angry, merely unsettled. Given Qi Si's focus on profit and his encouragement of her pursuits, she should feel pleased, devoid of negative emotions. On her way to the airport, her minor grievances dissipate entirely, as if nothing had transpired. Qi Si, meanwhile, gives instructions regarding operations in Shenzhen before flying to the capital. The image of Shen Yan leaving lingers in his mind, and he wonders if she is indeed sulking. Given her temperament, he dismisses the thought, knowing he struggles to comprehend the whims of young women. Upon exiting the airport, Chi-Si is greeted by a luxurious Maybach, and as he steps out, a tall, striking figure approaches him with a charming smile. This man's demeanor exudes a blend of charm and mischief. Chi-Si, he calls out, but Chi-Si walks past him with indifference. The young man, taken aback, hastens to catch up, insisting, I came all this way to pick you up. Surely you can extend me some courtesy. Chi-Si remains silent, entering another black sedan. It is only when the car pulls away that the young man expresses his frustration, stating, I told you, I was unaware of the situation. We are friends. Can't you show me some leniency? Is Shen Yan really that significant to you? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for that young girl. Chi-Si raises a hand, and, as the driver accelerates, the young man stumbles back, realizing how ruthless his friend can be. Meanwhile, Shen Yan quickly navigates through the film studio, where she finds Chu Jinghe rehearsing a scene with a veteran actor. Her mere presence distracts Chu Jinghe, leading to a mistake that prompts the director to call for a halt, followed by an outburst of reprimands. Chu Jinghe pales as he searches for Shen Yan, who has already moved on to greet other actors. She encounters Mu Jincheng, who is engaged in conversation with another individual. Upon noticing Shen Yan, he pauses, momentarily taken aback by her fresh, youthful appearance. Standing beside Mu Jincheng is a strikingly handsome man, who smiles and introduces himself as Li Yanbai. You must be Shen Yan, he says warmly. Shen Yan, recognizing him as the actor who had previously yielded the title of Best Actor to Tao Rong, replies, I am Shen Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li. She feels a sense of admiration for him, recalling how he had assisted her in the past. Li Yanbai smiles as he shakes her hand, mentioning, Director Li informed me about a talented young actress in the crew, so I came to observe. Little did they know, he is here for a cameo. Having owed a favor to the director, despite his earlier reluctance to return to television dramas. Once again, an exception was made, only after the incident involving Tao Rongya. He merely came to make a cameo in a few scenes, ultimately resulting in only a few minutes of footage left for him, which he himself did not particularly mind. Regarding the rumors of Xing Yu's altercation with Tao Rongya, Li Yanbai was somewhat aware. Although it was their first encounter, he exhibited a remarkably amicable demeanor towards Shen Yan. Director Li's comments were exaggerated. Li Laoshir's reputation in the entertainment industry for his acting prowess is widely acknowledged. It is hoped that in the future, I might acquire a few skills from Li Laoshir. Shen Yan was adept at conversing in a manner that was pleasing to others. In this industry, one must speak appropriately to different audiences. The distinction between truth and falsehood often becomes blurred. Upon hearing this, Li Yanbai smiled at Shen Yan, acknowledging the indefatigable spirit of the youth today, which he found difficult to contest. Shen Yan returned the smile. Meanwhile, Mu Jincheng, standing in the background, felt completely overlooked. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, his brow furrowed even deeper. Prior to his arrival, Li Yanbai had heard some stories about Shen Yan and Mu Jincheng. Now, their interaction did not seem to align with those narratives. He could only lament the overwhelming influence of the entertainment industry, which often distorts the truth. Subsequently, Li Yanbai guided Shen Yan around the back of the set, introducing her to several seasoned actors in the cast. As Shen Yan was led to meet these veterans, she cast several sidelong glances at Li Yanbai. She did not reject the goodwill he extended. After a scene with Chu Jinghe, she found Mu Jincheng, only to see Shen Yan mingling with Li Yanbai and the others. She could not help but frown. Shen Yan was truly impressive, seamlessly integrating with Li Laoshir and the others upon her arrival. Mu Jincheng's expression darkened further at this observation. Some individuals are simply adept at winning favor. Mu Jincheng withdrew his gaze and turned to Chu Jinghe, inquiring, Is today's filming wrapped? Chu Jinghe nodded. I'll go greet Shen Yan. Mu Jincheng hesitated to voice his thoughts, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. Chu Jinghe could not bear to watch as Shen Yan eclipsed her own radiance. Prior to Shen Yan's arrival, all attention had been devoted to her. However, with Shen Yan's presence, she was nearly disregarded. This sensation only intensified Chu Jinghe's unease. Shen Yan, I heard you returned to school. I thought you would wait a few more days before coming, Chu Jinghe remarked. Upon her arrival, everyone smiled and pulled out a chair for her to sit. As the focus shifted back to her, Chu Jinghe exhaled slightly in relief. She smiled and thanked the senior who had offered her the chair, then modestly took her seat, casting a discreet smile and nod towards Li Yanbai. Li Yanbai felt neither aversion nor affection towards Chu Jinghe. When she greeted him, he naturally reciprocated. "Are you still in school?" Upon hearing Chu Jinghe's question, Li Yanbai glanced at Shen Yan. "I took a leave of absence," Shen Yan replied, meeting Chu Jinghe's gaze. Chu Jinghe, adopting an older sisterly tone, asked, "Will you be able to keep up?" "It won't be a problem," Shen Yan assured. "What year are you in?" One of the veteran actors playing Chu Jinghe's mother leaned in, inquiring. "Second year." "What a coincidence. My daughter is also in her second year. Which university are you attending?" Their conversation drew them closer together. "Shen Chung University. Shen Yan is more capable than my daughter. Mine is rebellious in her second year, and she hasn't driven me to madness yet." Chu Jinghe was gradually sidelined as the two conversed more animatedly, her body growing increasingly tense. Others occasionally chimed in, effectively pushing Chu Jinghe further out of the circle. The production team had booked a hotel nearby, with all crew members residing in the same establishment. The wealthy producer had chosen a hotel of considerable quality. Shen Yan was assigned to the 5th floor, room 506. Coincidentally, Chu Jinghe was in 508, while Li Yanbai occupied 507. The room numbers were sequentially arranged. Thus, Chu Jinghe resided next to Shen Yan, with Li Yanbai directly across the hall. Shen Yan was unaware of which floor Mu Jincheng was staying on. Lu Su would remain with the crew for a week, confirming that everything was in order with Shen Yan before departing. Xiao Zhao was in a room further inside. Lu Su felt much more at ease with the crew's living arrangements. As long as Mu Jincheng was not on the same floor, the presence of others was inconsequential. Upon leaving Shen Yan's room, Lu Su seized the opportunity to inform her, "Sir has blocked me. I will need Miss Shen to personally discuss the situation with him later." Shen Yan inquired, "Is there an issue?" Liu Su hesitative. Shen Yan's scenes were scheduled for the end, yet she still went to the set the following morning to observe and learn. She even received praise from the guest star Li Yanbai. Shen Yan felt no pride from this. For her, achieving what she once deemed unattainable was a source of genuine contentment. "I see everyone has brought numerous assistants. Why do you only have one?" Li Yanbai, having reviewed Shen Yan's popularity metrics and knowing Xing Yu was promoting her, was somewhat surprised to find only Xiao Zhao accompanying her. Nowadays, stars with any semblance of fame often flaunt their status, surrounded by a horde of assistants. "One is sufficient," Shen Yan replied, glancing towards the actress playing the second female lead, who was also quite renowned and had reportedly caused a scene prior to her arrival. Receiving a stern reprimand from director Li. "Young actors like you are rare," Li Yanbai remarked, growing increasingly appreciative of Shen Yan. Beautiful and talented, yet unpretentious. While they had not acted together, receiving praise from director Li was commendable. Others would have already become conceited, but Shen Yan possessed a unique composure. That evening, a significant scene was set to be filmed. Shen Yan's character, the third female lead, enters the capital alongside the male protagonist, only to cross paths with the female lead portrayed by Chu Jinghe, and subsequently finds herself embroiled in a conflict with another group within the city. Shen Yan, dressed in male attire, donned modest fabrics, with simply a headband to restrain her hair and a sword in hand. Her appearance was clean-cut and exuded a heroic air. Despite her fair complexion, the makeup artist applied a layer of powder to give her skin a warmer hue. Nonetheless, standing next to the elegantly attired Chu Jinghe, she still appeared somewhat overshadowed. Upon witnessing this, Director Li instructed the makeup artist to further tone down Shen Yan's look while advising her to temper her presence, ensuring she did not outshine the female lead. Director Li's directive echoed loudly, and Chu Jinghe, standing amidst the flames, appeared somewhat pallid. Her voluminous sleeves concealed her tightly clenched fists, and her meticulously applied makeup could not mask the tension in her expression. Shen Yan, positioned beside Mu Jincheng, observed Chu Jinghe's reaction closely, silently smirking. Chu Jinghe caught sight of her expression, nearly losing her composure. In Chapter 083, Shen Yan is a force to be reckoned with. The male lead Mu Jincheng sat inside the carriage, needing not to directly face the outside world. For this grand scene, he merely had to deliver a few lines. It was Shen Yan who took center stage. The male and female leads had previously acquainted themselves. However, upon arriving in the capital, they feigned unfamiliarity. Shen Yan approached Chu Jinghe to engage in dialogue, embodying a character of aloof demeanor. She cast a cold gaze upon Chu Jinghe, effectively conveying a sense of polite disdain. Chu Jinghe found herself drawn into Shen Yan's performance, nearly forgetting her own lines. Director Li observed Chu Jinghe's performance from his vantage point, noting her unease when locking eyes with Shen Yan, as if she wished to avoid the encounter entirely. Consequently, this take was deemed NG. Director Li called Chu Jinghe over, replayed the footage for her, and subsequently guided her back to her original position, explaining how she should respond, how to navigate her movements, the camera angles, and the expressions required for her lines. Under pressure, Chu Jinghe attempted another take. Perhaps due to her excessive effort, she once again received an NG. After 5 consecutive NGs, Director Li ultimately shifted the focus to Shen Yan. Shen Yan, please turn your face this way. Once Chu Jinghe delivers her line, take a step forward and draw your sword. Do you understand? At this moment, Director Li had lost much of his patience. Chu Jinghe stood there, her body stiff with tension. The scene that was rightfully hers had been seized by Shen Yan, and she felt a deep sense of resentment. This particular take was abandoned without hesitation. Since Chu Jinghe had lost that shot, everyone else's performances fell perfectly into place. The instant Director Li called for action, Chu Jinghe snapped out of her role, her gaze sweeping over Shen Yan as she endeavored to mask her inner discontent. In that previous scene, Director Li had added extra lines for Shen Yan. Witnessing the praise from seasoned actors, Chu Jinghe felt even more disheartened. Turning back, she caught Mu Jinsheng observing Shen Yan with a complex expression, and her hands tightened into fists. She forced a smile as she approached Shen Yan. Shen Yan, we have a scene together tomorrow. May I come over later to discuss the script? Having just arrived in Beijing, it was Shen Yan's character, the third female lead, who was tasked with conveying messages between the male and female protagonists. Thus, there was considerable interaction between Shen Yan and Chu Jinghe during this period. Chu Jinghe's request to rehearse was entirely reasonable. In front of everyone, Shen Yan glanced at her and nodded. Only then did Chu Jinghe leave with a smile. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was quite late. After finishing her wash, Shen Yan found Chu Jinghe waiting with the script. Xiao Zhao placed the items Shen Yan needed down, casting a furtive glance at Chu Jinghe, hesitating whether to leave. Noticing Xiao Zhao's wariness, Chu Jinghe frowned slightly. Wasn't she the one who should be cautious? Besides, she wasn't TA man. What was Xiao Zhao doing hovering around Shen Yan? Once Xiao Zhao departed, Shen Yan and Chu Jinghe began rehearsing their lines. Shen Yan portrayed a rather taciturn female assassin, resulting in minimal dialogue. In less than 20 minutes, they had completed their lines. As Chu Jinghe was leaving, she turned back and smiled at Shen Yan. Shen Yan, there may have been some misunderstandings between us before. I hope we can be friends moving forward. She extended her hand to Shen Yan. In the industry, Chu Jinghe was indeed Shen Yan's senior. It would be impolite for the junior, Shen Yan, to refuse the goodwill offered by her senior. Chu Jinghe believed this. However, Shen Yan simply stood there, observing her quietly for a moment before responding coolly. There is no misunderstanding. As an 18-line minor star, I wouldn't dare to presume to befriend Teacher Chu. Chu Jinghe's smile faded, and her brow furrowed slowly. To her, extending the olive branch of friendship to Shen Yan was already a concession of her status, and she could not fathom Shen Yan being so ungracious. Moreover, she had underestimated Shen Yan, both in intelligence and acting prowess, far beyond her expectations. Shen Yan, I genuinely wish to be your friend. Since you do not wish for it, I shall not insist. I merely hope that we can both excel in this drama. Chu Jinghe stated, not wanting to impose her warmth on someone who was cold. She smiled and withdrew her hand, casually inquiring, I noticed your admiration for Jinsheng before. I have connections with him. Do you require my assistance? Her words were a subtle probe. Shen Yan gazed at her with a smile that was neither here nor there. If you are willing to relinquish him, I have no interest in such a mediocre man. This was a new term she had learned, and it felt fitting for Mu Jinsheng. Logically, someone of Mu Jinsheng's background should possess commendable character. Yet it seemed he had been poorly nurtured. Chu Jinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could not fathom Shen Yan using such a common yet derogatory term to describe Mu Jinsheng. Shen Yan, even if you do not like him, you cannot speak ill of Jinsheng. Since you mentioned it, let me advise you to keep your man at a distance from me, Shen Yan replied, gesturing dismissively as if to usher her away. Chu Jinghe inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anger. Shen Yan, you will regret what you said today. Shen Yan shrugged casually in response. Chu Jinghe contained her temper and turned to return to her room. The following morning, Shen Yan was subjected to layer upon layer of makeup, concealing her fair skin completely. Dressed in male attire, she still managed to overshadow the elegantly adorned Chu Jinghe with her aura. Chu Jinghe's manager observed this from outside, growing increasingly anxious. During their upcoming scene together, Chu Jinghe, as anticipated, struggled to keep up despite their limited dialogue. Even an untrained eye could discern the disparity, let alone someone as discerning as Director Li. Noticing Li's frown, the manager grew ever more anxious. With Chu Jinghe's lackluster performance contrasting sharply against Shen Yan's, Li's attitude towards Shen Yan improved significantly, even leading him to consider giving her additional lines. To refrain from doing so would be a disservice to Shen Yan's talent. During lunch, Director Li broached this topic with the screenwriters. Having witnessed Shen Yan's acting prowess, they refrained from immediate dissent. Recognizing that the third female lead had ample opportunities for expanded scenes, which could enhance the depth and tension of the narrative. Word of the potential for Shen Yan to receive additional scenes reached Chu Jinghe, and her expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Her manager, Zhong Qi, remarked, "Your acting skills need enhancement. You cannot allow Shen Yan's character to overshadow you any longer. Continuing down this path will be detrimental." Chu Jinghe felt a wave of frustration. She was acutely aware that allowing Shen Yan to continue dominating would not bode well for her career. Yet, despite her efforts to elevate her performance, she could not suppress Shen Yan's presence. Enhancing my acting skills at this point is futile. Is there a more direct way to eliminate Shen Yan from the equation? Chu Jinghe's demeanor remained calm as she posed this question, and Zhong Qi understood the implication behind her words. Unable to suppress her rival through performance, she contemplated more underhanded methods. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Celebrities suddenly losing their voice while performing or individuals requiring urgent medical attention after consuming toxic substances were merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, when Chu Jinghe suggested such a course of action, Zhong Qi did not immediately dismiss it, but instead pondered its feasibility. Your career is still on the rise. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary trouble at this juncture. Have you forgotten how others have fallen from grace? Shen Yan was a toxic presence. Those who crossed her often faced dire consequences. Suddenly recalling the fates of Su Zixin and Tao Rong, Chu Jinghe shivered. Yet, she soon dismissed it as mere coincidence. Nevertheless, she heeded her manager's advice and resolved not to stir up trouble until the drama had successfully aired. In the following days, Chu Jinghe could only watch helplessly as director Li proactively granted Shen Yan more scenes. Once Li Yanbai completed his filming and prepared to leave the set, Director Li seized the opportunity to attempt to draw him back into the spotlight. Li Yanbai's appearance had been a significant favor, and the next step for him would be to contend for the coveted title of Best Actor. Director Li hoped to secure further collaborative opportunities with him. "If I have a good script in the future, I will certainly support your endeavors." Li Yanbai chuckled, performing a playful bow. Director Li, bemused, remarked, "For my next project, I intend to cast Song Xian as the female lead. This is an opportunity for you both to collaborate. Are you truly not interested?" The affection Li Yanbai harbored for Song Xian was evident to all but her. He shook his head, remaining silent, yet his intentions were clear. "I truly do not understand the whims of youth these days. Perhaps another time." Director Li patted his shoulder. "Shall we host a gathering tonight to bid you farewell?" Li Yanbai chuckled. "It's not a significant role. What is the fuss? The younger generation wishes to glean wisdom from you, their esteemed senior. Surely, you would not deny them this chance?" "Perhaps next time." Li Yanbai smiled and declined. In the afternoon, he departed the set. Before leaving, he added Shen Yan on WeChat and mentioned that a renowned screenwriter was searching for a female lead, and he wanted to recommend her for an audition. Such an opportunity was one Shen Yan did not decline. Lu Su, observing that Shen Yan was nearly ready to depart, prepared to leave himself. He needed to return to request Qi Si to reinstate him in her friends list. He could not stand by as the couple drifted further apart. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Before Lu Su could speak, Shen Yan initiated the conversation. "Uncle Lu, please prepare a laptop for me." "A laptop? I may be on leave, but my school requires me to complete assignments." "What assignments?" "I am majoring in computer science. What other assignments could there be?" Upon hearing this major, Lu Su couldn't help but think inappropriately. Is Miss Shen intending to venture into the realm of hacking? Shen Yan shot him a glance. I have no intention of thinking in that direction. Since Uncle Lu mentioned it, I will strive to excel. Lu Su's eyes brightened instantly. His gaze toward Shen Yan infused with newfound admiration. I shall prepare the finest computer for Miss Shen. Lu Su promptly called a specialist to inquire about the ideal computer for this field. If he couldn't find one, he would immediately arrange for someone to assemble a top-notch laptop. After a thorough search, Lu Su's mind slipped, and he turned to call Qi Si. After handling matters in Beijing, Qi Si had stirred up quite a scene, and his mood was relatively pleasant as he answered Lu Su's call. His tone not as frosty. What is it? Lu Su discerned Qi Si's good spirits and proceeded to mention Shen Yan's need for a computer. Qi Si replied, "Since it is her study tool, I will make the necessary arrangements." With Qi Si's assurance, Lu Su felt at ease. However, "Sir, could we add each other as friends?" The other end had already hung up. Liu Su, unbeknownst to Liu Su, who had lazily delegated the matter to Qi Si, Shen Yan was earnestly learning acting skills from seasoned performers. Chu Jing and the actress playing the second female role followed suit, striving to appear eager for guidance. This left Director Li somewhat bewildered. Due to this enthusiasm for learning instigated by Shen Yan, even though Chu Jing's subsequent performances were not stellar, Director Li refrained from scolding anyone. Shen Yan's dedication fostered a newfound atmosphere within the crew. Even Mu Jincheng felt compelled to privately hone his acting skills to avoid being overshadowed by Shen Yan. Thus, Shen Yan spent her days peacefully. The computer Qi Si prepared for Shen Yan was delivered to the set. After finishing her scene, Lu Su presented the newly assembled computer to Shen Yan, not forgetting to take credit for Qi Si. After learning of this matter, Sir personally selected the finest computer for Miss Shen. Shen Yan inspected the device to see if it suited her needs. Her heart stirred at the thought. Qi Sir personally selected this? Indeed, it is said that he neglected work to choose this computer. Liu Su hastili prastisi, asserting that despite his cold demeanor, he was quite attentive to Miss Shen's affairs. Shen Yan nodded, opening the computer and requesting Lu Su to thank him on her behalf. I will transfer the payment for the computer from my side. Her advertisement earnings should not fall short of 6 figures. No need to be so formal. It is only right. If he refuses to accept payment, I will purchase one myself. As she spoke, Shen Yan attempted to push the computer away. I will call him immediately. Lu Su, having no choice, transferred 20,000 yuan to Qi Si's account. Upon receiving the transfer, Qi Si, after more than a month of filming, Shen Yan learned much from the veteran actors and did not neglect her studies. However, many aspects remained inconvenient. Thinking of a fellow student, she planned to contact Lin Xuangshu for her details once filming wrapped, making it easier to inquire about academic questions in the future. With her scenes nearing completion, only the final scene remained. In the narrative, Shen Yan's character, the third female lead, dies before the male protagonist, triggering a significant psychological shift in him. Throughout this final scene, Chu Jing and others watched intently. Over the past month, they witnessed Shen Yan's acting improve daily. Mu Jincheng observed as Shen Yan perished before his eyes. The shock of that moment required no acting, as he was fully immersed. Shen Yan's performance seamlessly drew them into their roles, so compelling that even director Li seemed to breathe softly. Watching Shen Yan, bloodied and lying on the ground, Mu Jincheng felt his entire body stiffen, his breath hitching. His expression and reaction bore no traces of performance. It was strikingly genuine. Cut. The moment director Li called cut, Shen Yan's scenes were complete. Rising from the ground, she quickly got to her feet. Xiao Zhao rushed over to wipe the blood from her face. Yin Yan, you performed exceptionally well. I truly thought you were going to die just now. Xiao Zhao's voice trembled. It was merely acting. Even knowing that you were acting, it was still difficult to bear. Shen Yan, congratulations on completing filming. Several senior actors expressed their reluctance to see her go. In the entertainment industry, it is rare to encounter a young person as diligent as Shen Yan. Not spoiled, humble, and ambitious, she is genuine. Moreover, Shen Yan is beautiful. She could easily rely on her looks, yet she chooses to depend on her talent. Such a young person is truly admirable. Finally regaining his composure, Mu Jincheng observed the crowd surrounding Shen Yan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Once they dispersed, he approached her to extend his congratulations on completing filming. Shen Yan nodded. Over the past month, Mu Jincheng realized that Shen Yan harbored no romantic intentions towards him. This realization left him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, he remained steadfast in his choice. He entered the entertainment industry for Chu Jing, and that was unchangeable. After bidding farewell to the crew, Lu Su arrived to take Shen Yan home. In the car, Lu Su turned off his phone and asked Shen Yan, "Will you be resting for a few days, or do you have other plans?" Returning to school, Shen Yan inquired, "Has the company arranged any new engagements for me?" "None, but there is a promising drama coming up." Lu Su intended to secure the role for Shen Yan, but it involved a romantic subplot. "I will not take it. I will head straight back to school." Shen Yan declined, and Lu Su felt relieved. Prioritizing academics is commendable. Chapter 085, Streaming Traffic. Upon returning to the villa in Shun City, Shen Yan took out her phone and scrolled through to find dinner. Chi Si had not yet returned. Lu Su called, reporting that he was working late and would not be coming back that night. Chi Si had prepared to stay in a high-end apartment near the company. He preferred that residence during work hours. Sir mentioned that after finishing his tasks, he needed to visit the hospital for some old injuries. Old injuries? Shen Yan, while eating, couldn't help but glance at Lu Su. Previously, he had deliberately omitted the reason behind the old injuries sustained from an attack. Shen Yan remarked, "Is business so perilous nowadays?" With fierce jealousy among peers, it is normal for someone to go mad after losing a project, Lu Su noted, slightly disappointed that Shen Yan did not seem concerned about Chi Si's health. Indeed, it is understandable. If the entertainment industry is rife with such issues, lucrative businesses will undoubtedly attract envy. Lu Su continued to speak on behalf of Chi Si, but Shen Yan appeared uninterested, leaving Lu Su puzzled. She had not been so indifferent before. What transpired that day? The next day, Shen Yan returned to school. As she entered the campus, she felt the gaze of those around her. Some even took out their phones to sneak photos. Shen Yan merely frowned slightly, but did not intervene. With so many people at Shen City University, she could not stop everyone. After signing back in, she collected her course schedule and entered the large lecture hall. The multimedia teaching style intrigued her. Having never experienced such in high school, she found everything in college captivating, even though the information security class was rather dull. With the predominance of male students, Shen Yan's beauty and rising star status as a celebrity drew attention throughout the lecture. Shen Yan, Lin Xuanxiu approached her, holding a laptop, just in time as Shen Yan sought this individual. She pulled out her phone, opened the code, and added her on WeChat. Lin Xuanxiu. Lin Xuanxiu was surprised, but did not show it. After adding each other as friends, she browsed Shen Yan's empty moments on social media. Lin Xuanxiu contemplated her current identity, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Can I ask you about the project at any time?" After adding her as a friend, Shen Yan directly stated her intention. Lin Xuanxiu replied, "You're so straightforward. How am I supposed to respond?" Shen Yan remarked, "It's rare to see you here. What are you all discussing?" Chi Yao smiled brightly, drawing excited whispers from several girls in the department. The boys, noticing Chi Yao's direct approach towards Shen Yan, felt a stir of interest. In the computer science department, there were few girls and even fewer who were exceptionally beautiful. Therefore, Shen Yan was truly a treasure of the department. "We're discussing the project." Lin Xuanxiu gestured towards Shen Yan. "The big star here said we should discuss more in the future." Chi Yao smiled and suggested, "Let's add each other on WeChat." Shen Yan, without hesitation, added Chi Yao's WeChat. The boys nearby, unable to contain their excitement at the prospect of connecting with a beautiful star, chimed in, "Shen Yan, I really enjoy your survival show. You can ask me about project questions too. Let's add each other on WeChat. The big star must know something, right? You can ask me as well." "Wait, don't go too far," Lin Xuanxiu interjected, placing herself in front of Shen Yan. "It's better for girls to chat among themselves. You boys should refrain from being too forward." Although Lin Xuanxiu was also considered beautiful, she felt overshadowed by Shen Yan's allure. However, the boys in the computer science department tended to be more considerate towards girls. They grumbled softly about Lin Xuanxiu, but did not pursue her for WeChat. "Ignore them. They're just making a fuss," Lin Xuanxiu thought. Although she hadn't interacted much with Shen Yan before, she found her character delightful based on how she had just reached for her phone to connect with everyone. Lin Xuanxiu's initial reservations about Shen Yan quickly dissipated, and they soon became close friends, chatting about food. "Are we eating in the cafeteria?" Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Eating in the cafeteria?" Lin Xuanxiu felt Shen Yan's slight confusion was utterly adorable. She almost wanted to pinch Shen Yan's fair, rosy cheeks, but managed to restrain herself. Shen Yan followed Lin Xuanxiu into the university cafeteria for the first time, resembling a neighborly little sister albeit a rather tall one. The students in the cafeteria were taken aback upon seeing Shen Yan, their expressions akin to spotting their idol in the restroom. You have quite the popularity. Lin Shuangshu nodded towards the crowd, indicating Shen Yan to look behind her. As Shen Yan turned, the group that had been staring instantly averted their gaze. Just ordinary people. No need to be flustered. Lin Shuangshu scoffed. Do you really think they are ordinary? You're making it hard for others to live. Shen Yan's modesty was amusing. With her looks, she was anything but ordinary. It's just an ordinary job. No need to elevate it too much, Shen Yan replied modestly. Not everyone can regard your role as ordinary. The entertainment industry now feels quite elevated. I've seen your personal live streams. You were quite impressive. Why did you stop streaming? Didn't your fans urge you to continue? I don't have any talents to show everyone, Shen Yan confessed. I see many stars doing live sales now. With your popularity, you can earn quite a bit. If your studies were a bit better, you could teach online, although that's a bit niche. Shen Yan felt a flicker of interest in her heart. Later that evening, upon returning to her villa, Shen Yan posted a link to a live stream on Weibo. Fans of Yanhua were instantly electrified, rushing to the live stream. Within moments of starting, tens of thousands flooded in. The viewership skyrocketed, nearing 200,000 within 10 minutes. Shen Yan was astonished by the numbers. Alongside her fans, a wave of detractors also tuned in to witness Shen Yan's missteps, ready with their keyboards. Shen Yan, undeterred, took a piece of paper and pen, leaning in close to the camera, showcasing her striking features without any filters. This raw beauty captivated the viewers. She began to convey basic knowledge of genetic research, simplifying complex ideas for her audience. The viewers were bewildered. What is this? Why do we understand the words separately, yet together they sound like a foreign language? Is Shen Yan really adopting a pretend scholar persona? Is there anyone here who is a genetic researcher? Please step forward and debunk this charade. As the researchers typically stayed behind the scenes, few had the expertise to engage in this field, leaving the audience perplexed. The fans of Yanhua hesitated to defend her, unsure of how to respond amidst the barrage of criticism. Despite the negativity, Shen Yan's live stream continued to attract viewers, her popularity growing astonishingly. As Qi Si returned to the villa and ascended the stairs, he overheard Shen Yan's voice teaching from a room. The door ajar, just enough for him to glimpse the scene inside. Shen Yan sat at her streaming desk, writing and explaining concepts that even he found challenging to grasp. When she mentioned genetic transformation, Qi Si paused, his dark eyes narrowing. Chapter 086. Mr. Qi's impressive physique. Shen Yan's live stream trended on Weibo. The hashtag #ShenYanLiveGenetics surged from 6th to 1st place in less than an hour. No one understood that realm better than Shen Yan herself. Unrestrained in her knowledge within this world, she merely presented accessible information without any adverse consequences. Lu Su, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with phone calls. Unaware of Shen Yan's live stream, he was taken aback when he discovered she had topped the trending list. It wasn't until he received a call from a research institution that he realized Shen Yan had stirred the academic pot. After nearly 2 hours of streaming, Shen Yan faced relentless criticism from detractors. Even her loyal fans began to falter, suspecting that the later influx of viewers were mainly critics, their insults synchronized as if premeditated. Yet, Shen Yan remained unfazed, continuing her lecture on topics that few could comprehend, and those who did understood only in fragments. Just as she was about to conclude the stream, several individuals entered, identifying themselves as researchers. They provided a chemical perspective on her explanations and expressed the Research Institute's keen interest in her topics. The trolls were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing they had almost been deceived. Shen Yan's marketing tactics are impressive. She intentionally had someone explain the concepts to bolster her scholar image. What research institution dares to come forward? The barrage of comments included tags for B University Research Institute, followed by enthusiastic support from her fans. Quick, go check Weibo for B University's official account. B University confirms. Open your eyes and see how extraordinary our Shen Yan is. The vice president of B University publicly endorsed Shen Yan's topics as among the most challenging in biology, expressing admiration for her and encouraging her to apply to their institute. With this validation, the voices of the detractors were silenced completely. The research institution's endorsement garnered significant attention from fans of Yanhua. The once modest official account of B University's Research Institute, which had only a few dozen followers, suddenly amassed a staggering 100,000 followers, leaving the institute astounded. Shen Yan concluded her live stream after merely 2 hours. Although the fans were unable to comprehend the content, the official account of the Institute confirmed the broadcast, and the aura of sophistication left an impression on them. Moreover, the beauty filters added to the allure. They clamored for Shen Yan to extend her live stream by another half hour. With a smile, Shen Yan bid them farewell, leaving the stream. The fans promptly rushed to her official account to leave comments and flirt with the Research Institute's account. Lu Su, waiting for Shen Yan to finish, excitedly informed her, "Miss Shen, you've reached the top of the trending list, and numerous advertisers are seeking collaboration. Several academies have contacted me." Shen Yan interrupted Lu Su, voicing her concern. "I hope this live stream hasn't caused any trouble for the company." Lu Su grinned broadly. "Not at all. In fact, you've garnered quite a number of offers." Shen Yan nodded, relieved that there were no issues. She had felt a tinge of anxiety while discussing those topics during the stream. Just as they were conversing, a tall figure appeared behind them. The cold aura was palpable, causing Lu Su to turn around. Upon seeing Qi Si, Lu Su quickly conveyed the good news. "Sir, Miss Shen's live stream has trended, and she has gained a new wave of followers." Qi Si showed little interest in the entertainment industry's fan culture or trending topics. He bypassed Lu Su, his gaze settling firmly on Shen Yan. Noticing his intense scrutiny, she inquired, "Mr. Qi, do you have something to discuss with me?" Lu Su promptly excused himself. "You two carry on. I'll head downstairs." Left alone on the second-floor corridor, they exchanged glances. "That person has already faced consequences," Shen Yan remarked. "Thank you, Mr. Qi. It's my duty," he replied. "Do you have any other matters at hand? Are you dissatisfied with your current school?" Shen Yan was somewhat perplexed. "I'm quite satisfied with my situation." "Why do you ask?" Qi Si's gaze deepened slightly. "The entertainment industry is not a place for prolonged residence. Think it over." With that, he turned and descended the stairs, leaving Shen Yan in a state of confusion. That evening, the atmosphere during dinner with the three of them was markedly different from previous dinners with just the two. Shen Yan discussed various offers with Lu Su and mentioned the 2 overdue survival program episodes directed by Li. Over a month had passed with no news from him. Was he waiting until winter to resume filming? Shen Yan pondered whether Li was experiencing funding issues. Watching their work-related conversation, Qi Si raised an eyebrow slightly. He had finished his meal while they remained engrossed in their discussions, seemingly disregarding his presence. Qi Si stood up, but neither of them acknowledged him. Growing impatient, he finally exited the restaurant, their conversation still echoing behind him. Shen Yan was eager to accept any favorable offers, as her trending status had provided a sense of relief, alleviating some of her burdens. "I see Miss Shen has a keen interest in biology. Although Shunchang University offers similar programs, it pales in comparison to more specialized institutions. Have you considered switching majors or transferring?" Lu Su had watched Shen Yan's live stream and found it difficult to connect her current choice of computer science with her evident passion for biology. He speculated that perhaps her discord with her family had led her to haphazardly select this major. While computer science was indeed a promising field, he doubted it was the right fit for her. Shen Yan had never contemplated transferring or changing her major. Had she ever shown any inclination toward switching? She did not reside on campus, needing to wake up even earlier each day. By the time she arose, Qi Si had already exited the gym next door. Observing the charming figure of the man, glistening with sweat, Shen Yan bit her lip, her gaze audaciously roving over him. Qi Si's icy eyes held a glint of coolness. Their eyes briefly met, and Shen Yan blurted, "Mr. Qi, you have an impressive physique." Qi Si frowned slightly at her comment. After uttering those words, Shen Yan descended the stairs. Qi Si, having tidied himself, stood by the entrance in a neatly arranged suit, waiting for her. Clutching her laptop bag, Shen Yan looked up at him against the light, bewildered. "Mr. Qi, what is this?" "A ride for you," he replied. "That's unnecessary. There are other drivers at home." Qi Si turned and stepped out, offering her no opportunity to refuse. Lu Su had already slipped away upon seeing Qi Si waiting. As Shen Yan entered the car, she contemplated whether she should purchase a vehicle herself. Once inside, Qi Si immediately resumed his work. She glanced at the tablet in his hands and leaned back, closing her eyes to rest. In the tranquil space, Qi Si's other phone buzzed, and the vehicle swayed slightly, causing his phone to slide towards Shen Yan. Just as she reached for it, Qi Si's hand brushed against hers, their fingers inadvertently touching. His attention snapped to her, their eyes locking momentarily. Your phone seems to have found its way to me. Shen Yan calmly retracted her hand, reminding him not to leave his belongings unattended. Chi-Si met her gaze, then answered the call. The car's silence allowed snippets of the conversation to filter through, revealing someone berating Chi-Si for escalating matters and betraying brotherhood. Chi-Si listened impassively until the other party finished venting, then coldly replied, I have not taken her life. I have done my duty. A loud noise erupted from the other end, likely a foot kicking something, followed by a barrage of curses. Shen Yan couldn't help but glance sideways at Chi-Si's sharp profile. Fortune favored him, as even his side profile was strikingly handsome. The original owner had evidently been enamored by such a visage, proving her genuine affection for Mu Jincheng. Why chase after a self-absorbed man while disregarding someone of Chi-Si's caliber? Though Mu Jincheng hailed from a wealthy family, his demeanor left much to be desired. Noticing Shen Yan's scrutiny, Chi-Si turned his gaze towards her, his eyes sharp and piercing as if concealing daggers. Shen Yan held his gaze, questioning, is it regarding that incident? Indeed, he replied, nonchalantly putting away his phone, unwilling to burden Shen Yan with the ensuing complications. He would not delegate such troubles to a woman, as it would reflect poorly on him. Shen Yan supported her chin, continuing to admire the scenery outside. As Chi-Si observed Shen Yan entering the campus, he instructed the driver to head to the company while retrieving another phone to contact his personal assistant. Have someone keep an eye on Zhai Shalon. The assistant replied, the Zhai family is on guard. It will be challenging to gain access to the hospital. Find a way in, Chi-Si commanded. We will do our best. After concluding that matter, he took 2 overseas calls, one from his own people. Sir, we have located the residents of the Shun couple. They are from Shansheng. Their family is involved in biological research, with a notable ancestor who made significant contributions to domestic medicine. The Shun couple has 3 children, and the eldest daughter shares the same name as Miss Shun. Before turning 15, she exhibited extraordinary abilities, leading to her being sent to a research facility in the jungle. It appears she may have left the base at some point. This information had required considerable effort and resources to uncover. The domestic residence of the Shun couple was not particularly secretive, making it easier to trace. But delving deeper into their background, especially regarding Shen Yan, proved much more challenging. This aligned closely with the information divulged by the informant from Country F. The Shen family's other children had received standard higher education and achieved remarkable success in their respective fields. Apart from being able to uncover these details, there is little more to discover about that eldest daughter. Delving deeper might lead them into significant trouble. Upon hearing this, Chi-Si merely advised against further inquiries. His interest in this woman stemmed from a coincidental curiosity related to Country F. He had not engaged in any inhumane experiments, and his intrigue should cease here. As Shen Yan entered the classroom, Lin Shuangshu hurried over to give her a thumbs up, leaving Shen Yan somewhat perplexed. I didn't expect you to have such a remarkable side. Shen Yan remained puzzled. Lin Shuangshu pulled out her phone and pointed to the trending topics, exclaiming, You're incredibly popular right now. Look, even the B University Research Institute has come out to endorse you. However, there are many skeptics claiming you have a major financial backer pulling strings to promote you, even bringing in the B University Research Institute. It's their own decision to support me. No one orchestrated this. Everyone knows that the B University Research Institute is not easily swayed. They must have recognized your talent to come out in support of you. Although I don't fully understand what you teach, I simply believe you are remarkable. She reiterated with another thumbs up. Shen Yan brushed off the matter and focused on her studies. As the computer science courses progressed, she found the material increasingly accessible. Coding, programming, software, all felt straightforward to her. Despite her understanding, she remained seated in the classroom, attentively listening to the instructors. Just as she had done in her youth, she chose not to showcase her abilities, continuing to follow the curriculum alongside her peers. Even in subjects she deemed trivial, she was aware of her uniqueness. As she matured, she still refrained from displaying any exceptional talents. Yet her high IQ parents eventually noticed. At that time, she paid little mind to it, simply following their guidance and unveiling her astonishing aptitude at 11. On her 15th birthday, she was taken abroad, subsequently subjected to strict control and deprived of autonomy. From that day forth, her life underwent a dramatic transformation, which only ceased upon her death. The reactions of classmates and netizens inflicted a psychological impact reminiscent of that period upon Shen Yan. She felt her live broadcast should not have occurred. Regardless of the online clamor, she never resumed such classes, opting instead to live stream ordinary math lessons, maintaining a certain intellectual standard. Chi-Si keenly observed that Shen Yan had been somewhat off in recent days, too quiet. The light in her eyes had dimmed. For the past few dinners, Chi-Si and Shen Yan had shared meals together. Lu Su had tactfully taken leave to return home, allowing Chi-Si to personally oversee Shen Yan and create space for the two to be alone. They indeed spent their days in solitude, with Chi-Si accompanying Shen Yan to and from school and sharing timely dinners. This evening was no exception. Sitting across from each other at a small table in the dining room, they dined in silence. After finishing their meal, Chi-Si did not rush to leave. Instead, he gazed at Shen Yan and inquired what happened. Shen Yan took a napkin to dab her lips, revealing her confusion. There is nothing wrong, Mr. Chi. Why do you ask? The Shen family sent you here. Your matters are my responsibility. Shen Yan found Chi-Si's conflicting nature perplexing. Their relationship was merely one of marital alliance, and Mr. Chi need not be so considerate. Chi-Si stood, observing her for a prolonged moment before softly responding, as long as nothing is amiss. With that, he ascended the stairs. Shen Yan requested a glass of iced red tea from the housekeeper, feeling somewhat refreshed after drinking 2 large cups. She then went upstairs to resume her math livestream. As she reached the stairs, she inexplicably cast a glance toward Chi-Si's room, just as the door swung open. Chi-Si, without a tie, appeared particularly austere. Shen Yan's gaze fell upon his silhouette before she discreetly averted her eyes. Are you heading out, Mr. Chi? Yes, he replied, glancing at her as he passed by on his way down. As he descended, his low voice echoed, don't stay up too late. He referred to Shen Yan's streaming hours. Watching his hurried departure, she fell into brief contemplation, concluding that Chi-Si was, in fact, a person of cold exterior yet warm interior. The next morning, Shen Yan found only Lu Su at home, with Chi-Si notably absent. Lu Su explained, Mr. Chi had an urgent matter in Shenzhen. He might be gone for a while. Is he going abroad again? Shen Yan recalled his hasty exit the previous night and pondered, is something wrong? Upon hearing her concern for Chi-Si, Lu Su smiled broadly. It's nothing serious, just some issues at the company. In reality, Chi Hung had personally arrived in Shenzhen, accompanied by Song Jinwei, to prevent any potential disturbances, necessitating Chi-Si's direct involvement. Lu Su refrained from disclosing this to Shen Yan. He initially hoped to garner sympathy for Chi-Si through this situation, yet Chi-Si seemed to have seen through Lu Su's intentions, preemptively cautioning him against discussing such matters in front of Shen Yan. Lu Su felt somewhat regretful. A girl's heart is easily softened. If he had shared these issues with Shen Yan, she would likely have viewed Chi-Si in a more favorable light, preventing a cold and detached relationship post-marriage. On their way to school, Lu Su presented Shen Yan with several vetted announcements. I've reviewed these advertisements. They all pertain to food products, but the brands are subpar. I even sent someone to inspect their food factories and found some significant issues with their products. Although issues arising from an advertisement don't directly implicate the artist, it can still tarnish their image. Therefore, none are suitable for you to take on, but there is a lifestyle variety show that Miss Shen can participate in. A lifestyle variety show? Shen Yan mused, much safer than a survival show. It involves simple farming tasks in a village. Who's the director? Director Du, Liu Suriplaiv. Isn't Director Du known for romantic variety shows? Did his romance show fail? Lu Su cleared his throat. Director Du has had a rough time. Su Zishan encountered problems after participating in his romance show, and then regular guest Hao Rong was embroiled in a significant scandal, making it impossible for him to continue filming that show. Shen Yan nodded, I could try one episode. I will discuss contract details with Director Du, and once finalized, you can request leave from school. Shen Yan had no objections. Her schoolwork could be managed externally. Lu Su believed filming a variety show was far preferable to acting in romantic dramas. Recently, Shen Yan's livestream teaching had significantly boosted her popularity. Unlike her previous research subjects, her teaching was well received by the public, attracting even greater attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Su aimed to have Shen Yan appear before the public to maintain her newfound prominence. A few days later, Lu Su informed Shen Yan that the contract had been finalized and she had requested a week off from school. Director Du's lifestyle variety show would span 7 days, filmed in the rural areas of Shenzhen. Although Shenzhen is a bustling metropolis, it also encompasses rural locales. Particularly in the Jiangnan region, making it well-suited for such a countryside-themed show. There was no need for a flight. Driving would take several hours. Xiao Zhao prepared a soft cushion for Shen Yan, excitedly remarking, "I wonder who the other guests will be." The guests accompanying Director Du would include 3 familiar faces from the previous romance show, along with others whom Miss Shen also recognized. "I hope they aren't all familiar faces," Shen Yan joked. Lu Su shook his head. Director Du kept it a secret, but judging by his hints, they are likely familiar faces. Shen Yan felt little interest in the other guests who would join her. Regardless of who it may concern, it holds no influence over her. In the suburban district of Bisha Town, Zhui Village, as soon as she entered the village, Shen Yan appeared at the village entrance, personally pushing her luggage. Song Xian, who had been waiting at the entrance to greet her, smiled and said, "Shen Yan, I am here to pick you up. Teacher Song, it's a pleasure to see you again. Indeed, we can record the show together once more. How was your journey?" Everyone has arrived and prepared tea, waiting for your arrival. Song Xian took the suitcase from Shen Yan's hands and pushed it into the village. Shen Yan looked ahead, where the concrete road was flanked by ripening rice fields. As it was late November, it was the season for harvesting late rice. Shen Yan speculated that this lifestyle variety show would likely revolve around the theme of rice harvesting. Was it truly appropriate for celebrities to engage in such labor? Having participated in survival shows, Shen Yan was well aware of the frailty of these stars. Harvesting rice was no trivial matter. Given that it was a recorded program, there would undoubtedly be manual labor involved. Shen Yan followed Song Xian into their accommodation, and the scenery of Jiangnan was quite delightful. Everyone was gathered in a small courtyard, preparing tea. Upon seeing Shen Yan, the first to rise in welcome was her old acquaintance, Wen Yan. Shen Yan. Wen Yan quickly approached and took the luggage from Song Xian's hands. "I'll carry Shen Yan's things upstairs." They were residing in a 2-story building, with male guests on one side and female guests on the other. Shen Yan wished to decline, but Wen Yan had already taken her luggage upstairs. "Shen Yan, go check out your room first, then come down to have tea," Song Xian said with a smile. Patting her shoulder, Shen Yan glanced at the group of guests sitting in a circle and was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Huan among them. Xia Huan stood there, nodding slightly at Shen Yan. He had also intended to help carry her luggage, but had been outpaced by Wen Yan. After acknowledging him with a nod, Shen Yan followed Wen Yan upstairs. The 4 female guests and 4 male guests were all familiar faces to Shen Yan. "Knowing you are here brings us great joy." Wen Yan placed the luggage in the last room of the corridor and emerged, extending a hand with a smile. "I am delighted to collaborate with you again." Shen Yan shook his hand briefly before retracting it. "I am equally pleased. Do you need to tidy up?" "No need." "Then let's go." Everyone is discussing how to handle dinner. The rules are quite similar to survival shows. We must assist the villagers with their work to earn our meals. If we perform well, we can exchange our labor for ingredients. Shen Yan was already aware of the rules before her arrival. The two made their way to the courtyard, where Qin Dinghua cheerfully ran over and linked her arm with Shen Yan's. "Yin Yan, sit with me." Shen Yan greeted Li Su and the others before sitting down beside Qin Dinghua. Director Du, noticing everyone's presence, stepped out to announce the rules. "I understand you all must be exhausted from traveling by car and plane today, but I must remind you that tonight's dinner requires you to work for your ingredients. Have you all seen that patch of sweet potato field over there?" As soon as Director Du spoke, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. "Director, isn't it just digging up sweet potatoes? That's simple," Qin Dinghua said eagerly. "Director, can we start now? If we keep chatting, we'll waste time." The production team could only provide temporary accommodation and an empty stove. Cooking would require you to gather firewood yourself, and no electrical appliances would be provided. I hope everyone will do their best. After Director Du finished speaking, he settled into a reclining chair, comfortably lounging. The filming PDs prepared to capture the moment, adopting a live broadcast style akin to Survivor Island. In this chapter, the 8 guests, lacking tools, had to rely on their ingenuity to borrow from the villagers. There were no teams, only the cooperation of a large group. Since there was only one stove in the courtyard, dividing into teams was impossible. The male guests included Li Su, Zhou Jingming, Xia Huan, and Wen Yan, while the female guests were Shen Yan, Song Xian, Dai Moli, and Qin Dinghua. Li Su stepped forward and said, "We are short on firewood in the courtyard. Zhou Jingming and I will head up the mountain, while you all take care of digging up the sweet potatoes." "I have no objections." Song Xian supported this division of labor. The others agreed as well, and thus, Li Su and Zhou Jingming set off to ask the villagers for ropes, baskets, and chopping tools, excitedly heading up the mountain. The filming PDs sighed internally at the sight of the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Shen Yan approached the village chief, and before she could speak, the chief's young son excitedly brought out a shovel and a large basket upon seeing her. Director Du thought, so much for the supposed difficulty. The other guests also had smooth sailing and borrowing tools. After all, every household has children who idolize celebrities. Director Du had hoped to capture the interaction between stars and villagers, but everything unfolded too harmoniously, leading to a rather unremarkable scene. Directeur du Lamonted. This isn't what we agreed upon. It's too smooth, lacking any sparks. I'm quite frustrated. I love big courtyard life. I adore Xie Xiaodian. By the way, isn't Wenyan a bit weak? Xie Xiaodian seems to be quite the caretaker. Those in the know might have heard that Wenyan was gravely injured trying to save a friend in his youth, nearly becoming a vegetable. There are rumors he suffered brain damage, which explains his lack of wits during Survivor Island. Let us leave some grace for Wenyan. He has his shortcomings, but personal attacks are uncalled for. If he has suffered such a severe injury, he shouldn't be participating in such dangerous shows. It's baffling what his family must think. Qin Dingwei turned around to see Xie Huan helping Wenyan carry the basket and shovel, and she eagerly offered to assist Shen Yan with her tools. Yan, this is heavy. Let me help you. Don't take it all. If you keep grabbing, we want to even get to eat sweet potatoes tonight. Shen Yan carried the basket and shovel, finding the weight quite manageable. Song Xian, walking ahead, turned back to see this scene and chuckled. Shen Yan is quite popular. Shen Yan merely smiled. Dai Moli, walking on the other side, occasionally glanced back at Xie Huan and Wenyan, her expression somewhat peculiar. Feeling her gaze, Wenyan's face flushed, and he intermittently snatched tools back from Xie Huan. I can handle these tools, don't overdo it. He was well aware that Xie Huan would treat him like fragile porcelain, always concerned for his well-being. His body had fully recovered years ago. Xie Huan glanced at him and remarked, I should have let Zhang Yu come. Wenyan's lips twitched, and he dared not take the tools back again. The guests arrived at the sweet potato field and began digging. As the only males, Xie Huan and Wenyan exerted themselves more vigorously. Wenyan showcased a certain skill in digging sweet potatoes, while Song Xian and the others found their efforts lacking, often damaging the sweet potatoes with their shovels. The sweet potato field in Zhui village was not particularly loose, making the digging laborious. For Shen Yan, digging sweet potatoes was as simple as pulling up weeds. Noticing that Song Xian and the others had damaged several sweet potatoes, Director Du promptly added, for each pound of sweet potatoes damaged, a portion of your ingredients will be deducted. Villagers could provide ingredients to the guests, and the production team would adjust the guest ingredient portions based on the quantity of damaged sweet potatoes. Song Xian and Dai Moli felt a pang of anxiety, becoming increasingly cautious with their digging. Each person focused on their section, and when they turned back, they discovered that Shen Yan had filled her basket and was now assisting others in filling theirs. All the guests were left speechless. I told you, the so-called princess is from the countryside. Just look at her technique in digging sweet potatoes. Clearly a professional. Shen Yan had previously been live-streaming her persona as a scholar. I've always suspected she prepared her answers and processes in advance. Do we even need to suspect? It's all a fade. The false princess should just stick to her labor. The true country girl is her real persona. Anti-fans are truly ubiquitous. What scholar persona? Didn't TUC, that be University Research Institute, personally gave her a thumbs up? I just don't understand. Why do they keep attacking Shen Yan's rural origins? Is it entertaining for you? What is wrong with being from the countryside? Are you eating the rice from my family? Who decreed that children from rural backgrounds cannot aspire to be stars or academic achievers? Jealousy distorts one's perception. It's truly amusing. If Shen Yan were an academic prodigy, a true princess, why would she endure the hardships of stardom? Is it a crime for a wealthy and beautiful woman to become a celebrity? How dare this faux princess label herself as a wealthy beauty? Those tattered shoes are more fitting. My temper flares. It's as if you've ingested tons of filth, and I can smell the foul odor emanating from your mouth through the screen. As expected, the barrage of comments erupted once again. 8 large baskets. Shen Yan had already filled 3 of them. As dusk approached, the villagers returned home to prepare dinner, pausing to observe the commotion. Enough is enough. Qin Dingyue's hands were blistered from digging, and she dared not rub them for fear of the stinging pain. Song Xian and Dai Moli were not faring any better. Though digging sweet potatoes seemed simple, it took considerable time to fill the baskets. Gazing at the 8 large baskets of sweet potatoes, Song Xian and the others wore expressions of despair. How could they possibly carry them? Thankfully, they were close to the roadside, so they wouldn't have to carry them far. Yet, even this short distance proved challenging for these few frail women. Xia Huan crouched down and effortlessly hoisted a large basket onto his shoulder, turning back to Wen Yan with a warning, "Don't move, you have a back injury." Just as Wen Yan was about to crouch down, she was met with Xia Huan's stern gaze, causing her to release her grip on the basket. Xia Zhao Shenwang is being too considerate of Wen Yan. She shouldn't be participating in such a program. She is weaker than the girls. What do you know? Xia Zhao Shenwang is displaying his boyfriend prowess. What nonsense! Reject this nauseating CP dynamic. Let us allow Xia Zhao Shenwang to shine solo. We refuse any peculiar CPs. Director Du has already exited the dating show. Let us be clear-headed. Xia Huan's fans were formidable. With a single utterance, those eager for a CP ship retreated into silence. As ardent supporters of Xia Huan, they typically held disdain for Wen Yan. However, due to her friendship with Xia Huan, while they disliked her, they refrained from attacking her. Yin Yin, I'll carry them with you before Qin Dingyue could finish her sentence. Her mouth fell agape. Shen Yan, with ease, lifted a sweet potato heavier than herself, striding a few steps to place it by the roadside. Just as Xia Huan set his basket down, she promptly followed suit, turning to lift another large basket as if oblivious to the astonished gazes around her, effortlessly placing it beside the road once more. Xia Huan. Has she forgotten that she is a woman? Observing villagers. Oh my. This girl is more capable than all of us big men. Strong sister. The children began to cheer. I want to take a photo with the strong sister. No, she is my strong sister. My strong sister. Let us fight. Whoever wins gets to claim her. The adults exchanged glances, struggling to contain their laughter at the chaotic scene unfolding among the children. Ha ha ha. The strong sister has me in stitches. No, she is my strong sister. No one can take her. Are you foolish? The strong sister will be in my bed tonight. Every night, I give a strong sister a massage. No further explanation needed. Into chapter 090. Qi Siguang's naked buttocks. More terrifying than green-faced fangs, the villagers from the sweet potato field arrived on small tricycles to assist in transporting the harvest home. Just as the villagers were about to load the sweet potatoes onto the vehicle, Shen Yan, without hesitation, effortlessly placed several baskets into the tricycle. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Xia Huan couldn't help but give Shen Yan a thumbs up. Incredible. She is truly remarkable. Wen Yan, feeling inadequate as a man, wished to disappear into the ground. Song Xian's lips twitched. Is there really no one in this world that Shen Yan cares about? Just as the villager uncle was about to drive off, Shen Yan hopped onto the vehicle, calling out, "Uncle, come aboard." The uncle was startled. "You're driving? We harvested them, so we'll see it through to the end." Shen Yan replied confidently. Director Du rushed over. "Shen Yan, do you know how to drive? Don't steer it into the fields." Shen Yan felt insulted by Du's implication regarding her skills. "No worries, I'll teach her," the uncle said, sitting beside Shen Yan. Just as he was about to instruct her, she started the vehicle, driving off smoothly. Du and the others were taken aback by Shen Yan's adeptness. Qin Dingyue quickly ran up. "Yin Yin, take me along." Shen Yan halted the vehicle, and Qin Dingyue scrambled on board. Xia Huan, resigned, said, "We should follow as well." In the scene, Shen Yan drove the tricycle laden with sweet potatoes, heading straight for the uncle's home. The uncle's house was already prepared with ingredients. One basket of sweet potatoes could be exchanged for a dish, a perfect assortment of meat and vegetables, totaling 8 dishes. These ingredients had been prearranged by the production team. And should the guests fail to meet their task quota, the ingredients would belong to the villagers. Holding the 8 dishes along with the sweet potatoes gifted by the uncle, the guests wore smiles upon their faces. Upon returning to their residence, Zhou Jingming and Li Su also gathered firewood for dinner, both appearing somewhat disheveled. Traversing the mountains for the first time to collect firewood, they stumbled several times before finally returning to the courtyard. "How do we cook without a rice cooker?" Dai Moli entered the kitchen, spotting an aluminum pot and nearly bursting into tears. A rice cooker merely required a button press to function. How on earth could one prepare a meal over an open fire? Perhaps I should give it a try? Qin Dingyue rolled up her sleeves and began washing the pot, adding rice and water. Xia Huan observed the pot with a hint of uncertainty. He too had never used such a pot. The others were equally inept in culinary skills, leaving only Qin Dingyue to take the lead. Shen Yan entered with a bundle of firewood, Noticing the group crowded around the aluminum pot, looking perplexed, and raised an eyebrow. The filming PD positioned the camera to capture the unfolding scene clearly. Who can cook? Song Xian inquired. I can only make simple dishes, Li Su admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Zhou Jingming offered a wry smile. Don't look at me. I can only make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll handle it. The kitchen is too cramped. Everyone, please step outside, Xia Huan insisted, pushing his way in. Xia Zhao Oceanwang can cook. Dai Modi exclaimed, in surprise. Wen Yan, being the most knowledgeable in this regard, remarked, his dishes are quite good, so let us leave it to you. With everyone squeezed together, their movements restricted, Song Xian declared. We'll help by picking and washing the vegetables. Immediately, she took the vegetables outside to the faucet. You should step out too, Shen Yan said, placing the firewood down and addressing Qin Dingwei. Can you manage? Qin Dingwei asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. You really can control the heat? Shen Yan replied. It's just cooking. Let us not make it seem like a battle. Here we go again. The faux princess is pretending to be an ace. Cooking over an open fire isn't as easy as it seems. I come from a rural background, and it's been over a decade since I cooked this way. I could easily burn it. Just because you can't cook over an open fire doesn't mean Shen Yan can't. Don't underestimate this open fire meal. If it burns, the faux princess will lose her facade. Shen Yan rinsed the rice, added water, and set it on the stove, igniting the fire in a fluid motion. Xia Huan stood nearby, preparing pig liver and cleaning scallions. Shen Yan, seated before the stove, tending to the fire, even found time to assist Xia Huan. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew unexpectedly warm and cozy. Why does it suddenly feel like a couple living an ordinary life? They look so well-matched. No, Shen Yan truly doesn't deserve Xia Zhao Oceanwang. Shen Yan can pair with anyone. Just don't try to ride on Xia Zhao Oceanwang as coattails. Didn't she already latch on to Wen Yan's concert? The fans of Yin Yan are just like their idol, always trying to latch on. Does Shen Yan even need to ride on their popularity? Saying she doesn't deserve Xia Zhao Oceanwang is quite the reverse. Lu Su followed closely behind Director Du, his gaze fixed on a monitor while he scrolled through his phone. He stumbled upon a plethora of online discussions fervently pairing Shen Yan and Xia Huan as a couple, which displeased him greatly. Without hesitation, he dialed the person responsible for commissioning the chibi-style couple illustrations. What happened to the CP illustration I requested last time? The person on the other end hesitated, thinking Lu Su had forgotten about it and was prepared to delete the image. Send it over. Lu Su hung up and awaited the image's arrival. When the illustration finally came through, his expression contorted in horror. The artist had depicted Qi Si with a grotesque green face and sharp fangs. Was this a joke? Wouldn't such an image provoke Qi Si's wrath? He had paid a hefty sum for this. Fuming, Lu Su redialed, his voice laced with anger. What is the meaning of sending me such a disgraceful piece? You don't want a final payment, do you? Realizing their mistake, the artist quickly apologized and sent another set of illustrations. However, upon seeing a bare-chested chibi Qi Si, Lu Su was once again on the verge of an outburst. A bare-chested depiction was even more terrifying than the previous one. Yet, he had to admit that the face bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi Si. As he continued to scroll, he encountered various intimate illustrations of the couple. He was particularly amused by the image of Shen Yan playfully tackling Qi Si in a suggestive manner. Without a second thought, he posted it online, dubbing them the Yin Si couple. What a stroke of genius! As he uploaded, he fought to suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. The array of CP illustrations sent Shen Yan's fans into a frenzy. They clamored to identify the male star paired with Shen Yan, but after a thorough search, they could not match the likeness to anyone. Upon discovering the artist's name, the fan community erupted with excitement. The artist's talent was undeniable, each set of illustrations capturing the essence of the characters. Regardless of who the bare-chested chibi was, if they matched well with Shen Yan, the fans were willing to ship them. Some even shared the illustrations in Shen Yan's Weibo comment section, leading to a rapid spread of the images with various captions. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, who was busy preparing rice, she had become the center of attention. As she looked up, she noticed Lu Su, who was stifling laughter behind his hand like a little hamster. What mischief was Lu Su up to this time? Chapter 91. The Scandal Shield. Shen Yan, carrying a heavy sack of sweet potatoes while maneuvering a tricycle, became the subject of a comic drawn by a talented artist among her fans. The reposts surged dramatically. Within the fan community, there were wealthy benefactors who quickly printed a large batch of merchandise to gift to the group's members. It turned out that this benefactor was the very first fan to establish the group. This benefactor even printed a portion of Lu Su's chibi illustrations to distribute to the original members, leaving the newcomers envious. Shen Yan remained blissfully unaware of these happenings. In the courtyard, a bonfire was lit, and sweet potatoes were being roasted. Yin, come try this, it's delicious, Qin Dingwei exclaimed, pulling out a perfectly roasted sweet potato and tapping off the ash. Shen Yan sat down, undeterred by the dirt, and peeled the slightly charred sweet potato. They had harvested these themselves, making them taste exceptionally delightful. Wenyan, I didn't expect you to be such a good sweet potato roaster. You haven't charred them at all, Song Xian noted as she observed Wenyan diligently peeling a few well-roasted potatoes. Her comment drew everyone's attention. Wow, Teacher Wen, your skills are impressive. We haven't seen you eat. Are these for Teacher Xie? Qin Dingwei said, her mouth smeared with ash as she eyed the beautifully roasted sweet potatoes Wen Yan had set aside. Wen Yan replied calmly, these are for Xie Huan. He is busy inside, and I wanted to help by roasting a couple of sweet potatoes. Her response elicited curious glances from the others, who found the exchange between Wen Yan and Xie Huan intriguing. They had all witnessed how caring Xie Huan was towards Wen Yan. Among the guests, some had interacted with unique groups before, and the chemistry between Xie Huan and Wen Yan often led them to misconstrue their relationship. However, aside from their camaraderie, there were no overtly intimate gestures, leaving them feeling somewhat ashamed of their assumptions. Qin Dingwei, with an envious tone, remarked, the friendship between Teacher Wen and Teacher Xie is truly enviable. Wen Yan smiled in response. Shen Yan, nibbling on her sweet potato, glanced at Wen Yan, recalling the concert. What friendship? I can't shake the feeling that Wen Yan has feelings for Xie Huan. It's a bit unsettling. What are you talking about? Which eye of yours saw Wen Yan harboring feelings for Xie Huan? They are merely good friends. Don't distort the facts. Their interactions are hard not to misinterpret. Just look at Shen Yan's gaze. It's obvious there's a story behind this. I'm certain Wen Yan and Xie Huan have something going on. You all are ridiculous. Just because two men stand together doesn't mean they're a couple. Can't you think rationally? It's not us. There's clearly something off between them. If they're involved, why shouldn't others speculate? What nonsense! Xie Huan is simply a caring friend. Su Huaiji treats Wen Yan well too, yet you don't link them together. And Zhang Yu is equally supportive of Wen Yan. You should get your eyes checked. Due to a few sweet potatoes, a scandal erupted that evening, linking Xie Huan and Wen Yan romantically. Some even boldly unearthed images of the two performing together, capturing their gazes and pairing them with romantic captions. The baseless rumors spread rapidly, so much so that someone dug out past footage of Shen Yan and Xie Huan cooking together, forcibly pairing them as a couple. Perhaps Xie Huan's fans, feeling the pressure, hurriedly brought Shen Yan into the mix to deflect the rumors. Photos of Xie Huan looking at Shen Yan were also shared, in a blatant attempt to use her as a shield against the scandal. The fans of Yin Yan were incensed, swiftly retaliating by throwing the chibi illustrations back at the rumor spreaders. Yin Yan has her official pairing. We don't need your unsolicited pairings. I admit Xie Huan is handsome and talented, but sorry, our Yin Yan isn't someone who could be paired with just anyone. How shameless. How dare you say Xie Huan isn't worthy of her? Forcing Xie Huan on Yin Yan, he should have some dignity. Stop imposing on our Yin Yan. That bare-chested chibi? Official pairing? That is just a delusional fantasy from a fictional world. It's laughable. The fans of Yin Yan and some troublemaking King fans clashed fiercely. The uproar grew louder. Seeing this, Lu Su quickly instructed the PR team to monitor the situation, ensuring it didn't escalate further and draw public ire for misusing online resources. Such incidents had occurred before, where celebrities received direct criticism from higher authorities. Lu Su was determined to keep Shen Yan from becoming one of them. Whether Xie Huan and Wen Yan had any romantic involvement was irrelevant to Shen Yan. Clearly, someone was attempting to use her as a shield. Was it Xie Huan's camp or Wen Yan's? Lu Su couldn't afford to put down his phone, his eyes glued to the unfolding drama online. Meanwhile, the guests in the courtyard were blissfully unaware that their evening had already reached the 9th spot on the trending topics. After dinner, everyone rushed to clean up. As they digested, they chatted in front of the cameras to keep the atmosphere lively. Eventually, they returned to their rooms to freshen up. Due to limited space, 2 guests shared a room. Coincidentally, Xie Huan and Wen Yin were paired together, while Li Su and Zhou Jingming shared another. This arrangement only added fuel to the fire of the online scandal, leaving the managers of Xie Huan and Wen Yin in a state of panic. What absurd rumors were circulating? The two were innocent. They were merely good friends. Shen Yan shared a room with Qin Dingwei, and upon entering, the filming outside came to a halt, as it was a 24-hour live broadcast. Yin Yan! Yin Yan! Qin Dingwei exclaimed, holding up her phone, her voice ringing with excitement. As Shen Yan opened her luggage to retrieve her laptop, preparing to work on her project, she heard her name being called. After powering up her device, she turned to see what was the matter. Qin Dingwei had jumped up, thrusting her phone towards Shen Yan's face. You were rumored to be involved with the little king of the Xie family. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. What could she and Xie Xian have possibly done to spark such gossip? Upon taking a closer look, Shen Yan felt somewhat speechless. Such baseless rumors could lead to legal repercussions. What on earth? So it's the rumors about Xie Xian and Wen Yin that have dragged you into this, Qin Dingwei, though brash, was perceptive enough to see through the murky waters of the internet. Clearly, someone was attempting to use Shen Yan as a scapegoat for their scandal. It seemed that Shen Yan was indeed having a streak of bad luck. However, Qin Dingwei scrutinized Shen Yan, who was engrossed in her laptop, and, in a hushed tone, asked, "Do you think Xie Xian and Wen Yin really have that kind of relationship?" Shen Yan opened a particular application and replied, "Even if they do, it has nothing to do with me. That is their private affair. Yet now they were using you as a shield. How could that not concern you? The public relations team at Xinyu will handle it. Otherwise, why would she have signed with the company? Currently, she was earning money for Xinyu, and if they chose to turn a blind eye, she would consider changing jobs." Qin Dingwei was momentarily left speechless. "You are remarkably calm." Meanwhile, Xie Xian and Wen Yin received a call from their manager simultaneously. "This is a disaster." They exchanged incredulous glances. Wen Yin expressed her concern. "Those people online don't understand the situation, dragging Shen Yan into this as a shield. We've directly implicated her. How should we handle this?" They had no such rumors between them, and it was absurd to clear their names by denying the allegations. Xie Xian suggested, "I'll make a call." He then dialed his manager. The manager clarified that it wasn't the company that created this distraction. Rather, it was a few fans acting on their own. Xie Xian felt even more bewildered, realizing they could only issue a statement to soothe and guide the fans. His primary concern remained what Shen Yan's reaction would be, despite Xie Xian and Wen Yin posting a statement akin to a clarification late at night. Some netizens still believed they were merely avoiding the truth, using it as a cover-up. Su Huaiji, Zhang Yu, and a few close friends joined in to clarify, stating that the two were merely good friends, and their pairing was nothing but a joke. They urged the fervent fans not to stir up trouble. Yet, the netizens remained unconvinced, countering that the more they clarified, the more suspicious it appeared. Zhang Yu felt exasperated, nearly throwing her phone in frustration. "If you clarify, they say it's a cover. If you don't clarify, they accuse you of being guilty." The comment section of their post was flooded with people suggesting that their attempts to clarify Xie Xian and Wen Yan's relationship were merely a guise to protect Xie Xian and Shen Yan. Zhang Yu, with her quick temper, erupted in the comments. The manager, exasperated, called her, urging her not to escalate the situation. "This generation of netizens is absurd. Nothing we do satisfies them." The manager remarked, "There are all sorts of people online. This will blow over in time. If you lash out, you'll only invite more negativity." Zhang Yu retorted, "My two good friends have been slandered. How can I stand by?" The manager was at a loss for words, noting that some were redirecting the focus onto Shen Yan and Xie Xian, which was an excellent opportunity for clarification. "If you're genuinely concerned, you could suggest to Xie Xian that he use Shen Yan as a shield." Zhang Yu frowned. "Are you suggesting we drag Shen Yan into this mess?" If Shen Yan were to agree, it might be feasible. That as too distasteful, Zhang Yu immediately opposed. "Let us not resort to such tactics. We'll wait for the heat to die down." A cold treatment was the best course of action. After all, it was all fabrications that would soon be forgotten. The strange discourse online kept Director Du awake all night, and the next day he appeared before everyone with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing him, the village chief assumed they had failed to provide adequate support, causing Du the director distress. Following the incidents involving Su Zishan and Tao Rong, Du was anxious at the peculiar direction of public sentiment. The previous night, he almost considered calling someone surnamed Li to vent his frustrations. Shen Yan had yet to inquire about how Lu Su was managing the online situation when she received a call from an unfamiliar number early in the morning. The roosters had not yet crowed, and their alarm was set for 7:30, so it was still early. Qin Dingwei was still asleep. Shen Yan stepped out onto the small balcony on the second floor to take the call. As she answered, a slightly deep male voice came through. "Since your family isn't calling you, do you truly not consider us family?" Shen Yan paused, struggling to recall the context. Who was this person? The book didn't delve deeply into characters beyond the protagonists, leaving her somewhat confused. However, since he mentioned family, he must be a relative. She could not pinpoint which one, as she lacked the original owner's memories in that regard, only recalling the original owner's foolish romantic escapades. "I saw the rumors online. How do you plan to handle them?" Chi Si was not the type to take things lightly. If you were to hold grudges, both families would find themselves in a predicament. "You are currently in his hands, and our parents are worried he might do something reckless." Shen Yan's eyes flickered slightly as she replied. "Chi Si wouldn't believe such baseless claims. He is not foolish. Are you underestimating a man's concern for his reputation, or are you indifferent to your circumstances? The entertainment industry is not suitable for you, Yin Yan. Do not ruin your life for a man." The tone of the person on the other end was stern. Shen Yan could discern that he genuinely wanted to persuade her to leave the entertainment industry. "I do not wish to give up midway." Shen Zheng on the other end frowned, feeling an urge to scold her. "You can make a fuss, but if you create chaos for him, he won't even glance your way, or worse, he might be completely oblivious. The Shen family isn't blind. They can see his disdain for you. Watching you cling to someone who shows you cold indifference will only infuriate them further." After a single episode, they chose not to watch anymore, fearing it would only exacerbate their distress. Shen Zheng, wanting to change the subject, asked, "With only 2 months until your wedding, do you have any thoughts?" "Wedding?" Shen Yan was genuinely taken aback. Chi Si had only mentioned marriage, but never discussed the wedding. Both the Shen and Qi families were not ordinary. The elders wished to organize something grand, and her parents wanted to hear her opinion. That was the true reason for his call. Shen Yan furrowed her brows and said, "A simple registration will suffice. There is no need for extravagance." She had no intention of revealing her identity for the time being. The affliction of her soul had not been entirely eradicated, and she had no other aspirations. Besides, Chi Si had mentioned a divorce in 2 years. The higher the profile, the more awkward it would be when the time came to part ways. Shen Zheng raised his voice. "This is not about being extravagant. It's a union of 2 families. Do you want to keep it under wraps? Are you ashamed of yourself, or Chi Si?" "No one is ashamed," Shen Yan explained. "My career is on a rise. Celebrities dating or marrying often lose fans." Shen Zheng, typically mild-mannered, felt his temper flare upon hearing this. The voice on the other end was almost gritting out the words. "If you have the guts to persuade Chi Si, the Shen family will cooperate with you." "Fine," Shen Yan replied. Shen Zheng felt exasperated. "You truly are hopeless." He hung up the phone, irritatedly tugging at his freshly tied tie. Shen Yan stared at her phone for a while, concluding, lacking patience and having a terrible temper. With a mindset to resolve matters promptly, Shen Yan swiftly dialed Chi Si. She stood on the balcony, surveying her surroundings to ensure that her call would remain unheard before returning her focus. After Chi Si answered the phone, he stepped out of the courtyard, the frown on Song Jinwei's face deepening. Her son had grown up, yet he was avoiding his elders even for a phone call. What would be so important? Chi Si stood in an open area, ensuring there were no prying eyes before he spoke. "Mr. Chi, what are your plans for the wedding in 2 months?" "According to your wishes." Chi Si was indeed considerate of the bride's preferences. Whatever Shen Yan desired, he would provide. Even if Shen Yan wished for a wedding in the skies, he could arrange hundreds of planes for an aerial ceremony. "I have no particular thoughts. Let us just get a license." Chi Si was taken aback, then quickly understood her reasoning, his voice turning cold. "As you wish." Shen Yan was influenced by Mu Jinsheng, and that was the only reason Chi Si could fathom. Before Shen Yan could speak further, Chi Si ended the call. Staring at his phone, she concluded he was in a foul mood. Song Jinwei observed Chi Si putting away his phone, noticing his gaze had grown even colder. "Will the wedding be planned by you and the Shen family, or should I handle it personally?" "There will be no wedding," Chi Si replied indifferently. "So there is no need to trouble the elders." Song Jinwei frowned. "Chi Si, what do you mean? Are you planning to abandon the union with the Shen family? Our families are still in business together. If this falls apart, the losses will be considerable." Qi turned back to look at Song Jinwei for a long moment, then left the Qi household in silence. Song Jinwei truly disapproved of her eldest son's extreme indifference. She had tried to change him when he was younger, exhausting all methods, but to no avail, resulting in him becoming even more cold-hearted. Chapter 093. The scandal escalates. The Shen family was genuinely shocked to receive a message from Qi. Shen Zheng had not anticipated that Shen Yan would dare to approach Qi about this matter. Shen Yan's mother, Gu Ting, anxiously asked Shen Zheng, "What did you say to your sister?" She wanted to discuss this with Qi. How did he react? Did he bully her? Shen Zheng felt an impulse to roll his eyes. With her knack for causing a scene, how could Qi possibly do anything to her? With our Shen family backing her, would Qi dare to bully her? Despite saying this, Shen Zheng felt a pang of guilt. Qi indeed had the audacity to bully Shen Yan. Gu Ting remained extremely worried. "No, I must go to Shen City." "Mom, why are you going to Shen City? Didn't we agree not to interfere in her affairs? If you rush there now, it will only make her more arrogant. Her spoiled temperament is a result of our indulgence." Gu Ting shot Shen Zheng a glare. "I have endured for over a year. I can't hold back any longer. You may choose to be a bystander, but I will not." Shen Zheng felt as though he were at fault. Seeing Gu Ting heading upstairs to pack for a permanent stay in Shen City, he quickly intervened and turned to the man sitting on the sofa, pretending to look at his phone, and gritted his teeth. "Advise your wife." The man, feigning disinterest, raised his elegantly handsome face and cleared his throat. "I have always supported Tingting." Shen Zheng's lips twitched. "Could you not take a side? Tingting's stance is my stance," Shen Zhue stated earnestly. Shen Zheng's forehead throbbed. Every time he heard him call her Tingting, it was particularly aggravating. With parents like these, it was no wonder Shen Yan had become so spoiled. When it came to pampering Shen Yan, no one did it better than him. Her flaws were a direct result of this doting, yet no one could argue otherwise. Gu Ting pushed his hand away and dashed up the stairs. Shen Zheng muttered a curse. "Do as you please." Grabbing his car keys, Shen Zheng headed out, only to turn and see Shen Zhue following Gu Ting upstairs. His forehead throbbed again, and he gritted his teeth. "Dad, your work is piling up at my doorstep. Do you even want that chairman position anymore?" Shen Zhue's eyes lit up. "Take it all. It's yours." Shen Zheng struggled to contain his anger. "If you continue this neglect, I will resign from my position as president immediately." Shen Zhue retreated. All right, I'll go to work." For some reason, Dad has been particularly keen on working lately. "Shen Zheng, I believe your nonsense." Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, her family was heading to Shen City. At 7:45, Shen Yan appeared on camera. Wen Yan stepped out first, while Xiaohuan was still on the phone behind him. Upon seeing Shen Yan, Wen Yan felt a bit awkward and offered her an apologetic smile. Shen Yan displayed no emotional change, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Xiaohuan, still on the phone, furrowed his brow at the unsettling stir online. Several concrete images had surfaced, and the trending topic ranked 7th. The scandal between him and Shen Yan. The term Xie Xiaotian and Shen Yan's night meeting was particularly glaring, given the rising heat. It showed no signs of abating. His manager was already addressing the situation, having contacted Wen Yan's manager, who assured there was no hired help stirring the pot on their end. This hinted at a capitalist force behind the scenes. The only explanation was that either he had offended someone or Shen Yan had. Recently, aside from Wen Yan's concert appearance, Xiaohuan had only participated in this show. However, with the program just beginning, he couldn't comprehend which capital entity he had angered. It could only mean that something had gone awry on Shen Yan's side. Lu Su had been closely monitoring the online developments. The sudden emergence of the sensational scandal involving Shen Yan and Xiaohuan had taken him aback. Thankfully, Qi was not paying attention to the entertainment industry. Otherwise, the moment such a trending topic surfaced, he would undoubtedly be furious and confrontational. Maintaining the relationship of the young couple was already quite challenging, and these people continued to sabotage it, making it exceedingly troublesome. Liu Su, momentarily setting aside his admiration for Qi and Shen Yan as a couple, took a deep breath and called Xiaohuan's manager, seeking clarity on the situation and why it was escalating. Were the PR teams at Xingyu merely collecting paychecks? If they couldn't suppress such a baseless rumor, what was the point of keeping them on? As Xiaohuan descended the stairs, Wen Yan looked over at him. Noticing Xiaohuan's troubled expression, he subtly shook his head. Wen Yan's heart sank. Everyone was aware of the rumors circulating online. Glancing between Xiaohuan and Wen Yan, they quickly diverted their gaze. Those in the entertainment industry were well aware that if such discussions could not be quelled, it would lead to even greater issues. Director Du, feeling a headache coming on, hesitantly announced today's task: assisting the villagers in manually harvesting rice. Harvesting rice with a sickle sounded easy, but when several guests were handed one, they were taken aback. Dai Mulin, staring at the sickle with a frown, asked, "Director Du, are we really using this to harvest? How does one even use it?" Qin Dingwei and Li Su, after observing the villagers' rice harvesting techniques for a long time, found themselves utterly unable to replicate the actions. It looked simple, yet when they attempted it, they nearly cut themselves. The sickle was too dangerous. Xia Huan and Zhou Jingming also followed suit, but while Xia Huan quickly got the hang of it, Zhou Jingming struggled, only managing to clumsily cut a few stalks at a time. Seeing this, Songxian also attempted to imitate them, albeit slowly and awkwardly. Shen Yan, however, effortlessly twirled the sickle in her hand before swiftly getting to work, mirroring the villagers' movements and harvesting at an astonishing speed, as if she had practiced in the fields countless times. Director Du hurriedly adjusted the camera to focus on Shen Yan's actions, filming vigorously. The comments flooded the screen. Some inquired about the scandal between Shen Yan and Xia Huan, while others praised her and a few criticized her. As director, Du watched the barrage of comments. His heart raced, genuinely fearing that the next moment would reveal a sensational scoop involving Shen Yan and Xia Huan. He did not want to change the show. He prayed for a smooth conclusion. Staring intently at the monitor, Director Du chanted under his breath. The assistant director leaned in, listening intently, his scalp tingling. Unbelievably, Director Du was reciting a Buddhist chant as he observed Shen Yan swiftly harvesting like a machine around the rice field. The other guests transitioned from shock to admiration and finally to numbness. There was no way to compare oneself to such a remarkable individual as Shen Yan. Striving to compete would only lead to frustration. Acknowledging one's ordinariness was not such a bad thing after all. Xie Xian glanced at the diminishing figure of Shen Yan, yearning for an opportunity to approach her for a brief conversation. However, constrained by the cameras in front, he could only endure until lunchtime. The backs of all the guests were nearly breaking from bending over, and their hands were riddled with numerous small cuts. Uncertain if they had been pricked, the girls felt an itch on their faces, which was quite uncomfortable. When he looked over at Shen Yan again, she had already extended her sickle toward another rice field, engaging animatedly with the villagers. To the eye, she resembled the diligent daughter of a neighboring household, with the villagers affectionately calling her daughter. The other guests felt that Shen Yan had become ensnared in a wave of daughter calls, unable to extricate herself. Director Du was nearly grinning from ear to ear. Observing Shen Yan's rapidly rising popularity almost sent him soaring with delight. Chapter 094. The Master has observed. As Director Du grinned while receiving messages about collaborations from various advertisers, an incident occurred up ahead. Li Su and Dai Mulin were too close, and Dai Mulin accidentally sliced Li Su's thigh with her sickle, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. Dai Mulin was petrified, her eyes reddening as she repeatedly apologized to Li Su. He managed a reassuring smile, stating, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yet, it was far from minor. Blood was gushing forth. Shen Yan, witnessing the chaos surrounding Li Su, followed a few villagers over. The production team had their own accompanying doctor, who was hastily notified to tend to the injury, running over in fear of the consequences should anything happen to these individuals. Shen Yan took a glance at Li Su's wound. It was quite deep and had nearly grazed the femoral artery. Dai Mulin squatted beside him, on the verge of tears. Dai Mulin was harshly scolded by Li Su's fans. Someone offered Li Su a towel to wipe his hands, and he raised his hand to accept it. What seemed like an ordinary gesture made Shen Yan pause for a moment. She fixed her gaze on Li Su's hand, narrowing her eyes slightly, her expression turning cold. Though it was a fleeting moment, Shen Yan discerned the thin callus at the base of Li Su's thumb. He was not a common laborer, but rather a pampered star. How could there be such a thing on his hand? Shen Yan's gaze darkened as it lingered on Li Su. After the incident, everyone else returned to the designated villagers' homes to gather ingredients for lunch. With Li Su injured, the other guests developed a newfound apprehension towards their sickles. Li Su reclined in a chair in the courtyard, his leg wrapped in several layers of bandages. Although the bleeding had stopped, faint traces of blood still seeped through the bandages. Dai Mulin sat beside him, discreetly wiping her tears. Shen Yan approached with a glass of water, saying, "Li Lao sure. Drink some water." "Thank you." Li Su smiled as he accepted the cup. This time, Shen Yan could see more clearly the calluses on his hand. Throughout the day, she occasionally glanced toward Li Su, leading others to speculate that she harbored a secret crush on him. Qin Dingwen noticed this and nudged Shen Yan gently, whispering, "Yin Yin, you've been watching Teacher Li all day." Shen Yan withdrew her gaze from Li Su, replying, "He's injured quite badly. It's prudent to keep an eye on him." "Is that so?" Qin Dingwen felt something was amiss. Indeed, Li Su's injury was serious. While the other guests continued their toil in the fields, Li Su's manager arrived to escort him away. Shen Yan discreetly observed the individuals accompanying Li Su, particularly their manner of walking. Through the lens, it appeared as if Shen Yan was reluctant to part with Li Su. Does the faux princess truly harbor feelings for Li Su? Ever since his injury, she's been fixated on him. At the night gathering with Xie Xiaotian, she swiftly turned her attention to other male stars. What a fickle faux princess. From this angle, it appears she has entanglements with everyone. She merely worries for her companion. The haters are always misinterpreting her actions. Song Xian consoled the guilt-ridden Dai Molan, who felt remorse for injuring Li Su at the onset of the program. Shen Yan cast a glance at Dai Molan, vaguely sensing that Li Su had deliberately placed himself in harm's way. Observing this, Director Du promptly rallied everyone's spirits, insisting that the afternoon's tasks must be completed. With Li Su severely injured, the others felt embarrassed to flaunt their minor wounds, enduring the itch and pain, laboring tirelessly until dusk. When it was time to wrap up, everyone felt utterly exhausted. Even Xie Xian was drained. Only Shen Yan seemed invigorated as she led the way, causing others to envy her vitality. Farming was truly no easy task. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xie Xian had to drag his weary body to prepare meals, while Shen Yan took charge of cooking. The guests, worn out and famished, sat in silence during the meal. Afterward, Lu Su seized a rare opportunity to pull Shen Yan aside, his face ashen as he said, "The master has seen it." What had transpired online? It was the first time Shen Yan had witnessed Lu Su's face so pale, prompting her to suspect that something sinister was afoot. Lu Su, troubled, continued, "Miss Shen, the rumors about you and Xie Xian have surged to the second spot on the trending list. The master happened to see it at this moment. When I called, his tone was off." Recalling the previous remarks made by Qi Si, which warned against causing public scandals while pursuing someone, Shen Yan decided to call him. Disregarding the online tumult, "Miss Shen, it would be prudent not to provoke the master at this moment," Lu Su implored, breaking his usual tendency to encourage constant communication between Shen Yan and Qi Si. Shen Yan regarded Lu Su calmly, opening her phone to check the trending topic. It was filled with baseless rumors. How had this even surfaced? Had Xingyu's PR team not intervened? Time was of the essence, and it appeared someone was fanning the flames from behind the scenes. Lu Su's expression darkened. It was likely not someone from within the industry. In an instant, Shen Yan comprehended. It must be a family issue. She was not an outsider to the entertainment industry. Whether it was the Shen family's rivals or individuals offended by the original owner, they were certainly not of humble origins. Those capable of infiltrating the entertainment realm were typically formidable. Qi Si had seen it, but chose not to act. He must be biding his time. Although these rumors were unfounded, they needed to be addressed promptly to prevent misunderstandings from deepening. Qi Si was intelligent, but that did not mean he was devoid of emotions. Even if he recognized the rumors as false, they would still gnaw at him. Lu Su hesitated to speak. Shen Yan had already turned away to dial Qi Si's number. He answered swiftly, though he did not speak. Despite the distance of several kilometers, Shen Yan could sense the low pressure emanating from him. The rumors about Xie Xian and me. Such matters will be swiftly resolved. Is there anything else? Qi Si's acknowledgement was curt. I merely wish to inform you that it is unfounded. There is nothing more. The single syllable conveyed an unmistakable warmth. If it bothers you, I can have it erased completely. I will handle it. Shen Yan paused momentarily. Then I must trouble you. Qi Si, once this program concludes, I would like to treat you to a meal. Her politeness caused Qi Si to furrow his brow slightly. Upon hearing her last sentence, he merely responded with another Shen Yan understood that she had navigated the social intricacies correctly, and after exchanging pleasantries, she ended the call. Lu Su, having eavesdropped on Shen Yan's conversation, exhaled in relief. It appeared that Qi Si had not expressed anger toward Shen Yan. Meanwhile, Qi Si had just hung up when his phone rang again. Noticing the contact, labeled Madame Shen. A flicker of surprise crossed his icy gaze. Gu Ting did not wait for Qi Si to speak, initiating the conversation. Qi Si, I apologize for the intrusion. I have just arrived in Shen City and wanted to inquire about Yin Yan's condition. Gu Ai's arrival in Shen City caused Qi Si's brows to furrow once more. I am concerned for Yin Yan. I have come secretly. Qi Si, please do not inform her. Gu Ting paused before adding, I realize that entrusting her to you was a lapse in our responsibilities as parents. I appreciate your efforts over the past year. Under normal circumstances, she would not have disturbed him at this time. Where are you? Qi Si interrupted. Gu Ting's words were interrupted. After a brief pause, she said, I have already made arrangements for my accommodation, so there's no need to trouble you to make another trip. Qi Si insisted on meeting in person. Gu Ting hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right then. Chapter 095. She is a miser. On the set of The Strategist, Chu Jing had just finished filming an underwater scene and was sipping ginger soup while wrapped in a down jacket. Her assistant was beside her, scrolling through her phone. Yesterday, she had seen the gossip about Shen Yan and Shen, and it was likely trending today. Indeed, the previous trending searches related to Tao Rong and their group had been pushed down, with the rumors about the two taking the top spot. The subjects were none other than the popular Xie Xiaotian, and the fervor surrounding this scandal had completely overshadowed the buzz around Wen Yin and Xie, with more and more solid evidence surfacing. Gazing at these images, Chu Jing found it hard to articulate her feelings. A vague sense of jealousy stirred within her, and she couldn't quite pinpoint when Shen Yan had begun to follow a similar trajectory as her own past. A voice within her murmured that Shen Yan did not deserve such attention, nor should she be so radiant at present. Jinghe, Mu Jinsheng offered her a cup of hot water, his gaze inadvertently landing on the gossip on Chu Jing's phone, his expression flickering momentarily. Chu Jing seemingly nonchalantly took the phone from her assistant, accidentally tapping on one of the images. The enlarged photo depicted a pair of individuals in what appeared to be an embrace, strikingly reminiscent of Shen Yan and Xie. Mu Jinsheng glanced at the photo, frowning tightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Do not look at such things. They are an eyesore. In reality, it was hard to ascertain if it was indeed Shen Yan. It could very well be a manipulated image. Chu Jing remarked, Shen Yan hasn't come forward to clarify, so it might just be baseless rumors. Mu Jinsheng retorted coldly, everyone can see what kind of person Shen Yan is. I believe she entered the entertainment industry to seduce men shamelessly. Taken aback by Mu Jinsheng's harsh words, Chu Jing scrutinized him and realized he harbored a strong aversion to this matter. It seemed that in Mu Jinsheng's eyes, Shen Yan had already acquired a disreputable image. Chu Jing smiled faintly and switched off her phone, saying, since the second season of Survival began, Shen Yan has consistently been active on screen and has garnered considerable attention. She must be focused on her career and is not as we perceive her. The more Mu Jinsheng heard Chu Jing speak favorably of Shen Yan, the more uncomfortable he felt. I doubt her relationship with Xie is without merit. Flies do not swarm a seamless egg. If she hadn't instigated this, would such rumors have arisen? His expression soured further. Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback, beginning to sense something amiss. If Mu Jinsheng truly did not care, why would he exhibit such intense anger towards an unrelated individual? Anger. As she discerned the true emotion revealed by Mu Jinsheng, a flicker of panic crossed her mind. It seemed Mu Jinsheng held a different sentiment towards Shen Yan, feeling a tinge of envy for Shen Yan, who could associate with so many prominent male stars. Chu Jing awkwardly shifted the focus back to Mu Jinsheng. He furrowed his brow again, finally regaining his train of thought. Recently, several advertisers are seeking female leads for their commercials, and I thought you would be a perfect fit, so I recommended you. Once we wrap up here, there are several variety shows looking for participants, and I'll have your agent reach out. With her goal accomplished, Chu Jing's smile brightened. She dared not mention Shen Yan before Mu Jinsheng again. As she turned to leave, Mu Jinsheng received a call from an unfamiliar number. With a hint of suspicion in his tone, he asked the other party, is there really no substance to the rumors about Shen Yan and Xie? The response was a voice that was difficult to discern. Haven't you already seen those photos? The images were handed to the media by you. Why are you now questioning their authenticity? Mu Jinsheng gritted his teeth. No matter where you obtain those photos, my purpose has been fulfilled. Do not contact me again. The other party responded with a chilling laugh. Mu Jinsheng felt the phone grow warm in his hand and, feeling flustered, quickly hung up. Meanwhile, Shen Yan was clutching her laptop, preparing to learn some hacking skills. With such expertise, she could handle similar situations independently in the future without needing to trouble others. The public relations team at Xingyu was utterly unreliable. She could not depend on them. One must rely on oneself. Apart from herself, she found it hard to trust anyone. Qi Si was fishing for attention, and the trending topic would surely linger for 2 or 3 days. However, Shen Yan overthought things. When she opened her laptop and logged into the app to check the trending topic, it had already been completely removed. Already gone? Did I catch a fish? The trending topic had been taken down just half a minute prior, and Shen Yan had opened the app moments later. Yan Yan, the little king of Xie, is looking for you. Qin Dingwei, dragging her weary body, opened the door and saw Xie Xian, turning back to call out to Shen Yan. Shen Yan turned her laptop to the side and approached Xie Xian standing outside the door. Let us talk outside. Qin Dingwei leaned against the doorframe, peering outside for quite some time until their figures faded from view, at which point she reclined back on her bed. Within 2 seconds, she began snoring. Shen Yan and Xie Xian stopped in a secluded area where no one was passing by. Shen Yan, I've checked on my end, and there's nothing suspicious. What about you? It's my issue, Shen Yan admitted directly. Xie Xian was taken aback. Then how do you plan to handle it? I can cooperate. Your cooperation is no longer necessary. It's my side that has implicated you. So, after the show wraps up, I'll treat you to a meal. It's important to uphold social niceties. Xie Xian looked at her with an expression that was hard to articulate, pointing at himself. You're treating me to a meal? At this time? Is Shen Yan trying to escalate the situation? Just the two of them dining out would undoubtedly stir up a storm. I'll transfer you the money for the meal. Consider my treat. As Shen Yan spoke, she reached for her phone, but then paused mid-action, suddenly realizing she was broke. How awkward. Xie Xian chuckled softly, his handsome face lit up with amusement. Shen Yan, you're truly amusing. Clearing her throat, Shen Yan suggested, how about I prepare a meal for you on the show? Xie Xian's chest shook with laughter. Shen Yan was baffled by his mirth. Hadn't she caused him trouble? What was wrong with compensating him? This is my first time being invited to dinner by a girl. It's quite delightful. However, you should refrain from doing anything during this period. Just continue as you have been. Everyone is watching us, so be cautious. If you need my cooperation, I will do my utmost to assist, even if it means sacrificing my image. Leaning against the courtyard wall, Xie Xian's smile lingered. The moonlight cast a graceful and lofty aura upon him. Why? Why are you willing to sacrifice for the sake of cooperation? Shen Yan looked at him, seemingly unable to comprehend his reasoning. Xie Xian's gaze settled on Shen Yan's face as he replied, in the entertainment industry, female stars often bear more disadvantages. As a man, even if I suffer some damage, I will recover quickly, but you are different. Shen Yan pressed her lips together, studying Xie Xian. After a moment, he added, in truth, you have helped me this time. If we were to assess it fairly, it is I who has implicated you. You should head back. I'll wait a little longer. In the dimness, Xie Xian stood there, waiting for Shen Yan to leave first. End of this chapter, Chapter 096. The shocking scandal of a top star after an all-night study session. Shen Yan trudged into the washroom the next day, feeling somewhat fatigued. As soon as Qin Dingwei saw her emerge, she rushed in. A minute later, a loud squeal echoed. Shen Yan poked her head out, asking what happened. Qin Dingwei trembled, her hands shaking, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned around. Yan Yan, my hand's going to be useless. Oh, my back. Am I going to be paralyzed? Qin Dingwei plopped down onto a small stool outside the bathroom, wailing. Shen Yan understood immediately what had transpired. At first, you did not wear gloves, and the rice seedlings left you with cuts. Having lived a life of comfort for too long, suddenly bending down to work. Such symptoms are quite normal. However, I feel as though I might be paralyzed. Qin Dingwei felt as if her waist and legs were no longer her own. Shen Yan approached, lifted her legs, and performed a massage on them. Then she moved to Qin Dingwei's lower back and employed some technique, and to Qin Dingwei's surprise, she felt a significant relief. She exclaimed in delight, Yan Yan, your hands must possess magic. I feel so much better. Shen Yan concluded her actions, dressed, and glanced at her phone to check the time before heading downstairs. Several guests sat in the courtyard, their legs trembling, suffering from the pain that made them miserable. They had to muster their spirits to face the cameras. Yet, Shen Yan bore no trace of a night spent toiling. Despite yesterday's labor akin to that of a harvesting machine, today she appeared completely unfazed, her vitality enviable. Shen Yan, Your constitution is remarkable. Song Xian remarked with a wry smile, pinching his exhausted legs. Not bad, Shen Yan replied. Turning to Director Du, is today's task still about harvesting rice? Seeing Shen Yan's eager demeanor, Director Du was somewhat bewildered. Shen Yan had become addicted to work. There were rumors online that she hailed from a rural background. Could be true? Ahem, the man from Aunt Wang's household is unable to return. So your task today is to help her harvest the 2 acres of rice. 2 acres. A chorus of alarmed voices erupted in the courtyard. Without hesitation, Shen Yan seized a sickle, declaring, "Let us start now." The other guests were left speechless. Realizing Shen Yan was utterly enthralled by the village's daughter-like charm, they found themselves at a loss for words regarding her inexplicable enthusiasm. Shen Yan had completely transformed into the village darling, and upon hearing the affectionate call of daughter, she seemed to float in delight, unable to suppress a shiver of excitement. This peculiar fondness of hers was quite overwhelming. Regardless of their exhaustion, after breakfast, they were obliged to assist Aunt Wang in harvesting rice. From afar, Aunt Wang shouted, "Yin Yan, my dear." The others turned to Shen Yan, who, upon hearing that endearment, sprang into action with a youthful radiance. "Aunt Wang, we're here to help with the harvest." "Wonderful, wonderful. Have you had breakfast yet, my dear? I have some sweet corn, still warm," she exclaimed, pulling out freshly harvested sweet corn, still steaming. Shen Yan waved her hand. "Aunt Wang, we've already eaten. Let's get to work." Without further ado, Aunt Wang pressed the corn into Shen Yan's hands, insisting, "Take it. I prepared it just for you." The other guests exchanged glances, thinking, "Aunt Wang, you are showing favoritism." Shen Yan worked swiftly, and they could hardly feel jealous of her receiving a piece of corn. However, the next moment, Aunt Wang distributed boiled sweet corn to everyone, albeit in less appealing shapes than Shen Yan's. Well, something is better than nothing. Shen Yan unleashed her whirlwind-like efficiency, harvesting the 2 acres of rice with even greater finesse than before, her speed astonishing to behold. As they watched Shen Yan's increasing excitement, Director Du began to feel a shiver of dread. "Shen Yan, hello everyone. Please call me Whirlwind Yin, the reaping machine." "Curses, don't make such puns." As a man, I cannot bear to look at Shen Yan. "Ha ha, Shen Yan, I'm a cheerful little reaper. Shen Yan, for the sake of being called daughter, is harvesting the fields. I might just die laughing here." The guests gradually realized that Shen Yan was no longer acting normally. It was truly frightening. Watching her harvest with such zeal made them feel as though they were being swept away by her energy. The sluggishly working guests, enduring their aching bodies, desperately swung their sickles. Witnessing Shen Yan spinning like a top, they felt guilty for their slow pace. Aunt Wang was also a diligent worker, but in comparison to Shen Yan, she felt like a snail. Observing the rapidly diminishing rice fields, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The young folks are so nimble. My dear Yin is stronger than the men in the village. Unlike me, I'm getting old and stiff. It's hard to move." The younger guests felt a sense of embarrassment. "Auntie, please, we still have our pride." 2 acres of rice, Shen Yan managed to clear single-handedly. They inhaled the scent of fresh rice as they dragged their weary bodies back to the courtyard for lunch. In addition to 8 dishes, thanks to Shen Yan, Aunt Wang sent them home with plenty of fresh sweet corn. Lunch was prepared by Shen Yan. Exhausted from their labor, the guests faced the cameras, lacking the energy to uplift the atmosphere. They were nearly out of breath, hardly caring about the ambience. Shen Yan took her phone and moved to another area to answer a call. It was Qi Si. The matter online involved Mu Jinshin. As soon as she answered, she heard Qi Si say, "He has hired someone to slander me?" After a brief silence, Qi Si added, "I will send you the information." Okay, Shen Yan thought, puzzled as to why Mu Jinshin would resort to such actions against her. Had she become an obstacle for them? After a moment, Qi Si hung up without further ado. Shen Yan didn't dwell on it. That was just how Qi Si was. The information arrived quickly, containing screenshots and recordings of Mu Jinshin conducting transactions on his phone. Listening to the altered voice in the recording, Shen Yan noted it down, thinking it might come in handy one day. Qi Si had not confronted Mu Jinshin. He merely left the matter for Shen Yan to handle herself. However, Mu Jinshin's situation was becoming chaotic. His family suddenly called, speaking in veiled terms. Yet he surmised that the person who had given him the photos was in trouble. Moreover, they had traced the issue back to him. At the same time, he received another piece of news. Shen Yan had a powerful backer. The elders of the Mu family ordered him to return to Shuncheng immediately. That very night, Mu Jinshan requested leave from Director Li and hurried back to Shuncheng. Meanwhile, Shen Yan stayed up until the early hours of the morning. Late at night, a netizen, posing as a wanderer, uncovered a sensational scandal on Weibo. The top-tier star Mu Jinshan had been exposed for scandalous behavior. His manager called him in the dead of night. Still troubled by the earlier incident, Mu Jinshan was nearly blown away by this news from his manager. His phone crackled in his grip. Those photos are authentic. They show no signs of editing. Be honest, have you engaged in such activities privately? The photos depicted him in various settings, meeting different women, with dozens of incriminating images, each telling a story. Released in the dead of night, they overshadowed Shen Yan and Xiehuan's analysis of photo editing and various unrelated evidence. Clearly, these photos were explosive. Underneath Mu Jinshan's Weibo post, fans bombarded him with questions, while a flood of unknown haters unleashed a torrent of abuse. Soon, Mu Jinshan was engulfed in a scandal. The manager's words made the veins on Mu Jinshan's forehead throb as he gritted his teeth and roared, "I did not engage in such activities. They are false accusations. Someone has manipulated these images to frame me."